I crossed worlds and became an evil dragon. Not only was the king constantly mobilizing troops, there were also reckless heroes shouting they'd slay the dragon. But when I saw this trembling fox-eared lowly in the cave, I just wanted to let her go. Because when I crossed over, I was bound to 3 systems all at once. And the first quest the system gave me was to save this fox-eared lowly, who had only 2 days left. A few months later, when the Blue Star player army descended en masse, they suddenly saw a Deathwing carrying 100 furnace reactors circling in the sky. Every player there completely lost their minds. How could a horse chicken stick spawn in the starter village? So the original owner of this body was named Wattress. He was only a 22-year-old black dragon, the shame of the dragon clan. Not only was his power at rock bottom, he was also deformed. He was kicked out of the nest the moment he was born. But this foolish dragon had a bizarre hobby. He loved shiny gold coins and weirdly liked chopping humans. To mimic storybook villains, he would threaten the neighboring king and launch sudden attacks. But who knew that old king was so sinister? All smiles on the surface. 3 days ago at the deal site, the Golden Wells 3-tier boulder secretly struck him. This fool did grab the hostage, but was blasted into a severe cripple on the spot. He barely fled back to the cave and got electrocuted. That's how I, from Earth, landed this solid hell of a bad hand. As the souls completely merged, I couldn't help cursing in my heart. What an utterly stupid lizard. That old king's sacrifice was no princess at all. It was clearly a Hurrian used as bait. How could dignified human royal blood ever produce a freak with a tail? This is clearly a living bait the guards carefully designed to lure the dragon in. My gaze fell on that porcelain doll of a little girl. Her face was deathly pale. She was so weak she could faint any second. Driven by the dragon itself. Instinctively, I wanted to drag the only trophy over, but the instant I pulled, a searing pain ripped through my entire body and made me faceplant right on the spot. Damn it, I'm about to die myself. How can I still have the mind to care about others when I can't even move an inch now? There are probably pursuers outside the cave too. Am I really counting on that terrified little girl to save me? At this desperate moment, a string of electronic chimes suddenly burst inside my mind. Ding! War plunder system at your service. Ding! Evolution modification system at your service. Ding! Evil villain system online. Before I could react, an even more absurd warning came to my mind. Too many systems. Forced fusion is starting. A few seconds later, a dazzling golden panel appeared out of thin air. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate invincible cheat transformation super purification plunder war dragon system. Looking at this ridiculously long name, I was completely dumbfounded. Is this name for real? Isn't this just a hodgepodge? It was as if the system had heard my complaints. The system immediately dropped 3 core functions, blowing my mind. The so-called War Plunder was originally a special female voice DC amplification system, forced to change its name by censorship. Core gameplay was collecting rebels for insane buffs and points. Evolution consumed variables to strengthen the weak. Evil villains just killed the righteous for double rewards. Then the system dropped a bombshell. It detected and snatched a special woman from the real world. The NPC favorability panel opened and new life listening activated before I could even get excited. Its next words made me feel like I'd fallen into an ice cave. This world was being turned into a game by some force. Countless players from parallel worlds were about to descend. If I didn't clear out these damn players, the consequences would be absolutely unthinkable. I furrowed my brow. Clear the players. Are you kidding me? But the players only on day 4. Calamity energy is infinite. How do you kill resurrecting monsters? Just then. But the system's cold clarification made a cruel smile curl at the corner of my mouth. The player can indeed revive. But each death doubles the revival time exponentially. If you don't die enough, one revival means waiting till the end of time, and with time stacking infinitely, that's just auto-quitting. Boy, my fierce dragon mouth split wide open suddenly, baring its fangs. Isn't that just an account ban for a year? When that group of players came back online a year later, even if they died once more, the ban time had completely changed. No camping, no farming. The more they died, the weaker they got. This wasn't hell difficulty. It was clearly a one-sided hunting game. Just as I was dreaming of slaughtering players in the future, that cold mechanical voice in my head blasted again. Detected SSE deduction logic ID, 0DC. I tried to view the details panel. I, a special lowly, glanced at that cowering little figure in the corner. Though full of suspicion, she's a natural beauty. The figurines used to be 100 times more exquisite. But this is just triple S, even if I have doubts inside. I still chose Chaikin. After all, this is the only chance to become stronger. Yet the instant the pale blue light screen appeared, as a dragon, I was completely dumbfounded. This half-elf named Anna Hathaway was so weak she couldn't even beat a chicken. Top-tier talent, elemental star, and beauty toppling kingdoms. But the key is the next line, glaring red, status badly damaged and incomplete. Lifespan has 2 days left. When current affection recurs, state is extremely fearful. Miu kang kg thien cm, hen mcc kang the non them hyukwa now. I almost sprayed a mouthful of dragon blood. How is this a golden finger? It's clearly a trial card that expires in 48 hours. And right now, I'm half dead and can't move at all. How am I supposed to win over a girl who's terrified of me? This is a hellish start. System, are you messing with me? I'm screaming in my head. I can hardly turn over now. How am I supposed to raise favorability? Hurry up and cough up a newbie gift pack pat. Maybe it was stunned by my shamelessness. The system actually has an umbrella. Beginner gift pack delivered. Acquired item. Temporary body recovery card, but a small failure side effect, burns life essence. After the price, speed will sink deeper into the abyss. I look at the card in my hand. K Chung Fi Long Thuk GC Gigi Kot Sao. The power to act for half an hour, bought with my life, came just as I was hesitating. A soft, sweet voice suddenly rang in my mind, so cold ... The dragon is so scary ... so hungry ... wah, mom. That was the newborn listening function, a voice as soft as cotton candy. But it carried heartbreaking despair. I snapped my head up. In the corner, the girl hung her head, like an abandoned little kitten. I'm shivering in this cold, dark cage. If we don't fight for it, both of us will die here, so I'll take a gamble. A bike becomes a motorbike. A fierce gleam flashed in my dragon eyes. No more hesitation. System, use my recovery card. Boom. A white light, visible only to me, burst in an instant. The sharp pain, in an instant, vanished, and a long-lost surge of power filled my limbs. It was the power of a dying flame. I tried to take a step, though still a bit clumsy. My massive dragon body quickly adapted to the rhythm. Muscle memory awakened. I soon regained movement in the cave. And when I again looked at that small figure in the corner, a strange scorching heat suddenly rose from my dragon belly. That was the dragon's greedy, lustful instinct. In his sight, the girl's pale yet tender face seemed to radiate a fatal allure. Especially that pair of bare, jade-like feet, though stained with mud and bruises, were as exquisite as an artwork carved from ivory. Heavy iron shackles locked around her slender ankles. This scene stirred in me an impulse to pounce on her at once, to warm them up, and then taste those trembling long lashes, the perky little nose, and those dry yet tempting cherry lips. At that moment, I felt spring had arrived. All things were reborn. My heart was pounding wildly, like a drenching rain. A raw, primal impulse surged straight to the top of my head. No, calm down. I sharply raised my giant claw. I gave myself a vicious slap, a crisp crack. My head finally cleared. This was utter madness. I'm a colossal dragon right now. She's a frail, sickly little girl. With this size gap, if I actually went for it, it'd be more than just reproductive isolation. That would be straight-up physical annihilation. Thoughts like that should wait until she revives, and I can take human form. Forcing down the rage burning in my chest, reason finally regained the high ground. I looked at Anna, still shivering in the cold wind. I immediately rummaged through the dark lair. After much effort, I dug out a fairly intact bearskin from the corner. Holding the bearskin in my mouth, I carefully moved over, moving as gently as I could. I slowly draped it over the girl. But Anna was clutching a harmless piece of rock. Her whole body curled tightly into a ball. He heard the sound of claws scraping on the ground. He closed his eyes in despair. Is it time to become dinner? Seized by slave traders, struck with a vile disease, then thrown to the dragon as a sacrifice, the poor guy didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. That stone was nothing more than his last comfort. His tears had only just begun to fall. In an instant, the cold wind froze them bitter and sharp. But the ferocious maw he expected never descended. Instead, a deep warmth suddenly wrapped around his whole body. Anna looked up at the fearsome dragon head. Like a startled fawn, she stammered, "Oh, Sir Dragon, are you going to warm Anna up before eating her?" I was speechless. The teacher said that for dragons, sashimi and cooked dishes really don't taste much different. But I still shook my head helplessly. I stretched out my huge front paw and clumsily helped her with the bear skin. The lingering warmth I breathed out instantly calmed her trembling. Though our languages differed, goodwill was shared. Having confirmed she was safe for now, Anna's fear gradually gave way to gratitude. She plucked up her courage and whispered softly to that pair of scarlet dragon eyes. Thank you. It's not that cold anymore." The moment I finished speaking, a crisp notification sound perked me up. Anna's affection increased by 50. Current affection, -30. Status, muted. I almost choked. Even after adding 50, it's still negative. Doesn't that count as a good thing? The system calmly lands the finishing blow. I'm mainly worried about you. Got it. All right, as long as we can grind the affinity. Shield up, +50. This round's solid. remembering that girl got 5 volts, and then when I pointed my claw at the ground to signal him not to run around, then turned around and crawled out of the cave. No time to waste. This damn tenderness must pause for now. Now our main task is to get some food. Just rush out of the cave. The biting wind, thick with pre-storm damp, rushed over him, then his vision snapped into the blood-red night market mode of the Dragon Clan. In the darkness, no living thing can hide. He turned and looked at the dragon blood scales scattered at the cave entrance. Alarm bells clanged in my heart. I absolutely must not stay here long. In this world of extraordinary powers, human troops could easily track the blood trail here. I must recover strength fast and flee with the girl, this thought in mind. I controlled my massive body. With a whoosh, I darted straight into the jungle, relying on top-tier vision and smell. In moments, I locked on to the target. Not far ahead, alone, lost creature stood there in a daze. Sorry, little one. This meal isn't for the girl. It's my own life-saving meal. There's only one thought in my head now. I must be fast. I only have half an hour left. Once I fall into my weak phase, the hunger could literally starve me to death. I must fill my belly first to get the strength to find something to eat for that poor little girl. Without hesitation, the dragon might of an apex predator erupted. This is suppression etched into the DNA. Like when a natural enemy descends, the instant you're hurt or lost, terror makes your legs buckle, and you drop to your knees with a thud. I have no time for nonsense. I flick my tail. Claws hit the ground. I charge and chomp, a precise bite to the throat. Warm blood floods in instantly, filling my shriveled, empty gut. At first, it was a little nauseating, but the sweet fresh meat and my body's craving drowned out all reason. The law of irresistible aroma was late, but it arrived. Just then, behind me, the bushes suddenly rustled. 3 pairs of green glowing eyes burst out. They were silver moon wolves. 3 giant wolves stared hard at my prey, drool nearly dripping to the ground. One wolf let out a howl, but I held my prey tight and wouldn't let go. A violent growl erupted from my throat. At that moment, I felt just like that food guarding mud at Grandpa's house. Even though I knew my emotions were off, but I couldn't hold back. These wolves were clearly mad with hunger, yet wary of the dragon's might, they still kept probing. But sorry, today you picked the wrong target. I gave them no chance at all. My throat bulged suddenly. The special sac-like organ contracted violently. Puff! A stream of dark green acid breath sprayed right into their faces. Though as a black dragon, not breathing fire was a bit embarrassing. But this stuff was truly toxic, sizzling like crazy. The shadow wolf that got hit was instantly torn open. Screams echoed through the jungle. Strike while they're down. I don't need skill cooldowns, for claws gripped the ground as I shot up. Before the lead wolf could react, that true dragon's mouth had already clamped tight on his neck. With a crunch, muscle memory really came through. One bite used too much force. It tore the wolf's head clean off, along with half its neck. The other 2 wolves were terrified and tried to run. Dream on. A winged key can't outrun a 4-legged black dragon. Where would that leave my pride? A few leaps, and I easily finished it. Double kill, quickly dragging the prey and wolf bodies up the tree. Then I just wolfed it all down. Finally, my stomach had something in it. I didn't dare waste a moment using my inherited knowledge. I quickly gathered berries humans could eat. Then I plunged into the stream to wash off the blood smell, and rolled in the grass to mask my scent. These were life-saving tricks passed down from the black dragon ancestor. For safety, it's not shameful. After all that, I carefully crept back to the nest. But the moment I entered the cave, my heart sank. The little girl who had just been shivering was now curled up in the corner, unconscious. Her small hands were ice cold, but her face was bright red. She had a fever. Look at her, at death's door. She could stop breathing any second, and I look at the ginger I fought to find. A deep helplessness wells up in this broken cave with no doctor and no medicine. Facing Anna, feverish and unconscious. I'm a dragon, what can I possibly do? Just as I was about to lose it. Finally, a lifeline, ding. The system shop's newbie special is the Chinese herb Huang Qin. Only 10 points. Huang Qin, I jolted in shock. Isn't this a Chinese herb from Earth? This is a miracle fever reducer. Though it's strange that this fantasy world has Chinese medicine. Saving the person matters more right now. The exchange flashed with white light, and a handful of fresh, dew-covered herbs appeared out of thin air. The familiar purple flowers and green leaves, definitely genuine astragalus. But now that I had it, a tricky problem stood before me. How do I feed this to her? I looked around, and besides a pile of old books and 2 gold coins, this crummy cave is completely bare. Didn't even score a broken bowl to pathetic? Anna's breathing was growing weaker and weaker. He steeled himself when a life's at stake. Why fuss over hygiene? He rushed to the pool and rinsed the bloody taste from his mouth. Grabbing the yellow herb, he stuffed it straight into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. His sharp dragon fangs turned into a pulverizer. With a few chews, the hybrid dragon's jaws worked the herb into a sticky medicine. Sorry, little girl. I moved closer, pried open Anna's jaw with a claw. My dragon mouth pressed directly against hers. My tongue curled around. The bitter medicine, mixed with dregs, trickled into her throat. Then I chewed up the berries I had gathered and fed them to her the same rough way, only when Anna swallowed reflexively. Did I breathe a sigh of relief? I have done my part, the rest is up to fate. I curled up beside Anna. He spread his broad dragon wings like a giant quilt, shielding them both beneath, blocking the wind and rain outside the cave. The half-hour mark arrived. A searing pain instantly swept through his whole body. The weakness hit back even fiercer than when he first crossed over. This is a huge gamble. Hope I win. Please, you have to survive. My S2. At the same time, Anna, unconscious, was going through a purgatory. So hot, so thirsty. It feels like agony in purgatory. In the dream is a boundless desert. The blazing sun roasts him like a salted fish about to dry out. A moment ago, he was a soul hunted by demons. The next, the despair of being sold off by humans. He falls to his knees in the scorching sand. From his throat, he can only squeeze out a hoarse laugh. Am I going to die? Fine. This miserable life had nothing worth missing anyway. But just as he's about to be swallowed by the darkness, a miracle happened. A cool liquid suddenly rushed in. Bitter, yet like sweet dew it flowed down his throat into his stomach. The burning feeling began to fade. Before he could even react, another stream of sweet juice poured in. Is this an illusion? If this is a final flash before death, then this Jongboe is just too real. In a daze, Anna remembered the black dragon. The legendary cruel dragon didn't eat him. Instead, it gave him a warm bear hug. Even in its final moment, it showed him a tenderness he had never known. Compared to the humans who traded him like goods, this dragon turned out to be the only warmth in his life. It's just a pity he probably never got the chance to repay that kindness. With that regret and gratitude, Anna, too, sank back into the darkness. Little did she know, the wheel of fate had only just begun to turn. A miracle really happened in that fleeting moment. Anna's fever not only broke, even that burning, scorching sensation faded completely, replaced by a heavy, reassuring warmth. She opened her eyes in confusion, her mind still reeling, but her sight was struck first. There was no warming campfire at all. What he shielded beneath him were those wide, pitch-black dragon wings, so the endless warmth came entirely from this dragon's scorching body heat. A bitter taste of medicine lingered in her mouth. I was looking at the real dragon's head, right in front of me. The same herbal dregs still clung to the corner of its mouth. Anna's composure shattered instantly. This was no legendary evil dragon. Even among humans, who could feed medicine mouth to mouth. No disdain, no disgust. At that moment, her heart was filled with shock and gratitude. I stood as motionless as a stone statue. Mr. Dragon, Anna pushed him, got no response, then called out loudly. Still hasn't rebelled. Utterly panicked, he trembled, pressing against the dragon's chest. That heartbeat, once like thunder, now was as faint as a dying candle in the wind. To protect him, this black dragon is on its last legs. Is this the best time to escape? Watching me, limbs heavy, slumped down, badly hurt, and out cold, Anna dismissed the thought without even thinking. Screw running. If we die together. At least before I die, I need to repay this debt of gratitude. She dragged her sick body, with just a thread of strength restored, and painfully picked up the berries scattered on the ground. Too weak to chew, she crushed them hard with her hands, feeding the sweet juice into my mouth, drop by drop. After all this, Anna was completely drained, cold sweat covering her whole body. Yet she stubbornly hugged the huge dragon head, trying to warm me with her tiny warmth. I'm sorry, Mr. Dragon. This is all I can do. Before her voice even faded, the vicious illness erupted once again. Hey, a shocking sight. Blood instantly stained her princess dress red. Her organs felt as if pierced by steel needles. As he prayed endlessly, his vision went black. Once again, he fell unconscious. Normally, this should have been a double death ending. But fate's turning point came. Just as the two were about to die together, my new skill, Basic Devour, activated. The flesh I'd swallowed earlier turned into life-saving fuel. My stomach churned wildly. Energy flooded through me like a torrent, and my wounds scabbed over. My heart muscle surged wildly. The faint thump of my heartbeat suddenly returned strong and steady. Just as the food ran out, a monstrous hunger exploded inside me. I jolted awake. Holy crap, I'm starving. I just ate a whole belly full of meat. Yet now I feel like I haven't eaten for 3 full days and nights. My stomach let out a thunderous roar. Every cell was screaming, eat, eat. And worst of all, the most delicious food was right at my mouth. This porcelain doll elf girl was giving off an enticing scent. My dragon bloodlust surged straight to my head. How amazing would one bite taste? Just as I was about to open my mouth, my sanity slammed the brakes. What a ridiculous joke. This girl is an SSR with maxed out 12 affection points. She nearly sacrificed herself to save me. If I really ate her, Would I still call myself a man? I forced down the insane hunger. I looked down at Anna in my arms. The sight made my heart clench tight. The hem of her dress was covered in dried blood. Her little face was pale as paper. Back on Earth, a delicate girl like her would be pampered and adored. But now, she could only follow me, a vicious dragon, waiting to die in this damp, dark cave. I instinctively opened Anna's status panel to check on her. The next second, my pupils shook in shock. Remaining lifespan, 1 day. I was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Did I sleep for a whole year? But the herbs on the ground are clearly still fresh. And the rain outside hasn't stopped. In just a few hours, how did Anna suddenly have only 1 day left? I have to save her. I immediately thought of the 2,000 system points I just got. This was my only lifeline. I quickly opened the system shop, searching with hope for a miracle medicine. The next second, I almost smashed the system. What kind of shady, unprofessional shop is this? Feminine daily care products, sanitary pads, rabbit milk candy, fancy Lolita dresses at 10,000 points each. Besides a few useless herbs, it's all just stuff to sweet-talk girls. Was this system really made for me, or prepared for this little girl? Suppressing the urge to curse, I quickly switched to the purification and evolution page. Finally, this part looked normal. Tempered claws and fangs, iron scales, stellar cores, heart upgrades, a dazzling array of enhancements. But I wasn't in the mood to look at any of it. I need to save a life, not get stronger. But I don't even know what Anna is sick with. How can I save her? I'm a Western dragon, not some urban miracle doctor Dragon King. Just as I was sweating in panic and about to give up, a line in the corner caught my eye. Eyeball modification basic insight, 1,000 points. Effect, rough understanding of the state of things, that's the one. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance of finding the cause, I had to gamble. System, exchange for modification. 1,000 points deducted. Modification begins. Friendly reminder, this process may cause discomfort. Host, please control your hands. Don't gouge your eyeballs out. Before I could react, a piercing agony exploded in my eye sockets. Holy crap, this wasn't an upgrade. It was like tens of thousands of steel needles stabbing my eyeballs. Aching, itching, and throbbing all at once. The pain was so bad I nearly rolled around on the ground. I pressed my claws down hard to keep from actually gouging my eyes out. Luckily, the pain came and went quickly. I shook off the dragon tears covering my face. I cautiously looked at the ground. Ordinary sandstone floor, still stained with dragon droppings. The corner of my mouth twitched. How unsanitary was this dumb dragon before? Then I looked down at myself. A ridiculous-looking black dragon. This crappy skill of mine, forget it. Complaints aside, I immediately locked my gaze onto the one in my arms. Anna's information appeared. My heart instantly went cold. Race, half-elf, status, supreme talent, extreme weakness. Ailments, night sweats, open sores, anemia, muscle spasms, heart failure, lung infection. It was horrifying. This wasn't just being sick. It was her organs going on strike. Looking at the dense list, my scalp prickled. The basic insight skill didn't give exact disease names, but it made me understand the cruel truth. This girl being alive at all was a miracle against all logic. To test my theory, I stared hard at the yellow herbs on the ground. A few lines popped up. Yellow herb clears heat, detoxifies. Sure enough, this lousy insight skill could identify herb effects. The method was reckless. But to save a life, I had to try anything, no matter how hopeless. Without a moment's hesitation, I wrapped Anna in the bear skin and plunged into the rain-lashed night forest. This time, even my growling stomach had to be ignored. Cough-soothing liver oil, lung-moistening heart-linking fluid, good stuff. Blood grass to restore her blood. Though slightly toxic, I raced through the jungle like a madman. My mouth was stuffed full of herbs, but the more I searched, the colder my heart grew. I searched all around, yet found no miracle medicine for heart failure. Thinking about it, even on Earth, this disease counts as terminal. You can't just pluck a random weed and cure it. All I could do was hope these herbs would hold Anna's little life together. Clenching the herbs in my mouth, I rushed back desperately along the stream. However, just as I was almost at the cave entrance, at that moment, a piercing clash of weapons suddenly burst out. Clang, someone was there. I slammed to a halt, my dragon face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. In the old days, I would definitely have gone to watch the fun. But now I'm a young dragon, only tier 3, still badly wounded and not healed. Human trouble like this, I should stay as far away as possible. But fate just had to stir things up. That bunch, mid-fight, actually headed straight for my dragon lair. Clearly they wanted to use my home as a shelter. My eyes went red in an instant. How could I stand for that? Lying in that cave is my starter SSR with 12 affection points. If those brutes so much as graze this delicate treasure, where would I ever find another one? I absolutely can't let them go in. Using all 4 limbs like a giant gecko, I quietly climbed to the treetop, shielded by the rain. At last I saw the situation clearly below. A male knight and a female mage were being mobbed by a gang of mercenaries. The mage was hurling fireballs and desperately scrambling toward the cave. I knew I couldn't wait any longer. I quickly glanced at the system panel. System, put all 1000 points into hardened claws and scale armor. Ding, the modification is complete. This time, there was no excruciating pain, only a tingling numbness. I was astonished to find my milky white dragon claws instantly coated in a cold, silver-gray metallic luster. The scales were even as hard as iron. Even the damn Insight tree popped out and cracked a joke. You've been buffed, go feed. Feed my ass, I'm going to a funeral. Though I had never killed a human. A dragon's bloodthirsty instinct had long been etched into my very marrow. I flung the herbs onto a fork of the tree and kicked off fiercely with my hind legs. Other dragons appear. Monkey sister-in-law is showing off. No, I'm the 6th, I'm an assassin. On the rainy night, I became a silent black lightning, no words, and struck the squishiest female mage. Iron Team fight rule, take out the mage first. Serena was just glad she found a cave to hide from the rain. Chalk up the foul, Tren Hu Bang Ni MTCNN Jotan. A huge shadow fell like a meteorite. It slammed into him with terrifying force. With a cry, the sharp new-tempered dragon claw flashed, pierced his shoulder, pinned him firmly to the ground. Before the knight ahead could turn around, my gaping jaws had already snapped down hard. Crack, neck and shoulder were crushed in an instant. Killed the level 18 human mage, gained 10 points. I spat out the shredded flesh. My gaze was cold as iron. Sure, the female mage was prettier than a star. Her figure was perfect. But so what? This is Dragon Ridge. Anyone who threatens my treasure will die. This is my first time killing someone. Yet I'm as calm as a butcher. At the warm corpse beneath my feet, a strange wrongness wells up in my heart. But in a single instant, it fades away. Humanity is Earth's concern. Now I'm chaotic neutral, a soul fused with an evil dragon. Killing is just for survival. As for eating humans evil, I'll pass on that. Too disgusting, I'm a black dragon. MT Ting GGM Kin Hong X Tuk Manmya. The Black Kui mercenaries finally reacted. The great knight whirled and saw the female mage moving house, blood splashed on her head. Is that his lust spirit? I'm going to kill you. The Grand Knight instantly goes berserk. Eyes bloodshot, sanity snapped. Charging at me like mad with a longsword. A black dragon over for meters long charges forward. For these ordinary mercenaries, this is already terrifying. The key thing is, it can also fly. Just as the mercenaries stood on guard, the black dragon in front of them shot straight into the sky. While dodging their attacks, it landed on a nearby tree. Sunayan let out a roar. The bit of acid he'd saved, he wouldn't waste on just one mage. But now, facing this group of mercenaries, he could no longer afford to hide. Gurgle, his throat swelled rapidly. A low, rumbling sound came from it. After building up a little power, Sunayan's tightly shut dragon mouth suddenly opened. A soft hiss, a not too dense acidic breath, and outward. It fell from above. It sprayed the mercenary right in the face. My face I can't see. Damn it, cover your eyes and kill him. Kill the black dragon. Sunayan's breath lasted less than a second before it was dispersed. But now the acid mixed with the rainwater quickly spread over the mercenaries' bodies. The searing pain rapidly shattered their combat strength. Only a few lucky ones far enough away were spared by the dragon's breath. The Grand Knight was rushing over from the distance. Now was the perfect moment to hunt. Sunayan narrowed his dragon eyes, dove down, and scanned each mercenary in turn. Matena, a level 16 mercenary, remained completely unharmed. You're the one. First kill the ones whose eyes weren't blinded by the spray. Ruili's steel claws tore through the mercenaries' leather armor into the lining, neatly slitting their throats. Sunayan plowed through the crowd. At times he leapt up to dodge the mercenaries' counterattacks. For a time, no human mercenary could withstand even a single blow. These mercenaries from the Viper Corps were no strangers to the Black Dragon. But in their minds, the Black Dragon had always been a fairly stupid creature. The dragons they'd met before weren't exactly sharp-witted, far less cunning than the one they faced now. He not only knew how to dive and charge to break up crowds, but also dodge swords and blades with graceful agility. He knew to pick them off one by one, killing the weakest first. He even wrapped a mercenary in his tail as a shield. If not for the pure acidic breath and pitch-black scales, they might have thought they were facing an old green dragon. Yet these mercenaries had no way to spread their shock and fear. Most of their eyes were corroded by the acid dragon breath. The few who could see were killed one by the Black Dragon. In less than half a minute, they were nearly all wiped out by the Black Dragon. A few who still had breath were just lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. The air was thick with the smell of death. The whole forest fell silent again. Only the pitter-patter of rain, drip drip, Killed 13 mercenaries, gained 130 system points. The prompt appeared. Behind him, the Grand Knight also thrust his sword, slashing at Sunayan's wings. Sunayan twisted to the right and dodged the longsword. One man and one dragon circled the mercenary's corpse, each assuming an attacking stance. With wary expressions, Sunayan was emboldened. Either way, he could not possibly lose. The Grand Knight was not weak, but he had already used up much of his stamina while being hunted. And now he was furious. Losing your senses only gets you killed faster. As expected, the Grand Knight couldn't hold back, even facing a young dragon stronger than himself. Still driven by rage, he launched the attack himself. Of course, perhaps he already had no desire to live. The longsword charged with battle energy couldn't touch Sunayan. The Grand Knight's furious strike was full of openings. With a light hook of his tail, Sunayan tripped the Grand Knight down. He pressed his dragon claws firmly onto the Grand Knight's back. He meant to mimic the Dragon Elder's ultimate move, Dragon Stream Furnace Breaker. But after a moment of building up, he found he couldn't spew anything out. The Great Knight beneath his feet was still struggling desperately, gnashing his teeth, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Sunayan did not hesitate. His level was already higher to begin with. The dragon claws easily pierced the battle aura's defense. He lightly slid across the Great Knight's throat. Not long after, the Great Knight bled to death in sorrow and rage. Killed one human Great Knight, gained food system points. Sunayan had no habit of eating people. Even the original Vautris had never eaten a human. The craving for flesh and blood was there, but he wouldn't choose humans as food unless he was starving mad, because they simply didn't taste good. These bodies definitely couldn't be left here like this. He stripped all the packs off these humans and hung them around his own neck. No time to examine them. He immediately dragged the bodies away one by one. He dragged them to a downwind spot far from the lair. Blood would flow with the rain, carried by the wind, away from the dragon's lair. After the rain stopped, other magical beasts would naturally smell the blood and come out to devour the corpses. And by then, Sunayan could come out to hunt as well. He only likes to eat dirt. He dragged the knight's gear, the mage's wand, and other equipment into the cave. Then he took down the bundle from his neck. Sunayan began to count his gains, 7 golden lions in total, 53 silver lions, and a big handful he was too lazy to count. These are the common currency of the human kingdoms, made by the human conqueror king, Emperor Shui the Golden Lion. They have been used in the human kingdoms of this continent for 15 centuries. Both gold and silver coins are hard currency. They can also be used to buy things in the territories of other races. Watching the gold coins on the ground, made even more beautiful by the raindrops, Sunayan couldn't help picking one up and greedily licking it. Then it got stuck on the scales on his chest. Just after doing this bizarre thing, he slapped his own head in annoyance. These damn dragons and their obsession with gold coins. The female mage's bag had quite a lot of good stuff. Besides a basic magic primer covering all schools, there were also 2 potions. The recovery potion, its healing effect builds tolerance. The clarity potion, its meditation boost builds tolerance. Nice. Sunayan remembered Anna's light and water magic talents were maxed out. Maybe once she gets better, she could try learning magic. Thinking of Anna, Sunayan suddenly remembered he hadn't given Anna her medicine yet. Tinian voa scc mayong. Hip tine p voa vang ngm tho dgc va bnun thuk troliu chi tiban ca and Anna. Non thi trong vi gigan kai roangoi, sccmtca Anna. Jikang lse kang tiu tai. Mwai jiko cdsu hiu tim tai. Tagitha kon le chum ji balai gig. Thin on chong chua trocho sige tin lin ne. Sunayan keenly felt the urgency of time. First, try the healing potion. Based on his experience playing games, this stuff just restores health. It's the kind that treats symptoms, not the root cause. He should pull Anna back from the edge of danger for now. As he thought this, Sunayan extended a dragon claw. But now, his strengthened dragon claw had become even sharper. Even using the backside could scratch Anna's shell. If only he could retract his dragon claw like a cat. A flash of inspiration hit him. Sunayan opened the free modification feature. Adjusting position, right front paw. The adjustment pattern follows the same structure as the cat paw from earlier. The claws can be extended at will. After Sunayan finished the design, the system also displayed the cost for this modification. Free modification, right front paw, direction, custom. Dragon class retention, 10%, cost, 50 system points. 50 points, that's acceptable. Sunayan nodded. He could afford it. System. What does dragon class retention mean? First, dragon class retention measures how much the host's self-modification has departed from the original dragon characteristics. The higher the dissonance level, the more system points it takes. I see. So after all, there is a limit. Sunayan suddenly realized. It makes sense, actually. If there were no limit, as long as he had enough system points, he could just transform himself into a Decepticon. Why bother being a dragon? Aren't the Cybertron Transformers great? Dragon classification, age and strength, hatchling, age 5, rank 1, level 10. Learns combat, flight, and thinking, usually protected by the mother dragon. Young dragon, ages 6 to 15, second rank. Eats, sleeps, and grows. Lively and active. Full of curiosity and a spirit of exploration about everything around. Adolescent dragon, ages 16 to 25, third rank. Grows quickly. Sharp-minded. Learns dragon breath. Young adult dragon, ages 26 to 50, fourth rank. Magic ability awakens and rapidly improves. Young dragons, 50 to 100 years old, 5th tier, are driven from the nest by the mother dragon. It goes out to fend for itself. It is now capable of breeding. Intelligence grows. Territorial awareness begins to emerge. Collects treasure. Likes to sleep. Adult dragon, age 101 to 200, 6th tier, powerful and strong. Keeps collecting treasure and expanding territory. Master more skills. Like shapeshifting into human form. Prime dragons, ages 100 to 400, face the most dangerous stage of life. Not yet strong enough, but through constant battle they usually earn their own title. Amassing too much treasure draws attention. It attracts people who come to slay dragons. Old dragons, 400 to 600 years old, 8th rank, bodies stop growing. But their magical power grows stronger and stronger. Ancient dragons, 600 to 800 years old, 9th rank champions. After the passage of long years, gains high resistance to certain types of damage, and masters even more powerful skills. Profound magic. Also enters the late stage of reproduction. Ancient dragon, 80 to 110 years old, gravel rank, legendary level 91 to 100. Cannot reproduce, likes to guide young dragons. Primeval dragon, 100 to 120 years old, demigod rank, levels 101 to 110, becomes an elder among dragons. Even earns the respect of enemy dragons. Walking stories and epics. Ancient dragons, over 1200 years old, peak demigods, living legends of episodes 111 to 120. The end below the gods, the absolute apex of power within the Golden Continent system. Unless one condenses the divine palace and ignites the divine flame. The above summarizes the combat strength of this dragon lineage. But none of it applies to the male lead. After all, the male lead has a cheat setting too. Dragon personalities aren't absolute. Golden dragon, the world's police. Wise and just. Master collector. Silver dragon loves being lewd. The virtue dragon loves taking human form. Yuli. Copper dragon's cold joke. The kind master. The brass dragon talks a lot of nonsense. Good at socializing. Bronze dragon. A lie of justice. Keep your promise. Red dragon. Not convinced. Fight. Arrogant tyrant. Blue dragon. Aloof. Haughty. Deadly. Green dragon versus eagle. Cunning and rebellious. Black dragons are hot-tempered. White dragons are vile, idiotic, psycho-huskies that hold grudges. Dragon classification. Chromatic dragons are evil, red, black, green, blue, white. Metallic dragons are good, gold, silver, copper, bronze, brass. Gem dragons are neutral, amethyst, crystal, emerald, topaz, sapphire. Legendary dragon species, the time dragon. Rainbow dragon, force dragon. Special dragon breed, Belongwo dragon. Flame dragon, wait chapter 10. Mr. Giant Dragon, too, right? Sunian flicked out his own claws. Then he retracted them. Then, with a snick, they popped out again. After repeating it over and over, he got used to the trick. It was pretty fun. He thought that later, after getting more system points, could he remove the barbs off that thing? Then no. Too twisted. Sunian shook his head. Using a dragon claw with its talons retracted, he pried Anna's mouth open. The other dragon claw deftly grabbed the revival potion. He gave it a gentle tap against his dragon horn. Pop! The cork of the revival potion bottle was levied off by the dragon horn. The pale red revival potion began to emit a faint glow. Sunayan dared not delay. He immediately and carefully poured the healing potion into Anna's mouth. The revival potion took effect at once. Sunayan saw Anna's remaining life jump upward from 17 hours. It only stopped once it reached 3 days and 8 hours. Anna's complexion was clearly much better. Her lips were no longer discolored. A faint flush had returned to her pale face, though her life was still like a candle in the wind. But Sunayan still breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. But as long as it bought time, that was enough. Sunayan wasn't too disappointed about that. After all, Such severe heart failure couldn't be cured by one recovery potion. That revival potion is seriously overpowered. He crawled to the side and began sorting the herbs. These herbs might have conflicting medicinal properties. He could only follow the system panel's prompts, while observing Anna's condition, while trying them one by one. Next, try the fugonzi. Tsunayan tossed a handful of fugonzi into his mouth. He chewed it noisily, smacking his lips. Then he withdrew his palm and lifted Anna's chin. He gently pinched its little mouth open, then fed the fugon twig in bit by bit, mouth to mouth. Although its dragon head was huge, a dragon's mouth is the tapered end, after all. Besides, it still had a tongue. If it wouldn't go in, just stir it around, and it all goes down. So giving the medicine wasn't too hard. After finishing the fugon juice, Tsunayan watched Anna's status panel and waited. Sure enough, the cough debuff seen through insight started flickering. This shows the fugon juice has already started to take effect. But Anna's remaining life hasn't changed. Maybe this cough isn't fatal. Next are the lotus heart leaves and purple mulberries. Tsunayan discovered the purple mulberries later. They grew together with some lotus heart leaves, so their medicinal properties are probably similar. So this time he chewed the two herbs together into a pulp and fed them to Anna again. Then the lung inflammation debuff began to flicker. This time Anna's remaining life increased by another day. Tsunayan stroked his dragon chin and nodded. He reasoned that the lung inflammation was a serious complication. Feeding it just once definitely wouldn't cure her. He had to keep feeding it every day. Only this way could Anna's condition stabilize. Blood mushroom, munch muncho. Why is it so bitter? Tsunayan's whole dragon face scrunched up. Honestly, these mushrooms are just too. You know, as dragons, before they reach adulthood, their taste system isn't very developed to begin with. This was also a choice made by bloodline genes to keep young dragons from being picky eaters. If even Tsunayan found it bitter, then the other races, especially the elves and humans who love to cook food, would find this blood grass mushroom at least 10 times more bitter than he did. Bitter medicine is good for curing illness. Thinking this, Tsunayan pried open Anna's mouth again and passed all the chewed blood grass mushroom into her mouth at once. MMPH don't MMPH Anna couldn't speak with Tsunayan blocking her mouth. She blinked her big eyes, looking utterly pitiful. One human, one dragon, big eyes locked on each other, staring at each other. Maybe the bitter taste jolted Anna out of her coma, or maybe the revival potion had already eased the pain in her body. Either way, she woke up right in the middle of Tsunayan feeding her the medicine. A sense of awkwardness began to brew. Anna tried to struggle free, but a dragon claw pressed her firmly to the ground. The bitterness in her mouth stung her nerves. It was so bitter her tears were about to spill over. Tsunayan didn't care about all that. If she didn't eat it, wouldn't it be wasted? To make sure Anna got the medicine down, Tsunayan's dragon snake coiled around his foot and shoved forward, instantly pushing a huge mouthful of blood mushroom into Anna's esophagus. She swallowed it down. Tsunayan let Anna go. All that was left was the sheep lying on the ground, with no will to live. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. There was still quite a bit of blood mushroom medicine juice at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Dragon, it's so bitter. Anna knew that the black dragon in front of her was feeding her medicine, so she didn't blame the black dragon, just because it was bitter. But that didn't stop her from pitifully complaining a little. Anna Hathaway's affection item, current affinity 15, friendly, bitter is just right. Now, endure more bitterness. Later, when you taste ordinary bitterness, it will feel sweet. Tsunayan looked at Anna's status panel. The anemia debuff also began to flicker slowly, but the speed was very slow. After all, taking medicine alone isn't enough to replenish blood. Diet definitely has to keep up too. This Hu Erniang clearly hasn't had a proper meal in days. Seeing Anna looking so pitiful and delicate, Tsunayan thought for a moment, and used a system point to trade for a white rabbit candy. He handed it to Anna, who had sat back down against the rock wall. Anna was startled by the black dragon's strange behavior, and took the candy from the dragon's hand. But she didn't know what it was. Mr. Dragon, is this for Anna? Tsunayan nodded, seeing Anna looking confused. He simply took the candy back from her hand. Then, with nimble fingers, he peeled open the wrapper, and handed the plump white milk candy back to her. After doing all that, he saw Anna still didn't understand. So he picked up a berry from the ground and popped it into his mouth, signaling that the candy was meant to be eaten. So this is food? Anna understood what Tsunayan meant. She held the candy in both hands and brought it to her nose. It had a faint milky scent. Is this milk? She had drunk unicorn milk before, but she had never seen milk in solid form. Anna couldn't hide her confusion and curiosity. She took a gentle bite of the milk candy. Anna Hathaway's affection increased, current affection, 20, friendly. The sweet flavor lingered on her taste buds. Even the bitterness from the bloodgrass mushroom had faded quite a bit. Anna held the milk candy, her big eyes squinting with happiness. It was the first time she had ever tasted something so sweet and delicious. So sweet, like a mother's hug. But Mr. Dragon seemed to have only this one, even though the milk candy was delicious. But Anna couldn't keep it all to herself. Mr. Dragon had already taken such good care of Anna. That was what Anna felt in her heart. Her unreliable mind-reading ability kicked in again. Sunayan glanced at Anna, thinking that with one click in the system, killing a human of his own level would get him 10 or so. Killing a magic beast of the same level would get him 5 or 6. The system had no limit on how many he could exchange. He could simply have as many as he wanted. Just then, while Mr. Dragon Sunayan was lost in thought, Anna suddenly looked over. She raised her fair, lovely face, and, a little embarrassed, carefully held up the white rabbit candy in her hands. She said shyly, Anna only ate a tiny bit. It's very sweet and tasty. Mr. Dragon, you have some too. Chapter 11. King Anlius's Ambition. Looking at Hulnyang's soft and adorable expression, Sunayan's dragon heart trembled. He couldn't help scratching the ground with his dragon claws. Damn it, so cute. Aren't you afraid of being eaten? He snorted a puff of stale air from his nostrils. Sunayan shook his head. It wasn't as if he'd never had white rabbit candy before. There's no need to fight the soft, cute Hulnyang over it. So without hesitation, he pushed Anna's hands back with his dragon snout. He gestured that he wouldn't eat. But when pushing it back, he couldn't help brushing her hand. Heh, this little hand is really soft. After a busy night, he was already feeling tired. The young dragon was in the critical stage of growth. He should have been eating and sleeping more. Yet now he still had to look after an elf girl and was already worn out. Seeing that Anna's condition was basically stable, he no longer hesitated and followed his instincts. Curled up beside Anna, falling into a deep sleep. Angai si long va energy un non tini and h chnoi la ngiel. Si hai sung spmtlse. The expression gradually softened. Looking at the plump white milk candy in my hand. In the end, he couldn't help it and took another small bite. The remaining 3/4 of the milk candies were all stuffed into Sunayan's mouth. Really sweet. He happily squinted his eyes again. Although Sunayan was doing his best to heal him. But he himself is fully aware of his own situation. What he had was never a disease at all. It was the curse of the abyss. Who could save him from the demon's grasp? He was doomed to die in the end. But before dying, he could still taste such sweet candy. Anna felt she was a lucky one. Outside the cave, another cold wind blew. He hugged his icy feet, curling up tightly beside the black dragon. A trace of warmth came from the creature that was already a giant to him. For no reason, he felt much safer. Anna covered 2/3 of the bear skin over Sunayan's stomach. Though it could only cover a little, she wrapped the remaining third around her frozen red feet, and thus survived. She let out a satisfied sigh. Softly murmuring good night. Mr. Dragon, Anna, and Sunayan are often together, causing melting. Localized tear dragon features appear, as shown. Hasn't the Anlius royal court found that black dragon yet? Useless, what's the point of raising you? The bearded King Anlius angrily pointed at the knight before him. His finger was almost poking into the knight's face. The spit flying from his mouth was already enough to wash the knight's face. The news that the black dragon had escaped made him restless. A cooked duck flew away. How could he not be anxious? The king of Anlius paced back and forth in the great hall. He watched the pouring rain outside. Every thought made him angrier. His Anlius was just a tiny little country. In the whole country, 3rd rank, level 21, 3-form professionals were few and far between. Now it was officially the age of magic. There wasn't a single noble, rare mage to be found. To kill this hateful black dragon, he spared no expense, spending 3,000 gold coins to hire a 3rd-tier fire mage from the border of the neighboring Alilan Empire. He was said to be just shy of breaking through to the 4th tier, and becoming an even more powerful archmage. With the army and siege weapons backing him, they ambushed this giant dragon. With the mage landing the final blow, there was a very good chance to kill this young dragon. And that wasn't all. To lure that foolish black dragon out smoothly, he even, with a pang of reluctance, bought an ailing half-elf. It cost 1,000 gold lions. The half-elves of today are not the half-elves of 1,500 years ago. They now hold noble status. Very attractive. Any one of them can sell for tens of thousands of gold lions. If not for some half-elves who chose to return to the Elven court back then, now the whole continent might have no half-elves left. Most half-elves long ago followed Conqueror King Shui the Great into the Divine Valley. As for why they had to kill that black dragon, King Anlius also had his hidden reasons. His son, Prince Anlius, had problems continuing the family line. King Anlius searched for many alchemists. In the end, they concluded it was a congenital deficiency. Only the red dragon heart and dragon whip can fully cure it. But dragons are far too rare. The lawful good metallic dragons are mostly on Dragon Island, and a dragon mother stays with them as they grow. As for the evil chromatic dragons, they are driven out of the nest by their dragon mother very early, so relatively speaking, they are easier to come across. But these chromatic dragons are each more cautious than the last. They basically never show up before reaching adulthood. That makes dragon materials extremely expensive, and sometimes money alone isn't enough. Even one random dragon part can sell for over 10,000 gold lions, let alone the far more precious dragon star. Even selling Darkstream Temple wouldn't raise that much gold. Now, finally, they've stumbled upon a rare chance. A black dragon actually stupidly walked right into the trap. It came to his territory to steal the princess. King Anlius nearly died laughing. He hurriedly feigned fear and agreed, and promised the beautiful princess in 3 days. That stupid black dragon never suspected Anlius had no princess at all, just a king. So King Anlius, gritting his teeth, bought that half-elf who was not long for this world. He played along and laid an inescapable net, yet the black dragon still escaped. What did Master Meecent say? Anlius held back his anger, turned around, and asked Master Meecent, who had been sprayed in the face. He said the black dragon had crossed the Morrigan Plains and entered the Silverleaf Forest. The black dragon is only in its juvenile stage. With its average strength, it's impossible to continue deeper into the mountain range. But using the tracking formation consumes a lot of energy and magical materials. So what? So Master Meecent means we have to pay more. He carefully shot a glance at King Anlius. He saw the king's face growing darker and darker, so he hastily stepped back to paces, trying not to be noticed. Damn you, you greedy vampire. Does he not even take a look? This little country of mine, what money does it have? It's not even as big as a marquisate in Ireland. I've already given him 3,000 gold coins. At 3,000, King Anlius's face flushed red. His spittle sprayed everywhere. But then he remembered his own son, who spent every day drowning his sorrows in drink, and whose health was getting worse and worse. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. He relented and said, then give him another 500 gold coins. That's all there is. If he doesn't want it, then forget it. Your Majesty, is there anything else? What if Master Meecent asked for the army's cooperation? Then agree to him. Moments later, the knight walked out of King Anlius's palace with a grim face. He had no idea what King Anlius had eaten that night. All he knew was that his face was covered in stench. It made the knight utterly sick. Absolutely revolting. Oh great Zivy above. Please bless that damned king so he never sires a second son. The knight muttered curses under his breath. In his heart, he was deeply suspicious. The reason the prince was impotent might actually be because of the king's faulty genes, or even that the prince wasn't the king's own son. After all, he had secretly seen the queen meeting with the king's knights more than once, and he was one of them. Master Meecent, His Majesty is willing to offer another 500 gold pieces for your use. He had already washed his face. The knight came to Master Meecent's residence to deliver the king's decree. 500 gold pieces. A flicker of greed passed through Meecent's eyes, but he complained discontentedly. What can 500 gold lions even do? It's only enough to buy the materials for the tracking circle. And what about my labor fee? And I still have to personally slay the black dragon? Doesn't His Majesty your king know that Lord Cashan, the frontier general of Alilan, only sent me here because of your queen? Actually, he froze for a moment, looking at the greedy archmage before him. He thought, what does this have to do with Queen Anlius? Right, there might actually be a connection. He immediately recalled that last month the queen seemed to have gone to Alilan for a court tea party hosted by the queen of Alilan. Could it be? He drew a sharp breath. He felt that the archmage's words contained a bit too much information. He'd have to find a few fellow knights to share it with before he could fully digest all that information. And if the chance arose, he'd also be happy to have a close talk with Queen Alusi about how he handled General Alilan of the Auxiliary Whip. Though his pity for the king had already reached its peak, the negotiations still had to continue. So the knight told Meecent, these are His Majesty the king's final savings. If you ask for anything more, then we'll have to call it off. Meecent's eyes rolled around. His bright red, nine-grooved nose made him look rather comical. He weighed his options for a moment. Then, in a reluctant tone, he said, in that case, out of regard for Anyu's death, 500 gold pieces it is. But I'll need your army to cooperate with me. I alone wouldn't dare to claim I can take on that black dragon, even though he's just a whelp. Then I'll go back to report. The knight gave a knight's salute, handed the king's 500 gold pieces to Archmage Mason, and then left. He now had to go assemble the king's 1,000 royal guards. Early next morning, once the Archmage has prepared the tracking spell array, the Imperial Guard will set out with the Archmage. But as the night walked, he kept pondering Archmage Messon's words. What could Queen Anlius have to do with the Archmage? He shook his head thoughtfully, as if lost in thought. He decided he would avoid visiting the Queen to talk about life and ideals from now on. He was still young, and had no desire to catch a premeditated illness. At dawn, a pale glimmer appeared on the horizon, gradually soaked through the pale blue sky. A gentle breeze blew. Lifting a leaf, it slipped into the dragon court, then swayed down and landed on Sunayan's nose. An itchy feeling came from the tip of his nose. The hunger in his stomach grew even stronger. Sunayan, who still wanted to sleep, was forced awake. He was just about to turn over, when he suddenly felt something heavy on his belly, as if something was pressing down on him. He looked down. He found his coiled sleeping pose had turned into lying flat on his back. And on his belly lay a soft, cute elf girl. It was none other than Anna Hathaway. Looking at the elf girl curled up on his belly, snoring softly, with his dragon wing draped over her, Sunayan felt a little helpless. He guessed it was because his belly was warmer. After all, the cave in the dead of night was truly freezing. But now, what was he supposed to do? He was very hungry. She coaxed the big dragon to eat candy. From his belly came Anna's soft, milky cooing. What a voice! Still talking in her sleep. Sunayan's dragon mouth curled up. Suddenly, a faint sweet taste came into his mouth. With a claw, he pulled it down and looked. It was actually the white rabbit candy he'd given Anna yesterday. Anna had eaten less than a quarter of this candy. She gave the rest back to him. Are girls from another world always this sensible? This reminded Sunayan of the nephew who broke his figurine. Not only did he show no guilt, he even wanted Sunayan to give him to more, as expected of the SSR given at the start. It really is a treasure. Sunayan couldn't help exclaiming to himself. He decided to find something tasty for his treasure. Although he could get some desserts from the system shop, but eating only desserts definitely wouldn't work. She's so flat. It's exactly the time for growing and developing. She needs to eat more meat. Thinking this, he carefully used his dragon wings, slid them under Anna's tiny body, and scooped her up. But then the shackles on Anna's limbs would pull and choke him. Sunayan had no choice. Luckily, he had 4 claws and a tail. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to carry the 4 heavy shackles at once. He finally managed to place Anna on the bearskin and wrap her up. Sunayan was just about to go out to find food, when he noticed the little girl's tiny hand had somehow grabbed his tail tip. Her delicate little face looked pitiful. She frowned in her sleep. She mumbled vaguely and helplessly, "Mr. Dragon, don't go ... Anna ... Anna's scared. Was she really asleep? Sunayan carefully checked Anna's status panel. She was sound asleep, no problem. On one side was the adorable, reluctant little girl. On the other, the push of primal hunger. In the end, Sunayan chose to replace his tail with a weirdly shaped rubber stick. Don't ask where it came from. If you ask, it was exchanged at the system's daily goods shop. It was pink, bought with. Half a minute later, Sunayan, stepping softly like a hunter, crawled out of the cave. Outside, the morning light was faint. Morning dew was rising. The early bird catches the worm. The early black dragon finds meat. Where was the meat? Of course, at the spot where he had dumped the body yesterday. Sunayan concealed his dragon might. He quietly crept toward the place where he had left the human corpse last night. Real dragons rarely did that. After all, though all dragons had different personalities, they all shared one common trait: pride. A pride that even having their mouths beaten in could never change. But Sunayan was different. In his past life, no matter what game he played, he was always a sneaky player. He never made a show unless he was sure he could crush the enemy. Even when he could crush them, he would bring his teammates and underlings to make it 100% safe. Just like when he died. Before that, sure, he looked pathetic fleeing from his pursuers. But there was still a blind monk hiding in the river channel. Sunayan shook his head at the thought. He hopped through the trees like an oversized monkey. Soon he saw that at the spot where he had dumped the body, a pack of ordinary mountain wolves was feasting. Mountain wolves were level 5. Nothing but bugs. Ordinary mountain wolves, sure. But they were far bigger than the wolves back on Earth. Each one was the size of a small elephant. Their strong hind legs were all meat. It made Sunayan drool. When he quietly reached a tree near the wolf pack, Sunayan suddenly released his dragon might and let out a deafening dragon roar. Under the double pressure of dragon might and dragon roar, the pack of mountain wolves, first-ranked magical beasts, was so scared they tucked their tails and flopped to the ground. They even forgot which leg to run with. Chapter 13, Preparing Food for Anna. Seeing the wolves were about to pee themselves, Sunayan didn't hesitate if they really peed. How was he supposed to eat them? he exploded into astonishing speed. He swooped straight down from the tree and lunged at the wolves. The wolves had no time to react. One was knocked flying. Then he tore open their throats, one after another. With a twist of his long dragon neck, he sank his teeth into the head of another wolf trying to flee. The corpse on the ground was the Great Knight. It was almost completely eaten by the wolves, but Sunayan didn't care. He was only going to eat wolf legs anyway, so it didn't matter. He killed 6 mountain wolves in a row. That also earned him 6 system points. The remaining wolves finally snapped out of their fear. Whimpering, they ran away with their tails between their legs. Sunayan didn't stop them. He let them go. If he killed them all, there would be nothing left to eat. You can't drain the pond to catch the fish. After a round of dodging, under his basic devourability, Sunayan's body recovered quickly, and soon all functions reached their peak. Even better than when he used a recovery card. After all, using a recovery card felt like taking a tonic. Though it was strong at the time, there was always a feeling of emptiness. He was full now, and it was time to prepare food for the little girl. Wolf meat was sour and tough, not tasty at all. Sunayan wasn't picky about food, but the little girl is different. Under the current conditions, he still wanted to give the little girl better food. As for what animal's meat tastes best in the forest, it's definitely rabbit. And with the little girl's appetite, 1 rabbit would be just about right. That's what Sunayan thought. He was going to catch a rabbit. Soon after, a bizarre scene appeared in the shadowy forest. A creature more than 4 meters long. A 7 or 8 meter black dragon is crouching at the rabbit hole's entrance, with its rear end sticking up, tail held high in the air. Its slender dragon head peers around inside the rabbit burrow. This is a flame rabbit's den. Inside is very dry with fairly active fire elements. Right now, a group of flame rabbits, with their families, were trembling in their burrow. They could sense a ferocious aura hovering right above their heads. The bloodline pressure left these flame rabbits unable to move. But Sunayan, at this moment, was quite stumped. The rabbits had dug their burrows very deep, and they were all twisty and winding. For now, he had no way to catch these rabbits. He couldn't just rip open the earth, could he? That would be way too much effort. What if the fire dragon breathes it in? These rabbits' final fate is to be completely corroded. Even if 1 or 2 braved Dragon Creek and got out, their bodies were pockmarked all over, completely inedible. If only I knew magic, Sunayan thought to himself, feeling a little troubled. But right now he was still just a young dragon. The dragon bloodline knowledge about magic wouldn't unlock in his dreams until he became an adolescent dragon. He searched the inherited dragon knowledge in his mind, and found quite a few descriptions of flame rabbits. This was a creature that was pure white all over, a first-tier magical beast rabbit with red ears and a red tail. Their whole lives, they only know 1 spell, Fireball, but their meat is incredibly tasty, and they're fairly large. 1 fire rabbit can be almost as big as half a piglet. These fire rabbits hate dampness, so they always keep their burrows dry. And to keep rising groundwater from soaking their nests, these fire rabbits bake and reinforce their nests every day. At that thought, Sunayan's eyes lit up. He immediately looked around, observing the surroundings. Not far away, he spotted a small stream. His dragon wits kicked in. A plan formed. These fire rabbits just wouldn't come out, so he'd use water to flush them out. Never underestimate a dragon's ability to drink. And never try to guess how much a dragon's stomach can stretch, even if he's just a young dragon. Just as the fire rabbits thought the terrifying big creature above had left, the dreadful dragon aura pressed down on them again. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps. Outside the flaming rabbit's burrow, Sunayan came waddling back from the stream. His belly had swollen to over 3 times its earlier size. You could hear water sloshing as he moved. Sunayan figured he had drunk at least half a ton of water, easily enough to flood out a whole group of rabbits. With that thought in mind, he arrived at the flaming rabbit's burrow. He stuck his dragon snout into the rabbit den. His finely tuned muscles suddenly contracted and pumped his stomach. A massive jet of water blasted out of his dragon maw. For dragons, the unpleasant sensation of vomiting simply doesn't exist. They can freely control almost any muscle in their bodies. Swallowing a belly full of water and spitting it out causes absolutely no discomfort. Fortunately, the devouring art had already fully digested the wolf meat in Sunayan's stomach, converting it into energy for his body. Otherwise, the scene at this moment might have been a bit disgusting. The surging water poured straight into the rabbit den all at once. Under the water pressure, soon a group of fire rabbits, big and small, were flushed out of another rabbit hole by the water, looking totally bewildered. It even formed a brief fountain. After a moment, looking at the fire rabbits trembling before him, Sunayan didn't kill the 2 big rabbits. He just picked 2 plump little rabbits, killed them, tied their long ears into a knot, and hung them around his neck. Now Anna's lunch and dinner were fully prepared, and the fire-starting tools were ready too. That was another fire rabbit, again, through the dragon's powerful sensing ability. Sunayan found that this fire rabbit had pretty good talent. Fireball can be used 3 times a day, just right to serve as a lighter. With 3 flame rabbits hanging from his neck, 2 dead and 1 alive, Sunayan again said goodbye to the grateful flame rabbit couple. Snorting and humming a little tune, he returned to his own den. But at the spot where he had just been sleeping, he did not find any trace of Anna. Looking around, he saw that Anna was already awake. She was curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. With a helpless, sorrowful face, she sat leaning against the cold rock wall. Her eyes were somewhat red. At the corners of her eyes still hung tiny teardrops. "Ah, yes, Mr. Dragon, you're back." Seeing Sunayan return, Anna couldn't hide the joy and delight on her face. She wanted to stand up and run to the black dragon's side, but she had barely raised half her body when she was dragged to the ground by the heavy chains. The chains clanged against the rocks. Anna also let out a pained whimper. She winced in pain and rubbed her knee, but his gaze still clung tightly to the black dragon's silhouette, as if, the moment he stopped watching, the black dragon would fly away in the next second. Sunayan's sudden, wordless departure made him think he had been tossed aside as a burden in this cave. Though he certainly was a burden, he still desperately wanted someone to stay with him at the end of his life. That was his final wish, even if that person was a black dragon. Luckily, Mr. Black Dragon, whom he had been longing for, came back. Sunayan dropped the fire rabbit with 3 tangled ears onto the ground. It crawled over to Anna's side. His dragon hand gently pressed against Anna. It softly pushed her back to where she had been sitting. He looked at Anna's scraped knee with a pang of pity. Then he remembered that dragon saliva could speed up wound healing. Without thinking, he gently licked the wound on Anna's knee twice. "Oh, Mr. Dragon, that tickles." A bit embarrassed, Anna covered her skirt with her hand. He didn't know why he felt so embarrassed himself either. Right in front of him stood a black dragon. Anna Hathaway's affection increased by 2. Current affection 22, friendly. Sunayan shot a strange glance at the elf girl, whose face was flushed red. Then he took 2 steps back. The dragon saliva on her knee was already a thin film. According to dragonkind's inherited knowledge, Anna's leg wound would heal fully within at most 2 hours. Her skin will also grow back properly. He stepped back 2 steps to observe the wounds on Anna's limbs. Before this, he had never removed these shackles. It wasn't that he was afraid Anna would escape. It was that he had no way to. Many methods were feasible, but came with risks. For example, with his immense strength and sharp dragon claws, he truly could smash or cut the shackles apart. But Anna's limbs would also be shattered by the immense force. Moreover, dragon claws are not swords. Still less are they scissors. When making fine moves, it was easy to lose control of his strength. Even using an acidic solution won't work. It cannot control the spread of the molten alkene. Squeezing the acidic solvent out of the soil spraying organ won't work either. It's not a syringe. Can't control the amount of alkene solution that precisely. It's like vomiting. You can only throw up a little more or a little less, yet can't manage to spit out exactly 5 milliliters. A cobra cannot precisely control the venom it sprays out. Rainy Yang Yen Hum Nyan Kung Kang GGC. But the supply problem will eventually be solved. This made Sunayan, who ached for Anna, quite troubled. He couldn't just leave Anna and run off. Chapter 14. How to open the shackles. These shackles were specially made. In order to keep him there, the king used a very dense material. Compared to ordinary shackles, the shackles on Anna's limbs were much heavier. How old could Anna be? She probably weighed at most around 60 pounds. But with those shackles added on, when Anna was lying on his stomach, he felt it weighed at least 90 jin, meaning those shackles were nearly half of Anna's body weight. You can imagine what a vicious plan the king had devised to slow down his escape flight speed. And now Anna was the one suffering terribly from it. Wearing such shackles, let alone moving freely, even lifting an arm or a leg was torture. He only realized this belatedly after waking up with the recovery card. Why did Anna only have 1 day left to live? He probably struggled then, trying to find a way to save her. But in the end, he only exhausted himself. Thinking of this, Sunayan felt even worse. He carefully examined those shackles. He found they were locked. There was a keyhole, so they could be opened. This world's mechanical skill was still very primitive. Locks like these couldn't be all that complicated. Sunayan was an advanced soul reincarnated from Dixing, but he still didn't know how to pick locks. But he had seen lockpicking in plenty of games, like Skyrim, Dying Light, and Fallout. Sunayan found that the keyhole on Anna's shackles looked very similar to the one in Skyrim. Next was the lockpick. If it had been any other dragon, it might already be raging helplessly or just going to sleep. But Sunayan was different. He had self-modification ability. He called up the self-modification system. Tsunayan reshaped one of the claws on his left paw into a flat, thin stick. This was to brace the lock cylinder, while a claw on his right paw was shaped into a needle. This was the part for turning the lock cylinder. System. How many system points will it take to transform my dragon claw into this? First freedom. Transformation calculation in progress. Dragon deviation 80%. This upgrade will require 500 system points. Oh, Tsunayan couldn't help clicking his tongue. But changing the claws to this is really going too far. No matter how you look at it, it can't be connected to a dragon. Then what about just snacks? Can you make it cheaper? Ding's temporary solidification modification costs 10% of the total modification cost per minute. Looking at his remaining 153 system points, Tsunayan felt a pang of heartache. But he felt even worse for poor little Anna, so he gritted his teeth and mentally ordered a temporary solidification. Temporary solidification complete. Modification complete. Countdown begins. An illusory countdown began to appear before Tsunayan's eyes. He had only 3 minutes to unlock it. After 3 minutes, the system points would be fully depleted. Time was short. Tsunayan hesitated no more. He lunged to the front of Anna. Under her puzzled gaze, he used his dragon snout to nudge the shackle on his left hand into place. Then he pressed the flat rod into the keyhole, against the lock cylinder. The needle-shaped pick on his other dragon claw slipped into the keyhole. He kept it as close to the angle bisector with the rod as possible. He worked the pick and slowly rotated the lock core. Whenever it jammed or stuck, he instantly adjusted the needle pick's angle. After many attempts, finally, he turned the lock half a turn. The handcuffs clicked open. 30 seconds had passed. Under Anna's shocked gaze, Tsunayan began to open the cuffs on Anna's right hand. With the experience from the first time, he moved faster. In no time, the cuffs on her right hand clicked open too. Then the cuffs on her right foot and left foot all opened. 1 minute and 18 seconds had passed. Temporary modification cancelled. Temporary solidification cancelled. 59 system points deducted. Phew. Heh. Tsunayan opened Jengning's dragon jaws and grinned smugly. A deafening roar burst from his mouth. Anna, free once more, moved her limbs in disbelief. For 3 or 4 days straight, she had been locked in shackles. Her wrists and ankles were black and blue, covered in bruises. Even at ordinary times, they ached dully. But this did not affect her admiration and gratitude toward the Black Dragon. Lord Dragon, why you actually opened the shackles? How did you manage that? Incredible. Hearing that, Tsunayan smugly raised his dragon head. His chest puffed up high. His tail stood straight up behind him. Even though Anna was not a dragon, she could see how smug the Black Dragon was. He snorted, his lips curling into a smile. In that instant, it was like a lotus blooming. 2 shallow dimples showed faintly on his delicate, soft face. With a hint of allure, his peach blossom eyes stared unblinkingly at the Black Dragon. A stunning beauty was already beginning to emerge. Tsunayan was dumbfounded. 2 drops of dragon drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. The dragon race's mate selection genes began to stir. Anna Hathaway's affection increased by 10 points. Current affection, 32, friendly. The timely system prompt snapped Tsunayan back to his senses. The charming her elf was already shy and silent from his burning gaze. She lowered her head awkwardly. Her 2 hands, still bruised, folded in front of her lower abdomen. Her pale fingers twisted nervously, while from his nostrils puffed hot white smoke. That was the heat inside his body. He was clearly a black dragon, yet now he was acting almost like a red dragon. Lizzie regained the upper hand. Tsunayan gently picked Anna up with his mouth and set her on his back. His earlier estimate had been wrong. Anna probably didn't even weigh 60 pounds. You can imagine how much she had suffered. Her body was so thin. Anna was caught off guard by the Black Dragon's sudden move, but she didn't resist. Instead, she sat obediently on the Black Dragon's broad back. Her 2 soft little hands instinctively hugged the Black Dragon's neck, afraid she might fall off. But her whirring was unnecessary. The Black Dragon's back was extremely steady. It even seemed to take her feelings into account as it moved. There wasn't too much bumping at all. This was a completely new experience. But for Anna, it brought a deep sense of safety. Because she knew the Black Dragon would not abandon her. After all, dragons are very proud creatures. Riding a dragon is 10 or 100 times harder than taming one. Some ill-tempered dragons won't let you ride them even if you torture them to death. The Black Dragon's behavior now was undoubtedly a sign of approval for him, though Anna didn't know why. Then he was surprised to see Mr. Dragon dealing with the remains of 2 fire rabbits. The scene was a bit bloody, but he had been through all kinds of hardships, so he wasn't about to be too squeamish to watch a scene like this. Mr. Dragon was about to cook. Anna dreamed of him, lying quietly on the Black Dragon's back. His big cute eyes were wide, staring far away. He actually saw a black dragon gutting its prey. And it even skillfully skewered the meat on a branch. Looks like it was planning to roast meat. If what she saw was an adult dragon that had mastered shapeshifting, then Anna wouldn't have been so surprised. After all, an adult dragon's intelligence is about the same as a human's. It even far surpasses ordinary humans. But Mr. Dragon's current size was, at most, that of a young dragon. A young dragon wouldn't be so picky at all. Eating raw meat and drinking blood is their natural habit. Falling Anna 2, Chapter 15, the Kobold Polychry as a modern young man. As more and more women don't want to cook, the main force learning to cook is slowly turning into boys. In his previous life, Sunayan was plain looking. Average height. My education is nothing special. Maybe my only good points are playing games like a total sneak and learning to cook well from my grandma. Sadly, grandma passed away very early. Only he and his grandpa were left, relying on each other. Those two divorced people never gave Sunayan any family warmth. The only thing they did was bring him into the world. After that, they each went their own way and started new families. He pulled his thoughts back to the present. The rabbit meat was already prepared. He wasn't planning to keep this dragon lair anyway, so Sunayan didn't bother cleaning up the blood on the ground. He stacked up the dry branches he had collected. Sunayan carried the living flame rabbit cub over. He grabbed it by the ear. He aimed its mouth at the pile of dry brush. Then a sharp dragon claw stabbed straight into its rear. Fire rabbit! Ha ha ha! The fire rabbit let out a sharp scream. On instinct it spat a fireball, instantly igniting the dry brush in front of it. Sunayan nodded in satisfaction. He tossed the lighter aside. Pinned down by the dragon's might, the fire rabbit could only sprawl on the ground. The secret to roasting rabbit meat is all about the heat. And then the seasonings have to be on point. That shouldn't be a problem. The system shop doesn't have anything amazing, but it has all the daily necessities. And the prices are very cheap. Of course, one system point gets about half a gin of salt or sugar, basically the same price. Vinegar and soy sauce cost more. Even if you've crossed into another world and become a black dragon, you can't mistreat yourself. Of course, the first roasted rabbit is for Anna to eat. Sunayan began to turn the roasting rack with practice skill. Now and then, his sharp dragon claws carved lines into the rabbit meat. This helped the spices soak in even more. Soon the tender, fatty rabbit meat sizzled and dripped oil over the blazing fire. Drops of oil fell into the flames, letting out crackling sounds. A tempting meaty aroma began to spread through the dragon's lair. Even Anna, who rarely ate meat, gave a little sniff with her cute nose. The admiration in her eyes nearly turned into starlight. Mr. Dragon, you're amazing. The roasted rabbit smells delicious. It must taste great. Hearing Anna's inner thoughts, Sunayan grinned. The rack in his dragon claw spun faster. In no time, a roast rabbit perfect in color, aroma, and taste was ready. He took a deep breath, then blasted a powerful stream of air from his nostrils, rapidly cooling the roast rabbit. It soon reached the perfect temperature for eating, and it hasn't even touched a bit of dragon saliva. But that's not all. He then stretched out his own cat paw, flicking out his sharp claws. In no time, he stripped the rabbit meat clean off the bone, placing it on a lotus leaf he'd prepared earlier. The leftover rabbit skeleton he simply tossed aside. Then, under Anna's disbelieving gaze, he handed the rabbit meat to her. Is this ... is this for Anna to eat? Anna's big dark eyes glimmered with a special light. A warmth welled up from the bottom of his heart. Being so well cared for made it almost impossible to hold back his feelings. His eyes turned red. Tears actually sparkled in the corners of his eyes. It was a soft, tingly, sweet sensation. Far sweeter than the milk candy he had eaten yesterday. He had thought the Black Dragon River meat had to be cooled and set aside as a necessary nicety. He never imagined it was all prepared for him. That was something Anna could never have imagined. Even back in the elf forest, his mother and father had treated him well. But he was nowhere near as attentive as the Black Dragon. He certainly didn't know that Sunayan came from Earth, a planet over there. His flirting technique was barely passable. Even more extreme, he'd pick the seeds off strawberries with a toothpick. Such people are collectively known as simps, but Sunayan didn't think he was one. You're only a simp when your efforts aren't appreciated. But Anna is different. She remembers every bit of kindness he gives her, just like her rising affection. Anna Hathaway's affection increased by 3. Current affection is 35. She's a bit friendly. A tiny bit of kindness moves her this much. She's way too easy to fool. Sunayan couldn't help but laugh to himself. But this also showed, from the side, that Anna's past life wasn't so good. After Anna took the lotus leaf, Sunayan immediately began eating the second portion of roast rabbit. Anna looked at the golden, sizzling rabbit meat in the lotus leaf. She felt her appetite stir. She had not eaten meat for a very, very long time. Not to mention, it was so carefully made. She rubbed her little hands together. Anna gently picked up a large piece of rabbit meat, but she didn't put it into her own mouth. Her first thought was still of the black dragon, busy with his head down. "You eat first," Anna said, stretching out her hand with difficulty. But her little hand was too short. It couldn't reach the black dragon's head at all. Tsunayan heard the elf girl on his back call out in a babyish voice. He thought his doting hadn't been in vain after all. She certainly didn't hold back. Turning around, she snatched the rabbit meat from Anna's hand. The dragon serpent even licked all the grease off Anna's fingers. It made Anna blush and giggle. But this warm scene wasn't witnessed only by Anna and Tsunayan. There was also a person, or rather, a dog who saw everything and was moved to wipe his eyes. Polikri was the chieftain of a small kobold clan. He led a few dozen ordinary kobolds living in a cave on the outskirts of the forest. As cave-dwelling reptilian humanoids, kobolds have always believed that dragon blood flows in their veins. One of their lifelong pursuits is to find a mighty dragon and enter his service, becoming his vassals. And in fact, that's true. Their bloodline truly does carry a tiny trace of dragon blood. Just how tiny is that trace? Even if all the ordinary kobolds in the world were combined, they wouldn't possess 1/1000th of a dragon's bloodline. Yet they still call themselves dragon-blooded creatures. Kobolds are called dogheads. But in truth, they look quite different from dogs. Their heads are somewhat dog-like, and they have tails behind them. Their bodies are covered with sparse scales. Their overall color is reddish-brown or dark brown. Strangest of all, they are oviparous. They lay eggs. A kobold matures extremely quickly after birth. They have long lifespans. Theoretically, they can live for over a century. But most kobolds don't survive past 10 years old, because they are simply too weak. They can't even defeat the wild beasts in the forest. You can tell just from Polikri. At only level 7, he was able to become chieftain. You can imagine how miserable the other kobolds must be. Being physically frail, they can only band together and rely on numbers to beat their enemies. But in the end, the kobold side usually suffers heavy losses too. Today, Polikri had originally led his brothers out to forage for food. The torrential rain at night brought the smell of blood. It meant some creature in the forest had died. They didn't hope to hunt living monsters. They only hoped to find some relatively fresh scraps. But as they wandered on, Polikri and his band of kobolds were captivated by a tempting meat aroma, losing all sense of direction. Who knows how long it had been since they last ate meat? Polikri let out a series of woof-woof dog-like barks to his subordinates, calling to the other kobolds. He planned to follow that scent and see what kind of food could be so tempting. Soon, after walking for a short while, he and his kobold followers arrived near a cliff. Hiding behind a big tree, Polikri saw a sight that made his heart surge with excitement. At the mouth of a cave beneath the cliff, a huge dragon lay coiled there, fiddling with a strange-shaped grill and roasting something. The tempting meat aroma came from there. But meat no longer mattered. Polikri's eyes welled with tears. In his doggy eyes, there was only that noble, majestic creature, the dragon. Kobold Chapter 16. The kobold who wanted to become a vassal. At the sight of the dragon, Polikri forgot everything else. He led his group of kobolds as if they had seen their own father. Barking, they scrambled and crawled toward the black dragon. When the kobolds came before the cave, Tsunayan had already noticed them. Kobolds, after all, are devoted fans of dragons. This is not only because of the trace of dragon blood in them, but also because their ancestors served and worshipped the mighty dragon race for generations. These humble creatures are undoubtedly weak. Yet Tsunayan, from his inherited memories, saw something other dragons might have never noticed. Their timidity and cowardice, in Tsunayan's eyes, was a wisdom for avoiding harm. Even if the prey is extremely weak, these kobolds will still swarm all at once. When they encounter a powerful predator, they definitely won't rush in out of a hot-headed impulse. Instead, they carefully plan their escape. This is completely different from brainless goblins. Evil, cunning, full of schemes, bloodthirsty and cruel, sly and despicable. Yet they worship dragons, and are loyal to the strong. As long as you are powerful enough, they are the finest servants. Furthermore, kobolds excel at building traps and crafting elaborate caves. Tsunayan didn't drive the kobolds away. The dragon heritage told him that whenever you encounter kobolds, it's like getting free underlings. You don't even need to subdue them. They'll run over and pledge themselves on their own. Sure enough, seeing that the black dragon was not angered by their appearance, Polikri felt secretly delighted. His heart was secretly thrilled. He plucked up his courage and tremblingly approached the black dragon. He dropped his weapons and cloth pouch on the ground, and led all the kobolds to prostrate themselves before it. From their mouths came a strange mix of hisses, haws, and woofs. "Oh great true dragon! Humble Polikri, on behalf of the kobolds of the Broken Tooth tribe, begs to become your faithful servant. to be driven by your command. Sunayan understood what the kobold Polikri said. It was the kobold tongue, a language simplified and adapted from dragon tongue. It sounded very strange, very much like a dialect, but the sentence structures were a jumble. To Sunayan, it sounded like the low growl of a great dragon. T-trong hu cho chi themp. Ba ls kick ls chi hu lam viak. Muan thand ngn. Ma zai. A bit bigger is better. Who do you want us to shoot? We'll make them die. Just die? Sunayan seriously gazed at a group of kobolds awaiting their unknown fate. A detailed panel, combining the insight tree and the system's built-in features, appeared before his eyes. Kobold Polikri Snaggletooth, Level 7, First Tier Traits, Chieftain, and Tribal Leader. Sunlight sensitivity under direct sunlight. The kobold's attacks and perception are negatively affected, causing disadvantage. Pack Tactics, it has at least one ally not incapacitated. When enemies are close, they will bravely throw rocks and weapons. In short, as diggers and builders, they excel at making traps and designing layers. Current affinity is 80 worship. Kobolds are actually lizard-headed, as mentioned earlier. Sunayan looked over the kobold stat panels and found they were mostly similar, only Polikri had a higher level. He looked a bit stronger and had an extra chieftain trait. The other kobolds were generally level 3 or 4. In other words, in a direct fight, they can't even beat mountain wolves. But if they make good use of traps, then it's not certain. We definitely need to recruit them. But we should still act a bit aloof. Give these kobolds the impression that we're doing it reluctantly. After pondering for a moment, Sunayan said fiercely to the kobold chieftain Polikri in flawless, hissing dragon tongue. You and your followers are weak and feeble. I bring you shelter. Then what can your joining bring me? Hearing the black dragon's reply, kobold chieftain Polikri trembled all over with excitement. He crawled on his knees to Sunayan's feet. Kowtowing, he said reverently, great true dragon. Though we are weak and feeble, we can polish every single dragon scale for you, design a glorious, comfortable dragon lair, and we can also find precious mineral veins. Let these become your wealth. As we gradually grow stronger, I can also hunt food for you, as long as you don't mind. Sunayan listened to the sincere plea of Polikri, the kobold chieftain. Though in my heart, I had long expected the kobolds Genmei, but I'm still a bit shocked. What is this essence of big leaks? You know, protection. This thing is just like buying insurance. When we truly face danger, Sunayan would definitely just turn around and leave. He wouldn't pay those dogheads any mind. Such a simple truth. The dogheads must know that perfectly well. Yet they still accept the great dragon's exploitation. Honestly, that's a rather pathological mindset. Sunayan calls it the consingle quotes T-go-a-day- without dash being dash exploited syndrome. Since the exploited are just giving themselves away like this, Sunayan felt hesitating any longer would be too cruel to the dogheads. So he cleared his throat and nodded in agreement. The kobold chieftain, Polikri, your sincerity pleases me greatly. You shall remember my true name, Siren Vatras Petunik. Become my follower. This is your supreme honor. As Siren spoke, his voice rose higher and higher until he said his own name, and even became a thunderous roar. He raised his upper body, puffing out his chest. The wide dragon wings spread open, casting a huge shadow in the morning sunlight, covering all the dog-headed people in shadow oops. Suddenly, from behind him, came Anna's babyish call. Sunayan only then remembered the little girl still sitting behind him. The way he stood up, chest puffed out, looked imposing enough. But Anna also rolled off his now slanted back. However, Sunayan reacted quickly. With a twist of his neck, he caught the collar behind Anna's neck in his mouth, and lifted her back onto his back. She sat on the dragon's head, and it gave her cheek a comforting nuzzle. Teehee, Mr. Dragon. Anna is fine. Anna affectionately hugged Sunayan's dragon hand. Her face felt a little itchy. She narrowed her eyes. The two dimples on her face curved into a sweet smile, but soon her expression turned dejected and regretful, because she found all the rabbit meat on the lotus leaf had spilled onto the ground. Mr. Dragon, what a waste of all the bunny meat. Anna sounded a little down. Sunayan didn't mind, though. He carved the meat off the other roasted rabbit. He placed it on a fresh lotus leaf and handed it to Anna. As for the rabbit meat on the ground, aren't there a bunch of starving kobolds? Haven't you noticed they're already drooling? Sunayan raised a dragon claw and tapped the scale at Polikri's forehead. A drop of dragon blood oozes from the claw's tip, merged with the scales of Polikri. This is a domineering master-servant contract. It's also the dragon's gift to dragon-blooded beings. The noble dragon blood will transform Bolai Kelly's body. Let him have greater talent and a higher ceiling. Now Polikri and Sunayan, facing the kobold chieftain who was weeping with gratitude, loudly commanded in the master's name, Wu Year, take your dog. Headman, clean up the rabbit meat on the ground for me. Chapter 17, The Broken Tooth Tribe. What a lucky break. Kobold Chief Polikri was almost moved to tears. The great black dragon not only bestowed upon him the true dragon's bloodline, but also rewarded them with fine meat. Look, black scales have already begun to grow on his neck and chest. What beautiful scales! They are as enchanting as obsidian. I really want to pry them off and keep them as treasures. Polikri felt that he had already grown even stronger. And in the future, as the black dragon grows powerful, he will become stronger and stronger. What is meat from the wetlands? Those kobolds even eat carrion. Not to mention the rabbit meat with its rich, savory aroma. Even if it's smeared with a little dirt, for them, it's still a blessing. Watching them chow down with loud munching. The doghead people scrambling to devour the rabbit meat and bones. Sunayan nodded his dragon head in satisfaction. He could clearly feel that he now had a connection with Polikri, the chieftain of the doghead people. Creatures that often stay around dragons. Over time, they all absorb the aura of dragons, and may even undergo dragon transformation. Sunayan regards this bloodline ability as a form of radiation. It goes to show how powerful the dragon bloodline's invasive force truly is. No wonder there's no reproductive isolation, because even just staying beside a dragon and doing nothing, after a long time, you too will carry a trace of dragon blood. There are many ways to transform your followers. The first is to keep your followers by your side. Over time, they will completely take on your form. Next, like Sunayan just did, you can give a follower a drop of heart blood, which in effect accelerates the first process. Dragon heart blood is extremely corrosive. It also carries fragments of the dragon's inherited knowledge. That's why ancient warriors who killed dragons could only bathe in their blood. And the dragon stars were reserved for true dragon slayers. After all, the dragon star is the key. The third type is the dragon vein ceremony. This is a very solemn transformation ritual. It is usually used for powerful and loyal followers. The dragon vein ceremony exacts a price from the dragon, but the followers transformed by it are perfect. Sunayan still hasn't learned the first realm of dragon vein, and the kobold chief Polikri doesn't qualify either. Anna has been acting like a curious little kid ever since the kobolds appeared. She blinked her big eyes while observing the kobold, and ate roast rabbit as she did. But she didn't just focus on her own food. She fed slice after slice to Sunayan, who carried her below in a cheerful flurry. She had heard of kobolds, but this was her first time seeing one. In the elven forest, all the creatures looked noble and beautiful. Even a bear had a flower wreath on its head. Their cute, harmless look was nothing like these ragged, wild kobolds. Their poverty and down-and-out state were practically written on their faces, as if they were fleeing disaster. Anna tilted her head and thought for a while. Her little head couldn't help but think, Lord Dragon, what did you just say to these kobolds? From the look of them, they seem to want to become your followers. That's right, from now on, you'll have servants. Hearing this, Sunayan turned his neck and nuzzled Anna's cheek. He had grown more and more fond of Anna's slightly chubby cheeks. That smooth, tender touch was truly addictive to the dragon. Unfortunately, he still couldn't speak. The young dragon's vocal cords could only let him make soft hissing and hawing sounds. However, Sunayan noticed that he seemed to be able to alter his own vocal cords. It just needed 100 system points. But his current system points were not quite enough. He planned to go hunt magical beasts right after moving house. Stocking up on meat would also earn him system points to trade for vocal cord modification, achieving the freedom to speak. Mr. Dragon, actually ... I don't really need any servants. I have hands and feet. Anna felt a little itchy from Sunayan's nuzzling, and couldn't help gently pushing his huge dragon hand. But with her small arms and legs, she couldn't move it at all. In the end, she just let the black dragon nuzzle as he pleased. After being all lovey-dovey for a while, Sunayan turned his head and saw Polikri and the other dog-headed people had finished the rabbit meat, and were staring at him with eager eyes. They are waiting for Sunayan's command. Now they are Sunayan's followers. Before Sunayan speaks, they dare not move at all. Sunayan doesn't hesitate. He turns and goes back to the dragon lair. He grabs his pitiful stash of belongings. With Anna on his back, he comes out of the cave. Now Sunayan raises his dragon head, scarlet pupils fixed on Polikri, and orders in the great dragon tongue, "Take us to your tribe for a look. I don't want to live in this place anymore. We need a new lair, spacious and dry. As you command, master. Please follow me." The kobold Bolekeli slyly changed his form of address. He nimbly scrambled up from the ground. Barking, he summoned his kobold underlings to lead Sunayan ahead. Besides Anna, a half-elf, a group of magical beasts passed. Loikwe konsoi matini ting ung nchisi. Lavong kwe mt vach niva kon huing kwan kokakuu. Sauko sai vao mt hangyong nchipi sao kuk tong ka. Chiknon, din hai theo sat bgc chen ti. The road to the tribe was lined with all sorts of traps. Seems they were afraid the Black Dragon would misunderstand. Polikri added, with a strong will to survive. These humble traps, of course, could never harm you. Not even a single scale. But if they were set off and disturbed you, that would be a grave offense. Sunayan was non-committal about the Kobold Chief's words. He scooped Anna down from his back. He held her with a dragon claw that could retract its talons. Then wrapped her tightly in his dragon wings. A pair of cute eyes and two fluffy ears poked out. Anna wore a perfectly obedient look. Her soft little hands held the Black Dragon's claw, like a gentle little rabbit. It was impossible to know. After gaining Sunayan's approval, Polikri then led Sunayan onward. At first, the cave was still quite wide, but farther in, it became narrower and narrower. Sometimes, even Sunayan's wings had to press tight against his back to pass. Along the way, who knows how many turns we took, and how many forks we switched to. Just when Sunayan was about to get dizzy, from ahead finally came Polikri's respectful voice. Master, this is the Broken Tooth Tribe, where your kingdom began. The view suddenly opened up, a space about the size of 2 basketball courts, neatly stacked with all kinds of daily supplies. Cooking was in one area, they sleep in one area, rotten leaves and food scraps pile up in another, and at the very center several bonfires burn fiercely. It also lights up the entire cave. Sunayan even found quite a few items used by humans. Leather boots were split open by the kobolds to hold things, metal plates were used as shields, and underwear and skirts were wrapped around for warmth or to bandage wounds. Sunayan's appearance made the dozens of kobolds in the tribe freeze at first. Then they all let out barks carrying both fear and excitement. The woofing cries rose and fell, landing in Sunayan's ears. Their meaning was mostly joy and praise for the true dragon. These kobolds are living a pretty good life, aren't they? Sunayan curled his lips into a grin. He didn't think there was anything shameful about kobolds scavenging trash. It was simply their inborn nature, turning waste into treasure, using everything to its fullest. Amid the worshipful, upturned gazes of the kobold crowd, Sunayan, holding Anna, shook out his wings, and flew to a stone support pillar on the side of the hall. Gripping the pillar, he looked down upon the whole kobold tribe, and in ringing draconic let loose a deafening roar. From this day on, Sunayan Woltris Petunik will be your one and only master. Pledge your loyalty to the king, and I will repay you with glory and stability. Up ahead, Anna X1 fell, Chapter 18, the Yithian Monster Tribe. A mighty dragon roar echoed through the whole cavern. Far from frightening these kobolds, it only made them even more excited. Some of these kobolds lay on the ground, their tails lizard-like behind them. Some waved metal disc shields and rusty blades and daggers. They barked and cheered. Some even performed strange dances around the campfire. The scene was somewhat chaotic, but clearly, they all felt honored and delighted to be ruled by the mighty dragon. Sunayan held Anna in his arms, stunned for a moment. He suddenly imagined, what if in his past life he had been a boss, and his employees were all like these kobolds, setting aside their intelligence, just looking at their enthusiasm. Then the world's top 500 companies would definitely all be his. Polikri, is your tribe really only that many kobolds? Sunayan flew to the center of the hall, looking down from above at the gathered kobolds. These dog-headed people are mostly the old and young. Many of the young dog-headed people are wrapped in colorful bandages. Some of the more miserable ones are even missing arms or legs. It's clear there was a war recently. Master, you must stand up for us. Polikri knelt on the ground. His dog face was heavy with sorrow. With tears and snot, he poured out his heartbreak. The Broken Tooth tribe used to be a medium-sized tribe, with about 400 or 500 dog-headed people. Back then, I wasn't the chief yet. It was only later that our tribe was attacked by a group of ettercaps leading a swarm of ash-gray spiders. They snatched away our territory, took over our mines, and to keep our race alive, I led what remained of the Broken Fang clan out, and settled here in this cave to make our home. As he spoke of his grief, all the kobolds around him sobbed and wailed just like their chief, and the sound was like beaten puppies. Eater Monster Sunian searched the memories of dragon heritage. He soon learned detailed information about this kind of monster. It was a humanoid spider. They were mostly at the 2nd rank. A few exceptional ones could reach the 3rd rank. But they were very different from Spider-Man. They only had 4 strong limbs. They could walk upright or crawl. Their heads resembled those of ordinary spiders. They had secondary eyes and sharp venomous fangs. In short, just looking at them makes your sanity plummet. Ettercaps have a flute-like mouthpart. They can use this mouthpart to control spiders, just like those Indian snake charmers. Because of their cave-dwelling nature, they usually live deep in dark forests or in caves. These monsters are fierce and brutal. They especially love to suck on brains. Controlling spiders is just one of their attack methods. In fact, they also have decent combat abilities themselves. Although they are humanoid monsters, they can still spit silk threads from their mouths to weave huge webs and trap prey. These mushroom monsters also have venomous needles under their bellies. After trapping prey, they inject dissolving venom through those underbelly stingers. Tsunayan's lair used to be at the outer edge of the misty forest, so he had never encountered this kind of beast. But that's not important. What matters is he just heard something about a mine. A mine means money, and money means that later, if he meets traveling merchants, he can buy supplies and even potions. He could even sleep on gold coins. Bully Kelly. What mine did your tribe previously occupy? And how many of those monsters are there? Bully Kelly blinked a couple of times. He was overjoyed. The Black Dragon asking this meant he had something in mind. If the Black Dragon was willing to help them, they had every opportunity to drive away or even kill those monsters, and then reclaim their old territory. Great Master. Our old tribe was called the Dog-Tooth Tribe. It was 4 or 5 times bigger than this cave, like that metal shield that Cobalt over there is holding. We used to have over 100 of those in the tribe, and metal forks like this too. We had over 200 of these sharp weapons, and beautiful female kobolds. One graceful female frowned and helplessly blew hot breath into Polikri's face. The strong breath turned into white smoke in the slightly cold cave. A gust of wind sent Bully Kelly head over heels onto the ground. Get to the point. The Black Dragon's voice was explosive. A report sounded in Polikri's ear. Master, I sense Tsunayan's mind. Bully Kelly quickly got up from the ground. A rigid report said the silver mine was occupied by 5 eater monsters. They're spiders beyond count. Tsunayan didn't bother to expose whether Polikri couldn't count or just didn't know his numbers. His mind weighs whether the silver mine is worth the risk of a raid. First, there are 5 ettercaps, now perhaps even more. These 12th century monsters aren't the trickiest. Mainly, the spider swarms under them, and the webs covering the whole lair are truly disgusting. Second, ettercaps are neutral evil. They're not easy to tame, though some past Black Dragons did tame ettercaps, but those were never truly tame. He mainly fears these ettercaps might hurt Anna. Tamed kobolds are a different story, even though they're also evil aligned. But now Anna is one of us. They will protect Anna. After thinking it over, Tsunayan felt he could still take them on. After all, Anna's illness can't be delayed. Money could be needed anywhere later. There's no telling whether the human mage will come looking. He always liked to prepare for the worst in everything, so he couldn't be like other dragons, spending every day just eating and sleeping. He needed to put in a little effort. Right now, only the enhancement system could quickly boost his strength. Tsunayan opened the system panel. He scanned it for a long while. Finally, his gaze locked onto 2 upgrade options. The basic furnace modifies the venom sacs that store acid. It installs biofurnace cells to generate molten slurry, so it can spew lava laced with toxin. Consumes 1000 system points. Basic Dragana Reserve. It modifies the venom sac wall cells that convert acid, boosting Dragana storage speed. Consumes 1000 system points. The Yite monsters fear fire, but my acid dragon breath does little against their chitin. Relying on that alone has limited effect, and in melee I'd get surrounded by the spider swarms they command. So the only way to deal maximum damage to these Yite monsters is to turn myself into a fire-breathing black dragon. A cold glint flashed in the dragon's eyes. Killing a flame rabbit earns 12 system points. A mountain wolf gives 2 or 3. A silver moon wolf gives a bit more, 5 or 6, but it's troublesome, and the reward is still low. The biggest payoff for him was still from the humans on the righteous side. System point rewards are doubled. Killing a second-tier human gives at least 15 points. So in the end, I have to lock horns with the humans of this world. But the last shred of humanity kept Tsunayan from raiding ordinary villages. However, mercenary groups and bandits, those he would not spare. In fact, killing players would have been the best choice. But according to the system, players had not yet descended. Polikri, tell me if there are any human bandit dens or black beast mercenary bands near here. Polikri was stunned by Tsunayan's sudden, off-topic question. Weren't they just talking about seizing the mine? Why did he suddenly bring up humans? Yet he didn't dare ask more. He answered obediently, praise the great master. There are indeed 2 bandit gangs nearby. But there's only one mercenary group, the Blood Clan. I've never heard of the Black Beast mercenaries. Chapter 19, the Wasp Bandit Gang. Not bad. It doesn't matter if it's the Black Beast mercenaries. Do you know how strong these bandits and mercenaries are? The moment the words left his mouth, Tsunayan felt his question was a bit hard on the dog. But he didn't really expect detailed intel from Bully Kelly anyway. Sure enough, Bully Kelly hemmed and hawed for ages, still unable to answer. He could only stare at him with pitiful doggy eyes. Tsunayan ignored Polikri's pleading expression. He changed to a simpler question. You must at least know their exact location, right? As a chieftain, don't you know what enemies are around you? One day your home will be stolen, and you won't even know it. Master, what does getting your home stolen mean? Bolikri, utterly dumbfounded, was confused by this brand new term. That's not important. Answer my question. Sunayan let out an irritated roar. He pawed the ground impatiently, making a sharp, metallic clang. Anna, in his arms, quickly clutched his neck. She gently rubbed her cheek against him to calm him. Ever since he became a black dragon, aside from when he faced Anna, his temper had grown increasingly fierce. Polikri was so scared he lay flat on the ground, terrified the black dragon would swallow him in one bite. In the past, he'd heard his elders say the dragon clan they served treated kobolds as food reserves. He reported in a trembling voice, reporting, Master, I only know the locations of 2 bandit groups. The mercenary group is constantly on the move. They go to towns to take on various quests, so they won't stay in one place for long. Good, gather your kobold soldiers. We'll go check out the nearest bandit group. Sunayan spread his dragon wings. With one swipe of his dragon claw, it was as if a switch had been flipped. With Bolikeli's barking greeting, all the kobolds in the cavern stirred and bustled into action. From their sleeping spots they pulled out shabby knives, clubs, and traplaying tools. They wrapped on animal hides or gaudy, ragged clothes scavenged from humans. Though it all looked quite comical, a fierce, brutal spirit was already showing through. These kobolds never asked why they were attacking the human bandits, nor did they feel any fear over it. The true dragon had given them tremendous courage. Just as the kobolds were readying for battle, Sunayan wasn't idle either. He got some relatively clean, thick clothing from Polikri. Then he spent all remaining system points to make a comfortable carrying area on his back. It was just raising some horns. They didn't affect the look and could serve as rails. Then he patted the relatively flat area with a thick layer of clothes. That made it much more comfortable for Anna to lie on. Then he used clothes to secure Anna, wrapping her up completely. Cloth strips torn from clothes were wound around the horn structures. The knot was tied, forming a thick wall panel, to keep her from accidentally slipping off the dragon's back. Anna obediently lay on the black dragon's back, her 2 warm little hands gently wrapped around the black dragon's neck. Her fair, delicate face pressed tightly against the dragon's back. Her slightly chubby cheeks were squished into an adorable, plump shape. She could clearly feel the dragon's back beneath her suddenly become comfortable for no reason. Mr. Dragon is afraid I'll fall off. And to take care of Anna, he even made his back like this, so easy to lie on. That's so nice, hee. He watched the black dragon busying itself. His heart felt warm and tingly. A sweet smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Even though he didn't know how the black dragon did it, it didn't stop his admiration and joy for the dragon. Anna Hathaway, affection, housework, current affection, seems friendly. He ignored the system's affection notice. After confirming Anna wouldn't feel uneasy no matter what he did, Sunayan nodded his dragon head in satisfaction. Ever since becoming a dragon, he always has this urge to keep his most precious treasures close or hidden away. He fears that hiding Anna alone in the cave might lead to an accident, so it's safer to just keep her by his side. Besides, he'll need to scout ahead anyway. If those bandits are too troublesome, he'll hide Anna nearby. He can just ask Polikri to keep an eye on her. That way she's safe and still within his sight. Once everything was ready, a group of kobolds strutted out of the cave with a swagger. And behind them followed a black dragon carrying an elf girl on its back, and it didn't look quite right in the head. Joseph was the leader of the Gale bandit gang, a level 12, second-tier warrior. He commanded over 100 bandits who specialized in robbing adventurers on the outskirts of the Misty Forest. They killed the men and kept the women for their amusement. The ugly ones were killed too. Anyway, adventurers died in the Misty Forest every day. King Anlius wouldn't send an army all that way just to wipe them out. In this place where the mountains were high and the king was far away, Joseph was living an extremely comfortable little life. This kind of easy life was completely unimaginable back in the Civiland era. Back then, bandit gangs like theirs were almost wiped out by the ruthless Civiland. Luckily, that damn Civiland had long since ascended to the highest heaven. Now only the Lingdong Duchy on the northern continent still follows those boring rules. Joseph once heard his bard father tell him. At the peak of the Lingdong Empire, it covered almost every livable region of the northern continent. Even the southern continent once saw the Eagle of Lingdong. In those days, all kind races were equal, living and working in peace within the Lingdong Empire. Now only the Lingdong Duchy remains, though its strength is still great, but it can no longer reach the southern continent. Joseph scoffed at the Conqueror Emperor's ways. Humans are humans. Why should we have to live together with other races? He's nothing but a lucky, slightly stronger traitor to humanity. With that kind of luck, Even he could pull it off. Just as Joseph was imagining his grand future, his bandits suddenly barged in, shouting, dragging a male and a female adventurer. Boss, a second-tier warrior, and a first-tier water mage. Their apprentices who came to Music Forest to train and work together. Boss, look how fresh and pretty this dame is. Hey, 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 the bandit leered and kicked the gagged water mage to Joseph's feet. Joseph bent down, grabbed the girl's water blue hair, and lifted her face. Loose strands hung limply, revealing a delicate, pretty face streaked with tears. She wore a loose white mage robe, yet it still couldn't hide her alluring curves. A stretch of pink white calf was exposed. Though it had a few scrapes, it still made Joseph's mouth water. This time he'd really captured a rare beauty. Looking at the girl's expression, fear mixed with humiliation and disgust, Joseph leered and pulled the cloth gag from her mouth. His favorite thing is hearing prey scream and wail before they're put on the chopping block. You all let go of me now. I'm warning you all. I'm a student at St. Roland Magic Academy. My sister is a lecturer at the academy. If anything happens to me, all of you will die. Listen to that, St. Roland Academy. Ha! The ace of the Amlius Royal Capital. Ha! What an impressive title. I'm so scared as Joseph lifts the girl by her hair, baring her smooth neck and her slightly open chest, showing her off like a dissected fish to the robbers around. What made the girl despair was that none of the robbers felt any fear at the name of St. Laurent Academy. Their eyes gleamed with a lecherous green light, like starving wolves. You despicable robbers! Let her go right now. Come at me if you dare. Aren't you afraid of the Imperial Army's retribution? The second Drank Warrior's gag was also pulled out. He shouted curses at the top of his voice, but he seemed strong outside yet weak inside, with no real conviction behind his words. The Imperial Army. Even if Emperor Sibi himself came, I'll still do whatever I want this year. You like him, don't you? No need to hide it. Your eyes already told me the answer. Joseph grinned and leaned close to the warrior's ear, whispering in a low, cold voice. I'm going to toy with him right in front of you, whether he likes it or not. Brothers, strip his clothes off for me. Drag him over here in front of our dear warrior friend. Good things are meant to be shared by everyone. Hey, the surrounding bandits hollered with excitement. They had long since been unable to hold back the desire in their hearts. At Joseph's command, they swarmed forward with smug smiles, pouncing on the girl who had collapsed in utter despair. And just then, a dark shadow streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous dragon roar, as an overwhelming acid breath rained down, engulfing nearly all the bandits, including the two captured adventurers. The Black Dragon had arrived. Chapter 20, The Fall of the Gale Bandits. Sunayan had been watching nearby for quite some time. Seeing the bandits rush forward together, they had already pulled off a colossal blunder on their own. Then what is he hesitating for? As for that mage, he's no priest. Sorry, adventurers without value are treated as enemies all the same. It wheeled and glided past. With a beat of its wings, it circled back again, and blasted out a second stream of dragon breath, strongly acidic. The dragon breath fell from the air. Though its power had weakened, the range of its spread multiplied geometrically. It's the Black Dragon. Scatter, now. The quick-witted bandits had already begun warning the others. Carl, my eyes hurt so much. I can't see. Help me, I don't want to die. The acid dragon breath didn't kill the bandits in the forest outright, but it corroded the organs that were exposed on their bodies, especially the eyes. All the bandits started screaming. Panicking, they began darting wildly through the jungle. At that moment, the kobolds who had followed Sunayan began to make themselves useful. Or rather, what did the work was the dogs. The traps had been set in advance. A bandit, his eyes burned by the dragon's acid breath, stumbled toward a bush, covering his eyes and groaning. His whole body was burning with pain. Acid was trickling down his collar, eating into his skin and flesh. He needed water. He needed a small stream. He knew the area well. Even with blurred vision, he still found the path to the creek. But he never saw the tripwire hidden in the grass. The kobolds lurking nearby had cruel, vicious eyes. The moment the bandit passed, they yanked the tripwire tight. The bandit felt a sudden snag at his ankle. Then his whole body lost balance. He tumbled forward into the hidden spike trap. Sharp stone spikes and bone spikes stabbed into the bandit's body, making him cry out in agony. When these tall humans lay flat in the traps, they would be even shorter than us. A kobold snarled as it burst out of the nearby grass. It bent down. The rusty knife in its hand easily sliced open the bandit's throat. The same scene played out all over the jungle. The kobold's traps covered nearly every direction the bandits might flee. Poison bugs, fire oil, pit traps, most of the bandits fell into them, even if they didn't die on the spot. They were soon killed by kobolds leaping from the grass. Enemies killed by subordinates still counted as Sunayan's kills and didn't affect his system points. He circled in the sky, watching for those who hadn't triggered the traps. Facing these desperate fugitives, he only needed to dive down. His sharp dragon claws snatched them up into the sky and dropped them from high above. An ordinary first-tier bandit would be smashed to death on impact. Soon, with the kobolds' help, except for the bandit leader, all the bandits had fallen in the blood-soaked field. And in one go, Sunayan gained 786 system points. He ordered Polikri and the kobolds under him to clear the battlefield. Then he walked calmly up to Joseph. Sunayan's dragon claw rose high. His cold dragon eyes glinted with icy killing intent. The terrified bandit leader Joseph, a level 12 second-tier warrior, trembled and knelt on the ground, utterly pathetic. In less than a minute just now, the bandit group he'd worked years to build was destroyed in an instant. Great true dragon, he groveled on the ground, wishing he could bury himself in the dirt. Clutching the grass, tears streaming, he begged, "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you money gold lions. I have over 100 gold lions. As long as you're willing to let me go. All these gold lions are yours." Remembering that dragons love money, hope flickered in Joseph's eyes. He slowly lifted his head, trembling. But what greeted him was a sharp dragon claw. Crack, killed a second-tier human warrior. Gained 11 system points. Joseph was dead. Half his head was gone. His body flew like a clump of grass tossed by a yak and slammed into a tree stump. The killing filled the dragon with pleasure. Sunayan raised his dragon head and let out a satisfied snort. One dragon wing was blocking Anna's view. The other claw wiped the mix of blood and brains off on the grass. At the same time, he kicked Joseph's half-head into the bushes. Only then did he lower the wing hiding Anna's view. A little girl shouldn't see too much bloodshed. Sunayan wanted to protect the purity of her heart. He was getting more and more into the role of a dragon. Killing a bandit like this now barely stirred a ripple in his heart. The female mage was dead. She had been corroded to death by the dragon's acid breath. She lay collapsed in the center, struck by 2 straight rounds of his acid breath. Now, besides a puddle of black water, not even her bones remained. Only the mithril staff and the magic ring were left where she fell. Sunayan picked up the mage's ring with his dragon claw. He shook the acid off the staff and held it in his mouth. Then he turned to look at the second-tier warrior, whose heart was already dead. Blaze, level 15, second-tier warrior, utterly shattered and pathetic. I hope in your next life you don't bring your little girlfriend running through the forest. There aren't only lecherous bandits here. There's also an unreasonable, ferocious dragon. Thinking this, Sunayan killed the warrior who had already given up, and gained 16 system points, almost tearfully. With all this back and forth, his system points were now over 800. The basic forge was beckoning to him. When Sunayan carried Anna back to Polikri and the kobolds, he found them joyfully hauling away the loot stripped from the bandits. That was one of the kobolds' traits. They plunder every piece of loot from their defeated enemies. They'd even take the toughest ribs off the corpses. So when he saw a kobold cheerfully putting a bandit's underpants on its head, Sunayan wasn't all that surprised. Anyway, he remembered that kobold. From now on, he'd set it to guard the den entrance every single day. There was no way it was getting into the dragon lair. Of course, the kobolds had also found the bandit leader's chest of gold lions. What a surprise. After all, they had dog right in their name. Anything hidden by physical means, no kobold could fail to find. We have achieved a grand victory. But all the glory belongs to our great master. Polikri stood on a stone about waist high. In his hands he raised the longsword he'd just looted, but his strength really wasn't enough, and his attempt to hold the sword up looked rather comical. He came face to face with the dog-headed people under his command. Loudly, as a chieftain, he proclaimed his post-battle insight. The dragon spirit has hardened our skin. Dragon bones brace our skulls. The dragon star ignites our magic. We fight for the great dragon. Long live the great dragon! Long live the great master! Polikri raised his arm and shouted aloud. The dog-headed people also raised their trophies high, barking woof, woof, woof. To Sunayan's ears, it probably meant, Great master, long live! Hooray! Woof woof woof! Chapter 21, Upgrading the Basic Furnace. The kobolds had gone too long without such an exhilarating victory. As beings whose combat power ranked almost at the very bottom of the entire music forest, small clans like Polikri's, with only a few dozen kobolds, could basically only scrape by in caves. Their traps were indeed truly formidable, but even they could only reach their full potential in narrow caves. Today's victory was mostly because Sunayan's burst of dragon breath blasted the bandit senseless. Even though he was just a level 30, 3rd tier, 23rd generation young dragon, Sunayan still swaggered around the outskirts of the music forest. The human bandits were also much weaker than Sunayan had imagined. At least the bit about mages being as common as dogs, and knights covering the ground, he never saw it. He wasn't sure if it was because the forest was too remote. After they'd wiped out the Gale bandits, Sunayan and Shan used the same method to visit another gang, the Hungry Wolf bandits. The tactic was the same as before. The kobolds hid among the surrounding bushes and prepared traps. Sunayan seized his moment, went in, and blasted dragon breath. Unfortunately, this time the enemies didn't run into Sunayan's dragon breath themselves. It only affected about 1/3 of the bandits, although he had already tried his best to speed up the kills. But still, quite a few bandits and kobolds were fighting each other. These stood barely 60 or 70 centimeters tall. Weighing under 40 pounds, these kobolds were no match for the bandits. They were just too short and small. The weapons in their hands could only reach the weak spots below the bandits' waists. Unfortunately, apart from groin hits and rear damage, the blows were never fatal. Instead, to some extent, they only angered the enemy. When the battle was over, Sunayan gained over 500 system points, but 7 brave kobolds were also sacrificed, including that underpants-wearing kobold. Sunayan mourned for him for 1/10 of a second, blessed that he was freed from standing guard outside the dragon court every day. Kobolds hate all tall humanoid creatures. Polikri said this, and spat hard on a bandit's corpse. But that doesn't include your great master, he said, cursing. His tail behind him wagged back and forth. Kobolds are very united within their own kind. Although they are aggressive and ruthless, they never bully their own companions. Before battle, they share the objective and make a plan together. This is fundamentally different from goblins, who fight among themselves every day. The remaining kobolds carried their companions' bodies into the bonfire. Those who were friends began crying, whimpering, and barking. Then, with tears in their eyes, they picked up one of the ribs and ate the roasted meat. May these children return to the embrace of Curdlemak. Bolakeli looked somewhat sad. Many of the fallen kobolds had been raised by him personally. Sunayan, coiled nearby, was studying the modification system and felt little. If something happened to Anna, he would surely be sad. But if something happened to the kobolds, he'd be fine. The proud genes of dragonkind influence him. Being able not to oppress these kobolds already makes him a good black dragon. Anna believes these kobolds will surely return to the main god's embrace because they are very brave. Lying on Sunayan's back, Anna opened her big, adorable eyes. She seemed infected by the kobold's sorrowful mood. Suddenly, in a soft, gentle voice, she said she has no fondness for humans, and sympathy for bandits is even more impossible. She had long since bound herself together with the black dragon. Anna's words drew the eyes of every dog-headed person. They said nothing. They simply looked at Anna with much gentler eyes. System, I want to exchange for the basic furnace modification. Ding. Basic furnace exchange successful. 1,000 system points deducted. This modification will be extremely painful. Host, please protect your throat well. Sunayan grinned and was about to say, bring it on. The next moment, a tearing pain shot from his throat, or rather, from the acid-storing sacs inside it. The pain was not pure, and mixed in were ants enough to drive a dragon insane. The two sensations blended together, making Sunayan wish he could tear his own throat out. Mr. Dragon, what's wrong? It was Anna who first noticed Sunayan's strange state. She looked worriedly at the black dragon, prostrate on the ground, his face full of pain. She reached out her soft little hands and gently stroked the black dragon's neck, as if that could ease his pain. But how could it work? Cough. Sunayan began to cough violently. He shook his dragon head. Some acid sprayed out, mixed with bright red dragon blood, and faintly carried the smell of sulfur. Anna was terrified. She carefully held the black dragon's neck. Her pretty face turned pale with worrying and fear. Her beautiful eyes welled up with glistening tears. Her voice trembled. In a trembling, tearful voice, she begged the dog-headed people, please, please help Mr. Dragon. Mr. Dragon, what's wrong? Calm down. The master must have understood Polikri, the dragon herald, reminding Anna in the continental common tongue. He watched as Sunayan's throat continued to swell. Waves of red light kept flashing there. The smell of sulfur spread through the air, growing stronger and stronger. He had never encountered anything like this. In his entire life, Polikri had never seen a real dragon until now. But he had a feeling. At this moment, something good was happening to his master. Amidst Anna's kitten-like whimpering, the primary furnace transformation was complete. Sunayan also recovered from the searing pain and Maya's torment. If he could see the sac-like organ in his body storing the dragon's saliva, he would notice that on the once dark cyan-black organ walls, brand new bright red cells had grown. These cells were constantly secreting concentrated molten fluid, perfectly fusing together with the original gray-green acid, becoming a kind of cyan-green molten fluid, like ghosts from the depths of hell. This was almost impossible. But with the system's help, he managed it. And Sunayan's appearance had changed a little. The area around his throat glowed with a faint green light, pulsing gently. It looked very much like a toad's throat, except a toad's throat is orange-red. "I'm fine now, Anna." Sunayan said it without thinking. But what came out was a hissing, rasping dragon sound. In his haste, he forgot his vocal cords couldn't speak the common tongue yet. There was no way around it. Sunayan could only pull Anna into his arms as she watched him with worrying. His dragon hand gently brushed against her face. He hoped this would soothe Anna's emotions. Mr. Dragon, are you all right?" Anna gently held the black dragon's head. Her big eyes carefully studied the black dragon's condition. Her delicate face gently pressed against it, nuzzling. To be honest, the hard texture didn't feel very nice. But he just felt that doing this would ease his mind. Sunayan nodded his head. He was just about to raise his head, when unexpectedly Anna hugged his head and wouldn't let go. Anna's eyes were still wet with tears. Big teardrops rolled down her cheeks. Clearly, she was worried sick about him, sobbing and murmuring, "Mr. Dragon, you're the only one who's been kind to me since I was taken away. Mr. Dragon, I have no family left. Although I may not live much longer, I don't want to lose you." Anna Hathaway's affection has increased. Current affection is 50. Congratulations, host, you've reached the second affection stage. You've obtained the special skill Ultimate Devour, now permanently unlocked. Congratulations, host, you've gained 3,000 system points. Ultimate Devour, in addition to restoring your physical state, lets you devour prey to increase your power and promote body growth. And it's not limited by age. Chapter 22, The Dragon Explains. Sunayan was stunned by the system's series of rewards and said, as expected of the initial SSR, "Now that's powerful. This is 3,000 system points." He'd spent a miserable half-day killing bandits, and even lost a few dog-headed minions, yet only got so little. Now, it's all good. Once Anna's affection hit 50, a whole bunch came at once. Of course, the biggest gain was still that Ultimate Devour. Growth and development not being limited by age is honestly a bit of a bug. You see, dragons are a kind of creature. A juvenile dragon could never have the strength and size of an adult dragon. Special dragons, of course, are the exception. Like the Boo Dragon, the Time Dragon, and so on. But these dragons are extremely rare. Many are one of a kind. The more he thought, the happier he grew. Sunayan couldn't help licking Anna's tender cheek. A rough, huge tongue licked the still-crying Anna into a daze. He stood there frozen. At the corners of his dazed eyes hung a string of glistening tears, somewhat at a loss. Then Sunayan licked Anna once more. He was almost knocked down by the black dragon's massive tongue, which swept him onto the ground. Seeing that system points were plenty now, Sunayan was no longer stingy about it. He directly exchanged for a vocal cord modification. DN vocal cord modification solidified. Almost in an instant, Sunayan felt a strange sensation in his throat, and the modification was done. There was no discomfort at all. He gradually came to understand. It seemed simple modifications like this were quite fast. Only modifications that greatly affected physical ability came with unbearable pain. Anna Hathaway ... A somewhat hoarse, rough young voice came out of Sunayan's dragon mouth. Just like an old chain smoker who had smoked for over 10 years. He spoke in very standard continental common. It also made Anna beside him open her eyes wide. Her starlight eyes were filled with barely concealed surprise and joy. She even forgot the fierce, rough giant tongue from just now. "Mr. Kurong, you can speak now." Anna moved close to Sunayan. She reached out to soft little hands and happily hugged Sunayan's neck. Her pretty face gently nuzzled the rough, dry scales, full of closeness and affection. Although the black dragon treated him well, not being able to speak was always a regret. Often, their communication relied on primitive beasts. Sometimes, when there was no other way, the black dragon had to write on the ground for him to fully understand. "Oh, right, Mr. Dragon. How do you know Anna's surname is Hathaway?" Anna tilted her head. Her slender fingers rested against her soft lips. Her big glittering eyes were full of confusion. Sunayan's dragon face froze. This would blow his cover. He couldn't just say he had a system that knew everything. He even knew Anna had a sore on her thigh. And once his insight skill leveled up, he even knew Anna's kinks. A bunch of excuses flashed through his mind. Sunayan's dragon face turned solemn. He said with all seriousness, Hey, I found out from that king. But that's all I know as well." "Oh," Anna nodded in sudden realization. She blinked her big eyes. She still had so many questions for the black dragon before her, so she easily wrapped her arms around Sunayan's neck. The corners of her mouth curved into two faint dimples. She asked shyly, murmuring, "Then, Mr. Dragon, why did you take Anna away?" Sunayan awkwardly scraped the ground with his dragon claw. Why does this little girl have so many questions? The barrage of questions instinctively roused Sunayan's dragon instincts, making him a little irritated. But the moment he saw Anna's pretty face, his brain, flooded with mating signals and dopamine, gave his fiery dragon genes a hard slap. His eyes darted away. He was silent for a moment, then said without a flinch, "Of course, to save you." "To save me?" The starlight in Anna's eyes shone even brighter. "That's right," Sunayan nodded with a serious look. "That evil king actually tied you to an altar to offer you to a dragon. This behavior is utterly insane. Although I am a black dragon, what I hate most is scumbag behavior. Besides, you have a serious illness. So I beat up that dragon that meant to eat you. Then I took its place and brought you to safety. That's also why I've been protecting you all along, Fed you medicine." Yes, exactly like that. The logic is clear. There are no flaws. But Anna was biting her finger. Her crystal-clear eyes looked at Sunayan innocently. Then she took a drawing book out of her skirt, that Sundar Princess Raising Plan, Dragon Edition by Sunayan Sekma. Oh crap, Sunayan's mind just cracked. He'd been wondering why, when he left the Dragon Dynasty, he couldn't find his little drawing anywhere. Turns out, it was in Anna's hands all along. This ... How do I explain this? Anna, about this book. It's actually not mine. It belongs to the dragon I beat up. I kicked him out of the Dragon Dynasty. I took over his dragon lair. Then his stuff naturally went to me. Sunayan kept digging at the ground with his claws. The flying dirt almost buried Balikri beside him. But Anna looked at the awkward black dragon. She giggled. With a blushing smile, she murmured, "But, Mr. Dragon, Anna has seen you flipping through this picture book. And when you flip through it, you go ho 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 like that." At this moment, the dirt Sunayan had dug out was about to bury the kobold behind him. In his eyes, the innocent little Anna was grinning like a little demon cracking a whip. He quickly checked Anna's status panel. And sure enough, the personality slot had actually changed. Personality affected by melting. Changing. Weak and obedient. Too kind and mischievous. Wait, when did this change happen? What the hell does this have to do with his dragon bond? Sunayan nearly had a meltdown. Where was his timid, meek, obedient little sweetheart? Although you look cuter this way, the key is to put down the sketchbook in your hand. Sunayan, who had been digging a pit, finally realized from the inherited memories that any creature that stays with dragons for long not only becomes dragonized, but also changes in personality. For example, hot-tempered red dragons. Their followers are basically just as hot-tempered and brainless white dragons. Their favored followers are goblins. Earlier, when giving them medicine, Anna also ingested dragon saliva, so naturally, she would be affected too. But Sunayan didn't know why the effect was so quick. Could it be because Anna was rather weak? Sunayan shook his head. He insisted stubbornly, "Of course I can after all. This picture book is also a trophy. It's perfectly natural for me to go through my trophies." Anna nodded at that. She covered her mouth and secretly smiled. Then, under Sunayan's startled gaze, she hid the picture book in her skirt again. She was absolutely determined to keep this book. Actually, if she could survive, maybe she really could become a princess like the one in the book. In the eyes of Anna, the evil dragon's little princess, there sparkled a different light. A faint hope rose in her heart like spring colors after rain. Under Sunayan's puzzled gaze, she softly wrapped her arms around Sunayan's neck, as if hugging the favorite plush doll that used to sit by her bed. No matter what the future brings, at least this moment of warmth and peace belonged to her. Chapter 23, Burst Dragon Form, Anna Hathaway, Affection, Chores, Current Affection, 55, Close. Sunayan was bewildered as Anna hugged him. He had thought that Anna would dislike him for reading that kind of picture book. Unexpectedly, the affection had even gone up a bit. Sure enough, even a little elf girl any female is hard to understand. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Great Confucius was right. Held so easily by Anna, Sunayan didn't have any naughty thoughts. Mainly because the atmosphere wasn't right. He rubbed against Anna's delicate, soft, smooth cheek. Then he lifted her again and laid her on his back to lie down. Then he spread his wings, flapped them a few times casually, rescuing the kobolds buried under the dirt. Hee, poof, merciful master. Please, next time, do warn your poor followers. Borikri crawled out of the sand pile, dusty all over, his mouth full of sand. The black dragon's digging just now was way too fast. Before he could react, he was buried under a big heap of dirt. Together with the other kobolds, all buried underneath. To be honest, it felt really awful. He almost suffocated. Don't say nonsense. For now, let's head back to the lair and rest. Take your spoils with you. I need a quiet cave to comprehend the changes brought by this inheritance, Sunayan said with a mysterious look. Once I'm ready, we'll go retake the lair occupied by the Baiite monsters. Sunayan's solemn order gave all the kobolds great courage. They cheered with woof, woof, woof. The sorrow over the comrades who died in battle also scattered with the wind. In this forest, where the strong prey on the weak, creatures died every moment. Sorrow is only a mournful refrain. Only battle is the true main theme. A moment later, Sunayan was already quietly resting in the private space the kobolds had specially prepared for him. On the way back to the kobold lair, Sunayan had already roughly chosen his next modification direction. First, the basic Dragon Breath Reserve. That was definitely a must-have. Currently, his main killing methods were still Dragon Breath and Melee. But right now, his Dragon Breath cooldown was, even with Ultimate Devour's aid, it still takes a full minute to charge. Mainly because he's still just a young dragon. Actually, once a dragon reaches adulthood, Dragon Breath is basically a normal attack by then. One blast every 10 seconds, fire freely. Their main attacks had long since become Dragon Breath and Magic. Sunayan had an idea. He looked at the long Dragon Breath upgrade path. It seemed he could refine this auto-attack skill to perfection. For example, other dragons spew lava, but he can shoot annihilation beams. Just thinking about it is badass. Next, Sunayan wanted to remodel his own appearance. Right now, his black dragon body was on the skinny side, which really wasn't aesthetically pleasing. In his mind, a giant dragon should be a huge beast packed with muscles, not a mosquito flying around in the sky. System, I want to upgrade the primary Dragon Breath Reserve. Deduct 1000 DN system points. The primary Dragon Breath Reserve begins to solidify. Please prepare yourself, host. This modification will still cause a bit of pain, but nowhere near as bad as when the modification touched the furnace. It's a swollen ache within the tolerable range. After the modification was complete, Sunayan raised his dragon head. A gurgling sound came from his throat. The blue-green glow at his throat grew brighter. When it reached its peak, a stream of dim green dragon breath burst from his dragon mouth. It quickly spread throughout the entire cave. This flame is extremely corrosive. The surrounding rocks were not only scorched by the lava, and it also made a hissing sound. It feels like it's a match for the fell flames on the Hell volcano. Sunayan is very satisfied with his own Xinglongxi. Now this has a bit of Long's flavor. No sickly aura, no acidity, none of Longxi's strengths. It also deals burn damage. And he could feel that the speed of accumulating Longxi had doubled. Now, in just half a minute, he can fully charge an earth breath. Next comes remodeling his body. Sunayan looked thoughtful. He recalled the dragon bosses he'd faced in his previous life playing games. The top pick was Deathwing-class, of course. It was the classic image of a black dragon. Hideous, demonic dragon claws, armor like scales, a thick, sturdy neck. His entire body was a mass of knotted muscle. A radiant crack started at the neck, ran through the dragon's belly, and spread all the way to the tail, spreading outward in a leaf-like pattern, clearly containing terrifying energy. The second reference is Nidhogg, the dragon of despair. The big shot who gnawed through the roots of the world tree. Also a disaster-class existence. His whole body was covered in pitch black, gleaming scales. His spine was lined with fierce, twisted barbs. His wings, wrapped in dark energy, blotted out the sky and the sun. Within them, starlight seemed to flicker. Compared to the muscle dragon Neltharion, Nidhogg is closer to the traditional black dragon archetype, but he is also far stronger. He looks rather mysterious and elegant. But Sunayan's favorite is still Deathwing. A build like Neltharion's is the true ultimate expression of draconic violent aesthetics. With that in mind, he couldn't wait to send the mental image of Deathwing to the custom modification system. If he could transform into something like Deathwing, even if he was just a young dragon, it could probably take out an adult dragon elephant in one hit. The system is calculating the cost of the modification template the host provided. Calculation complete. Appearance modification costs 20,000 system points. Other organ modifications cost 1 million system points. Host system points are insufficient. Transformation failed. Sunayan was speechless. He knew it would be expensive, but he never imagined that just reshaping himself like Deathwing would cost 20,000 system points. Earlier, he thought he had just gotten a big windfall. Now it was clear that tiny bit of system points was nowhere near enough. The revolution has not yet succeeded. The black dragon still needs to work hard. Sunayan let out a sigh. He was about to give up on the appearance modification and look into other projects. Suddenly, the system popped up a prompt. System points insufficient. Enable the phased modification plan. What is the phased modification plan? Sunayan was a bit confused. The DN system, based on the modification direction provided by the host, divides the host's modification plan into multiple stages. Pay a portion of the upgrade cost at each stage. Not bad, not bad. Isn't this just installment payment? Sunayan was overjoyed. The dragon's mouth couldn't help curling into a ferocious arc. This system is quite savvy. It even allows installment payments. And no interest either. Truly worthy of being my good son. It's just a tiny bit worse than his SSR baby Anna. Initiate the stage-based transformation plan. Sunayan swept his dragon wings. He straightened up, head high and chest out, once more. His crimson dragon eyes were full of anticipation. The appearance modification is divided into 4 stages altogether. Stage 1, Burst Dragon Form, costs 1,500 system points and completely modifies the host's build, appearance, and muscle distribution. Stage 2, Advanced Scale Density, costs 5,000 system points. Stage 3, Advanced Scale Strength, costs 5,000 system points. The final stage adds a new organ, the Lava Star, costing 7,500 system points. Host, you have sufficient system points. Shall we begin the first stage modification? Let's begin. I can't wait any longer. Final transformation of the male lead, Chapter 24. You're not afraid of me. A tearing pain surged through his entire body. Sunayan felt his head explode. His vision went black. And he passed out instantly. SSSs, if anyone had been watching Sunayan at that moment, they'd be shocked to see every bone in his body rolling, cracking, moving around. His body began to shrink. Muscles tore and recgned, wrapping around his still beating organs. Blood vessels bulged across his body like a fishing net. They burst through the skin and tangled with newborn muscle, and fused together in an even more intricate way. The sight was horrifying and grotesque, yet it held the sacred feeling of life evolving. Teeth-grinding crunching sounds were everywhere, unceasing. No wonder the pain made him pass out. He had no idea how long had gone by. Sunayan gradually regained some awareness. He moved his stiff limbs with difficulty. The familiar strength returned to his body. But it had already become even more explosive. Crackling sounds burst out as he opened his eyes. He propped himself up. Sounds like beans popping crackled through his body. I seem to have gotten smaller. Sunayan shook his head in confusion. He felt the space holding him had grown a bit larger. This was actually just an illusion. In truth, he really had gotten smaller. Deathwing's body structure was far too intricate. He had nearly discarded all the flaws of this world's black dragons. At this very moment, his dragon head had become as broad as Deathwing's. The snout was short and wide. The muscles around the mouth were growing thicker. His sharp, fine teeth looked like neatly arranged steel needles. His thick neck was covered in knotted muscle. He did not turn his jaw into an excavator like Deathwing's. Instead, he applied that transformation to his head. That was a pair of forward-thrusting demonic curved horns, sharp and stout, like a curved blade, connected to 3 pairs of backward-sweeping dragon horns, shaped like a helmet and yet like a steel crown, bringing out his sinister, brutal nature to the fullest. That's about it. Sunayan raised his claw, lightly grasped the thick, sharp dragon claws, and clashed them together, producing a clattering sound. His wings had already separated from his forelimb claws, becoming 2 independent parts, and even though he was newly born, he could still control them freely. His originally slender, elongated body had also become a bit more compact. His limbs grew thicker and stronger, especially his broad chest. It was filled with a savage beauty. He lowered his head to check his body. Sunayan realized he was now a lean, fierce dragon among dragons. He had condensed and grown stronger. The only shortcoming was that he still lacked Deathwing's steel-like scales and the star of countenance that pierced his chest. That could only come from later upgrades. The first burst dragon form was now fully solidified. This upgrade granted total muscle power up 50%, bite force up to 100%, speed down 10%, scale defense up 30%, and forelimb flexibility up 100%. A slight drop in speed is no big deal, but the improvements in other areas are truly outrageous. So Deathwing's body is the perfect one. As expected of the world-ending dragon, Sunayan finished reading the system notification, then opened his dragon mouth with a savage grin. You could even see his breath organ radiating an eerie light. Hey hey hey, along with an evil, hoarse cackle. In the dimly lit cave, one could faintly see the ferocious silhouette of a colossal dragon reflected on the stone wall, chest raised and wings spread. Mr. Doggy Dragon, why hasn't he come out yet? Doggies, why are you called dog-headed people and not dragon-headed people? Doggy, oh, by Curdleneck, please rest assured. Elfchild, the master will be out very soon. Pola Kelly clutched his lizard head in pain. He interrupted Anna's question. For the past half hour, this half-elf child had already asked him over 100 questions. Of them, 98 were related to the Black Dragon. The rest were all variations on asking why they, the dog-headed people, weren't dogs. Damn it, they didn't want to be called dog-headed people either, okay? But the sounds they make, they just sound like that. What can they do? Dragon-headed people sounds way more imposing. Anna fell silent, her cute peach blossom eyes beginning to glisten with crystal tears. With a wronged, pitiful gaze, she looked at the towering figure behind the dog-headed people. She was only stunned for a moment, but she still followed her heart and threw herself into the black dragon's arms. Her soft, slender hands wrapped around the black dragon's now even thicker neck. Her delicate pink face was streaked with tears. Pretending to sob, she murmured, "Hee hee, Mr. Dragon. Anna missed you." The dogman chief just yelled at Anna he was so mean. Budash who ... Sunayan, Balikri, do no, master, listen to me explain. Balikri turned around. Before his eyes, an imposing shadow had already fallen. A suffocating pressure, enough to choke a dog, rushed straight at him. It nearly made him kneel to the ground. Kurtumark above. Balikri's soul trembled within him. What did he see? A pitch-black crown of dragon horns. Sharp demon horns twisted and grim. The broad dragon muzzle, though a size smaller. Yet his frame now looked even more imposing. Balikri swore. He had never before seen a creature so perfect, so full of oppressive evil energy. As if each and every inch of his skin, every single cell, was etched with a symphony of destruction and death. If it weren't for the familiar aura on the black dragon before me, and that faint bloodline connection, Balikri would have wet his pants in fear by now. Of course, that's assuming he has pants. Rather than a tattered rag, great master, you are so perfect. The sun and moon can't match the radiance of your eyes. Even a demon's cruelty pales before your savagery. Even the ancient Hydra trembles in fear of you. Even the gods would fall from their thrones. Balikri's lips trembled. Trembling, he prostrated himself on the ground. His dog head pressed flat against the ground. Fear and unease filled his heart. But soon excitement took their place. He didn't understand why his master had suddenly become like this. But without a doubt, his master had become even more imposing. When the master was strong, his followers could share in that glory and grow stronger too. He didn't know how to describe what he felt inside. It was as if he were facing a majestic dragon emperor. Even a quiet glance was enough to awe him. Their dog legs couldn't help going weak. They could only lie flat on the ground and bow in submission. Nearly all the dog-headed people around were like this. Following Balikri, they lay prostrate on the ground, trembling. The dog-headed people didn't even dare to breathe. The Suia clan's loyalty rose, and now they gazed with reverence and fear. But there was one exception. Among all present, only Anna quietly nestled in Sunayan's arms. Her big eyes blinked. She looked curiously at the greatly transformed Sunayan. The serenity and joy in her eyes hadn't lessened one bit. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Sunayan lowered his head. He brought his fearsome dragon head close to Anna's face. Two massive dragon claws pierced the ground. He opened his huge mouth, bearing teeth like steel needles. He deliberately growled low to frighten her. Not afraid, Anna fearlessly reached out her small hands and hugged Sunayan's fierce dragon head. He closed his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. A forehead pressed against Sunayan's nose bridge. A sweet smile curled at the corner of the mouth. A gentle voice murmured, and Anna could feel, "No matter how you change, you are always Anna's Mr. Dragon." Chapter 25. Black Dragon Flash Princess, Silvermine Cave. The little baby is so soft and cute, how should you eat it? Waiting online, Janna's affection hasn't changed at all. But Sunayan felt he was about to be conquered. So young, and already such a flirt. They'll be a terror when they grow up. What an adorable little elf girl. And it's exactly the time when the body is growing. Nutrition has to keep up. With all those reward points, drinking pure milk isn't too much, right? Sunayan thought that wasn't too much. Wait, he still doesn't know where to get the milk. The cows aren't even mature yet. Seems like swapping for a Lolita dress isn't out of the question. It's just a little expensive. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Sunayan showed a hint of unease. The pitch-black dragon, with a grave expression, gently carried the obedient Anna in his mouth and set her on his back. Now his back was even broader. He had also specially shaped a seat-like space, with horns rising around it and a slight hollow in the middle. Anna was naturally small and delicate, so she nestled soft and snug, fitting just right. He could control the cartilage linked to his spine, tightening it to hold Anna steady and keep her from falling. Anna could also grip the horns on his back. That way, at least, he would feel more secure, mainly because options were limited now. Otherwise, he would have built a whole fighter jet cockpit and turned into a Gundam dragon. Then he would place Anna, his gold coins, and his art books inside, wrapping them all in complete 360-degree protection. What? You say a mighty dragon wages war everywhere while carrying a burden? That's just plain stupid behavior. Sunayan says that simply isn't true. The little loli only makes his fighting power infinitely stronger. If he can't protect her, it just means he's too weak. What does that have to do with Anna? Heh, sitting on Mr. Dragon's back is so comfy and warm. Anna really wants to be protected by him like this for her whole life. But little loli Anna starts daydreaming again. Hearing Anna's thoughts, Sunayan's dragon mouth curled into a grin. He thought to himself, after all, he was a transmigrator. Snatching someone from the Grim Reaper was just a hello and a nod, right? Looking at the kobold still prostrate on the ground, awaiting his orders, Sunayan felt it was about time to attack the mine occupied by the Etten monsters. Whether to guard against the punitive army of Anlius for kingdoms, or the players who might descend at any moment, the only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself with all his might, and gather more monsters to serve him. He was full of confidence in his current appearance. Deep within the veiled forest, in an evergreen broadleaf forest, thick spiderwebs covered trees and ground like winter night's snow. Most of these trees had already died. Bare trunks intertwined with one another, twisting together into messy, absurd shapes, layered over and over like a devil bearing its claws. In the dim, hazy light, they looked grim and terrifying. This was the territory of the Yite monsters. It was very easy to recognize, because in Yite territory, nearly every living thing was hunted and killed. And the Ettercap's webs and venom will slowly eat away at the once lush forest, turning it into a dead land covered with cobwebs and dried corpses. The Ettercaps don't clear away the corpses. They just leave them to rot and stink until they become bones. But today, a far more terrifying predator has entered this dead realm. It was a fierce and majestic black dragon. Behind him followed a group of trembling kobolds. Colonel Macabove, Great Master, this place is truly terrifying. Balikri nervously looked around at the eerie surroundings. When they fled, this place was still thriving and prosperous. Flowers, green trees, insects chirping, birds singing. But now it's even more desolate and ruined than the Undead's territory. No need to fear. I will stand by your side without regret. Sunayan casually encouraged the slightly frightened dog-headed people. He didn't feel much at all. What is terror? He was the very synonym of terror. Can't you see, even Anna, curled up on his back, isn't afraid. Speed up and charge straight into the mine. We don't have time to search for them one by one. Wait till we hear movement. I believe all the monsters will come. Sunian made a prompt decision. He ordered all the kobolds to speed forward, but they hadn't yet reached the mine entrance. A huge swarm of giant spiders blocked their path, shrieking and hissing. Actually, these giant spiders had been following Sunian's group for a long time, but their cunning nature kept them from attacking immediately. The black dragon's aura struck fear into them, so they just kept following from far behind, until Sunian was about to reach their lair. Now they really couldn't stand it anymore. If they waited any longer, the intruder would barge in. To be honest, they'd never met such a stubborn intruder before. Watching the spider swarm pouncing toward him, Sunian's dragon eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Just a bunch of trash mobs barely past level 10. His chest swelled high. His throat bulged violently. A sickly green light suddenly flashed. Boom! A rumbling roar like an engine followed. A ghastly green flood of molten dragon breath swept out, blotting out the sky and the earth. In an instant, it swallowed all the giant spiders. The giant spiders barely had time to let out a few shrieks before turning to ash in the dragon breath. 57 giant spiders killed, 312 system points gained. Not bad, that felt really good. Instant kill. Sunian, satisfied, blew out a smoke ring reeking of sulfur. If it had been the acid dragon breath from before, it definitely wouldn't have been so clean and quick. Burning and corrosion have greatly enhanced the destructive power of the dragon breath. Even the surrounding withered trees were set alight by the eerie green flames. But burned is burned. Anyway, they were already dead. This place needed purification anyway. Keep moving. Sunian unfurled his broad dragon wings with a single command. A group of kobolds, revering the black dragon, walked with a swagger that denied all kinheads high, chests out following into their former home. Moments later, in the cobweb-filled mine, like a spider's lair, bluish-green flames were burning everywhere. Spider corpses covered the entire cave. The smell of scorched protein filled the air. 3-eyed monsters were kept pinned under Sunian's foot. They howled in agony. Their bodies were covered with burn marks. Dark green blood gushed out, mixing with the dismembered spider limbs all over the ground. It was an utterly miserable sight. Actually, there had been for more of them. But they had all been burned alive. Now the only monster was standing in front of Sunian, like a little girl about to be bullied, cowering on the ground and trembling. This was the test subject Sunian had deliberately kept. He wanted to test the physical strength of his current body. He raised his fierce, terrifying dragon head. His massive dragon claw pressed viciously on the ugly monster's head at his feet, grinding down with a creaking, crunching sound. A scorching stream of white vapor burst out. It shot right onto the face of the monster cowering on the ground. The heat burned it so badly it clutched its face and writhed on the ground. A piercing scream. So be it. Tsunayan's dragon eyes lowered. His steel-hard dragon tail, like an iron whip striking a ball, lashed the monster writhing on the ground. But the monster did not fly off like a ball. A dull, muffled thud. Like a smashed watermelon, he burst into a mess of flesh on the ground. Chapter 26. Who is playing with life? Dark green blood splattered all over the ground. It also sprayed onto the monsters still struggling underfoot. They all gave a violent shudder, not daring to move. I give you two choices, be ruled by me, or turn into a pile of rotten flesh. From Tsunayan's mouth came a low, hoarse dragon tongue, like the grating of rough paper. This ancient language was somewhat universally understood by magical beasts. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could vaguely grasp its meaning. Hearing Tsunayan's words, the three-eyed monsters immediately understood what he meant. They hurriedly nodded with all their might, scraping and clawing at the ground with their limbs, even breaking their sharp claws as they dug. Master, these ettercaps probably won't surrender so easily. After all, they belong to the neutral evil faction. They might not be willing to follow your commands. Polychry stared at the ettercaps collapsed like dead dogs, their eyes still fierce, and grew uneasy. Then cut off their limbs and lock them in cages. Have them help us raise giant spiders. Oh, right, cut out the organ that controls spiders, it's in their mouth parts. As Tsunayan spoke, he raised a dragon claw and tapped lightly on Polychry's dog head. Detailed knowledge of ettercap organs traveled along that shared bloodline, straight into Polychry's dog brain. Your greatness is plain as the sun and moon. Polychry's eyes lit up. He lay prostrate on the ground. The stronger and fiercer the black dragon, the more they would worship and respect him. At Polychry's signal, a group of kobolds bound the three Ethans with ropes. Like pigs, they hung them between two tree trunks. The group was just about to head back, but Tsunayan suddenly felt an immense cosmic pressure. A grand will envelop the entire world. In his mind, rows of golden characters began to appear, but the kobolds under his command had no reaction. Clearly, they couldn't see this information. The game begins. Note, all beings in this world will be datafied. This world's creatures hunting the Chosen Ones will gradually escalate. The Chosen Ones will be deployed to all novice villages on the main material plane. World quests generating. Novice villages generating. Countdown to Chosen One's arrival, 3 days. This message was merely a fleeting flash. That interstellar sensation receded like the tide. Tsunayan stopped and looked up at the sky. Pupils narrowed slightly. The player has arrived. Anna, did you see anything? In the mine, Tsunayan pondered for a moment. He turned his head to look at Anna, who was lying quietly on his back. He tentatively asked Mr. Mayu the dragon, "Did something happen?" Anna tilted her little head. Her bright, watery peach blossom eyes looked curiously at the black dragon. She reached out her soft little hand, wanting to hug the black dragon's head again. But because his arm was a bit short, in the end, he still couldn't get his wish. A golden light flashed across every living being on the continent in an instant. Tsunayan saw that in his eyes, Anna now had something extra on her. It was a very familiar green health bar. 500 health points, 450 of them gray, wrapped all around in fresh red thorns. The remaining 50 points weren't full either. It was gently pulsing. And right before his eyes, it dropped another point, although much of Anna's information had been shown as system data before. Now it was different. Its very nature had changed. Before the datafication began, he hadn't really thought about it much, but when he saw Anna on his back with his own eyes, and health bars appear above the kobolds beside him, he could hardly contain his anger and his heartache for Anna, who was playing with life. Was this world really made into a game like this? But he is clearly real. Why are the Soviet dragon's eyes faintly burning with anger? Inner hostility toward the player. The hatred lurking behind the player has reached its peak. Anna, what's wrong? Mr. Giant Dragon, you seem to be really unhappy. Anna frowned slightly, crawled out of the seat. His body is still very weak. Even such a tiny movement makes a thin cold sweat break out on his forehead. She is so frail. She cradles Tsunayan's head, her expression full of worrying and tenderness. Her small face presses gently against Tsunayan's face, covered in hard scales. She softly comforts him. Mr. Dragon, don't be unhappy, okay? Anna will always be with you. Anna will stay by your side until she dies. It's nothing. Thank you, Anna. I feel much better. Just suddenly thought of some unpleasant things. Tsunayan forced a smile, though the smile was mostly ferocious and terrifying. But Anna could perceive Sunayan's true emotions. So he wasn't so afraid of unpleasant things. When Mr. Dragon wanted to talk, Anna was always willing to listen. Anna smiled softly. Two shallow dimples seemed to hold sweet wine, brewing an innocent, adorable charm, wafting a scent that made Sunayan slightly tipsy. My name is Sunayan. Just call me Sunayan from now on. Sunayan Sunayan Vatras Petunik, okay? Heh. Anna may look young, but she's actually already an adult. But you should still be older than Anna Then Anna looked shy. Her fair, pretty face was covered in rosy blush. Even her long, slender neck was tinged red. Her little ears twitched. Head bowed, fingers twisting, she murmured. Then, can Anna call you Big Brother Sunayan? Or just call you Big Brother, or something? Of course, no problem. Then, Big Brother. Anna quietly raised her eyes and stole a glance at Sunayan. Her eyes seemed full of surprise. I'm here. He, Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother. Anna's soft, sweet voice echoed happily through the empty cave. She was overjoyed to have family again. But Polycry and the kobolds all stood in silence. They didn't know why. In any case, they just felt a little uneasy inside. Before coming to the mine, he hadn't eaten a thing. Yet now there was a bloated feeling in his stomach. The Ettins being stepped on by Sunayan were still squirming, not knowing what was happening. But if they were stepped on anymore, they wouldn't be far from death. The Ettins actually had no interest in the silver, or at all. The reason they had occupied this lair was simply that it was big enough. It had been made very comfortable by the original kobold tribe, and the surrounding environment suited them well. Plus, kobolds were easy to push around. That was all. So the mining camp was completely intact. He also gained over 1,000 system points. This was supposed to be a great harvest. But Sunayan wasn't happy at that moment. Instead, he was filled with tension and dread. The chosen ones, the so-called players, would arrive in 3 days. Perhaps only he, among all the world's natives, knew about this. And perhaps only he noticed the world had already been half-digitized. It had all become a game. He guessed it might be related to his system. He had been summoned from Dixing Star to this world. He had taken over the body of this black dragon. Becoming such a special existence must have extraordinary significance. He could no longer afford to be idle. He sat cross-legged on the high platform deep in the hall. This was originally where the kobold chiefs sacrificed to their patron god Kurtamak. Now it had become Sunayan's temporary throne. His gaze fell upon the kobold chief, Bolakeli. He said seriously, tell me all the mushroom factions around here that you know of. Better yet, make a simple map. Don't merge them together. Master, Chapter 27, Monster Fitness Plan. The kobold chieftain once made a map of the nearby monsters' distribution. Please wait a moment. I'll go find it, Polikri said as he got up from the ground. He scurried off to the cave where the kobolds had once kept their important items, looking for it. The Ettins hadn't touched any of these things. The only thing that grossed the kobolds out was they were covered with colorful spider eggs laid by giant spiders. When Polikri and a group of kobolds cleaned up, they had to swallow their disgust and pop those eggs. Sunayan, for his part, wasn't idle either. He was studying his digitized body panel. Meanwhile, so Anna wouldn't feel bored, he used system points to redeem a lollipop for her. The more lollipops she eats now, the more skilled she be later. Nurturing always takes time. Name, Sunayan Vortis. Gender, male, race, black dragon variant. Level, 30, tier 3 20 to 30. HP 60,000, constitution times 100. Strength 300, attack 6,000, strength times 20. Constitution 600. Armor 6,000, constitution times 10, spirit 150. Magic resist 1,500, spirit times 10, skill, variant dragon. Primal hunt, dragon's might, experience sharing, gain 50% of subordinates experience. Ferocious intimidation, an awe-inspiring, ferocious appearance makes enemies instinctively afraid. It boosts the power system. Attributes such as spirit can be improved through regular training. They can also be gained by leveling up. There's nothing particularly special about it. If he guessed right, this information is shown only to players. The natives of this world know nothing, nor can they see their own stat panels. They'll be kept in the dark. They have no idea that their vivid lives are just a string of cold data to the so-called players. So this is that being's scheme. Then what about himself? Sunayan frowned and pondered. Fate had allowed him to see this information too. That was actually a hint for him to use it. Use them to counter the players. 5 stats can be raised with training. This might be the breakthrough point. Sunayan's dragon eyes lowered. He pondered briefly. When natives kill natives, you get no experience points. You have to kill players to get any. But players don't have such a restriction. and there are more natives, after all. So players naturally have more chances to level up. This is a war with unequal resources. The manipulators on both sides want players and natives to fight to the death. That's probably what they're betting on. Now he is the only variable on this other world side, the one who knows more of fate. Magical beasts originally just ate and slept and ate, relying on their bloodlines and luck to build their strength. But after the data conversion, a brand new method seemed to appear. That was training. At that thought, Tsunayan couldn't help recalling every time on Terrain Planet he passed the entrance to a big shopping center. There were always one or two sexy young women with a stack of flyers, walking over, with a face that said, "I like what I see." Promoting, handsome, how about checking out Surge Fitness? Handsome, want to get a membership card? Tsunayan now wants to get cards made. He wants to issue cards to the monsters under his command. But before that, he needs to test how effective this so-called training really is. The players are growing way too fast, and they're appearing all over the world. He can't keep an eye on everything at once. Improving his subordinates' abilities is the top priority. With that in mind, Tsunayan's gaze casually landed on a kobold cleaning up the battlefield. At that moment, the kobold was facing him. Just convenient to call him over. "Come here." The kobold was baffled, but he still obediently came before Tsunayan. Trembling, he prostrated on the ground. The black dragon before him gave off an overwhelming pressure. "Great master, Hark is willing to serve you." Tsunayan gave a soft snort. He fixed his gaze on the kobold named Hark. A really crappy stat panel popped up. Name, Hark. Gender, male. Race, kobold. Black dragonkin. Level 4, Tier 1, level 110. Health 800, Strength 4, Attack 80, Constitution 8, Armor 80. Spirit, weak, Magic resistance 10. Skills, Trap setting, Cave design, Mining, Trash picking, Howling, Pounce, Play dead, Good grief. Tsunayan knew kobolds were weak, but he never expected them to be this weak. They were an absolute disgrace to magical beasts everywhere. No wonder they even struggled against a human of the same level. Still, not a big problem. If his method was feasible, these kobolds might just become buff kobold brothers after all. Huck, carry out my orders. Now you will run around the cave for half an hour. Not for a single moment. If you dare to stop, then I will devour you. Tsunayan opened his fierce dragon jaws. His hoarse, brutal voice and sulphurous breath blasted into Huck's face. The poor kobold instantly collapsed to the ground. "Master, spare me. Huck will run around the cave at once. If you don't call stop, Hack will never stop." The kobold Hack's voice was mournful. He struggled to get up from the ground. He ran with his little short legs and started sprinting around the huge cave, because he didn't know if slowing down would get him eaten. He went all out from the very start, so within 2 minutes, he was already out of breath. 5 minutes later, he had to slow down. But he still didn't dare to stop. Half an hour passed quickly. Tsunayan stopped the dog-headed man from running. He signaled that he could come back. Hark came back to Tsunayan again, but he crawled over. His whole body was soaked with sweat. Crawling, he left a clear wet trail on the ground. Hark swore. From the day he was born until now, he felt this exhausted for the very first time. "Oh, great master, Hark has finished running." Tsunayan nodded uncertainly. He looked at Hark's stats panel. He found his base attributes had shifted slightly. Health, 810. Constitution 8.1, plus 0.1. Armor 81. Half an hour of intense running raised the kobold's constitution by 0.1. Of course, this boost certainly couldn't be considered permanent. As the number of runs increased, this boost would surely slow down or even stop completely. After all, if it could stack infinitely, then given enough time, Tsunayan could pull out a whole army of kobold chests that could trounce gods. This might be one of the secrets to countering players. Tsunayan nodded with satisfaction. Even he himself could use this method to enhance his power. He didn't keep pressing the kobold Hack, and let him go as the kobold looked enormously relieved. Kobold stamina is actually decent, and eating a bit lets them recover quickly. Just then, Bolibok finally found the map. He trotted happily up to Tsunayan. Chapter 28, Taming the Demon Beast. Before Tsunayan lay a very detailed map of demon beast force distribution. Judging from their current position, the deeper they went, the stronger the demon beasts became. But the cap was around level 20. Deeper lay the shadowy mountains. The former kobold chieftain had never been able to explore the more dangerous shadowy mountains. But for now, that was enough. With the kobold tribe as the center, there were 3 demon beast communities around it. They are the flame rabbits, snake muscle beasts, and long-haired boars. Deeper in are the Knoll tribes. They once often bullied the kobolds, As for mountain wolves, they have no settled home. They are always on the move. UA wolves, however, are scarce. Sunayan's sightings that day were all chance encounters. These monster tribes each have their own chieftain. Sunayan, stroking his chin thoughtfully, instructed Polikri, "Polikri, gather all the kobolds. Bring your gear. Wait, and don't do anything. Just find me the rabbit holes. Then seal them all up." A moment later, Sunayan, with a fierce look, eyed the fire rabbit pinched in his hand. He seemed to be studying where to take the first bite. Meanwhile, the kobolds around him all acted like thugs. Holding knives, spears, and clubs, they herded a group of common fire rabbits together, forcing them to lie on the ground with their hands over their heads. If any fire rabbit so much as moved, a kobold would kick it hard or stab it in the rear. The fire rabbit's leader was a level 3 rabbit, slightly redder than the others. It actually looked pretty cute. Health, 150 points. Its skills are absolute garbage. All it can do is spit fireballs. It just has one extra clan decree. The so-called clan decree means one rabbit can command every rabbit in the whole clan. But that's not much use either. These rabbits are basically level 1 mobs outside the starter village. Apart from being numerous, breeding quickly, and tasting good, they have no other advantages. At that moment, Sunayan lifted the flame rabbit leader by its ears, its plump, piglet-like body curled up, trembling in fear. He was pulling radishes just fine. Somehow, he got surrounded by a bunch of dogheads and a black dragon with a ridiculously twisted design. When he tried to crawl back into his rabbit holes to escape, he was horrified to find that all the 100+ holes he dug were blocked by those hateful dogheads. Trap experts, huh? The fire rabbit leader felt worse and worse about it. But being clever by nature, he didn't want to keep provoking the black dragon. So he just stared with his big bright red eyes. Looking utterly pitiful, his bloodline told him, "If you can't win, just act cute. Bunny is so cute. I love it." The fire rabbit leader looked toward the black dragon's back. There was a delicate little elf girl right there. He instantly felt he was saved. His bloodline heritage told him elves were all angels. But the elf girl's next words nearly broke him. "Brother, how are we going to eat the bunny today?" What the hell? Elves are all angels. The flame rabbit chief thought his ancestors must have been insane. "Anna, we're not eating rabbit today. We're going to get along with the rabbits." Sunayan's voice was hoarse. It was as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Although the words he spoke were very friendly, to the flame rabbit, they were almost no different from the whispers of the abyss. "Listen up, leader of the flame rabbits." Sunayan forcibly crammed his consciousness into the flame rabbit leader's mind, using the dragon tongue. "From today onward, you are my vassal. Every day, you and your rabbits will run 5 kilometers around the kobold tribe. Then, under Polikri's supervision, do burpees and sit-ups. 100 reps per set. Do 10 sets total. As for what burpees are, what sit-ups are, later I'll send specially trained dog-headed people to teach you. No objections, right?" Hey, the flame rabbit leader hurriedly nodded. But Sunayan was holding his ears, so his nodding turned into kicking dirt forward. Seeing the flame rabbit leader agree to his kind advice, Sunayan wasted no time. He immediately dabbed a drop of blood onto his forehead. The blood was instantly absorbed by the blazing fire leader. In less than half an incense stick's burn, pitch-black scales grew on the back of his neck. His level also shot up to 5. He had clearly become Sunayan's creature. "From now on, your name is Bugs Bunny. Stick with me, and you won't lose out." Sunayan nodded. Satisfied, he set Bugs Bunny down on the ground. He also kindly patted Bugs Bunny on the shoulder. After the black dragon and the kobolds left, Bugs Bunny pulled himself out of the dirt. He didn't dare to slack off. He immediately gathered all the flame rabbits to run around the kobold tribe's cave. Afterwards, Sunayan visited the level 7 snake muscle beast leader and the level 9 long-haired boar leader in the same kind way. Sunayan named them Brother Chicken and Pigsy, respectively. They were the same as the flame rabbits. Every day they had to run 5 kilometers around the kobold tribe's cave. After the run, Brother Chicken will lead his snake chicken beasts, hanging upside down on trees, to do 1,000 pull-ups. Jew Badgie's group had it even worse, because Sunayan thought they were too fat. Not only did they have to run an extra 5 kilometers at night, but during the day they also had to slam into trees 500 times, and do 50 shuttle runs back and forth. So a bizarre sight appeared in the Silverleaf Forest. A pack of blazing rabbits was sprinting like crazy around the cave of the kobold tribe. Behind them came the snake chicken beasts gasping and flapping their wings, and the long-haired pigs huffing and grunting. Just as these magical beasts, under Sunayan's compulsion, were stepping onto the path of the Adventure Master, he has led a pack of kobolds into the Gnoll's territory. Compared with the weaker flame rabbits, serpent muscle beasts, and shaggy boars, Gnolls are not the kind of magical beasts that can be tamed so easily. They are ruffians of the chaotic evil alignment. They are savage humanoids. They attack remote human settlements or border cities without any warning. Even in the dim forest, they are true bullies and invaders. They love to slaughter prey, leave no survivors, and devour their flesh. It is said that gnolls were once minions of demons. They also took pride in having served demons. Tsunayan's dragonblood contract succeeds more easily only when the captive is willing. So to subdue these unruly jackalmen, a bloody war is unavoidable. Master, the jackalmen are very powerful. Although individually they are no match for eater monsters. They are numerous and cunning by nature. Bolekeli was giving Tsunayan a detailed account of the jackalmen's situation. To be honest, he was glad inside that the black dragon was willing to hunt the jackalmen, because in the past, those bastard jackalmen had caused no small trouble for the kobold tribes. Often, kobolds out roaming are killed by gnolls and eaten as food. When facing a large horde of gnolls, the weak kobolds can only fall back into their caves. Only with clever cave designs and plenty of vicious, nasty traps can they hold their own against those bastards. The leader of the gnolls is called the Alpha. He rules the pack through strength and cunning. But he never reveals himself openly. In a moment, if you find the strongest one, with puncture marks on his body, and strange, misshapen trophies hanging from him, that's him. Then he is most likely the leader of the jackal men. Polycry held nothing back. He poured out every secret he knew. Chapter 29. From now on, your name is Gravelf. The jackalmen built their own tribe deep in the dim forest. They cut down the trees, clearing a wide open space, and turned the wood into simple huts. They have no allies, or rather, if they get desperate with hunger, allies are food too. They had just neared the gnoll tribe. Tsunayan's sharp ears caught the cries inside the tribe. These gnolls' voices sounded very strange. It wasn't the barking of dogs, nor the howling of wolves. It was more like low beastly growls mixed with an engine-like hum and a lisp, quite unpleasant to hear. As soon as Tsunayan and the kobolds under his command appeared, they were immediately spotted by gnolls patrolling outside the tribe. These gnolls, in groups of 3 or 5, quickly surrounded Tsunayan and the kobolds. Their fierce eyes held greed and a trace of wariness. They stood about 2 meters tall. They looked incredibly strong. Their heads were like hounds, yellow fangs, red eyes. Their whole bodies were covered in thick, dark yellow-brown fur. The fur on their faces and backs was darker, tending toward dark brown. Some of their pelts were covered in black leopard spots. The weapons in their hands were all quite decent. Much of it was standard-issue equipment from humans. And among every 5 jackals, there was bound to be a gnoll. 3 or 4 human skulls hung at their waists. Each of them also led a snarling mountain wolf. Elite gnoll, level 12, 2nd tier. A kobold had been killed by a single arrow. This was the gnoll tribe. Either get out of our territory, or get into our bellies. An elite gnoll came forward, leading a mountain wolf. With savage, predatory eyes, he stared at the kobolds and warned in a low voice. Stinking, salty drool dripped from the corners of his fang-filled mouth. Axe held at the ready, they crouched low. 1 foot stepped back, already in attack stance. Were it not for the monstrous black dragon standing behind those kobolds, they would never waste words on scum like those kobolds. Polycry looked at the gnolls around him, far bigger and stronger, and felt his heart tremble. But he quickly steadied the fear inside him, because his master was still behind him. This is what they call a dog borrowing a dragon's might. The great master is invincible. I will count to 3. Tell your chief to come out here. Otherwise today is the day you return to Erisnu, the god of hatred and slaughter. Polycry pointed at the elite gnoll's nose, blustering yet craven as ridiculous as a child pointing at a tall, burly adult and declaring a duel. To be fair, Polycry managing to get this far is already quite impressive. If it were cannon fodder goblins or imps, they'd have been scared stiff long ago by the ferocious gnolls. Kobold, do you know what you're saying? The elite gnoll's eyes grew even fiercer. All the surrounding gnolls also crouched low. A low gurgling growl rumbled from his mouth. His starry eyes burned with murderous intent. Only the order to attack was missing. Polycry gritted his teeth and roared, "Attack! Kill these lowly wretches who don't know when to die. We've never even tasted dragon meat. Today all gnolls are going to eat dragon meat." With a howl, the elite gnoll cut Polycry right off. It raised its rusty axe and chopped at the short Polycry. But the next moment, a thick dark beam flashed past. The elite gnoll felt a sharp pain in his chest. With a cracking sound, his chest caved in as he flew backward. He smashed down 2 or 3 trees, collapsed to the ground. His legs twitched. Finally, he died. Truly worthy of a chaotic evil tribe. They won't cry until they see the coffin. Tsunayan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He was like a wolf among sheep. His thick dragon claw, gripping of Ulfman's head, crushed it right amid that miserable scream. Red and white matter splattered across the pitch-black scales, leaving chilling streaks behind. His arms, his spikes, and even his tail had all become lethal weapons. His berserk strength meant that any Wolfman barely grazed was either dead or wounded, and those reckless Wolfmen could hardly even manage to tickle him. Occasionally, a sword or blade would strike him. It only left a white scratch on its horn. By the time Belikri and the kobolds reacted, the tribe's entrance was nothing but rubble and broken walls. The stench of blood mixed with urine filled every inch of the air. Now and then, dying jackalmen were hurled up from the tribe by the black dragon and smashed like garbage outside the fence. The searing teal dragon breath burned into a line of fire, rolling up thick black smoke. In no time at all, the entire jackalman tribe was in complete chaos. It's all a complete mess. Inside the jackal tribe, Sunayan was sitting cross-legged on the jackal chief's animal skin mat. His powerful pitch-black dragon claws were thick with knotted muscle. He grabbed the jackal chief by the head and lifted him up. "I heard you want to eat dragon meat." His hoarse, rough dragon voice was like an abyss demon's roar. His scimitar-like dragon horns aimed straight at the jackal's eyes, as if the next moment they'd stab in and churn his brains. Truly, under the dragon's eyes. I have never had such a ridiculous thought. The Knoll tribe is willing to surrender and become your vassals, not your slaves. The Knoll chieftain was seized with terror. He had been perfectly fine on his animal hide mat, doing pleasant things with several female Knolls. Before he could react, a fierce, majestic black dragon had already burst into his tribe. He had never seen such a black dragon before. In his memory, black dragons were all scrawny, ugly dragonkind, stupid and arrogant. A scrawny, dried-up build, crouching in the swamp every day, eating rotten fish and shrimp. That kind of black dragon, the Knoll chieftain did not fear. If he was willing to pay a price, leading his Knolls, killing a third-tier young black dragon was still possible. But this black dragon was different. He had a body as mighty, strong, and muscular as a red dragon, and thick, curved horns as hideous as a demon's. He can even spew out corrosive blue-green flames. I only touched a little just now. In an instant, his own palm was burned to a crisp. If I hadn't acted fast and cut off the hand. Maybe now he, the whole jackalman, has given up resistance. Otherwise, I'll crush your head in the next second. Wenyan, the leader of the Chailang people, obediently relaxed his entire body, hanging in midair like a corpse, not daring to resist. He silently let go of his mind. He knew this black dragon was about to sign a dragon blood contract with him. A drop of dragon blood fused into the jackalman's forehead. Sunayan felt a faint bloodline connection. Only then did he let go of the jackalman's hand. From now on, your name is Gravelf. Starting today, every day, lead your remaining jackalmen on a 10-kilometer run each morning and evening. During the day, go to the long-haired boar's territory, lift them up, and set them down. Repeat that 500 times. Besides that, you'll also do 1,000 burpees and push-ups. That's all for now. Gravelf knelt down on the ground. He touched the black scales on his neck. He respectfully asked, "Great Master, what are burpees and push-ups?" "Belikri will tell you." Sunayan then looked for a lamp. He rudely kicked away a jackalman's corpse blocking his path. He calmly came to the center of the tribe. He flew to the top of the campfire rack and stood still. His majestic, imposing dragon form spread out, overlooking all the Knolls. "Submit or die." A thunderous dragon roar echoed over the tribe. A group of battered Knolls looked at one another in dismay. Then they glanced at their chieftain, who had already defected. In the end, all they could do was lie prostrate on the ground, trembling. They had already submitted. Actually, Sunayan could have just come in and forced the Knoll chieftain to sign a contract. But he couldn't possibly sign a contract with every single one of these chaotic evil Knolls. So a slaughter was necessary to make his authority clear. Chapter 30, Teaching Everything. 3 days later, early morning at Firefly Night Forest, Sunayan, holding a bundle of herbs, came into the cave. He had originally wanted to leave this task to the kobolds, but unfortunately, these kobolds had no idea what herbs were. Their brains were far too simple. Even if you handed them a herb to compare, they'd still pick the wrong ones. Sunayan had no choice but to do it all himself. By now, Sunayan's lair had been built by the kobolds themselves. It was not only spacious and dry, but also designed with many concealed vents, keeping the air in the whole cave fresh at all times. Fresh air is good for Anna's health, so Sunayan also strictly ordered all the kobolds to go outside the cave and dig their own pits to relieve themselves. Back in the day, the Doghead people definitely wouldn't have dared. But it doesn't matter anymore now. They can freely do their business in the nearby forest without any worrying. Don't worry about a Knoll suddenly leaping out of some corner and killing them. Anna, it's time to take your medicine. Sunayan moved closer to Anna. B and Da chewed the herbs noisily, still the same few as before. It's just that there's one more brother who treats festering sores. Actually, Anna can take her medicine on her own now. Shy and mumbling, Anna sat duck-legged on a wide beast-hide mat. Her soft little hands twisted together. Her upturned face was flushed scarlet. Behind her, her soft tiger tail swayed uneasily. She kept her head down, not daring to look at the black dragon. This beast-hide mat was the former seat of Greywolf, leader of the Wolfmen. Seeing it was soft and comfortable, Sunayan talked its owner round with reason and emotion, and claimed it as his own. Ignoring the elf girl's faint protests, he grabbed the hide mat and yanked it hard, making her slide with it right in front of him. Taking it yourself is not the same as me feeding it to you. You know, we dragons are treasure all over. The herbs that have been offered in our house have completely different effects. Sunayan wore a shameless expression. No matter how sour his dragon face is, shamelessness still looks fierce and twisted, so it doesn't matter. Anna heard that and said nothing. He looked up and glanced at the black dragon. The obedient sheep lay on the beast skin hall floor. Her delicate face tilted up slightly. Her eyes were tightly shut. Her long lashes trembled slightly. Her pale little mouth had parted just a little. Only her two small clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Clearly, she was extremely shy. Is it really what brother said? But brother looked so serious. Maybe Anna was overthinking, but that would be a kiss. So embarrassing. But Anna doesn't seem to dislike it. Eek, so shy. But brother is a dragon after all. Still, maybe he can turn into a dragon man later. So exciting. His new mind-reading ability, which sometimes worked and sometimes didn't, kicked in. It always let Sunayan hear the most embarrassing things at the worst moments. But whatever. Anna is an adult. It's just that she looks too adorable. Like carved from jade, flawless, and lovely. He, Sunayan, was a legendary creature after all. A proper, pure snow giant dragon. What's wrong with getting close to his little darling while feeding her medicine? What does that have to do with a minimum of 3 years? Sunayan is a decent dragon. But then his gaze fell upon his own claws. He couldn't hold it in. The claws of a perverted mutant black dragon, full of dirty thoughts. This discernment spell isn't reliable. Not standard. Sunayan shook his head. He retracted his dragon claws, gently lifted Anna's delicate chin. Although his body had shrunken a bit, his mouth used to be pointed. Now it had turned wide, which made feeding Anna medicine very inconvenient. But not a big problem. He still fed her mouth to mouth. As long as not too much was exposed, it was fine. Anna kept her eyes tightly shut. Her small body trembled. Clearly she was very nervous. She opened her mouth slightly. Before she could react, bitter medicine liquid and herb fragments were roughly pushed into her mouth. MMPHPFFU, too much medicine, so bitter. Sunayan was caught off guard. Only then did he remember the new herb he got today for treating sores was indeed very bitter. Seeing Anna's brows knit in discomfort, Sunayan quickly exchanged for some sugar and fed it to Anna. Still bitter, not bitter anymore. After the medicine was done, Anna's pretty face flushed red. She lay blankly on her back on the animal fur mat. She hugged her chest. The little blanket Sunayan gave her covered her body. She felt something was off. With a satisfied look, Sunayan strutted out of the dragon lair and took a deep breath. He felt as if his whole being was filled with the sweet taste of Anna's lips. He perked up. During these 3 days, he had also subdued a black water python patrol. He named the leader of these black water pythons Pee-Pee Snake. Besides that, he had killed 3 groups of adventurers who wandered into his territory, plus a mercenary band that took a quest to find bloodgrass mushrooms. Now he still had over 1,000 system points. He hadn't yet figured out what to exchange for them. He wasn't interested in ordinary upgrades, but he didn't have enough points for the advanced upgrades of what was already on his body. So he had to leave it for now. His position was on a highland. From there, he could see the entire kobold tribe. Now, all the monsters under his rule got along peacefully. They had broken their natural food chain order. No more killing each other. Carnivorous monsters like the gnolls and the blackwater pythons, when craving meat, hunted ordinary beasts. Toward weaker monsters like the fire rabbits and the long-haired pigs, they were fairly friendly. After a few words, all the monsters could strengthen themselves through fixed amounts of training. In less than 3 days, the once soft and cute fire rabbits had learned to walk upright. Their height had also grown a little. They were learning boxing from Greywolf, while the kobolds were panting through push-ups. Polikri's belly was already showing faint ABS. A group of snake beasts hung upside down doing pull-ups. They moved fast enough to tear the trees down. Some gnolls were doing squats while holding long-haired pigs. Some were jumping rope with a black water python. Others swung black water pythons to lasso long-haired pigs that were practicing ramming trees. Everything was thriving. Full of hope, Tsunayan cleared his throat and let out a thunderous roar. With a resounding cry, all the monsters stopped. They turned their eyes to Tsunayan. I have seen your hard work, but training your bodies alone is not enough. As qualified monsters, we must also learn some culture and knowledge. Only then can we understand what we fight for. Tsunayan paused. A fierce grin split his dragon maw, a sinister smile. He spouts nonsense without batting an eye. In our dragon clan, there is an immensely powerful ancient dragon. His name is Horse Dealer Jiro the Dinosaur. This mighty dragon pioneer, to strengthen our clan's unity, specially created a profound discipline called the Analects. Now you are all my gray heroes, and I am willing to share all of the dragon clan's secret wisdom with you. But before we begin to learn, we must first understand what benevolence and righteousness mean. To be a righteous monster is the ultimate purpose and central message of studying the Analects. Mark my words, all of you. The so-called benevolence is the art of splitting a person in two. The so-called righteousness, is the art of pounding a person's skull down into their chest. Hearing this, the monsters were enlightened in an instant. They threw back their heads and roared. A murderous red gleam flashed in their eyes. Such are worth teaching. Tsunayan took in the monsters' reactions and nodded with satisfaction. Then he moved on. The first mantra I'll teach you today is, Confucius said, hear the way in the morning, and you may die in the evening. Chapter 31. Players arrive. Grey Wolf, you're the tallest of all the monsters. Come on, tell us how you understand that line. Called out by name, Grey Wolf, the Wolfman chief, was totally dumbfounded. He hemmed and hawed for ages, then forced out, Master, doesn't this mean, in the morning, you show off your writing all over the road? Then we can find the corpses of those who died at night. Bullshit. Tsunayan's dragon face twisted in disgust. His sharp dragon claws scraped against the rock and made a sharp, scraping noise. Listen up, all of you. This sentence means, in the morning, I know the way to your house, and at night, you are goddamn dead. Did you all understand? The monsters all looked as if they'd suddenly understood. The looks they gave Tsunayan were full of reverence. One after another, they let out cheers in all kinds of different voices, just as Tsunayan was enjoying the monsters' cheers and adoration. A row of harsh red text appeared in his vision, along with urgent alarm blasts. Warning, a player is descending. Starter village confirmed. World rules. Generating ... Rule 1. All players, divided by region, will spawn in starter villages across the world. They have a 1-week self-protection period. Rule 2. Within the starter village protection period, any native creatures that enter the village will be teleported away and have their related memories erased. Rule 3. Treasure chests will begin spawning across the world. Humans can open chests to obtain loot. The more dangerous the place, the more valuable the chests. There might even be treasure guarding monsters. Sakalano, one newbie village, has respawned on the Morgan Plains near Silverleaf Forest. The red text had just vanished. Tsunayan only felt a flash of light before his eyes. Then came a loud crash. A huge golden chest slammed down in front of him. So the treasure guardian turned out to be me. And all I'm worth is a golden chest. Tsunayan's dragon claws crushed the rock underfoot. He almost laughed in exasperation. Meanwhile, on Water Orchid Star, Yamamoto of Sakala Island, please stop. I really have no money left. I've already given you all the money I had recently. I can't even afford the cheapest rice ball. Inside a restroom at Gatahan High School, 4 or 5 yellow-haired punks were punching and kicking a chubby kid. Yamamoto wore a contemptuous look. The kind of people he looked down on most were cowards like this. Even if Haruta on the ground could stand up and fight back a little, he wouldn't have beaten him so badly. After all, Yamamoto Nanjiro, the delinquent who dominates all of Tongbin High School. That must be really boring. Yamamoto Nanjiro sneered. He bent down and put one foot on the urinal. He looked down from above at Haruta Motono, whose hole. Threatening me. Ha! Thought so. Next time I see you, if you still have no money, I'll pull down your pants and take a photo. Then I'll hang it on the school bulletin board. You get it? He spat a wad of phlegm onto Haruta Motono's trembling face. Yamamoto Nanjiro gleefully left the restroom with a gang of yellow-haired delinquents. Only Haruta Motono was left, collapsed in the restroom, crying his heart out. A cold electronic voice rang in Haruta's mind. You have been chosen. The world gamble game has begun. As a player, you will invade the world. If you successfully conquer the world, this world will replace Aqua Blue Star as the sacrifice if you are driven out. Aqua Blue Star will take its place as the sacrifice. Warning, sacrifices usually end in destruction. Time limit, 10 years of Aqua Blue Star time. Who's there? Is that Hanako in the restroom? Haruto, hearing the cold electronic voice in his ear, huddled in the corner, staring in panic at the stalls. It ignored him. Instead, it continued speaking on its own. Game Rule 1. Players cannot leave the game before dying. After death, they enter the World Plaza and wait to revive. Each month, they have one chance to return to Water Blue Planet. Game Rule 2. The longer you survive in the game, completing missions earns aggression points. Invasion points can be exchanged for items and daily necessities. You can also buy respawn time. Invasion points are tradable. Rule 3. Treasure chests will randomly spawn in the game world. Chests contain loot rewards like invasion points and equipment. Rewards are tradable. Rule 4. Every time you respawn, the wait time doubles. The first respawn time is 5 seconds. Please cherish your lives. Rule 5. Time inside the game flows at 1 to 10. Please do your best to survive in the World Plaza. Death will be judged as true death. The countdown begins. The electronic tone gradually fades away. But in the sky, a thunderous boom rang out. Every human on Water Blue Star heard it. They looked up, stunned. A giant blood-red hourglass wrapped in layers of dark clouds appeared in the sky. The red sand inside was slowly falling. Below the hourglass was a massive electronic timer. It displayed 315,359,998 seconds. Then a grand voice boomed in everyone's ears. Chosen ones, please enter the game. Those not chosen may enter the game stands, watch the chosen ones play, and wait for the next selection. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. The chosen ones from different countries instantly vanished in a flash of white light, including, of course, Haruto, who was hiding in the restroom, confused and terrified. In Sakura No. 1 Novice Village, Haruto reappeared in a burst of golden light. He had only felt his vision go dark, his head spinning. By the time he came to, he had already arrived in a brand new place. Around him stretched a vast wilderness, a carpet of lush green grass. A gentle breeze brushes past the face. In the azure sky, white clouds as big as small hills seem almost within reach. The delicate fragrance of grass wafts into the nose. So refreshing, so soothing. Gazing as far as the eye can see. At the end of the horizon waits a lush tropical jungle. Further beyond, towering snow-capped mountains stretch to the sky. The world gambling game invaded the world game. Haruto clenched his hands. The familiar power felt just like in real life. There is none of that uncanny feeling of a virtual reality game. World map, forum, and team-up features. Seamless adaptive quest system. There is no logout button. Everything is real. There really is another world made into a game. Haruto was utterly astounded. What kind of being could possess such supreme power? Golden light kept flashing continuously. Haruto noticed more and more people from the land of Sakura around him. Among them, he even caught sight of Yamamoto. Haruto shrank into himself, hiding behind the crowd. In that instant, he thought of many things. He thought of his plain face, his plain build, his plain family background, and that giant hourglass stretching across the sky, and how many games he used to play. He was a fat nobody, looked down on by everyone. An ordinary high schooler who just immersed himself in games after school. A shut-in who finds love in games and only gets into romances by tricking someone's wife. Also a master who has conquered countless games. In the game, must he keep being a coward who gets bullied? Haruto questioned himself. He furtively cast a hateful, venomous glare at Yamamoto, who was still looking around curiously. No, games are his home turf. Here, he can make every wish come true. He will become stronger than anyone. He will never be a worthless man pushed around by others. Those who humiliate me, those who curse me, those who mock me, you just wait. I don't care about the world gamble. Whether the world ends or not, it's none of my business. But I'm willing to become a player, an invader. Now it's my turn. With that thought, Haruto raised his swollen, chubby hand. He pushed up his glasses. Directory, Crazy Sakura no 1 Novice Village, Chosen One's deployment complete. Attention, you have 7 days to build the Novice Village. The green zones on the map are safe zones. You can explore freely. After 7 days, the safe zones will disappear. A sturdy Novice Village is your hope of survival. Enjoy the game. Chapter 32, Spice It Up, Haruto. At this moment, he had already gotten into character, no matter how real the environment around him may be. Right now, in his eyes, this is just a game. Since it's a game, it's meant to be played. Only with a player's mindset can he go even further. He looks around. He sees large amounts of wood and stone piled up on the grassland. Clearly, they were prepared long ago. Are these the materials used to build the starter village? Haruto thinks the same thing. He walks over to the stone and wood. He tentatively reached out and touched a stack of timber. It felt a little rough, just like the feeling in his hand when he watched those adult videos. Construction materials detected. Quest triggered. Build a residence. You can consume wood and stone to build your dwelling according to your thoughts. Currently available wood, 100 units. Stone, 100 units. Once construction is complete and requirements are met, you will receive 500 invasion points. As the system notification sounded, the timber before his eyes began to be cut into neat planks. The stones also turned into blocks of different sizes. Haruta frowned slightly. He found that he could control the movement of the blocks with his eyes, but he could only move these wood and stone blocks. It had no effect on other players, so it was controlled by willpower. I wonder when I'll be able to fully master such an incredible ability. Haruta was thinking this to himself. In his heart, he secretly felt a hint of anticipation. He carefully controlled a stone block and placed it on the ground. Then he placed another stone block on top. The two blocks automatically fused together. They looked like a single piece. He reached out and pushed. It wouldn't budge at all. Extremely sturdy. Truly astonishing. Haruta marveled. He began building his own house like stacking blocks. The other Sakura Island players soon discovered the secret of these stone and wood materials. He started freely building his new home in the game based on his own ideas. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep inside the forest, Tsunayan had already opened the golden treasure chest. Normally, he wasn't allowed to open it, because as the monster guarding the chest, he had no such permission. But he just couldn't help it. He could turn his claws into a lockpick. However, after opening it, Tsunayan found there was nothing inside. He guessed that the chest was probably just a medium for delivering rewards. Only when a player opens it can they receive the reward. Damn, it's already bad enough that after transmigrating, I ended up not even human. And now I have to guard treasure chests. Like hell I'm guarding them. Tsunayan's dragon face darkened. His dragon claws clenched with a crack. Then a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. The dragon slyly rolled his eyes, and a sinister grin split across his face. Gravelf, Pee-Pee Snake, and the rest of you. Tsunayan pointed at the monster chiefs below the cliff. He ordered, I remember your territory has quite a few treasure chests, right? Bring me all the bronze and black iron ones. And Palikri, bring over the bombs and poison traps your kobolds made too. Damn it, so you're making me guard the treasure chests, huh? Half an incense stick later, a dozen or so treasure chests of all sizes were piled in front of Tsunayan. After testing them, he found that time inside the chests was nearly frozen. In other words, he could put living creatures inside with no problem at all. This pile of treasure chests is a real mixed bag. They range from the lowest grade wooden chests to the better silver ones. Most of the wooden chests were taken from Bugs Bunny. He still looks a bit embarrassed. Don't be discouraged. As long as you train hard with Wolfie and work out a little more every day, you'll get stronger and stronger. Tsunayan saw that his apprentice Bugs Bunny had already gained 2 points of strength and his biceps were faintly showing. He praised him without holding back. As the big brother, giving the little bro enough encouragement is essential. After finishing encouraging Bugs Bunny, under his grateful, tearful gaze, Tsunayan opened all the treasure chests one by one. Then he went down the line, filling them up. The wooden chest was too small. Let's put a few horse king wasps in there. For the black iron chest, let's put vipers. One probably isn't enough. Bring another pie snake. What the hell are you staring at? Go catch me a few dozen venomous snakes. The deadliest kind. The bronze ones are perfect for a tripwire poison trap. Add some spice. My acid lava works great. The silver ones get bombs. Load them all with bombs. Fill them full of bombs. Palikri, hurry up and dig out the shit you guys took this morning and stuff it in there. As for the golden chest, Tsunayan furrowed his brow. There was only one golden chest. He planned to keep it for now. Later, if needed, he could use it as bait. After doing all that, he led a group of underlings carrying treasure chests big and small, carrying Anna on his back as they crept towards Sakala No. 1 beginner village. Ever since the world was turned into data, he also obtained a world map. But apart from the places he'd conquered and explored, everything else was completely dark, shrouded in hazy black fog. But the players' starter villages were different. They were all marked on the map as shining red dots. Tsunayan zoomed out the world map, taking a rough look. He could see the entire southern continent densely dotted with several thousand red spots. It was hard to imagine just how many players had descended. But one thing Tsunayan was absolutely sure of. To every living being in this world, these players were a total disaster. Unfortunately, Tsunayan couldn't do anything about it. He could only affect a few nearby novice villages. For those farther away, he had no time to deal with yet. He could only take things one step at a time. Sakala No. 1 novice village sat on the grassland outside Yingi Forest. Although the village's main body was far away, its designated safe zone had already stretched near Yingi Forest. As for how Tsunayan knew, that was because in his view, there was a huge semicircular green barrier. He had just sent a kobold in to test it. He saw that the moment the kobold stepped inside the green barrier, it was instantly teleported out by some mysterious force. The kobold returned to the group, looking completely dazed. It had totally forgotten what just happened. This truly was an unequal war. Though players were very weak at first, they still had numbers on their side. Now there are 7 more days of completely safe development time. Tsunayan brooded indignantly. But it wasn't as if he had no way to deal with the players in his passport. He knew players very well. After all, players are full of a spirit of exploration. They would never just stay in one territory, circling around and mapping the same ground. What they love is experiencing new landscapes. And on that vast, endless grassland, the most attractive sights are, of course, the Firefly Forest and the Firefly Mountains. Little ones, hide these treasure chests in the nearby bushes for me, and hide them well. Don't want it to feel too forced. You can place 1 or 2 in the open area. Though the monsters had no idea what the black dragon intended, these treasure chests were pretty useless to them anyway, so they all did as told. Alright, go back and keep training. Don't slack off. And now, the gifts filled with his heartfelt care were prepared for the players, just waiting for them to unwrap it all. With that thought in mind, Tsunayan cracked his dragon claws with a crunch. A sinister, cruel smile crept across his pitch-black, fearsome dragon face. Chapter 33. Leaving the comfort zone with the system's help. Building the beginner village became a not-too-difficult process. It was just like playing with building blocks. Soon, players at Sakala Islands know, one beginner village finished building their own houses. A few clever players had already started building walls and arrow towers at designated spots according to the terrain. After all, the system prompt said the sturdier the beginner village, the better. Who knows what might happen after 7 days? Tozaki, I'm truly grateful to you. If it were just me alone, I probably couldn't have taken that step so quickly. Please, don't stand on ceremony. It's what I should do. Haruto-kun, this game really is incredible. Indeed, now I believe there's a mysterious heavenly emperor above us. Long may he reign. The players were all buzzing with chatter, as each one paired up with a companion to explore. Meanwhile, Haruto Motono was quietly doing his own thing in a corner of the beginner village. Congratulations on building a sword tower all by yourself. Gained 1,000 invasion points. Congratulations on single-handedly building a 10-meter city wall section, gaining 500 invasion points. Wood and stone have all been used up? Haruto wiped off his sweat. He let out a soft sigh. Luckily, his body had already been digitized. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to drag his bulky body through all that. So, with the house construction added, I'll have to 1,500 invasion points. First, let's see what invasion points can buy. With that in mind, Haruto opened the invasion points shop. The goods were divided into 10 levels in total. For now, only the levels below 10 are open. There was the equipment section, the enhancement section, and the daily supplies section. He opened the equipment section first. Inside, there were only 5 kinds of items. Militia Standard Armor Selection Gift Box. Common, 500 invasion points. Militia Standard Weapon Selection Gift Box. Common, 500 invasion points. Staff, Common, 500 invasion points. Requires class change to Mage. Robe, Common, 500 invasion points. Requires class change to Mage. Priest Hammer, Common, 500 invasion points. Requires class change to Priest. The first should be for physical classes in general. No restrictions at all. Even without a class change, you can equip the last 3. If you don't change class, the staff is just a wooden stick, and the robe is just linen cloth. As for the priest's hammer, it's just a hammer, no use at all. But that's not what Haruto cares about. What he cares about is that this world has magic. In other words, he has the chance to become one of those lofty figures in novels. The left hand speaks the count. The right hand speaks the noble incantation of lightning. How could this not make Haruto's heart race? With excitement, he opened the shop in the enhancement zone. Sure enough, all 3 class changes were inside. Warrior, Mage, and Priest use, respectively, Battle Aura, Magic, and Faith 3 different powers forming their skill systems. And class change requires reaching level 5. And it costs 1,000 to invade level 5. After building their own house and the tower, he reached level 5 long ago. Haruto didn't say a word, immediately changed class to Mage. Then they traded for a staff. His status panel changed as well. Name, Haruto Motokichi. Level 5, an apprentice mage with first rank spiritual sense. Health 500, Mana 100, Spirit 20, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Armor 50, Spirit Attack 150, Spirit 15, Skills, Fireball, Light, Identify. Obviously, a mage gains 1 point to Strength and Constitution per level up, and Spirit directly increases by 2 points. He looked at the class introduction, and found that, after each class advancement, The attribute points gained per level would gradually increase. This perfectly fit the fantasy world rule that the strong get stronger. After finishing his research, he exchanged for a standard militia leather armor and put it on, mainly because his strength attribute only allowed him to wear leather armor. If he wore a mage robe, it would just give him an extra clean spell. Actually, the defense effect was very poor. Finally, at the general store, Haruta traded for a loaf of bread and a clay jug of clean water. After eating and drinking his fill, he began his adventure in another world. I'm definitely going to become the strongest mage. Then find a succubus wife. An elf wife, too. A human princess wouldn't be bad either. Hehe, Haruta muttered delightedly. With such wonderful thoughts, he stepped out of the beginner village. They entered the safe zone. The novice village's temporary safe zone was a plain. There were occasional bushes and woodlands. The terrain was very vast. It could fit at least 5,000 players exploring freely, without them easily bumping into each other. There were quite a few creatures in the safe zone too, but they all looked like ordinary wild beasts. Haruta wasn't very interested. His magic power was limited. Skill should be used at critical moments. After a long, winding journey, he finally reached a raised hill just before the sky began to darken. This hill stood among the spirit grounds. On its side was a cave entrance about half a person's height. Haruta tried casting an appraisal spell at the cave where the black bear dwelt. For some unknown reason, the black bear wouldn't return for 7 days. As expected of an appraisal skill that can appraise anything. It's absolutely amazing. Haruta couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his good luck. The black bear's 7-day absence must be because of the temporary safe zone. If the black bear were right here now, it would most likely be just an elite minion from this area. The lairs of these elite minions usually spawn treasure chests. With that expectation, Haruta pressed close to the rock wall and cautiously entered the cave. He casually cast a light spell. It wasn't because he was being too cautious. Mainly because the black bear wasn't there. What if two poisonous snakes dart out of here? He thought the mighty Gaowan could never trip up in a gutter like this. Under the bright glow of the light orb from the shining tree, everything inside the cave came into view. It was a cave 5 meters in diameter. The smell inside was none too pleasant. On the damp, mossy ground were scattered remains of wild beasts. Clearly leftovers from a black bear. He then looked further inside. On a waist-high rock platform, a black metal treasure chest rested perfectly flat. Black iron treasure chest. Awesome. Haruta clenched his fist in excitement. He hurried over to the black iron treasure chest. The moss on the ground was really slippery, and he almost slipped and fell. You don't have the key to the black iron treasure chest. Spend 100 invasion points to exchange. It even requires a key. That's hardcore. Haruta slapped his own head in annoyance, but on second thought, it seems fine. According to the normal procedure, he should have killed the black bear to get the chest. Back then, the black bear monster should drop the key, right? Chunshin looked helpless, but he couldn't just throw away the black iron chest he already had. He had just tried, and the chest couldn't fit into his inventory. It cost 200 invasion points. In Chunshin's hand appeared an ancient-looking black iron key. Excited, he pushed the key all the way into the lock and gave it a gentle twist. With a creak, a white light burst out from the chest. The reward inside shot straight out and smacked him right in the face. Tier 1 Soldier Class Mage Skill Book, Soldier Pursuit. Amazing, he actually opened a skill book scroll on the first try. Chunshin's chubby hand holding the scroll trembled slightly. He really wanted to screenshot the skill book and post it on the channel to show off, and see if he could sell it for some money. But then he remembered this game didn't seem to forbid killing players. A chill went down his spine. He immediately tore open the icicle skill and learned it. Looking at the icicle spell now fixed in his skill bar, Chunshin steadied his breathing. The world's about to end. Don't think about making money now. Only by becoming stronger can you truly survive and live a more spectacular life. No more being that coward. With that thought in mind, Chunshin left the Black Bear Cave. Not far ahead of him was the border of the starter village's safe zone. He hesitated for a moment, but carrying the belief of growing stronger, he stepped out without looking back. Chapter 34, The Big Wimp. Maybe it was just an illusion. Chunshin comforted himself with that thought. The moment he stepped out of the safe zone, he immediately felt an intense chill. It felt like dozens of fierce eyes were staring straight at him. Yet when he looked around, he found nothing. Around him, only the rustle of wind brushing through leaves, deep twilight, dark twisted shadows. It had quite a horror movie atmosphere. I'm already a level 5 mage. Around the starter village are just ordinary monster zones. Nothing to be afraid of. Chunshin muttered under his breath. His gaze searched around. Suddenly, in a low shrub, he spotted a wooden chest. Ah, the chest spawn rate is this high. There's another one already. Chunshin was pleasantly surprised, but he immediately became wary again. What if Halfway through opening the chest, a slime or something popped out. Forget it, it's just a slime. The wooden chest gave no prompt that a key was needed, so Chunshin hooked the edge of the chest with his fingers and flipped it open. With a click, a flash of white light shot out from the chest. A piece of smoked beef flew out. Obtained food, dried beef. Eating it grants +1 strength. This effect only triggers the first time you eat 500 grams or more of this item. Great stuff, but what the heck is this buzzing, fist-sized hornet? A free gift, King Hornet, level 1. Chunshin yelped as he stared at 5 ferocious king hornets. With a quick motion, he tossed the wooden chest away. Fireball, fireball, burn for me. He raised his staff and swung it wildly. 3 fireballs flew out, but they lost their aim. They only blasted the 2 king hornets that were clustered together. Defeated King Hornet, gained experience points, 5 times 2. A successful hit. Glancing at his mana, now below half, Chunshin forced himself to calm down. He hadn't expected monsters to spawn inside the chest, but they were nothing special after all. Chunshin let out a cold laugh, his face full of confidence. 1 fireball could instantly kill 2 king hornets. The remaining 3 king hornets were just a bunch of trash. The outcome was already obvious. He held his staff across his chest. Fireball was activated again. This time, the fireball followed the path of his gaze. It struck 1 king hornet. I, Haruta Motono, am not a coward. I will become strong. Haruta shouted loudly. His momentum kept growing stronger. He had always been a hardcore gamer. He had played all kinds of virtual reality games. Now he got into the zone very quickly. 2 more fireballs killed the remaining 2 horse kings. Haruta looked at his nearly depleted mana. He let out a soft breath. Well spotted, Motono. Motono grinned darkly, stuck out his rear, and bent down to search for the beef jerky he just tossed into the bushes. Hut, it was just right here. Could a wild animal have taken it? He was a bit frustrated. He lay down and parted the grass. Suddenly he saw a pair of fluffy rabbits in his field of vision. Their paws were tiny and pink, utterly adorable. The fire rabbit leader, Bugs Bunny, level 5. That startled me. Just a rabbit. Haruta propped himself up, only to find the blaze rabbit leader was acting strange. Ordinary rabbits run on all 4s, but this flame rabbit leader stands up right on 2 feet. With both arms crossed over the chest, on a body only half a person's height, you can faintly see a little muscle. At this moment, the fire rabbit leader's head was right in front of his face. White buck teeth, defiant eyes, and 2 ears pointing straight up at the sky like javelins. Something was wrong. This rabbit's eyes look off. But it should be killable. My strength stat is 5 points, and even hitting it with my staff could kill this level 5 trash mob. The advantage is on my side. Haruta thought the same, and you smiled, raising the staff in your hand. He came straight at Bugs, but Bugs caught his staff with a snap, and then a heavy slap smacked him hard in the face. Theft. Haruta's tooth flew out, but because his pain was turned off, so he did not feel any pain at all. Squeak, 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 squeak. If Haruta could understand the rabbit language, he would know that what Bugs Bunny was saying is, "You hateful, horrible pest." This rabbit's damage is way too high, but it's only level 5. Haruta spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Never again would he be bullied. This is a game. This is my home turf. Prepare to die, rabbit. Fight me like a man. Haruta stood up, holding his staff in his hand. He spread his legs, dropped into a horse stance, and struck a textbook sumo pose. He was ready to fight the strange rabbit before him, but Bugs Bunny had other plans. Bugs looked up at the human, who stood a full head taller than him. He lightly tapped the water. A rustling sound followed. Under Haruta's startled gaze, a group of over 1,000 rabbits, walking upright with defiant looks, pushed through the bushes and stepped out. One of the rabbits came up to Bugs Bunny. He stuck a cigarette between Bugs Bunny's lips. Then with a puff, he shot out a small flame and lit the cigarette. After that, he respectfully retreated to stand behind Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny raised his rabbit eyebrow. Mimicking the Black Dragon boss, he blew a smoke ring. His savage gaze locked onto Haruta once again. He let out a loud, piercing hiss. That was the signal to launch the attack. 1 minute later, Haruta walked out of the respawn point, looking totally confused. Just now, he was slapped to death by a group of violent rabbits walking upright, each one landing a huge slap on him. That feeling was utterly humiliating. It was almost as bad as getting beaten up by delinquents in a bathroom. Am I really just a useless wimp in the game, too? Haruta muttered to himself. No, there's something wrong. There's definitely something wrong. It's not his fault. It's the rabbit's fault. Their damage is just too high for a 3rd-tier flame rabbit leader near a beginner zone. One huge slap dealing over 50 damage to him is fine. After all, it's a boss monster. But even the normal flame rabbits can hit him for over 30 HP with an average slap. How is this fair? It defies logic. Isn't this Hano's squad? How did they die? They even died in the safe zone. You really are a good for nothing. Just then, Yamamoto happened to be near the respawn point. Watching Haruta come out dead from the respawn point, he sneered, "Garbage," as expected. Even in the game, he's garbage. Haruta didn't speak, his eyes dark. He shot Yamamoto a vicious glare. Then he lowered his head and silently walked away. He wouldn't tell Yamamoto about those rabbits. This game isn't that simple. He was waiting for Yamamoto to suffer other losses. Chapter 35, The Silver Chest Explosion Tragedy. The brave players who stepped out of the safe zone and left their comfort zone were far more than just Haruta Motono. In this game, players have a high degree of freedom. They can go anywhere they want. Yamaguchi Muraheim is exactly that kind of player. He also has a shocking identity, the eldest son of a well-known underworld organization on Sakala Island. He not only entered the gambling game, but also brought 3 of his bodyguards along with him. While most players were still hesitating inside the safe zone, he was already swaggering through the streets with his bodyguards. He swaggered into Yingi Forest with a stride that recognized no kin. I came, I saw, I conquered. He stood atop a boulder, overlooking the forest before him. Yamaguchi Village Chicken declared his world conquest motto. Behind him were 3 burly men. All were of the priest class. Each held a massive priest's hammer. Their faces wore ferocious, menacing looks. These were all death warriors of the Yamaguchi clan. Yamaguchi Village Chicken was stripped to the waist. In his hand he gripped a longsword. His body was covered in dense tattoos, almost like a second layer of clothing. On his slightly chubby belly, you could clearly see a somewhat warped, seductive dancer with a pipe in her mouth. Since ancient times, our Sakala people have been filled with a spirit of exploring the unknown. We compete for resources. We strengthen ourselves. This is invasion, but above all, self-strengthening. Follow me. Charge. Yamaguchi Muraheim raised the longsword in his hand and gave a thunderous shout. Begin exploring the music forest. Their team of 4 are all level 5, and they have mastered Sakala. Their level is nothing like that of ordinary players who know nothing. Going by the Yamaguchi villagers' understanding from occasionally playing games, the monsters around the beginner village are divided into zones. Levels go from low to high, so players can easily grind and level up. Now, the monsters they can encounter here won't exceed level 5. Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, the Yamaguchi villagers heard heavy breathing not far behind the bushes. That sound was actually pretty familiar. It sounded a lot like people lifting weights in the gym. This immediately put Yamaguchi Village Chicken on alert. He turned his gaze to one of the men behind him and ordered Moriyama the Wild Man, "Go check what's going on in there." Moriyama the Wild Man accepted the order. With the cleric's massive hammer in hand, he crept toward the bushes. The panting sounds in his ears grew closer and closer. Moriyama the Wild Man parted the grass. Before him stood a towering Wolfman. Muscles knotted all over, about 2 meters tall, doing squats with a wild boar. Since he had no appraisal skill, he could only see rough information. Knoll, level 8. Only a level 8 monster. The wild man of the deep mountains stared at the faint ghostly figure on the knoll's back, and began to doubt his whole life. But soon he spotted a silver treasure chest, placed side by side with another one. His heart leapt with joy. He couldn't help feeling excited. This must be the treasure chest from the game. Earlier, people on the World Channel were showing off all kinds of chest rewards. A player on the Chinese server got a crane mount. A white player from America also got an alloy great shield. Now this precious silver chest lies right before him. Moriyama Yajin felt this was truly Sakala Island's chance. He was determined to make the young master proud on the World Channel too. With that thought, Moriyama the Savage Hunter crept back to Yamaguchi Village Chicken's side. The 3 wild men inside are low level. What's the situation? Yamaguchi Village Chicken couldn't wait. Report, young master. There's a level 8 monster inside. It looks mighty and imposing. But beside it, there's a silver treasure chest and a black iron treasure chest. A silver treasure chest. Yes, Yamaguchi Village Chicken's eyes flashed with golden light. With 3 parts greed, 3 parts brutality, 3 parts fanaticism, and 1 part caution. You laughed, then what are we waiting for? It's just a level 8 minion. All 4 of us are brave Sakala Island samurai. Kill him and take the treasure chest. The 4 reached an agreement and carefully crept into the bushes, only to find that the level 8 monster had already left. On the ground sat only a lone silver chest and a black iron chest, like to pieces of roast beef luring a hungry wolf. Young master, what do you say? That monster seems to have left. Actually, that's understandable. After all, this is the real world. Monsters have their own lives. To us, it's just a game, right? Yamaguchi Muraheim stroked her chin. A glimmer of wisdom shone in her deep eyes. He voiced his own views. A wise view, young lord. Then what do we do now? I'll go open the treasure chest. You all keep watch around here. If that level 8 monster comes back, hold it off for a while. Be sure to wait until I finish opening the chest. Do you all understand? Yes, Yamaguchi Muraki waved his hand. The 3 bodyguards immediately rushed out. Take positions around and stand guard. Yamaguchi licked his lips. He rubbed his hands and approached the silver chest. May the Emperor bless me. Samurai spirits, protect me. I, Yamaguchi, today open the silver treasure chest. I will surely restore the glory of the Yamaguchi clan. Yamaguchi gently placed his hand on the silver treasure chest. The chest key is missing. Open the silver treasure chest. This chest needs a silver key. Spend 1,000 invasion points to buy it. What? 1,000 invasion points? Damn it, Yamaguchi Sonoko frowned. She turned around and ordered her bodyguards. You guys, transfer the invasion points to me right now. Quick, quick, the 3 bodyguards dared not delay. They immediately and obediently transferred the remaining invasion points to Yamaguchi Sonoko. When we get back, I'll give you all a raise. Redeem the silver key for me. The treasure chest key has been redeemed. Yamaguchi Muraki looked at the silver treasure chest key in his hand. Suppressing his excitement, he shoved it hard into the chest's keyhole. His face was full of reverence. With anticipation, he gave it a gentle twist. The chest opened. The white light blazed ever brighter, carrying a stench and the smell of gunpowder. Yamaguchi Muraki was totally dumbfounded. Something seemed about to explode. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The violent shockwave sent Yamaguchi Muraki, clutching the chest, flying. He crashed into a tree and died instantly. His whole body was covered in thick, stinking feces. Congratulations, you obtained a purple building blueprint. Flame Stomp. A blueprint shimmering with purple light fell to the ground. No one picked it up. The 3 bodyguards around him looked at each other. They were stunned by what they just saw. What do you mean the young master is gone? Take the reward back to the young master. Nobody knew the treasure chest had a trap inside. There was no other way. Moriyama Yaren nodded. He bent down to pick up the purple blueprint, but a giant foot stepped on his hand. Moriyama Yaren looked up. He saw over a dozen jackalmen, 2 meters tall, muscles knotted, standing before him. Heavy breaths came from their mouths. They rubbed their hands together. Some of them held a knocked-out black python, twirling it like nunchucks in a dizzying blur. Some let out howling cries. Some, carrying 2 long-haired boars, kept doing squats. Others leaned against a tree. With leaf-rolled cigarettes between their teeth, they smoked with great contentment. Every one of them looked vicious and brutal. Their eyes were savage. Hatui, the leader of the elite hyena men, spat a wad of saliva onto Moriyama the savage's face. His huge hand, thick with fur, gripped Moriyama's face and lifted him straight off the ground. His fingers were split rather badly. Chapter 36, Scraping the Bone to Heal the Wound. The elite hyena man had no name, but the Black Dragon Master gave him the name Brother Hui. Actually, as a chaotic evil hyena man, Brother Hui refused to obey any rules. But the Black Dragon Master's ways are even more chaotic and evil than theirs. So that's no problem at all. After all, having any demon as master has always been the glory of the Gnolls. Besides, with the Black Dragon Master's ferocious appearance, even the deepest demons in the abyss would fear him somewhat. Keep this one. Kill the rest. Brother Hui grabbed the head of the wild man from the mountains. He made a throat-cutting gesture to the underlings behind him. Needless to say, they all learned that from the Black Dragon. Oh woo! Then the Gnolls, who had been glaring hungrily, immediately attacked. But they have abandoned their brutal, savage ways of attacking. It has become something with real artistic beauty. For example, one Gnoll grabbed a Sakala Island player by the waist, lifted him, and slammed him to the ground. That was a perfectly standard over-the-shoulder throw. Another example, grabbing a Sakala Island player head down, leaping into the air, spinning rapidly, and smashing him into the ground. That was a high-altitude spiral tombstone piledriver, huge damage. And there were German bridge suplexes, steel plank bridges, and so on. Under the Black Dragon's careful instruction, the Gnolls' bodies grew more and more formidable, and with their height advantage, they could completely toy with these Sakala Island players who averaged around 1.7 meters tall. On the planet Terra, there's a game called King of Fighters. Though many of the moves are wildly supernatural, but certain wrestling moves, Sunayan could have the burly Gnolls perfectly replicate. Shano-kun, Yoshikawa-kun. How are you two? We, got this news from the team channel. Unfortunately, the 2 bodyguards being kicked around like balls by the Gnolls had no time to reply. Their health was dropping rapidly. The damage these gnolls dealt by twisting and kicking them wasn't very high. But it was truly humiliating. Damn it, I'll make you monsters pay blood for blood. Shanojiro stared with knowing eyes at the gnoll stepping on him, as if to carve his image into memory. But the Jackalman remembered the Black Dragon Master's teaching: when humans look at you like this, just give them one big slap across the face. If he still keeps staring, keep slapping. Though he didn't know why, but the Jackalman still did as he was told. Whack! Jiro got a full force slap across the face. He spat out to bloody teeth. He couldn't help but curse, "You stupid bastard." Whack! Another one. The Jackalman rubbed his hands together. Grinning with a mouthful of fangs, he felt a little thrill. Sadly, the Sakala Island player before him had already stopped breathing, and the body dissolved into spakes of light and vanished. No wonder the master said these strange humans couldn't be eaten. It turned out they simply couldn't be eaten at all. The Jackalman shook his head in slight regret. Meanwhile, in the kobold lair, Tsunayan was lying comfortably on a flat rock platform. Anna sat in his arms, gently wiping the scales on his chest. Your minion killed a human mage player. You gained 5 system points. Your minion killed a human priest player. You gained 5 system points. The notifications kept coming in one after another. Tsunayan couldn't help splitting his dragon jaws wide with a roar. Just as he had guessed, these players would definitely not resist leaving the starter village safe zone, and his arrangements were already starting to take effect. First, lure the players in with treasure chests. Let them open the chests. Then his underlings would kill the players. The reward in the treasure chest turned into his dragon big brother. You seem really happy. Anna, sitting in Sulian's arms, giggled. She pouted and blew on the dark, shiny scales. He could feel the black dragon's joyful mood. True, but Anna, don't change the subject. You haven't put medicine on your leg wound yet, big brother. Anna can actually do it herself. Anna's tiny body shivered. Her heart suddenly raced. There. Listen, dragon saliva has the power to heal wounds. Mixed with herbs, the effect is excellent. Besides, I'm just a dragon. What's there to be shy about? Tsunayan's voice was low and hoarse. Honestly, it didn't sound very good. But in Anna's ears, it was full of bewitching charm. It made her heart tingle. But he still hesitated a little. Yet the next moment, the black dragon's tail was already wrapped around his waist. He gently lifted her up. Oh, dragon brother. Tsunayan ignored Anna's shy murmuring protest. He raised a dragon claw. He gently lifted Anna's skirt, revealing her fair, tender calves and knees. But just a little higher, her thighs were covered in purple-red sores. They looked hideous and terrifying. The sores, from some unknown cause, were growing worse. Don't be fooled by Anna's usual giggling and cheerfulness. She looked so happy on the surface. But observant Tsunayan could still notice her brow furrowing slightly now and then. Clearly, she was enduring the pain of her illness all the time. Perhaps she didn't want him to worry. So Anna never let it show in front of him. She just silently bore it all alone. The sores on her leg had festered with pus. That must hurt so much. Tsunayan didn't hesitate. He tossed the gathered herbs into his mouth and chewed them thoroughly. Then he wrapped the herbs in coarse agave leaves, gently scraping the bone on Anna's wound. Brother, don't, the wound ... Feeling dirty, Anna turned her face away. Flushed red, she lowered her head. Her pearly teeth gently bit her lower lip. Under Tsunayan's careful tending, her complexion improved a lot. When shy, her lips gained a hint of color. She looked ravishingly beautiful. Tsunayan didn't really mind the thick blood. He wouldn't swallow it anyway. He controlled himself. The soft barbs on the dragon's tongue stood fully erect. While applying the crushed herbs, he also scraped away the dead tissue. That way the herb's medicinal power could be fully used. The effect of dragon's bite could also be brought out to the fullest. Anna gently furrowed her brows. Her body trembled slightly. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. She must have been feeling pain. But he was very good and didn't make any sound. The wound was so disgusting. All pus and blood. Yet brother still showed no disgust at all. Brother dragon is truly so good to Anna. If ... if only, oh God, if you exist, can you let Anna live? Even just a little more time to live would be good. Only by living can I truly repay brother dragon. Silly girl, there's no way I'd let you die. Tsunayan glanced at Anna. Thinking this to himself, he kept focusing on applying the medicine to Anna. Even gods are not allowed. Anna Hathaway's affection. Housework. Current affection. 60. Stirring. Chapter 37. Interrogation. Whoa. Stirring. Tsunayan was slightly taken aback. His heart couldn't help but flutter. Being able to earn the budding feelings of such an exquisite elf girl still made him very happy inside. He proudly wanted to shout and puff himself up. But then again, he'd better not. It would be beneath his dignity. Why didn't the system give a reward? The affection status has already changed. DN, the next affection reward is at 80. Affection 80. What does affection 80 mean? While asking the system, Tsunayan's dragon tail wagged happily behind him, but his dragon face stayed perfectly serious. He kept treating the wound on Anna's thigh. DN, based on the host's actions, affection 80 has roughly 3 main states. They are liking, reverence, and deep faith. I see. Tsunayan looked thoughtful. It was clear his feelings for Anna were growing into something more, and his followers like the dog-headed people basically felt reverence or awe. As for deep faith, that should be tied to religion. For example, if he went to human society, started a sect, and recruited believers, that kind of relationship might form. This system is really detailed. Tsunayan couldn't help marveling inwardly. The rotten flesh scraped off by the dragon serpent left bright red muscle exposed. Under the dragon serpent's bite, the throbbing pain and wound healing took effect. Anna didn't feel so much pain anymore. Meanwhile, outside the dragon dynasty, the elite Jackalman brother Huo clutched the head of the Moriyama wild man. Carrying it all the way, he led a pack of muscular Jackalmen back in triumph. Brother Huo stared at the two who stood guard at the dragon dynasty's gate. Their frames were mighty. Heads up, chests out, eyes straight ahead, the elite Jackalmen standing like javelins. He clicked his heels together and gave a less than perfect military salute. Oh, greetings, master. The Tyrannosaurus let out a roar, fine. After that brief exchange, two elite gnolls stepped aside. Brother Hui, sweating a little, led two underlings carrying the wild man from the mountain forest into Dragon Court to meet the boss. By then, Tsunayan had already finished treating Anna's wounds. He lay coiled on the high rock platform. His arms were wrapped tightly around the elf girl, her face flushed red and steaming with heat. His tire-sized dragon head rested gently on top of hers. This behavior was completely normal. As a giant dragon, what is so unreasonable about cuddling his treasure every day? Master, I brought one back alive. Brother Hua finished what he was saying with a howl. Then, with a splat, he dropped the Moriyama savage he was holding onto the ground. The poor Moriyama savage rolled over once. He tumbled, spinning, down to the bottom of the rocky steps. When he looked up, he was face to face with Tsunayan's ferocious, twisted dragon face and dark gold dragon eyes. Ah, mommy! The Moriyama savage trembled all over in fright. He let out a shriek. Kicking his legs and clawing behind him, he tried to get away from the terrifying black dragon. But he accidentally leaned against the leg of Brother Hui, the elite gnoll. Brother Hui, the elite gnoll, felt his face twitch. Grabbing Moriyama the savage by the scruff, he flung him once more before the black dragon. To keep him from thrashing, he planted a foot on his head. And this tribute for Brother Juohui with two grunts, he pulled a faintly glowing purple blueprint from his leather pouch. He signaled the gnoll behind him to present it to the master. A flame sword tower blueprint. Not bad, not bad. That must be from that silver treasure chest. Hey, Tsunayan's fierce dragon head tilted forward slightly. His sharp claws gripped the stone steps as he moved closer to Moriyama the savage. His dark gold pupils viciously sized up the player before him, a shifty-eyed rat with a handlebar mustache. Moriyama Yajin, you level 5 priest, you worthless human, raise your head and look me in the eye. The thunderous roar left Moriyama Yajin deafened for a moment. His mind went blank as well. It took a while before he realized what the black dragon before him had said in the continent's common tongue. He didn't know the continent's common tongue, but the game system would help him. It could turn it into his own Sakala Rain and translate it for him. He raised his head and cautiously stole a glance at the black dragon. Then, startled, he hurriedly lowered his head again. This was the black dragon of myth and legend. Moreover, it looked so terrifyingly fierce, even more unnerving than Baki the giant serpent. He felt that the terrifying monsters of Sakala Island's legends weren't even worthy to lick the black dragon's toes. Clearly, Moriyama the savage wasn't cooperating. Tsunayan could only force Brother Hui to lift Moriyama's head up. Why are you invading my territory? Tsunayan snorted out a puff of steam reeking of sulfur. The scorching white steam stung the mountain wild man's face. It instantly drained half his health. It also comes with. The great black dragon army was scorched and blown up. I'm an adventurer. This is my first time here. I was just passing through your territory. I don't mean to disturb you. The mountain wild man knelt on the ground, his face pinched by the jackal man. Stammering so badly, he almost blurted out that he was a player. Though he didn't know what would happen if he said it, whether the natives of this world could even understand. But he still felt something wasn't quite right, so he told a lie. Bullshit, Tsunayan roared. Moriyama the savage's head spun. His health immediately decreased a little more, leaving only a sliver of health. How did you open these chests? As Tsunayan spoke, with a loud clang, He slammed a black iron chest down in front of Moriyama the Savage. That's because we have a special ability, yeah? That special ability can open treasure chests. How many are you? Tsunayan's ferocious dragon face instantly closed in on the wild man of the deep mountains. He put pressure on him. His gaping bloody maw opened and shut. A hoarse, low voice, like a devil whispering in hell. The sulphurous stench seemed about to ignite him the next second. We can't just answer whatever you ask. The wild man of the deep mountains pinched his big belly. He hemmed and hawed for a long time. He said he was alone. The black dragon certainly wouldn't believe it. After all, he had just let it slip. His eyes darted around, bearing the black dragon's overwhelming pressure. He gritted his teeth. We only have over 1,000 people. Over 1,000, Tsunayan snorted. He blew a smoke ring. As for this Sakala Island player's words, he doesn't believe a single one. Although he doesn't know exactly how many players are in Novice Village number 1. Since Moriyama the Savage said 1,000, he boldly multiplies that number. He just treats this Novice Village as having more than 5,000 players. This is a major worrying looming before him. 7 days later, he must bring the demon beasts and charge in, slaughtering every Sakala Island player until they retire. Only then can he grow in peace. Of course, the other Novice villages around couldn't be overlooked either. So no matter what, he was bound to clash with the players. Constantly running away would only shrink his room to survive. And he also needed to kill players to rack up system points and get stronger fast. Killing a level 5 player 24 times would give him 120 system points. Not to mention they could open treasure chests for him. There was no need to hide anymore. But he couldn't let anything slip. A young black dragon wouldn't attract much attention from the players. But a black dragon that knows the players' backgrounds will bring a siege from every player. Chapter 38. Overfed to death. Since Sunshine the Savage has been captured, then we might as well let him open all the treasure chests. Who knows, he could even find something useful for Anna. Although Tsunayan had just applied medicine to his precious leg, the debuff on the legs started flashing. But it hadn't fully healed. In other words, once the medicine stops, the ulceration won't stop. It might even spread all over his body. He can't keep propping Anna up with these herbs forever. Now, under his care, Anna's life has stretched to over half a month. But once she develops resistance, her body will go into freefall. At that thought, Tsunayan stopped yelling at the player. Moriyama Savage has only a dozen or so HP left. One shout, and he'd immediately have to scram back to his respawn point. So, in a gentle tone, he threatened Moriyama Savage, "Open all the treasure chests for me, damn it. Otherwise, my minions will be more than happy to feed you shit." Tsunayan had watched Sword Art online, so he guessed players could set their own pain levels. But besides that, taste and smell were definitely no problem. He was just going to make those Sakala Island players eat shit. Then, under the horrified gaze of Moriyama the Savage, a troop of strange monsters, lined up neatly and looking a lot like chocobos, walked out carrying over a dozen treasure chests. The Snake Princess beasts were truly bizarre. Why were they strange? Because these Snake Princess beasts had extremely thick claws. As they walked, the muscles wrapped around their claws wriggled along like tumors. Moriyama couldn't help but swallow hard. One swipe of that claw would probably crush his skull in an instant. And there were so many treasure chests. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't have a single invasion point left. He had just transferred all of them to the young master. Moriyama desperately wanted to call for help, but he had no idea where he was. When they came, his face was pinched by the Jackal Man, and his eyes were covered by the Jackal Man's palm. The map was shrouded in fog. Only the cave he's in right now is bright, but even that is just a tiny little area. In this game, the players, as invaders, if they want to completely light up an area's map, there's only one way. Use the Sword Village token. It's an item from the system shop. Everyone can redeem it for 10,000 invasion points. One of the conditions of use is to purge all threats within the Sword Village's domain. So even if he's shouting in the channel that the Black Dragon caught him, it's useless. No one can save him. He looked at the Black Dragon in despair. He knelt on the ground and said in a pleading tone, I'm sorry, Great Black Dragon Lord. I no longer have the right to open the treasure chest. To exchange, you need the key. I don't have the key. But if you let other people go, later, when they get a key, they'll definitely come help you open the treasure chest, right? Moriyama Yabito still clung to a trace of wishful thinking. What if the Black Dragon and these monsters were simply naive and gullible? In the comics he used to read, monster girls deep in the mountains were always like that, innocent and inexperienced. They'd believe anything you told them. Take them to see whales, they'd go. Offer them candy, they'd eat it. Tsunayan was amused by the naive Sakala Island players in front of him. He burst out with a hearty ho-ho-ho laugh. His laughter left Anna in his arms dumbfounded. After he finished laughing, Tsunayan's face darkened. He ordered in a cold voice, "Take him to eat shit. First the dry stuff, then the watery stuff. That way he can eat more. Oh right, after the watery stuff, give him some piss to wash it down." Sunshine the wild man panicked at once. He could accept death. But eating shit, no way. He really can taste what shit tastes like, you bastard. At that thought, the wild man instantly tried to bite his tongue off. But Brother Hui, ready all along, instantly stuffed a stinking rotten rag in. Jackal men lack everything, but they never lack loincloths. And the wild man instantly gagged from the stink. But all 4 of his limbs were held fast by the jackal men. He couldn't vomit. The stomach acid surged up and flowed back down. More of it came bubbling straight out through his nostrils, choking so hard his eyes rolled back. Hey, Tsunayan watched the scene. He didn't think himself cruel at all. These Sakala Island players could respawn anyway. At worst, they'd tilt and quit the game. But the living beings of this world, once killed by players, truly die. Drag them away. Tsunayan waved his dragon claw. 2 jackal men lunged forward with vicious looks. They flanked the short Moriyama wildman, 1 on each side. He crept away, utterly mortified. They'll first take this human to the kobolds. Because kobold droppings are the driest. They come in little pellets, like goat dung, black and smelly. Not too big, not too small, easy to pop in your mouth. After that, they take the human to the black water pythons. Those black water pythons get used every day as nunchucks and jump ropes. Though their bodies grow ever more supple and strong, they still can't help having some indigestion. Lately, they've had diarrhea every single day. After Moriyama Yajin was dragged away, Tsunayan told the kobolds to give the floor a quick wipe. He then continued holding the soft, fragrant, shy little darling for his afternoon nap. This time he did not expose the golden treasure chest. He wasn't dumb. Moriyama Yajin would definitely try everything to kill himself. Once he got back and told those players that a golden treasure chest had been found, that would be a disaster. He still needed time to level up, and also let those players level up a bit. That way, killing them would be worth it. Tsunayan speculated. Players wanted to open treasure chests, either kill the treasure guardian for the key, or use the exchange Moriyama just mentioned. It was just a shop, basically, since Moriyama didn't have it. Then go die. He didn't like these Sakala Island players. Tsunayan, drowsy with Anna in his arms, hadn't dozed for half an hour, when the system's notification tone came to his ears. A system prompt popped into his mind. Your subordinate killed a priest player. Gained 5 system points. That's it. Tsunayan curled his dragon snout. His face was full of contempt. This wild man from the deep mountains had shifty eyes, a back like a tiger, and a waist like a bear. He loved scheming at every turn. Tsunayan had thought this player was some formidable character. Who knew he would be so easy to take down? Before long, the 2 jackal men who had led the player off to eat dirt slunk back to report. Report, the man is dead. How did he die? Tsunayan lazily swished his tail. His sticky dragon face pressed against Anna's soft little cheek, nuzzling back and forth. Now and then he'd lick her flat across the face with his big tongue, barbs tucked in. Just like other dragons nuzzle and lick their own gold coins every day. It really was pure instinct. Oh, brother dragon. Anna protested weakly. Her soft little hands gently pushed against the black dragon's big head. But it was all in vain. Her meager strength couldn't resist him at all. No, black dragon, and I don't really want to resist. Finally just gave up, curling up obediently in the black dragon's warm embrace. Renkishi looked completely bewildered and helpless. The 2 jackal people turn a blind eye to the scene. He just respectfully reported that in chapter 39, he must have starved to death. Tsunayan raised his dragon claw, patted the delay step in dissatisfaction. How did I teach you all? Do you know what recycling is? Don't you know what sustainable development means? Don't you know you should let him absorb while he creates? Even if he can't take it all in at once, then just try a few more times. It can always be absorbed eventually, right? Ah, Tsunayan sighed helplessly, looking at the trembling jackal men. He felt the frustration of wanting them to do better. Master, I did as you said. But then, he himself suddenly took the initiative and absorbed it. Greyvolf looked up and glanced at the black dragon. He gestured clumsily with both wolf paws, showing how that human just now had shoveled food into his own mouth like an animal. Then he lowered his head. Even though there was good reason for it, he still felt guilty for failing to carry out his master's request. He had gone through so much just to find such an evil master. He absolutely had to follow him loyally. You're saying he ate himself to death on purpose, and the moment you all turned away, he just went on a massive binge. Yeah, damn. So ruthless, Tsunayan is fierce. Holding the little loli, he gave a tactical lean back. The dragon tail behind him, which had been swinging wildly, froze dumbstruck. The dragon head gently rested on the little lowly's head. His expression gradually went blank. Moriyama Yajin would definitely find a way to get himself killed. Tsunayan was well aware of this. He could bite his tongue and kill himself, or he could jump into a manure pit and drown himself. But Tsunayan had absolutely no idea it would burst his stomach like that. Seems the Sakura Island players have an even lower bottom line than I thought. Tsunayan softly rested his chin on top of the little girl's head. He stroked her, catching the faint milky scent, lost in thought. It seems just this kind of torment isn't enough. We need to turn up the heat. Brother Hui, tell me which monster's metabolite is the most potent. I definitely have to learn how to draw hands. At the same time, Moriyama Yajin climbed shakily out of the Sakura respawn point in Sakura Island's beginner village No. 1. He kept climbing and throwing up at the same time. His stomach was already empty. All he was spewing now was stomach acid. Resurrection reset his body's condition. The 50 pounds in his gut from earlier were now gone, but the memory was still burned into his mind. Olige. His head was filled with nothing but Olige. Oli was everywhere, in every color and flavor, fermented and rancid. Some of it even had maggots, and after being stuffed in, he had to wash it down with urine. Who the hell could stomach that? Moriyama Yabito sniffed the air. No matter how he sniffed, there was a stench of shit. His body had already been completely violated by the shit. His sense of taste had collapsed. In the end, everything turned into the shape of shit. All the Sakura Island players looked at him in confusion. The once fierce and ruthless big man began to cry miserably. Yabito-kun, are you okay? What did those horrible monsters do to you? Moriyama Yabito had just responded. Yamaguchi Muraheim hurried over with the other two bodyguards. Yajin-kun, pull yourself together. We are the mighty samurai of the Emperor. We should not be so weak. Yamaguchi Muraheim sternly encouraged his men. In his view, his bodyguards shouldn't be so easily shaken. Could that war demon beast have been playing philosophical games with Yajin-kun? Facing his young master's concern, tinged with reproach, Miyama Yajin remained unmoved. He just cried even harder. Since he threw up so much, his stomach made a gurgling sound. Young master, I think Yeren-san must be hungry. Kakawa Guzi heard the gurgle from Moriyama Yeren's stomach. With a smile, he said, I told you Yeren-san wouldn't have any problems. He's probably just hungry from being trapped in those mushrooms too long. Nishiamegi village chicken nodded. He nodded approvingly at Kakawa Guzi. You make a very good point. Let's redeem a grand feast for our Yeren-san right now. Everyone, eat together too. You all worked hard on this trip. Gotta say, Yamaguchi village chicken is a decent young master. Even though not a single treasure chest reward was brought back. This trip was a heavy loss. But he was still willing to use his remaining invasion points to exchange for some food for his men. He opened the invasion point exchange shop. All kinds of food were on dazzling display. Yamaguchi village chicken looked at the remaining 200 plus invasion points, then looked at the mountain wild man sprawled on the ground, his face a sickly waxy yellow. In the end, he gritted his teeth, directly spent 100 invasion points to redeem a roast suckling pig. No one would spend invasion points on such low-quality food. Right now, in the eyes of the barbarian army, I must look like a wise and mighty young master. As expected of me, Yuzuya Yushu. Yamaguchi Muraheim thought to herself. A friendly smile couldn't help but curl at the corner of the mouth. He was already prepared to accept Moriyama the savage's tearful, grateful pledge of loyalty. But when Moriyama Yajin saw a large platter of glistening roast suckling pig, yet his eyes seemed to see a pile of shit. No aroma of roast suckling pig reached the nostrils. Once I think about eating these roast suckling pigs, he would simultaneously recall the hellish experience from 5 minutes ago. The young master clearly wants to do him in. No, the wild man in the mountains feels even worse. Cried even louder, and even started dry heaving. Shanku Kunji and his other two bodyguards exchanged looks, thinking, could the wild man army be so moved that they cried like this? Di non quan kang cnncm yang. This is being the young master. My brother should be the younger one. Yamaguchi Muraheim patted Moriyama Yajin on the shoulder and said comfortingly. Then she tore off a large piece of the fattest, most delicious pork leg, and held it out in front of Moriyama Yajin. Yajin, hurry up and eat. This is the fatty, delicious pork leg. I vaguely remember you like this part the most. The pork leg right before his eyes made Moriyama Yajin look as if he had lost his parents. Trembling, he raised his head and looked at his young mistress. In the end, he just couldn't hold it in. A mouthful of stomach acid that he had suppressed for a long time burst out. Oh, half an hour later. Having barely recovered, Senshan Yeren sat on a rock with an ashen face. He kept burping. Every so often he felt like retching. Now, everything he looked at seemed like even his own young master, Black Dragon. Hyena men and snake demons, so you mean those monsters fed you tens of pounds of shit? Oh, yeah, heh, if it's okay, young master. Could you just not bring that up anymore? I really I'm about to puke and pass out. Yamaguchi village chicken watched the deep mountain wild man as his health bar began to drop bit by bit. He said nothing. He decided not to push his men any further. But at the same time, he also deeply hated the humiliation those monsters had brought them. Actually, it wasn't just Yamaguchi village chicken who felt that way. Many Sakala Island players who had left the novice safe zone thought the same. They were either killed by traps in treasure chests, or slapped hard across the face by a monster that suddenly appeared. Then, before they could react, a horde of monsters swarmed over them. A flurry of punches and kicks. In the end, Huangshan Big slap died and respawned, completely dumbfounded. The arrogant rabbit with a cigarette in its mouth. The jackal man swinging nunchucks. A snake muscle beast that crushed rocks with one claw, and a mysteriously appearing and disappearing doghead man riding a shaggy boar and specializing in below-the-belt attacks. All of it was steadily building the rage in the hearts of Sakala Island's players. Chapter 40. We have to unite. Baka. I'm really speechless. What the hell is this game? The flame rabbits outside the newbie village are like they're hopped up on stimulants. They're simply unbeatable. This was a complaint from a player in Sakala Island's one newbie village on the World Channel. His words soon drew ridicule from other international players. David Cameron, oh god, what did I just hear? Players from Sakala Island can't even beat the flame rabbits outside the newbie village. God, I really don't know what the merciful Lord gave them limbs for. Truly baffling. Aish, you must have drunk too much boiling water to be like this. Sumnita, our little monsters here are easy to beat. This stuff's nothing, a cakewalk. We're dying laughing. We've nearly eaten up all the little monsters outside the newbie village. It's just that there are no flame rabbits. They're all level 3 or for yellow braised chickens. Corn with ABS. Sakala Island players are just trash. Why not ask your American daddies for some support? You idiots, are the mobs on your side any easier to fight? Aren't everyone's starter villages the same? Looking at all the messages on the World Channel, the players in Sakala number 1 starter village were completely stunned. Among those messages were plenty of treasure chest screenshots. But from what those players were saying, they hadn't run into any traps at all. Players from other Sakala starter villages even posted screenshots of the nearby monsters. Those monsters all looked perfectly normal, not like the fierce ones in this forest who were as menacing as gangsters. What on earth happened? What was targeting them? The players of Sakala Island number 1 novice village were completely baffled. The sun sank in the west. The crimson glow slowly faded. The sky draped itself in a black cloak. The stars, like ornaments, blinked and gazed upon the vast land. Sakala Island number 1 novice village. A group of grim, angry Sakala Island players were gathered around the campfire. They formed a circle around. Every now and then, someone suddenly gagged. Clearly, even if the monsters hadn't driven them to live like savages in the mountains, they must have eaten a lot of dirt. They were all brave pioneers, stepping out of their comfort zones. But in the end, they became poor souls beaten down by society. We must all join together, lower our heads, and work. The villagers of Yamaguchi all shouted loudly, their eyes solemn and serious. An air of leadership made him look tall and mighty. Even the deformed 5G tattoo on his belly looked a bit more vivid. The ancient said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. To defeat our enemy, we must first understand our enemy. Yamaguchi village chicken paused for a moment, then took a vicious bite of the Wolf leg meat in his hand. This was roast Wolf meat exchanged from the system store. Having grown up in luxury, Yamaguchi village chicken felt for the first time that roast Wolf meat was so delicious. Of course, there was roast dog meat too. Now let's talk about what we already know about the enemy. First, the monsters outside the novice village safe zone have real strength that doesn't match their low levels at all. My subordinate, the Wild Man Army, has felt this deeply. And this only seems to happen in our Sakala number 1 novice village. Now, let the Wild Man Army say a few words young master. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk ... The princess of Yamaguchi village couldn't bear to watch Moriyama the wild man start retching violently again. She decided to do the talking herself. These monsters have extremely developed muscles. They also have a level 30 black dragon leader. So if we want to defeat these monsters, we must unite properly and work together well. Since we're going to unite, why don't we all think of a good guild name and start a guild? Nobody had any objections to Yamaguchi's words. They were just ordinary players. They had only just been pulled into this game, so they had no strong opinions. Besides, that guy covered in tattoos looked like trouble the moment you saw him. So even those with their own ideas quietly kept their mouths shut. Yamaguchi was very pleased with the players' silent attitude. This was exactly the effect he wanted. So after thinking for a moment, he said the guild name he'd long since chosen, since no one had any objections. Our guild's name is the Flower Girl Mishi Mishi Guild. The players exchanged bewildered looks. Miraheim seemed not to notice the players' expressions. She went on without pause, "Don't be surprised. As far as I know, that black dragon has a very beautiful flower girl in its clutches. A girl this beautiful comes once in 100 million years. Our guild was founded not just to fight the monsters in these forests, but also to rescue that flower girl. True warriors will earn the flower girl's favor, so our guild is named the Flower Girl Yum Yum Guild." Miraheim posted Anna's screenshot to the team channel as she said this. This is the only photo Moriyama Yajin secretly managed to take where the little girl's full face is visible, because most of the time, she was wrapped tightly in the black dragon's arms. To be honest, the first time Yamaguchi Miraheim saw this photo, her soul was almost stolen away. She had never seen a girl who could be so shyly sweet and innocent, yet carry that playful charm of a young maiden. Simply pure and alluring at once. And on top of that, she was petite and exquisite. It was obvious this little girl hadn't fully grown into her looks yet. But just from the charm she already showed, the Inari god, even Tamamono Mei isn't fit to carry her shoes, not to mention the cute animal-eared creatures. Even weirder, whenever Moriyama Yajin mentions that little girl, his eyes grow distant and dazed. He doesn't even gag in disgust anymore. It's as if his soul had been purified. You can imagine how special that girl must be. She's likely one of those peak-tier companion characters in role-playing games. Hearing what Yamaguchi Miraheim said, the players suddenly caught on, wearing expressions of complete understanding. Just an old pervert, huh? And he still makes all those high-sounding excuses so hypocritical. The players said they could understand. After all, dragons in the games they play and the anime they watch are always stealing princesses. Maybe that girl is a princess of some country, a princess from another world. It's exciting just thinking about it, except for some indifferent female players. A bunch of male players were already getting hyped. One after another, with a little curiosity, they opened the screenshots posted to the team group. And then they were stunned. It was as if Cupid had shot an arrow straight into their hearts. What, Mom, my brother's in love. Amazing, so cute. The elf girl in the photo stared with wide innocent eyes, nestled in the black dragon's arms. Her soft little hands were holding onto the dragon's wings. Her baby fat cheeks had just the right touch of blush. He looked a little dazed, with a hint of childish innocence, giving off a feeling that makes you adore her at first sight. A face as delicate as a porcelain doll. A delicate, rosy face. A soft and adorable expression. Snow-white hair flowing past her shoulders. And fluffy tiger ears and a fluffy tiger tail. Every otaku player in Sakura Island's noob village felt their hearts melt. They thought, how could a girl this unfairly cute exist in this world? Then endless anger began to arise in their hearts, along with a flood of complex emotions like extreme greed. These emotions came out of nowhere, as if they were affected the instant they saw the photo. That evil dragon actually snatched a girl like that away to the dragon court. Think of how heartbroken her parents are. That's right, we must defeat the dragon. Save that girl and free her from this suffering. A beautiful girl belongs to a strong man like me. The players are all seething with anger. Yamaguchi Miraheim watched this with satisfaction. She knew her plan had already worked. A group with a clear goal is easier to command. It will also be more united and unleash greater strength. During this time, please make sure everyone practices well inside the safe zone. Don't go out and get yourselves killed anymore. Only at higher levels can we hope to slay the evil dragon. I've already tried. Even killing the beasts in the safe zone. We can still level up slowly. In 7 days, all troops, follow me and raise the dragon's nest. The Yamaguchi village girl raised a clenched fist high above her head. Her voice rang with passion. The players also roared, raise the dragon's nest. Raise the nest. Long live Chairman Yamaguchi. Chapter 41, Overlord Stinkbug. Just as the players on Sakura Island were lost in daydreams, Tsunayan was teaching his followers brand new cultural knowledge. Last time, the followers had already understood the meaning of hear the way at dawn, die content at dusk, and they put that saying to excellent use in practice, ensuring that every player, once discovered, had no intention to survive, a glorious record. Tsunayan was deeply gratified, and he encouraged all his followers to keep up the good work, bigger and stronger, create new glory. In the spacious meeting cave, all the jackalmen sat tall, chests out and heads high, neatly arranged in 4 rows at the very front. Worth mentioning, each one held a shaggy pig aloft in both claws. Their bursting muscles bulged and strained, and as they bore the weight, the shaggy pig's skin was splitting to become more tenacious and also more delicious. This is dual training. It tempers willpower and strength. Behind them stands a group of kobolds. These kobolds use black pythons as barbell bars. With an adult flame rabbit tied to each side, they lift them overhead. Every dog's eyes reflect an unyielding light. As for the serpent muscle beasts, they all hang upside down in the cave, just like bats. By now, this kind of maneuver was child's play for them. They had even grown to love moving while hanging upside down. In their spare time, they just hung upside down from the trees. Now they could hunt and kill prey in the trees as they pleased. No more eating dirt every day just to survive. Sunayan let out a cold sneer. He blew a smoke ring that smelled of sulfur. The sound, like stone scraping glass with an engine-like rumble, lifted the spirits of every follower barely holding on. It was the master's cruel, evil voice. Just hearing it was enough to make their blood boil. Sunayan lazily lay on his side on the rocky steps. One dragon claw propped up his chin. The other dragon claw rested gently on Anna's head. A dragon wing wrapped around Anna. She served as his armrest, pressed tightly against the scales on his chest. Anna felt a little hot. Her whole body was almost completely wrapped in the black dragon's wing. It was like being swaddled. Anna's soft little hand rested gently on the black dragon's broad chest. Her fair, delicate face was also pressed against it. As she heard the black dragon's powerful heartbeat, the heat from his chest made her feel dizzy. Her little face was all flushed. So hot, so hot. Warmth keeps you from catching cold. Sunayan clearly had no intention of letting go of his little treasure. Instead, he wrapped her even tighter. And with his big tongue, he licked Anna's soft pink face. As a giant dragon, licking his treasure and gold coins is just natural instinct. Just like puppies love licking their treasured big bones. Ah, Anna squirmed coquettishly in Sunayan's arms. Her whole body flushed a shy pink. But that only made Sunayan even more eager. He was mainly afraid his little darling would catch a chill. That's why he wanted to stay glued to her. After all, Anna's health was already fragile. What if she caught a cold? After the two had been affectionate for a while, seeing his little darling already starting to coyly beg for mercy, Sunayan finally eased off a bit. He turned his gaze to his followers. I gathered you here to teach you new knowledge. Confucius said, a gentleman who is not grave has no authority. Polycry, you have a quick mind. Tell me your understanding of this saying. Polycry called on, took a deep breath, holding the specially made barbell in his hand. He tottered out of the ranks. Panting heavily, he replied, Great Master, I think what this sentence means is that we should eat more, become heavier and stronger. That way we'll be more intimidating. Ho ho ho, Sunayan raised his dragon head and laughed. My entire cave is trembling. He praised, not bad. You have more insight than Gravelf, but you still don't fully understand this phrase. The meaning is, if you want to be the winner, when you strike, you must beat them to death. Otherwise, it won't build enough authority. So all you minions, remember, whenever possible, gang up, don't fight alone. If you can kill, don't hold back. Got it. All he heard was a chaotic jumble of howls, barks, and quacks. Sunayan helplessly shook his head. The only reason these minions could understand him was thanks to the dragon tongue. If they had to learn the continental language, it would probably be impossible. Verbal communication was still a problem. Gravelf, did you find the Overlord stink bug? He had the minions continue their workout. Sunayan then turned his gaze to the leader of the Jackalmen. Master Zhao is here. Gravelf said, then stuffed a strips of cloth into his nose. Then he pulled a cloth bundle out from his belt. A puff of dark green smoke was seeping out of the bundle. The fumes made Gravelf's eyes start to water. But he still braced himself and opened the bundle. Inside lay a black beetle with 4 of its legs torn off. It was about the size of an adult man's fist. Its body was pitted, and it was still struggling. That dark green smoke was coming from its body. This tyrant stink bug wasn't part of the dragon clan's inherited memories. Dragon ancestors recorded in their blood every creature that could be eaten, mated with, or was dangerous. Obviously, this tyrant stink bug was none of those 3. Sunayan moved a little closer out of curiosity. Immediately, a terrible stench went straight up his nostrils. It made him sneeze in discomfort. Dragon spit sprayed all over Gravelf's face in front of him. How to describe that smell? Imagine socks worn daily for half a year without washing, soaked in a bit of water. Then mix that sock-soaked water with a few days' worth of fermenting feces, urine, and farts. Finally, mix in the smell of a dead rat. It's said this king stinkbug has no natural enemies. They're even carnivorous insects. They specifically hunt down birds that fly within 2 meters above their heads. Because once these birds try to catch the king stink bug, they instead get instantly knocked out by the stench, becoming their food. As everyone knows, the droppings of carnivores are very smelly. And the king stink bug's droppings are 10 times stinkier than the smell on its own body. These are the gifts and the torture devices Sunayan has prepared for the Sakala Island players. Players don't feel pain. Eat too much poop and you'll be stuffed to death. No big deal. Each piece of tyrant beetle poop is only the size of a little finger, but the essence lies in concentration. The aftertaste lingers long. It'll definitely make those Sakala players linger on, unable to leave. They'll be so merry they forget to go home. Okay, now you can take it away. Catch more of them and raise them. Every day, collect their feces and make preparations. These are all very important torture instruments. Sunayan covered his nose and flapped his huge wings hard to stir the air. Quick, fan away the stench of that grain. Even the little girl in his arms began to frown. Meanwhile, at Sakala Island's number 6 beginner village, 500 li from the number 1 beginner village, Archmage Misant had been leading the Imperial Army out of the royal capital for quite some time. And the journey along the way had been long and tiring. The road was rugged and uneven. It really wore out this frail mage. With the warhorse's help, they still made fairly good time. By now, they had reached the middle of the plains. And they just happened to come across a village. Misant planned to go in and rest for a while. There was no harm in waiting until tomorrow to continue the journey. Chapter 42. Magic Exchange. Mima Guguzi was an ordinary mage player in No. 6 beginner village on Sakala Island. In real life, he was the owner of an adult entertainment shop. He was fairly good-looking and also very shrewd. Within less than half a day, he used his headlights and taillights to win over a group of male players. And with his smooth talk, he earned the admiration of many female players. As for those who didn't get along with him, he basically used tricks to squeeze them into a corner. In the end, the entire Sakala No. 6 starter village formed a guild under his lead, called the Real Scene Society. Once he became the ruler of the entire Sakala No. 6 starter village, he discovered he had new permissions, the title of village chief, and a 10% boost to all attributes. To witness, when the total number of players you command across the county reaches 15,000, you can purchase a witness order to witness it, and unlock the position of town mayor, player representative, and the authority to choose the story's direction. The quick-witted Mima Guguzi instantly saw through some of the game creator's intentions. Obviously, he wants players to compete against each other too. And through this competition, a stronger player leader will be chosen. And as leader, of course, they get more resources and power to better invade the world. Whether this world is destroyed or not, Mima Gogogo doesn't care. He only knows this way he can get more power. Just as he was bored, thinking about the hosts in his shop and planning to unwind before sleeping, a game system alert suddenly rang out. Attention! The story NPC Mason has entered the newbie village you lead. You have 3 choices. Choice 1, kill NPC Mason and carry out his important world quest. Complete the quest and you'll get a huge amount of invasion points. Choice 2, help NPC Mason. Important world quest pending. Based on your contribution, you'll receive invasion choices. Option 3, do not participate in the world mission. The system's notification tone just faded away. Mima Doggy looked through the room's window and saw an army in full armor pouring into the novice village square. Leading them was a man with triangular, upturned eyes. He had a bright red, bulbous nose. His upper lip wore a carefully groomed, curly mustache. He rode on a tall horse. He wore a flashy French-style robe, red with gold trim. Archmage Misant, level 29, Tier 3. Mima Doggy's eyes lit up. Until the chance came. So wearing only his thin pajamas, he swayed his snake-like waist, pushed open the door, and went to greet him. Esteemed Lord, I am the village chief of this village. I welcome your distinguished arrival. As Mima Gogozi was born, all the players in Sakala Island No. 6 single quotes as starter village who had come to welcome found they couldn't speak. They couldn't even move their limbs. They could only barely move their view, as if they had entered a cutscene. You are the village chief of this village. Misant cast his gaze upon Mima Guguzi. He felt his heart stir. A new gleam entered his eyes. The woman before him wore a black sheer nightgown he had never seen. Her fair, delicate skin was half hidden, half revealed. Her alluring waist curved with a soft, tempting grace. Her expression was respectful, filled with admiration, her posture low and humble. That meek look scratched the very spot that itched most in Misanti's heart. Misanti's eyes lit up. He thought, the queen of the king of Amlius isn't worth a damn. Now this is truly top-notch. Mima Doggy, who had been observing Mason with sidelong glances, also noticed Mason's ravenous, Volf-like gaze. But he brushed it off. Instead, she smiled alluring. They bent their body a bit lower, revealed a patch of snow-white chest. Yes, my noble lord. I'm the chief of this village, Mima Guguzi. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Within my power, I'll gladly fulfill your wish. The beauty's words made Mercant's heart itch. He wished he could sweep this beauty inside and properly discuss the magic garden. But she was, after all, a great mage. And he still harbored some wariness inside. How could he let a little beauty go to his head? He began carefully observing the village surroundings. The houses were neat and clean. They looked as if they had just been built recently. The road was wide. But there was little planning. It fit the look of ignorant villagers. He looked at the villagers around him. They looked curious but stood still, not saying a word. Except that their eyes held no fear, and almost all of them were armed. Everything else was perfectly normal. They didn't quite seem like people of this country. With that thought in mind, Masonti asked with suspicion, "Where are you people from? Where did you come from? Why would you build a village in this place? You know, this is the middle of nowhere. Wild beasts roam everywhere. Building a village here is very dangerous." Hearing Masonti's clearly probing questions, Mima Goguzi put on a face as if she were about to cry. Her face was streaked with tears. She sobbed and said, Your lordship, I am the daughter of immigrants from an outer island. I led a merchant caravan here to trade. But sadly, we were shipwrecked. All the cargo on the ship was lost. Now only the people from the ship are left alive. We have nowhere to go, so we could only build a village here for now. I know wild beasts run rampant here too, but I'm helpless and alone, so what can I do? Sobbing, Mima Goguzi walked over to Masonti's horse. She hugged his leg and burst into tearful whimpers. Feeling the soft, smooth touch on his thigh, Masonti couldn't hold himself back. He stiffened. At the same time, through the contact, he sensed the magical elements in this woman's body. Just a lowly mage apprentice, nothing more. So what was there to worry about? The village chief was that weak. How strong could the other villagers be? He had a whole army, and plenty of knights too. With that thought, Masonti dropped the act. He swung off his horse. He pulled Mima Goguzi's plump body into his arms. One roving hand rudely stroked her soft back as he comforted, Hey. Don't cry, the goddess of luck can't always favor people. In our lives, one or two mishaps are bound to happen. This is perfectly normal. I was just passing through today, just worn out from the long journey. I thought I'd stay here for the night. Meeting a beautiful lady like you is my good fortune. Mason's big hand grew bolder and bolder, but Mima the little pop still lay docile in the arms of the archmage, who was barely taller than her, looking utterly seductive, biting her red lip. With dreamy eyes, she cooed, Noble Master Archmage, it's my honor that you'd stop in my little village. Heh. Hearing that, Mason was overjoyed. The woman before him was simply an enchantress, far better than those nightingales in the royal capital's taverns. Not oily, and yet it captivates the heart. And most importantly, your words are sweet to hear. Beauty, I didn't expect you're an apprentice mage. Meeting me today is your lucky day. I am a third-rank archmage. If you have any questions about magic, you can ask me. At that, Mima Goguzi's eyes lit up. He revealed just the right hint of surprise and adoration. He clapped his little hands and said coyly, You're truly impressive. Well, I do have some questions I'd like to ask you. Why don't you come into my room and explain it all properly? It's my honor, beautiful lady. Please, I'll tell you everything, holding nothing back. Chapter 43, Kill with a Borrowed Knife. After a while, Ma Goguzi walked out of the house, neatly dressed, gently closed the door. His heart was completely unmoved. I even feel like laughing a bit. There was simply no chance to make a move. He'd originally wanted to kill this old mage directly. But this was fine too. Since killing Misint directly wasn't possible, he still had other ways. After killing Misint, it would have been hard to explain to those soldiers. But if it was killing by borrowed knife, then it had nothing to do with him. Everything would fall into place naturally. At that thought, he gently smoothed the hair on his forehead, then straightened out his clothes. His face once again wore that pitiable, winsome expression. He glanced around. The other players were all busy with their own things. No one was watching him. Only then did he tiptoe over to the other side of the novice village and knock at a door. Knock. Hello. Excuse me, is anyone there? This is the room of a Grand Knight serving in the army. His name is Waymont, level 26. He was the strongest aside from Archmage Mason. Through appraisal, he also learned that Grand Knight Waymont was the true power in the army. At that moment, the Grand Knight wasn't asleep yet. Hearing the soft, seductive woman's voice outside the door, he smiled a little. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he walked to the door and opened it. He saw outside the door, in the cold moonlight, a delicate beauty standing there, frail and alluring. Her rosy lips parted softly, her shoulders were bare. A watery mist shrouded her eyes, as if tears were about to spill over. Though Waymond was battle-hardened, Anlius was, after all, a tiny state. Compared with other nations, it was almost like a village. so he had never seen such an enchanting seductress. Besides, Mima Guguzi was a modern person dragged into the game from Blue Star. She was bolder and more uninhibited than the women of this world, and she knew even better how to hold a man's heart. Not to mention she was a brothel madam. His skills are just completely maxed out. With all those buffs stacked on top, Wyming's heart immediately began to itch unbearably. He just couldn't hold out at all. However, he still maintained the basic code of a knight. He didn't go at it as blatantly and recklessly as Misint. Miss Doggo. Weren't you just discussing magic principles with Master Misint? Yeah, but we've already finished discussing. The succubus Doggo stepped forward 2 steps. She nestled gently in the arms of the great Knight Wymans. Her soft, fair hand traced slow circles on his chest. Master Misint said my talent was limited, so we didn't continue our lessons. If I wanted to continue, I'd have to accompany him. When she said that, her bright, bewitching eyes overflowed with huge tears. She gazed at the great knight before her, her eyes sad and pleading. Her soft, warm little hand curled around one of the great knight's arms. Sniffling, she poured out her grief. I originally thought the Archmage Misint was a venerable elder. That's why I trusted him so much. I didn't expect them to refuse. Then I got thrown out with nowhere to go, so I came here. Actually, brother, could you let me stay in your room tonight? You wouldn't bear to see this little doggy lying on the dirty ground by the door, wearing so few clothes, and lying there all night. Mima the doggy pleaded, gently pouting her luscious red lips, her slightly upturned eyes full of hurt and sorrow. Sad tears tracing faint, shallow tracks down her cheeks. Any normal man seeing this would be unable to bear it. Yes, of course you may. Please, come in. Wymans had his doubts about Mima Guguzi's words. After all, a man and woman alone in a room. But Mima Guguzi didn't stay there long. So she really might have gone with Archmage Misint to study the magic garden. Then the shameless Archmage Misint tried to assault her. But she refused him. In the end, he didn't succeed. Given Archmage Misint's lustful nature, doing something like that is hardly surprising. With that thought, Wyming's no longer had a shred of doubt about Mima Guguzi. Only a deep bond and a racing heart remained. What a wonderful girl! Even facing the mighty Archmage Misint, she showed no sign of yielding. Instead, she dared to fight for her innocence. Moreover, Mima Guguzi is a girl who loves learning. The moment she met Archmage Misint, the first thing she wanted was to learn the principles of magic. Then the kids they'd have later would be smart too. Grand Knight Wymans pondered this seriously. Would their child take the name Guguzi or his surname Saul? If a boy, he'd be called Urgusal. If a girl, Cynthia Guguzi. As Grand Knight Wymans had these thoughts, he ushered the alluring Mima Guguzi into the house. He just wanted to give Mima Guguzi a warm home. He had absolutely no other intentions. After all, he was nothing like that lecherous demon, Master Misint. He is a true, elegant knight. Learning magic requires talent. Obviously this Knight Wyming is not suited to it. Mima Doggy was very relaxed. Teaching this student was not tiring at all. But as an excellent mage, he should also care about his students' feelings. So Mima Doggy stayed in Wyming's arms, all sweet and affectionate. He stared at Wyming, entranced. His sparkling eyes were full of charm and adoration. But in his heart, he was secretly complaining. Are all the men in this world this exasperating? That can't be right. Mima, puzzled, squeezed Wyming's bulging shoulder. It's real, not fake. He's clearly such a mighty man. Feeling Mima's cute little squeeze, Wymans thought his valor had already won Mima's heart. So he grinned. He teased, little puppy. Don't worry, just follow me from now on. I will definitely make you happy. Mima Guguzi. Mima Guguzi held back the urge to curse. A forced smile appeared on their face. Grinning, they replied, I firmly believe that. From now on, you really must treat her well, okay? Ho ho ho, don't worry. I am a glorious knight. I will definitely treat you well. Wymans looked smug. His big hand wrapped around the beauty's slender waist. Words can't describe how happy he felt. Mima Guguzi had truly won his heart. He had made up his mind. After slaying the dragon, back in the capital, he'd bring Mima Guguzi. He would marry Mima Guguzi. Every day he'd show Mima Guguzi just how brave he was. As he dreamed of the future, thinking about how many children they'd have, how many would study magic, and how many would become knights. The Mima Doggy in his arms suddenly began to whimper and cry. Wyman's face changed. He quickly spoke soothingly, asked what was wrong. Actually, brother, Doggy likes you too, but I'm afraid we can't be together. Why a Grand Knight? Wyman looked puzzled. My identity is a Grand Knight. Marrying you would definitely be no problem. And don't worry, I'll be sincere with you. I can swear on my knight's honor. Grand Knight Wyman, with a grave face, thumped his chest. swearing it with perfect sincerity. No, it's Archmage Masontia. What happened to him? He said tomorrow he still wants to exchange magic with me. If I don't yield to him, he'll kill me. But I haven't had a baby with you yet. I don't want to die. Wah. Damn it, you're my woman. I'll never allow that bastard to touch you. You wait, I'm going to go kill him right now. Wei Mingxi's face was full of fury. He was clearly blinded by rage. Just as he was about to get up and put on his armor, Mima Guguzi pulled him back. Actually, brother, I know you're doing this for me, but that old bastard is extremely powerful. You might not be able to defeat him. Tomorrow night, I'll pretend to go exchange magic. When I've tricked that old fool into taking off his robe and laying aside his staff, then you come in and finish him off in one blow. Vimans heard this, and his mind calmed a little. But he loved little Doggo even more. He pulled Doggo into his arms. With a moved face, he sighed, "You've suffered so much, my Doggo. As long as I can be with Sir Knight, no matter how bitter." Doggo lay on the great knight's shoulder, knowing the plan had already half succeeded. A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 44. Masonti, the cornerstone of agriculture and animal husbandry, lay on his bed, looking fully satisfied. He didn't know that the woman he had just been intimate with had already hooked up with a Grand Knight, nor did he know that the star of his death was already flickering. Early morning, Dragon Dynasty. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Sunayan woke up right on time. A dragon's biological clock is just that brutal, not a single minute or second off, provided the dragon doesn't want to keep sleeping. Anna was still sound asleep. Her pale pink lips were slightly parted, exhaling warm, milky-scented breath. Her whole small, soft body curled in Sunayan's arms. Her little hands gently clasped Sunayan's neck. Her delicate face was pink and tender. Eyelashes fluttered. Her expression was tranquil. A smile lifted to intoxicating little dimples. Her cute charm made Sunayan's mouth water. Couldn't resist and slurped a couple of times. Mimi seemed to sense Sunayan's sly move. Anna squirmed and twisted her body, turning her cute little face to the other side. But how could Sunayan give up now? His flexible neck turned right along with his little darling's face. After 20 licks, he saw Anna starting to furrow her brows. Kinku seemed about to wake up. Sunayan licked his dragon lips. Only then did he drop it. Ever since Anna's affection hit 60, the growth rate had slowed down. No matter how Sunayan tried to raise it, her affection barely went up. Just 1 or 2 points at a time. And sometimes not even a single point. But he wasn't worried. After all, romance is something that should develop slowly. If it went too fast, he couldn't handle it yet. Not only does it have barbs, it can't even take human form. After licking his little darling's face, Sunayan felt absolutely delighted. He wrapped Anna up snugly in animal hide, gently placed her on the fur mat. Only then did he shake his dragon body, and stood up from the rocky platform. A day's plan begins with the morning. The ugly black dragon is still snoozing away. The handsome dragon is already off to patrol his territory. Sunayan climbed above his dragon court and looked down over his territory. All the monsters had already started running under Greyvolf's lead. Watching the horde of magic beasts panting and gasping for breath, Sunayan bared his savage dragon maw and blew to smoke rings. He suddenly felt deja vu, like seniors watching freshmen at military training. Half an hour later, all the monsters assembled in neat rows beneath the dragon court. Greyvolf walked to the very front with a solemn face. He stood at attention, head high, chest out, raising his Volf paws with force. Then a gnoll yelled loudly, reporting, "Boss, all monsters due, 5,789 beasts. Present, 5,787, 2 absent. Please instruct, what about those 2 beasts?" Sunayan looked up and asked curiously. "Report, boss. Those 2 are Joutaro and Gultaro, elite gnolls. They went yesterday to collect Overlord's stink bug dung. Afterwards they were so wiped out, they still can't get out of bed." "I see. They were making a contribution to the organization. Let them rest well. And don't be stingy with their food either." Sunayan's face turned serious. He clenched his dragon claws and spread the dragon wings behind him, making himself look even more mighty and imposing. His gaze swept over every magical beast below, heads held high, muscles swelling, and continued to drive their growth. "I see it all clearly. You've gradually grown from frail little beasts into powerful ones. I'm very pleased. I hope you don't let your hard work go to waste. Train seriously. Be strict with yourselves. Only then, when we face enemies, will we have the strength to reason with them." That's all for today's briefing. Everyone, return to your positions and continue training. Bolekeli and Greyvolf, stay. The rest of you, dismissed. At the Black Dragon's command, all the demon beasts let out a wild roar. They all went off to complete their training goals for the day. For the Blaze Rabbits, The snake-sinew beasts, the long-hair boars, and other monsters at the very bottom of the food chain. Life nowadays has become better and better, though they train hard every day. They eat well and dress warmly. Best of all, they no longer fear a predator popping out to kill and eat them at any moment. With military-style management, and Sunayan constantly instilling his ideas into the monsters. This calm, peaceful life was brought by him. Their rise in strength was brought by him too. These monsters' loyalty grew higher and higher with that. This easily solved the problem of the monsters possibly rebelling. Over time, even without the dragon Vane's taint, these monsters would gradually take on Sunayan's form. Grey Wolf and Balikri, I have kept you here, mainly to discuss matters concerning territory construction. Sunayan looked at these two followers of his. They were the most loyal among all the monsters. Balikri reached 95. Grey Wolf had also reached 93. It seemed that some of Sunayan's actions had won their approval. So even though Sunayan gave Grey Wolf and Balikri no visible benefits, their loyalty was still slowly increasing. Grey Wolf, do you know what our territory is missing the most right now? Facing the Black Dragon's question, Grey Wolf was momentarily stunned, thought for a long time, and said cautiously, Master, our meat supply isn't enough. And the territory isn't safe either. Those humans could come back at any time. That's right, Sunayan nodded. He agreed with Grey Wolf. The weak magical beasts here have brought a stable and peaceful life. But for you who love eating meat, it's actually not much help. On the contrary, you have much less meat now. Simply hunting ordinary wild beasts won't work. We need to hunt those beasts with a plan, and even domesticate them. I call this agriculture and animal husbandry. Agriculture and animal husbandry. Grey Wolf and Balikri exchanged bewildered looks. Both were utterly confused. Farming and raising livestock were completely new concepts to them. Looking at his two followers, so eager to learn, Sunayan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He explained that the music forest was extremely vast. It was rich in resources. Before this, the two of you basically just hunted whenever you were hungry, digging around everywhere for roots to eat. If we herded all the game together, keep them penned in a designated area, and the edible plants, meanwhile, are planted in designated fields. Then when we want to eat, we just go fetch them. Wouldn't that be far more convenient? To become the leader of the tribe. Balikri and Grey Wolf are no fools. They'd follow Sunayan's hints and actively picture that scene in their minds. Want to eat? Just take it. Convenient, and it never runs out. What wonderful words. Agriculture and animal husbandry are truly miracles for developing a tribe. Grey Wolf and Balikri's eyes lit up. They gazed in worship at the fierce and mighty giant dragon before them. The rules of agriculture and animal husbandry were not hard. The problem was that they had simply never thought of them before. Yet the master had brought them up so effortlessly. As expected of our great master. Great master, your wisdom is deeper than the ocean, vaster than the starry sky. If anyone dares doubt that, I will take my sharpest, rustest fork and knife and stab his butt hard. Balikri prostrated himself on the ground. The tail behind him wagged rapidly. If the black dragon didn't mind, he even wanted to rush over right then and lick his master's toes. Unfortunately, last time he tried to do that, he was almost kicked to death by his own master. After that, Balikri never dared to do it again. Grey Wolf wasn't much of a talker, but the golden glow flickering in his Wolf demon showed his feelings were much like the kobold chieftain's. So tell me, run things according to my thinking and my principles. What creatures in the forest can be used for animal husbandry and agriculture? Master, we often hunt salt sheep, they're delicious. Grey Wolf was the first to answer Sunayan's question. His tribe lived deep in the Silver Moon Forest. It was considered a fairly powerful force, so he knew best where the easy, tasty prey could be found. Blue sheep are pretty good. Sunayan's eyes lit up. In his mind, a sheep-shaped magical beast appeared. This beast is unlike the fire rabbit. They have limited potential. They're like that their whole lives. They don't breathe fire, and they're not aggressive either. All day long, they just graze. When attacked, they hide on the cliffs. The hard horns on their heads are just for show. The reason these magical beasts haven't gone extinct is mainly because they can move swiftly on steep cliffs, and the music forest happens to have no particularly fierce flying magical beasts. Of course, now there's me. Grey Wolf, you're pretty good. You've made a very constructive suggestion. Sheep are not only easy to raise, they also breed well. Their wool can be made into winter clothes. Sheep's milk can be used for food. Sheep horns and bones can be cut off and used as weapons. And sheep pizzles, in short, they're perfect as the cornerstone for us to develop animal husbandry. Sunayan flew down from the dragon nest and came to Grey Wolf's side. Under the flattered gazes of the jackalmen, he pressed on Grey Wolf's shoulder. Then he raised another dragon claw and tapped Gravelf between the eyebrows. That was a pure, precious drop of heart's blood. This was Sunayan's reward to Gravelf this time. But this kind of reward certainly couldn't be given too often, though heart's blood can be produced again. But losing too much heart blood in a short time would seriously affect Sunayan's own condition. The Kobold Chief Polikri saw this and nearly went mad. He couldn't help crawling to the black dragon's feet. He eagerly reported to his great master, "I know of a plant. It is earthy yellow and looks like a fleshy tumor. It tastes especially good. Once you eat it, you won't be hungry for a long time. I believe we can use it as the cornerstone for developing agriculture." Chapter 45, Flame Sword Tower. Right as the Kobold Chief Polikri made his suggestion, Wolfie's already burly frame swelled up another size. From just over 2 meters tall, he grew to 2.5 meters. The muscles on his body became even more terrifying, and more black scales grew on his body. This was the effect of absorbing the heart blood of a true dragon. The effect was immediate, although Wolfie's own level did not increase, but the attribute points he gained each episode increased. You could tell from his stat panel. Name: Wolfie, strong, sex, male, race, Knoll Chieftain and minion of the Black Dragon. Level 15, Tier 2, 1 out of 20. Hit points, 3,300, strength, 30 plus 3.7, attack, 674. Resistance, 30 plus 3, armor, 330. Spirit, 5, magic resistance, 50, skill, pounce. The frenzy spreads rabies and ambushes the pack. The Green Guard gathers souls to smite the Dragon Vein Stone. The Jackal Leader has gained a new ability. Every human he kills permanently boosts the Jackal Leader's strength. The Jackal Leader Gravelf's strength and physique were both 15 points before. Now, under the influence of Dragon Blood, the attribute points he gains each level have reached 2. For the Jackal race, this is an absolutely terrifying improvement. Sunayan shifted his gaze away from Gravelf. It landed once again on the Kobold Leader, Polikri. Those yellow, wart-like plants were actually edible, and they were very filling. He raised his head. Excitedly, he blew a smoke ring. Wait, could this other world really have potatoes too? If it really does, that would be incredible. You know, potatoes have so many great qualities as a food. High yield and easy to grow. It can even serve as a staple food, and so on. Best of all, no matter how you make it, it tastes great. Born in a land of food lovers, how could Sunayan, now a transmigrator in another world, let his stomach suffer, if he can't even enjoy the freedom of good food? Wouldn't all those transmigrator seniors laugh him to death? Polikri, the Kobold Chieftain, saw his black dragon boss looking so excited, he couldn't help breaking into an excited grin. His tail behind him wagged even harder. Not bad. Polikri, if you truly find what I'm looking for, I will reward you generously. Now tell me where you found that plant. Facing the Black Dragon Master's question, the Kobold Chieftain Polikri dared not delay. He lay flat on the ground, head low, whimpering and yelping, reporting to you, Master. I found this plant by accident near the swamp. At the time, I was starving. It looked edible, so I dug it up and took a bite. It was crisp and crunchy on the tongue, and it left a faint sweet aftertaste. Too bad I didn't dare stay there long. So he dug up a part, eating as he went, and ran off. That place is Yankui's territory. These magical beasts are extremely ferocious. Not something a little kobold like me can afford to provoke. It really does sound like potatoes. Sunayan lowered his head and pondered. The music swamp is quite far from here. Even flying there and back would take half a day. So he decided to set this matter aside for now. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yankui. Those are just a pack of second-tier magical beasts about as strong as gnolls. The only tricky part is, if these beasts keep hiding in the swamp, it'll be hard to handle. We can only hope those otherworldly potatoes aren't growing in the swamp. Otherwise, we can't avoid tangling with those disgusting Yankui. At that thought, to keep from dampening the Kobold Chieftain Polikri's enthusiasm, Sunayan said soothingly, we'll find that position tomorrow. And there may be other things this year that I'll need you for. With that, Sunayan turned and headed back to the Dragon Court. He took out the Flame Sword Tower blueprint. Detected that the host is in an open area. Detected that the host possesses the Flame Sword Tower blueprint. The blueprint is of purple quality. It can be used a total of 5 times. Please confirm the construction location for the Flame Sword Tower. A green construction box similar to Warcraft popped up. In the Soviets' field of view, a rocky building with a red-tiled dome about 8 meters high could be faintly seen. As expected, it works as long as you're outside. Sunayan looked at the Flame Sword Tower blueprint in his hand. A flicker of surprise flashed in the golden dragon eyes. Yesterday, Back in the Dragon Court, he took out the blueprint. The system warned that conditions weren't met. It couldn't be used. At first, he thought it was something like not enough materials. But it clearly didn't even show what materials were needed. Until that night, holding Anna and almost asleep, a sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He figured the building terrain didn't meet the requirements. With a hint of anticipation, Sunayan flew to a tall cliff not far away. The cliff was shaped like a wolf's fang. Together with another cliff, it formed an arch-like structure. This was the only road into the core of the Dragon Dynasty. Sunayan maneuvered the construction frame onto the cliff, adjusted its position and angle, until the construction frame turned green. Only then did he settle on the build location. A magical scene unfolded. A simple foundation immediately appeared on the cliff, but the system's notification sound came again. Building the Flame Sword Tower requires 10 tons of stone, 3 tons of wood, 20 workers, 5 kilograms of food, and a construction time of 12 hours. Selectable worker races: humans, construction speed plus 20%. Kobolds, building defense plus 20%. Goblins, building mutation rate plus 20%. Dwarves, all building attributes plus 10%. Note: the host must provide the workers himself. Once workers enter the foundation, construction begins automatically. After construction, the workers' related memories will be wiped, and they will be sent back. Chapter 46, The Kobold's Bizarre Counting. The host has to provide the workers himself. Sunayan stared at the system message thoughtfully. Then his gaze fell on Belikri, the kobold chief, still climbing up the rock wall. To be fair, in terms of clinging to his master, Belikri has reached the limit. Even though he had flown up that high on the cliff face, Belikri still insisted on staying by his side. It's just a shame he's a kobold, not a pretty, charming elf maiden. The defense increase for kobold-built structures is pretty reasonable. On this point, Sunayan himself was. I know that from experience. Don't be fooled by his Dragon Court's rough exterior, but the arrangements inside are all very exquisite, and its sturdiness should hold up fine against a 5th-tier magic blast. The best option now is definitely to have the kobolds help build Flame Stomp. As for the human players, they probably won't dare leave the safe zone for a while, and that 20% efficiency boost isn't really needed right now. Might as well capture those players to help him grow potatoes. If they don't obey, feed them the tyrant stinkbug's dung balls. Master, the kobold chief Belikri, who had just climbed up to Sunayan's side and was still out of breath, only got half a sentence out before the black dragon cut him off. Now go down and find 20 sturdy kobolds to help me build this Flame Stomp. Belikri turned his head and glanced up at the towering rock wall. He wanted to cry but had no tears. And yet, he had only just climbed up here. Besides, he was afraid of heights. Or rather, every kobold was afraid of heights, because they had short arms and stubby legs. They rarely went up to very high places. What do we do now? It was not as if he could ask his master to take him away. He feared that, if he made such a request, his own master would kick him to death. But Sunayan was, after all, a black dragon who understood his kobold's heart. He immediately sensed the trouble weighing on his follower's heart. So he bared a vicious grin and said, Belikri, you are now a strong kobold, but you are not yet strong enough. Do you know what true strength really is? Facing the black dragon's question, Belikri obediently lowered his head and lay prostrate on the ground. Great master, your servant did not know that true strength lies in facing fear, conquering fear, and even transcending fear. Just like this, Sunayan said. And under the stunned gaze of the kobold chieftain Belikri, he raised his back leg and planted a kick on the kobold chieftain bully. Cree right in the buttocks. The whole room echoed with a wail like a beaten dog. The kobold chieftain Belikri went flying. Finally, he hit the ground with a splat. The cliff wall was only about 10 meters high. Growing stronger day by day, kobold chieftain Belikri wasn't hurt. He instinctively rolled over a few times to absorb the force of the fall. Except for his butt being a bit sore from the black dragon master's kick, he was completely unharmed. Belikri actually fell from such a height and wasn't injured. The kobold chieftain Belikri shook his dog head. He nimbly picked himself up from the ground. He held his own hands together, yet his golden eyes couldn't help showing a bit of joy. Belikri overcame his fear. Oh, master, you are truly great. Just one small action from him gave Belikri so much help. The gradually subjugated kobold chieftain felt nothing but endless worship for his black dragon master. He quickly patted the dust off his bottom and cheerfully gathered his underlings. Moments later, all 20 kobolds climbed the rock wall, huffing and puffing. Everyone, attention, feet together. Actually, their legs weren't exactly straight, because all kobolds are bow-legged. But they still kept their spirits high, standing tall and proud before Sunayan. Around them were stone and timber hauled by shaggy boars. All of you, attention! Belikri bellowed loudly. All the kobolds immediately looked straight ahead, standing even more upright. Xiaoxi, dress right. Eyes forward, count off. Woof, woof, woof ... 20 times over until all the dogheads had finished counting off. Policry respectfully prostrated himself before the black dragon. With a reverent dog face, he said, "Report, master. All 20 dogheads are present. They are the strongest warriors in the tribe. They are now awaiting your command." Sunayan gave Policry an odd look. And the last doghead to count off was almost hoarse. "This is only 20 dogheads. Later, when there are thousands upon thousands of dogheads, wouldn't the last one counting off have to count till night? Policry, didn't you teach them how to say numbers?" Hearing this, Policry was a bit troubled. He said guiltily, "Master, after all, our people haven't been remade by your dragon cave, so their nature is rather blunt. They don't know how to adapt. Actually, they do understand what numbers mean, but when it's time to count off, they can't help using the most primitive way to express them." Sunayan remained silent. He finally understood why building the flame sword tower had to be done with the system's help. With these blockheads, you can get them to build a nest, but a structurally complex sword tower is too much to ask. Forget it, let them in. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about it. Just bring them their meals at meal times. They'll take care of building the flame sword tower themselves. But Policry was a bit confused. He does know his own subordinates. There's no way to build a flame sword tower at all. What if a flame spear splashes out at the Black Dragon Master? Apart from making traps, what I'm best at is sword and spear tactics. It's not just well ventilated, it's clean too. When you poop, it won't splash onto your butt. But in that case, their kobold clan in the music forest really won't be wiped out by one breath of the Master's dragon fire. You're worried that they won't meet. Don't worry, just do as I say. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Sunayan kindly patted Bolekeli on the shoulder. He gave him an encouraging look. Then he flew away from the cliff wall. He returned to the dragon court. "What are you looking at? Damn it, get to work already. Careful, or I'll stab your butts with my sharpest knives and forks." Bolekeli was angrily scolding his own day's subordinates as he pulled his lower body out of the now cracked rocks. Luckily his body was in pretty good shape right now. Otherwise, with those few hits from the Black Dragon Master just now, he would have been lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, going to meet the great Kurtamak. Chapter 47. The Origin of Extreme Evil. The reason Siren was rushing back to Dragon Court was for nothing else but to feed Anna. He'd been busy out there for so long. He figured Anna was probably awake by now. By now, quite a lot of herbs had been gathered, all sorted and stored in batches in the dragon nest. Anna could simply take and eat them herself. If he went back late, he wouldn't be able to give her the medicine himself. What a pity that would be. Sure enough, the moment Sunayan entered the nest, he saw Anna with her little bottom stuck up, rummaging through the herbs. She was about to gather all the herbs they needed. Sunayan quickly flew over like mad to stop her. "Anna, leave this herb-finding business to me. You just need to stay put and wait for me to feed you the medicine, got it?" Sunayan gently coaxed Anna, while taking the herbs from her hands without hesitation. But, dragon brother, Anna doesn't get a butt." Sunayan's dragon face was very serious. He said patiently, guiding her, "These herbs, you can't tell them apart either. What if you grab the wrong one and take the wrong medicine? What if your body gets even worse? Be good, you're still young. You don't understand these things." Sitting on Sunayan's dragon claw, Anna, held in Sunayan's arms, pouted her little mouth, feeling wronged. She blinked her big eyes. She looked innocently at her dragon brother, and said helplessly, "Anna can actually tell these herbs apart. This is snow grass mushroom. This is lotus heartleaf. This is pine root bone. And this is dream cherry blossom. Dragon brother, this dream cherry blossom has a swapping effect. So what do you gather these herbs for? Is it to lure demon beasts?" Yeah, that's right, lure the magical beast. Ho 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 ho." Sunayan hastily nodded his dragon head, wearing a very serious look, but in fact he had already started scratching the ground with his claws. No other meaning, just that his feet were itchy. "And also, big dragon brother, hee." Anna suddenly giggled. He could feel the embarrassment gathering, but he didn't let it show. He pressed his lips together. With crimson cheeks, she murmured coyly, and then, actually, Anna never intended to take the medicine herself. Anna only wanted to set these medicines ready, waiting for Brother Dragon to come back and save her. As she spoke, she bit her red lips and turned her fair, delicate face away. Sunayan could see her long, slender neck flushing red at a visible pace. Even the fluffy ears on her head were tinged with a hint of pink. Trembling uneasily, Anna's words made his heart bloom with joy. Anna had actually been waiting specifically for him to return. She clearly could have taken these herbs herself. Yet he insisted on making it himself. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's do it now. He was just a kind black dragon, filled with compassion and a wish to heal the wounded and save the dying. So he quickly chewed up the herbs. He even rolled them into a pill with dragon saliva and handed it to Anna. "Here, Anna, this is for you," he said, slurring and mumbling. Thanks to the dragon saliva, the properties of all the herbs were fully blended, and the overall potency was enhanced. Of course, that was what he thought. After all, he wasn't the one who said that every part of a dragon is a treasure. That was common knowledge. So it was no surprise that dragons had such a special function. That made perfect sense. Anna hesitated for a moment. In the end, she was still a bit shy. Especially when meeting Sunayan's gaze, she still couldn't dare to take the pill directly with her mouth. So she reached out and took that pill down. She swallowed it down with water, without any hint of disgust towards Sunayan. Although the expected cuddling didn't happen, but Anna willingly taking this step already made Sunayan very happy. Only couples can be this unreserved with each other. This just proves Anna has truly accepted him. Right, after he finished giving Anna the medicine, Sunayan then took out the food he had prepared earlier. Actually, eating something before taking medicine is best. But among the medicines Sunayan found, one is specifically for stomach care. Taking it on an empty stomach works even better. Brother Dragon, what is this? It tastes so good. Sweet Anna was eating the food Sunayan had exchanged, smiling and licking her pink lips. Her cute, naive look made him want to cup Anna's face and wash it again. This is 8 treasure porridge. You've never had this before, have you? Sunayan smiled smugly. He lifted his head and puffed out his chest. His huge dragon claws held Anna as he coiled on the high stone steps. Anna ate very elegantly. She chewed slowly and swallowed gently, taking tiny little bites. It was a lovely sight. But as she ate, she began to sob softly. Crystalline tears rolled down into her bowl. Sunayan was thrown into a panic. "Anna, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did some monster bully you? Tell me about it. I'll deal with them for you." "No." Anna lowered her head and looked at the sweet, fragrant 8 treasure porridge in her bowl. She raised a soft little hand and wiped the tears from her eyes. Sobbing, she stammered, "No monster bullied Anna. The dogheads and jackalmen are all very kind to Anna. Anna just misses home." Missing home, Sunayan smacked his lips, feeling a bit troubled. According to his memory, the Emerald Forest was 108,000 li away. You had to cross a vast, endless ocean. Right now, he had no way to send Anna home. And besides, he had his own selfish reasons. He couldn't bear to ... Anna nodded. She set down the 8 treasure porridge in her hand, then suddenly turned around and gently hugged the black dragon's neck. Buried in the black dragon's neck, she mumbled, "On a ... Anna's home was overrun by demons. Dad and Mom died, her sister died too, leaving Anna all alone. For some reason, those demons didn't eat Anna. Instead, they locked her up. After that, Anna started getting sick. It was agonizing. Every time she slept, the pain woke her. Until one day, a group of humans stormed in. They killed the demons, but he also sold Anna to slave traders." Chapter 48, Attack on the Yingyu Swamp Demons. Sunayan was taken aback. If his inherited memory was correct, 1,500 years ago, demons had been completely wiped out. Now, how could demons still exist? Yes, the demons seemed to recall something bad. Anna's small body shivered in fear. Her hands around Sunayan's neck tightened a little more. Those demons looked very strange. Most were the size of ordinary humans. Their bodies were wreathed in pitch black shadows, and a few looked like huge stitched monsters. Howling, "They destroyed my home. They killed my mother and father. My brother and sister died saving me. I still remember their faces. Their faces were covered in throbbing black veins. Their necks were covered with dark red scales. Their foreheads also bore a pair of gray horns curving backward." As Sunayan listened to Anna's story, he began searching the dragon clan's inherited memories, but found that no such demon had ever appeared. In the age when demons existed, they were a brutal race, reeking of sulfur from head to toe, with nothing but muscle and battle on their minds. Only a few demons delighted in schemes and tricks, skilled in curses and playing with souls. But Anna wouldn't lie to her. Perhaps some special demons truly did survive. The dragons simply weren't aware of it. "Be good, Anna. I'll always be by your side. From now on, the Dragon Dynasty is your home." Sunayan didn't know what to say. He could only wrap Anna in his dragon wings. Drawing on his past life experience, he said some hollow words to comfort her. But Brother Dragon, Anna may not have much longer. Anna lifted her head. Big tears kept streaming down. She pursed her lips. Her eyes were full of grief and reluctance. He had an uncanny sensitivity to certain things. so he was utterly absent. Actually, Tsunayan knew it perfectly well. No matter what medicine he used, Anna's heart failure just could not be cured, and her remaining lifespan was stuck at 63 days. It never went up again. Now Tsunayan gave Anna the medicine. Besides making her look better, it could only ease her physical pain a little. As for the heart failure, there was simply no way. From what Anna just recounted, Tsunayan guessed the evil affliction on her was a demon's curse. To cure this curse, perhaps they had to go to the human kingdom to find a high priest to cast the greater mirror painting spell on Anna. But a black dragon and an elf traveling together wouldn't be welcomed by humans in the southern continent now. In the Lingdong Empire on the northern continent, it might be fine. There isn't much racial discrimination there. Should he carry Anna on his back to the Lingdong Empire? Take the sea route across the dangerous North Yukon Sea. Then cross the Thunder Mountains. Only by crossing the Bayou Wasteland can you reach the Lingdong Empire. But forget about him for now. With Anna's constitution, she'd be frozen solid halfway through the cold northern rift. If they went by land, they'd have to cross at least 3 or 4 empires in the southern continent. Then they'd have to pass through the Death Desert. That route is far more dangerous than the sea route. The only way is to hunt down more players and gain system points, surpass the age limit to unlock magic inheritance early, or purify and modify other abilities. I won't let you die. Anna, rest assured, I've found a way to cure you. Tsunayan gently nuzzled Anna's face with his dragon head. The dragon licked away the tears on her face. The sad mood was stirred by Tsunayan's big tongue, and instantly turned playful. Anna wiped the tears from her eyes. Her bright big eyes blinked and blinked. She shyly lowered her head. With Brother Dragon, Anna's mood eased a lot. She clung tightly to the black dragon's head, her soft, fair face pressed against the hard, scale-covered cheek of the black dragon. Her eyes were filled with attachment and sincerity. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, "Please ... From now on, can you keep Anna by your side always? Anna ... Anna doesn't want to leave you. Don't worry, I promise." Tsunayan nodded. With firm eyes, Mr. Dragon ... People who lie have to swallow 1,000 needles, you know? But Anna is quite generous. She won't make you swallow 1,000 needles. You just need to always remember Anna. He chatted with Anna for a bit. He also comforted her a little bit. Anna, in poor health, began to doze off. And of course, those herbs were also partly responsible. Tsunayan spread the bearskin over Anna. He told a few elite jackal guards to watch the dragon's lair. Then he flew off into the distance. She just stepped out for a little while. That shouldn't really count as leaving, right? When he gets back, Anna might still be asleep. The sun is blazing like fire. Though autumn has already set in, this high-altitude forest is still the first to suffer the scorching heat. In such sweltering weather, every creature takes cover in the cool shade, not wanting to move an inch. And of course, that includes those sinister watchers. Tsunayan is ready to act. He's going to have a friendly chat with those Yankui fiends. He hoped they'd hand over the potatoes without trouble. He arrived outside the Dragon Dynasty. Tsunayan first flew to the Flamesword Tower, still under construction. There he found the Kobold Chieftain, Balikri. Balikri is ready to head to the business swamp for that plant you mentioned. You go tell Wolfie. Tell him to bring 20 gnolls. The other magic beast leaders should each bring 50 elite magic beasts too. At this moment, the Kobold Chieftain Balikri was marveling at the rapidly built Flame Sword Tower. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand when his kobolds had learned to build the Flame Sword Tower. After receiving Tsunayan's order, he didn't dare to slack off. He brought his legs together, raised his head, puffed out his chest, and saluted. Then, with a yelp, he jumped off the cliff to carry out the order. By the time Tsunayan led the army of monsters to Yingi Swamp, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Yingi Swamp was located due south of Yingi Forest, very close to the Yingi Mountains. Tsunayan flew up into the sky to observe. He could only see a sun-baked, dried-up basin. From the ground came a strange smell of grass mixed with a fishy stench. As for this smell, Tsunayan instinctively found it quite familiar. He even had the urge to jump into the swamp and roll around. He knew this was just the black dragon's natural instinct, but he could suppress these small instincts and keep calm. The swamp's dryness was only on the surface. Any creature that steps in will be instantly sucked into the swamp. Hovering in the sky, Tsunayan noticed 9 rockhelm crocodiles in the swamp. These crocodiles were all adults, led by a single alpha crocodile. They were about 2 meters long. The leading rockhelm crocodile was nearly 3 meters long, even more powerful and imposing. Their entire bodies were wrapped in blue-gray rock armor. These creatures were generally not high in level, roughly on par with gnolls. But after all, they hold the terrain advantage. And their defense is pretty good. At least jackalmen and kobolds, if they don't use tools, would have a hard time breaking through these Yankui crocodiles. The first time he saw the Yankui crocodiles, Sunayan started scheming in his mind. These Yankui crocodiles are underwhelming, but if he could tame them, using them as mounts for his jackal men would be great. As for the kobolds, they already have long-haired pigs as mounts, so Sunayan didn't consider them. At the same time, when the Yankui crocodiles spotted the black dragon suddenly appearing, they instinctively gathered together. They turned to face the black dragon, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. They didn't even look at the kobolds around them. After all, strictly speaking, these kobolds were their food. There was no need to worrying at all. As for the jackalwares, the not-so-bright rock helmet crocodiles just saw them as bigger meals. The true enemy was only the black dragon in the sky. The rock helmet crocodiles raised their heads. Their massive jaws cracked open slightly. Sharp teeth glinted coldly in the sunlight. No emotion could be seen in their dark yellow pupils, only the extreme bloodlust and killing intent of cold-blooded creatures. But Sunayan could still detect the rock helmet crocodiles' true feelings from their swaying tails and taut muscles. They were uneasy. They were terrified the dragon bloodline held absolute dominance over them. Rock Helmet Crocodile, Chapter 49, Destroy Them. In Sunayan's field of view, the insight tree began providing information on the Rock Helmet Crocodiles. Rock Helmet Crocodile, Level 13, Tier 2, Tender, Shelled, Steamed. Rock Helmet Crocodile Chief, Level 15, Tier 2, Meat Tough, Needs a Long Stew. Sunayan, oh my god. He felt that combining his system with the insight technique felt a little off. Although the information the insight technique reflected was linked to his own emotions and thoughts. He clearly wanted to tame the rock helmet crocodiles into mounts, and had no intention of eating them at all. At that thought, Sunayan swallowed a mouthful of dragon saliva. He decided to first try reasoning with these Yankui crocodiles. If they wouldn't listen to reason, he would argue it out with them. Stupid Yankui crocodiles. Now I give you a chance to submit to the great black dragon Suni Walterus Petunik. You have only 3 seconds to hesitate. The Yankui crocodiles exchanged bewildered looks. They stared blankly at the black dragon roaring in fury in the sky. What did the black dragon just say? The crocodiles froze for 3 seconds. This black dragon is mocking them for being short and small. How could they endure that? What's wrong with the black dragon? Even a black dragon can't insult crocodiles like that. The smoke helmet crocodiles were instantly furious. They roared Ayan-gi-hang at the black dragon in the sky. Their thick claws slapped the wet swamp ground, splashing up stinking mud. Are rock helmet crocodiles really that brave? Now it was Sunayan's turn to be dumbfounded. He wondered if his dragon might was fake. Any monster with a touch of dragon blood seemed able to tank a couple hits. This made Sunayan extremely angry. He decided to stop counting down. He would go down and teach these rock helmet crocodiles what it means to be human, and teach them what the Analects are. With that thought in mind, Sunayan adjusted his wings, angled his body, and dove toward the rock helmet crocodiles like a bomber with fierce wind pressure. As the black dragon's figure drew closer and closer, the rock helmet crocodiles opened their jaws wide, poised for battle. To the rock helmet crocodile leader, the black dragon's size wasn't especially huge. As the leader, he had to be the first to charge in and die. So he suppressed the fear in his bloodline, pushed hard with both forelimbs, and leapt into the air. The crocodile's mouth opened wide like a giant clamp studded with nails, and it viciously bit at the black dragon lunging at it. But with a crunch, it bit only air. Then a tremendous force struck the upper jaw of the chieftain Yankui. A dull, muffled thud followed. All he felt was a searing, burning pain. Dizzy and dazed, his 4 or 5-ton body was sent flying by a single huge slap from the black dragon. Spinning like a screw, he drilled straight into the swamp. Only his tail was left sticking out above the ground, like a peculiar tombstone. Sunayan's single strike hit home. He kept diving forward, both claws aimed at the 2 rock helmet crocodiles. One on each side, he snatched them up. Then he flew straight back outside the swamp and casually dropped them on the ground. Rock helmet crocodiles, level 12, stage 2, Gravelf, Polycree. I'll leave these 2 rock helmet crocodiles to you. Go wreck them. Beat them until they can't get up off the ground. Sunayan gave a single command. Then he flew back above the swamp once more. All that remained were male crocodiles, except the rockhelm crocodile leader, who still hadn't pulled his head out of the mud. The other rockhelm crocodiles had already started scattering everywhere. I just gave you 3 seconds. You didn't cherish it. Now you got me all fired up. And you think you can just pat your butt and run off. Come back here, you. A faint smile crossed Sunayan's face. His dragon breath spray organ began to swell. A sickly green glow lit up his throat. Gurgle ... blue-green flames burst from Sunayan's mouth. He kept spraying fire as he flew. He circled around part of the swamp. He enclosed all the slow-moving crocodiles trying to escape. The remaining rock-armored crocodiles saw their retreat cut off. With no other choice, they began clawing at the marsh. They wanted to use earth shields to burrow underground and flee. But the swamp, scorched by the blazing sun, had dried up, with little moisture left to keep it soft. At least these massive crocodiles couldn't just burrow into it easily. Their huge bodies were both an advantage and a weakness. Just like at this very moment, they panicked and scrabbled around for quite a while. In the end, only one crocodile head managed to poke into the dirt. No matter how they wriggled, they just couldn't get in for a long time. This ridiculous sight almost made Tsunayan, flying overhead, die laughing. He watched these stupid crocodiles digging their own graves. He no longer hesitated. He spread his wings and swooped straight down. Like an eagle snatching chicks, he grabbed each one by the tail and lifted them out of the swamp, then flung them against the hard rocks nearby. Splat after splat, before long, the few remaining bow crocodiles, including their leader, the rock helmet crocodile, were all tossed onto dry ground by Tsunayan. They still tried one last desperate struggle, but Tsunayan stepped onto a salthelm crocodile's body. He raised his head, gathered a huge mouthful of dragon breath, and breathed it straight into the crocodile's mouth. After reducing it to ashes from the inside out, all the salthelm crocodiles lay flat on the ground, still and obedient. Tsunayan bent down. His fierce dragon mouth held a dragon breath ready to erupt. Scorching acid dripped, one drop at a time, onto the salt-armored skin of the salthelm crocodile leader, sizzling. He stretched out a dragon claw. He gently patted the salthelm crocodile leader's face. The pat knocked out several crocodile teeth. Then, in a slurred dragon tongue, he threatened, "Stay down and stay still, or I'll blast you dead with one dragon breath. Submit to me, or this old man will spray you dead with dragon breath." Though the helmeted crocodile chief couldn't understand what the black dragon before him was saying, he could clearly see the dragon breath about to erupt, so he obediently lay flat on the ground, clutching his crocodile head with his two stubby claws. The other helmeted crocodiles followed suit, all striking submissive poses. And so, that's how it went. Just pathetic. "Where were you earlier? Had to force me to come up swinging." Tsunayan helplessly shook his head. He dabbed a drop of his heart's blood onto the head of the now tame, helmet-faced crocodile chieftain. Before long, that silly-looking crocodile chieftain finally gained a little wisdom. Great master, we really do last more than 3 seconds." This was the first fairly complete, clear sentence the helmet-faced crocodile chieftain conveyed to Tsunayan. "You didn't even last 3 seconds." Tsunayan let out a cold sneer. His dragon claws pounded the Yankui crocodile chief's head with loud ringing thuds. The beating was so fierce, gravel nearly fell from the chief's eyes. After taming the Yankui crocodile chief, Tsunayan held his dragon head high, puffed out his chest, and led them to the other side of the battlefield. The next moment, he stared in shock, dragon eyes bulging wide. The scene before him completely flipped dragon understanding upside down. Even the male Yankui crocodiles behind him were shocked expressions. Then they all trembled with sheer fury. "What the heck are you two doing?" Tsunayan bellowed, unleashing a thunderous roar. Gravelf and Polycree, who were in the middle of their business, were startled into a shiver by the dragon's roar. They nearly got scared out of their wits. "Both of you, put your pants back on. Get over there and face the wall. You stand there till sundown, and don't come back until I say so." Chapter 50. Catching humans to plant potatoes, Gravelf and Polycree jolted by the black dragon's roar. Although they were deeply resentful inside, they still obediently lay down on the ground and rolled aside to face the wall. Yet you could still read the hurt in their scrunched-up expressions. Tsunayan shook the dragon's head. He sighed, feeling in his heart, lamenting how cold and heartless the world was. Sho Crossingbu was about to turn around and comfort those male Yankui crocodiles, only to find each and everyone with burning red eyes, their emotions running quite high. Tsunayan, this. Crocodiles can't. At least they shouldn't. Maybe they prefer this kind of vibe. Tsunayan suddenly felt that maybe the Yankui crocodiles were enjoying it, and didn't seem to need his comfort. "Yankui crocodile leader, come here." The Yankui crocodile leader heard Tsunayan's command. It shivered, turned over, and crawled in front of Tsunayan. "From now on, you'll be called Renekton. That means Butcher of the Sands. I hope you'll live up to this great name." "Master, why isn't it Butcher of the Swamp?" Hearing that, Tsunayan's dragon face gave a twitch. He raised his dragon claw and banged it down on Rekaton's head. He roared, "Whatever I say your name is, that's your name. Where's all this nonsense coming from? Tell me quickly, are there yellow, round plants in the swamp that grow in clusters?" Whimpering, Rekaton let out two aggrieved whines. He struggled to pull his head out of the dirt. He shook his big head. He thought for a moment. Then he replied, "Master, the plant you mean is probably dungball fruit, but they're all buried deep. Let me go dig one up to show you." "Damn it, Tsunayan. What the heck is dungball fruit? Which idiot came up with that name? Everything he sees is crap." Sunayan suppressed the urge to blurt out a sarcastic remark. He wearily waved his hand. He signaled Renekton to dig out the dungball fruit. A short while later, Renekton climbed back ashore carrying a bunch of potato-like plants in his mouth. These dungball fruits are much bigger than the potatoes on Dixing. Easily as big as a basketball. The surface was bumpy and smeared with dirt. They really did look a bit like dungballs. The only question was how they tasted. Driven by that curiosity, Sunayan easily split one open with his dragon claw. It revealed a tender, powdery yellow core, just like a potato, and it looked mouthwatering. Bugs Bunny came over. Hearing the black dragon's call, Bugs Bunny stood up. He walked upright with a waddle, went up to the black dragon, and breathed fire. Bugs Bunny heard this and didn't dare to slack off. A clacking sound came from his throat. Just like an old flint lighter, he clicked for a while. And finally, with a whoosh, he spat out fire. Good, don't stop. Keep going. When you feel it's almost empty, let your underlings take turns. So there, at the edge of Yingyu Marsh, under the curious watch of a crowd of magical beasts, a bizarre scene appeared. A creature over 4 meters in body length, a black dragon with a 7 or 8 meter wingspan, was rotating and roasting a yellow potato on its sharp dragon claws. Beside the black dragon, fire rabbits were queuing up, taking turns contributing their own flames. It's not that Sunayan didn't want to build a fire from dry branches. He mainly wanted to train the abilities of his subordinates. Definitely not because he was lazy or anything. Seeing that they were almost done roasting, Sunayan exchanged for some salt and cumin from the system store. He began sprinkling these soul seasonings onto the otherworld potatoes. Before long, a tempting roasted potato aroma began spreading outward from the black dragon. The roasted potatoes were crispy outside and tender inside, showing a golden color, and their fragrance filled the air. The mushrooms all around had their eyes shining. They began swallowing hard. They had never seen food that smelled so good. Polikri's affinity increased by 2. Wolfie's affinity increased by 2. Rekton's affinity increased by 8. Sunayan looked at the monsters around him in surprise, thinking, a bunch of foodies just watching him roast a potato makes their affinity grow. From now on, if they stick with him every day, they'll eat well. It'd be hard not to become a 100% affinity loyalist. You want some? Sunayan held up a skewer of roasted potatoes on his dragon claw. He waved it in front of every mushroom's nose in the ring. They followed Sunayan's lead and rotated their own necks. Their eyes lit up as they nodded crazily. The roasted potato made a full circle, but in the end, it wound up right at Sunayan's lips. And Sunayan opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Delicious! Sunayan squinted his eyes and chewed with pure bliss. This is the taste. The roasted potato I've missed for so long. And it's even richer and more fragrant than the ones from my past life. The soft, crispy outer skin carries a subtle salty aroma. Lin Matha Zhongquan, non koite en cheng theme fik ji hit cch, thvin vien kung. LG I thi la GHCC long ca chung heng hai jung the AGVF koikai. Bang cha keng thi them thung. Tinian un zongko ite en cheng. Un mt van kim quet, nonlin matha quan em chen. Nheb enham di tun qginoi. HCC. Tina vsao. Loi thuk vi etinag ton than koite. Muan un koite en cheng kung kenko. YK arch tinu koite. Nheng snm muan ji kung sn, but chung ta un cch. Kakingui kobit lam sauji kokoite kangbao gig hit kang. The monsters shook their heads. Only Polycry and Gravelf kept their eyes clear, as if lost in thought. As long as we capture humans to grow potatoes for us, we'll have an endless supply of potatoes. When the monsters heard this, their eyes instantly turned red. They panted heavily, as if already unable to wait. And if we don't enslave the humans outside the misty forest, they'd steal our potatoes instead. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind swept by. The monster's killing intent almost turned to stone. It charged, making the air twist and warp. So, do you know what to do? Sunayan raised the resounding dragon head. His pitch-black wings spread wide on both sides. In the sunlight, a huge shadow fell over the monsters. Catch humans to grow potatoes. No one knew which monster first shouted that slogan, but close behind came a roar like a crashing tsunami. Catch the humans, plant the potatoes. At that moment, though they were different species, and did not share a language, their faith and resolve miraculously aligned. Chapter 51, KFC Crazy Thursday. Watching the furious magical beasts, Sunayan was very pleased. Leading a group of monsters like these, how could he fail to crush the players and unify the world? Perhaps in his lifetime, he could return to Terrain Star and reunite with his maternal grandfather. Leaving the old man there all alone would be a bit too cruel. But these thoughts only flashed through his mind. Sunayan was not one to be sentimental. All rock helmet crocodiles, except the 2 females. Dig out all the potatoes and bring them back to the dragon nest. Oh, and don't forget to bring your crocodile eggs too. A moment later, all the magical beasts were ready. Among them, 4 rock helmet crocodiles carried Sunayan. The remaining rock helmet crocodiles left their homeland carrying their crocodile eggs, Gravelf, and Belikri on their backs. There is no sorrow in their hearts, only a craving for potatoes. And near Dragon Court there was a small stream. No need to worrying about failing to live with other magical beasts. Almost every beast, each morning, carried a big armful of potatoes still attached to roots and vines. Their faces were solemn, as if what they held was some incredible treasure. Sunayan had no doubt. If a magical beast suddenly appeared wanting to snatch those potatoes, these subordinates, whose names all had prefixes like strong or sturdy, would surely teach those strange beasts what it truly meant to be both virtuous and capable. The whole way was smooth and uneventful. Sunayan released his dragon might, and with such a huge group of followers, no foolhardy magic beast dared to block the way. But when he got back to Dragon Court, the sky had already grown dark. Stars dotted the summer night sky, like fine drifting sand, forming a Milky Way sprawled across the ink-black firmament. The night sky of another world was gorgeous. A lone full moon hung high above. It was so serene. This was a scene Sunayan had never seen on the poisoned, polluted planet. He admired it for a moment, then did not linger, because from far away, he had already clearly heard Anna's sorrowful sobbing. Sunayan's heart ached, and he shot skyward. He flew at full speed toward Dragon Court. Within 2 breaths, he appeared at Dragon Court's gate. Inside Dragon Court, Anna hugged the bearskin blanket tightly, cowering in a dark corner. Her tears kept flowing. No matter what the gnolls did, they could not stop her grief and helplessness. A gust of wind blew past, carrying a warm, familiar scent that brushed against Anna's delicate face. A pitch-black shadow fell, enveloping her, far from frightening her. It filled her heart with a deep sense of safety and warmth. She looked up, and there was the black dragon's massive body, its fierce dragon face right in front of her. In its cold, dark gold eyes was a concern and apology only she could read. "I'm sorry, Anna, don't cry. I'm back." "Brother," Anna raised her little hand and wiped away her tears. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she threw herself into Sunayan's arms. Her soft little hands pounded angrily against Sunayan's chest. With a soft, tearful voice, she accused him. "Woo, liar. You promised to always take Anna with you." Sunayan, full of apology, gently nuzzled Anna's cheek. He gently wrapped her in his dragon wings, to keep her from hitting his hard scales. He was afraid Anna would hurt her own little hand, but he hardly felt a thing. The little strength Anna used was no more than a tickle to him. He looked at Anna, sniffling and coughing in his arms. Sunayan's heart ached faintly. He could only lower his head and explain softly, "Anna, I didn't leave you. I just went out to look for food. I brought back potatoes. This is a very delicious food. If you like, I can make it for you every day." But Anna doesn't want potatoes. Anna only wants to stay with Brother Dragon and never be apart. Anna would be frightened, sniffling as she placed her soft little hand over her heart, folding both hands together. Her brows knitted in sorrow. She said mournfully that being apart from her brother, Anna's heart would feel empty. Those terrifying demons would seem to appear before her eyes again. "Brother, don't leave Anna. Please." Anna hugged his neck and begged, her expression like a ragged beggar on the street, begging for alms from passers-by. It was also like a sharp sword, piercing back and forth inside Sunayan's heart, filling his heart with self-blame. He knew perfectly well that Anna lacked a sense of security. But this afternoon, he really hadn't thought it through. Anna's miserable experiences had shaped her sensitive personality. He was afraid of losing. Afraid of being abandoned. He was filled with pessimism about his own physical condition, but he also desperately longed to survive, and so he worried endlessly about gain and loss. Every day she lived in agony, caught between fear and hope. She needed a great sense of security, absolute security. And now only he could give her that, because for Anna, he was already her only family. He hadn't expected that in just a few short days. Anna's dependence on him had reached this level. He glanced at the system bar. That very afternoon, while he was out, Anna has been crying non-stop since she woke up. The affection level has actually risen to 68. "I'm sorry, Anna. I promise this is the last time. From now on, I'll take you along for everything eating, drinking, even the bathroom, okay?" "Really?" Anna said in a timid voice, looking up at Sunayan's eyes, searching for the emotion that could support her courage. Fortunately, she found it. So she didn't ask any more questions. She just lay quietly in the black dragon's arms. He lay in the safest haven in the world for him. His home had long since been placed with Sunayan. Not this dry, tidy dragon nest. To cheer Anna up, and to redeem himself, Sunayan decided to make a batch of fries just for Anna. A serving of chips can chase away any sadness. If fries don't work, then there are still chips. And today happens to be Thursday. Just right for making fries. The pot was replaced with a turtle shell. Again it was a wild boar, fried with the fattiest meat. The starch and salt came from the system shop. After going through the whole process, a batch of golden, crispy, absolutely tasty fries came out fresh. Thanks to the excellence of the ingredients themselves. Every fry was over 10 centimeters long, sizzling and steaming hot, sprinkled with a little cumin and salt. The aroma had already filled the entire dragon's lair. To fully recreate the exact taste and texture of, Sunayan also specifically asked Balikri, who had found a tomato-like plant. It's just that its jam is a purplish red, and the acidity is even a bit higher than a tomato's. But it's good enough here. Brother, are these the fries you mentioned? Anna looked curiously at the fries in front of her. It was his first time seeing this kind of food. The enticing aroma of food made him gulp. She felt a little restless. With Sunayan right by her side, Anna quickly returned to her normal state. But she no longer wanted to leave Sunayan's embrace. She just held Sunayan's paw tightly with her soft little hands, nestling snugly in his arms. With curiosity and a longing for good food, Anna carefully picked up a French fry. Following what Sunayan taught her, she dipped it in a little jam. But she didn't put the fry into her own mouth. Instead, with a sweet smile, she raised a jam-dipped fry high and held it to Sunayan's lips. She stood on her tiptoes with some effort. Giggling, she said, "Brother ... Let Anna feed you first." Chapter 52. The Master comes to discuss magic. Anna tilted her little face up. Her tender, fair cheeks were tinged with a rosy glow. Though she was already an adult, yet in the faint light, one could still see the tender fuzz of youth. Her cute peach blossom eyes held expectation and delight. They were moist, still glistening with a hint of tears. Her sweet, intoxicating dimples and twitching fluffy little ears, he watched the charming Anna stretch out her little hand. Sunayan's heart felt like it had been pierced by Cupid's arrow. It was numb and tingly. Why eat junk food like fried potatoes? He wanted to devour Anna right now. Just as Sunayan and Anna were cuddling, the fries in Anna's hand could no longer be held steady. They flew out. It sparked a mad scramble among a pack of gnolls in the dragon court. They even started fighting. This dog food isn't only being fought over by a pack of jackal men. There's also a dog waiting for its chance to move. That's Balikri. With fries in his mouth and a sly look, he huffed and crawled out from the brawling jackal men. In a few quick bites, he swallowed the fries. He whimpered, moved. The great master made such great food, so wonderfully delicious. The dog-headed Chief Balikri wasn't very educated. All he could do was express his reverence and praise in his heart. Balikri's affinity increased by 2. Sunayan didn't notice that his first retainer's affinity had already reached 99. At that moment, he was hugging Anna and nuzzling her. "Oh, brother, don't keep doing this. You're so mean." Anna's pretty face blushed. Her voice was soft and sweet. It didn't sound like scolding. Instead, it was like acting cute. She weakly pushed against Sunayan's big dragon face, but her resistance was in vain. Even raising her hand to cover her own face was useless. Sunayan would also nuzzle her soft little hand and face. 5 minutes later, Sunayan finally felt it was about enough. Anna was already making a pitiful face, clinging to his neck and softly begging for mercy. If he went on any longer, it would be too much. Delicious food and loving cuddles. Eventually, it lifted Anna's mood. All those little details, whether she made delicious food for him herself, or even fed it to him with her own hands, and the affection in those dragon eyes when she looked at him, he could feel it all. At this moment, he also knew he was only 5th in Sunayan's heart. But after all, he had cried all afternoon, and he began to feel drowsy. Yet, even so, Sunayan still insisted on giving Anna the herbal medicine to treat her illness. Only then did he coax her to sleep. Because he had promised Anna he would always carry her with him. Sunayan had to wrap the sleeping Anna in a leather pad and a bearskin blanket and hang the bundle in front of his chest. Only then did he quietly climb out of the cage nest. It was the time when summer was giving way to autumn. The night breeze was cool. A few strands of Anna's hair were lifted. They brushed lightly against Sunayan's chest. It tickled a little. He wrapped Anna in his arms a bit tighter. "I've heard sleeping in the wind is the easiest way to catch a cold. Wonder if people in the other world are the same." He quietly climbed up the rock wall outside the dragon's lair. Inside the flame sword tower, a group of kobolds were still working tirelessly, making clinking, clanging sounds. By now, the flame arrow tower had taken a rough shape. It looked a lot like the human guard tower in Warcraft. But it was clearly much taller and grander. He just didn't know if it attacked on its own or needed monsters inside for him to control. Tsunayan didn't get close. He only took a look from a distance. In a few more hours, this arrow tower would be complete. But Tsunayan still planned to get up tomorrow morning to check it. After inspecting the tower, Tsunayan took a walk around the stream where the crocodile lived. The moment Renekton saw the black dragon, he was like a husky seeing its master. Wagging his head and tail, he rushed over. He shouted boisterously, "Great master!" Ah! Tsunayan raised his dragon claw. With a bang, it slammed onto Renekton's big head. The blow made Renekton howl. He looked utterly wronged. Tears like pebbles were about to fall from his eyes. The sleepy Anna in his arms pouted her pink lips and turned over. Her soft little hands wrapped around Tsunayan's neck again. Good thing she didn't wake up. Shh! Tsunayan made a shushing gesture to Renekton, signaling him to keep quiet. Then the two giant beasts, heads together and butts stuck out, whispered quietly by the stream. "Forgive me, great master. I didn't know your female beast was resting." Tsunayan was speechless for a moment. He couldn't be bothered to explain to Renekton, aside from the wording being a bit barbaric. It basically meant the same thing, so no harm done. Tonight, I came here. One is to see if you're used to living here. And also, there are some matters I need to tell you. When Renekton heard this, he nodded vigorously. His eyes were filled with joy. He said in his simple way, "Great master, we are very comfortable in our stay here. There is plenty of meat in this stream. It's much better than that claw place before. From now on, they can lay more crocodile eggs." "That's fine." Tsunayan nodded slightly. He ordered in a low voice, "From tomorrow morning, you'll run 5 kilometers around Dragon Court with the other monsters. What if we're slow? Even if slow, you still finish the run. No negotiating." Tsunayan unceremoniously smacked Renekton on the head. Among all of his followers, only Yankui could hit him like that. Any other subordinate would have been swatted dead by him long ago. After the run, you also have to do push-ups and do sit-ups. As for how to do them, there'll be a coach to teach you then. I hope that in the future you can run faster than long-haired pigs on land. That's not a high requirement. Work hard, all of you." "Great master." Renekton looked at his own short, stubby limbs. He was a little troubled. He wanted to try once more. But before he could finish, Tsunayan bashed his head with a bang, cutting him off. The black dragon before him looked ferocious. His wings spread wide. His dark gold dragon eyes were full of imperial majesty and menace. His powerful, muscular dragon body cast a huge shadow in the moonlight. Renekton merely glanced at him, then obediently lay flat on the ground. In his ear came the black dragon's low, demonic growl, "Obey me." Meanwhile, Sakala Island's Noah 6 novice village. Under the same moonlight, a seductive figure slipped into Archmage Mason's room. Mima Daguzi bit her red lip, gazing at Mason with shyness, mixed with a little anticipation. She cooed sweetly, "Master, Daguzi has come to discuss with you Chapter 53 of Magic, the Death of Mason." "Beautiful Miss Daguzi, it's my honor." Archmage Masonti gazed at Doggy in her sheer nightgown, her figure sexy and alluring. His eyes nearly popped out, and his mouth hung slightly open. Breathing heavily, huffing and puffing, he felt like he was up for it again. "Just a little more, Master. I haven't seen Master all day. I missed you so much. What magic does Master want to teach me today?" Talking all the while, Guguzi smiled seductively and settled into Archmage Masonti's lap. Her soft, warm little hands weren't idle either. She gently traced circles on Masonti's chest, softly murmuring a spell. Archmage Masonti felt his blood run hot. Even his speech started to falter. He eagerly bent toward Guguzi's long, fair neck to kiss it. He was as frantic as a starving mad dog that just spotted a fresh pile of dung. Hey, Guguzi giggled. She raised a little hand and covered Archmage Masonti's mouth. He leaned forward slightly. Red lips drew close to Archmage Masonti's ear. Gently breathing warm air, she hummed, "Master ... It's so hot. Why are we wearing so many clothes? Doggy hasn't seen your mighty physique yet. By the great earth above, look what beautiful Miss Doggy just said. Strong. She's praising me as strong." Masont was ecstatic. He nodded hurriedly and laughed. Okay. Taking it off now. Taking it off." Masonti got up from his seat as he was speaking. Quick as a wink, he peeled off his mage robe. He even tossed aside the staff he always carried with him. Now he wore nothing but a pair of shorts, showing off his pale, pudgy, overweight figure. He happily spun around in front of Mima Guguzi, proudly showing off his mighty, healthy physique. He even went so far as to flex his pecs. Yet he heard no sound of Mima Guguzi cheering for him. Masonti the Archmage looked up in utter confusion. All that could be seen was Mima Doggy's indifferent face, expressionless, a complete contrast to the seductive, tender look from just now. Mima doggy, you, Master Misant, are truly disgusting. Mima doggy then straightened out their clothes. Mima doggy sneered contemptuously, look at that body of yours. Aren't you really just a maggot squirming around on the shit in the toilet? And your mouth really stinks, like you've eaten a dead rat. May I ask how long it's been since you last brushed your teeth? Humph, and you don't actually think you're that strong, do you? Not even a minute. Mima Guguzi paused for a moment. With a hint of a contemptuous smile, Ju Chunching spat out two words, trash. Those final two words were emphasized by Mima Guguzi, with heavy emphasis. They were like two sharp swords stabbing into Master Mason's heart, tearing his pride as a man to shreds. Outrageous. Damn it, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Master Misant. He blushed, his shame turning to rage. His whole body was shaking with anger. Trash, 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 trash. Mima doggy stuck out its tongue mockingly, repeated the word trash in 4 different tones, and that finally shattered Misante's last shred of sanity. He even forgot he was a mage. He gave up the magic he was best at. Instead he charged straight at Guguzi. He reached out to fat hands to strangle Guguzi. Just then, someone kicked the door open from outside. The wooden door slammed into the wall with a loud bang. Misant, you old dog, stay away from my woman. Whining she roared, face contorted with rage. He charged in, gripping his longsword. Like a fierce wolf, he lunged at Misant. He raised the sword's pommel and struck Misant hard on the head. Bang, bang, over a dozen times. He had no intention of holding back. If not for fear of hurting Guguzi, he would have already used a battle chest slash and smashed it right in his face. The Great Knight's strength made Misant see stars. When he remembered his archmage identity and began to chant, Wymingxi's big foot was already stomping on his face. Misant grunted, kicked flying into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood mixed with his nosebleed and slowly flowed down. He looked utterly miserable. Trembling, he raised his hand. He wanted to gather a lightning bolt and turn Wymingxi into a muggle, but without a staff or robe to enhance him. He had no protective shield, and his chanting was a beat too slow. In the end, Wymingxi pounced over and slapped him hard across the face. His spellcasting was forcefully interrupted. Misante's face had already been full of fat. Now it visibly reddened and swelled, with bruises turning purple and black. He looked like a steamed bun smeared with dye. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Wymingxi knew what the mage wanted to say. It was about the king's dragon-slaying quest that Misant couldn't complete. Ridiculous, the dragon was already wounded. And even if he really couldn't kill it, so what? As one of the strongest men in the entire Anlius kingdom, could the king sentence him to death over this? He only wanted to be with Guguzi. As for the black dragon, kill it if he could. With that thought, Wymingxi was about to stab Archmage Misant dead with one thrust, when behind him Guguzi suddenly cried out anxiously, "Brother, don't!" Wymingxi turned, looking at her in confusion. At this point, was she still going to let this old mage live? Guguzi sensed the doubt in Wymingxi's eyes. She quickly waved her hand. She explained with indignation, "Knight brother, let me handle it." Although Guguzi was scared, it was her first time killing. But what Guguzi hated most was scum with filthy minds like this. You are, after all, a mighty knight. As your woman, Guguzi can't hold you back. Hearing this, Wymingxi admired Guguzi even more. What a good girl. Not only did she love learning, she loved life. She was pure-minded, dared to struggle, and most importantly, she had courage. He was now 100% satisfied with Guguzi. Without a thought, he handed the longsword to her. He even kindly comforted her. Guguzi, don't be afraid. Close your eyes, thrust forward once, and everything will be over. He played the act to the end. Of course, Guguzi couldn't really slash Archmage Misant to death so easily. She still needed Wymingxi's help. She couldn't let him see any flaws. So she pretended to look afraid. She didn't dare open. She turned her face away. Her hands trembled as she gripped the longsword. She scraped it up and down against Misante's neck. For a long while, she couldn't thrust it in. Wymingxi saw the look on Mima Guguzi's face. He thought, what a kind, innocent girl. She probably had never even killed a chicken. Though it was cruel. As Mima Guguzi's man, he should help her make her choice at this moment. Thinking of this, Wyman gently wrapped his arms around Mima Doggy's waist from behind, as Mima Doggy let out a shy gasp. And with what he thought was a low, sultry voice, he whispered into her ear, "Doggy, let me help you." This long sword pierced Archmage Mason's heart. He clutched at his chest, struggling, but it was all in vain. More blood gushed from his mouth, and he let out gurgling, choking whimpers. His body grew colder and colder. Archmage Misante was dead. Also, a game system prompt suddenly popped up in front of Mima the puppy. You have killed my sensei, an important story character. My sensei's power has now been transferred into your body, valid until 1 week before the important plot ends. You may use it however you like. You will take over from Misent and lead the important storyline. Complete the story, and you will gain a massive amount of invasion points and fully inherit Misent's power. If the mission fails, you will receive a small amount of invasion points. Misent's power will vanish. Your mission objective has been generated. This mission is unique and exclusive. Mission objective: defeat the Black Dragon. Chapter 54, Flame Sword Tower, Trial 1. As the system prompt faded and disappeared, a vast surge of magical power also welled up from within Mima Guguzi's body. This feeling is incredibly satisfying. Like holding it in for 3 days and finally finding a toilet. His level instantly shot up to 29. A whole string of magic skills lit up at once. Skills like Rock Burst, Dragon Breath, Blazing Firewall, and Fire Spells, all pure offensive flame magic. He felt invincible. Unfortunately, this power boost wasn't permanent. He had to complete the story quests. And he only had 1 week after that, he'd revert to his old self. But he had already tasted what it felt like to be filled with vast magical power. How could he just give up like that? Let alone if he actually succeeds. He will inherit these abilities. By then, he could easily become the leader of all players invading the world. Just thinking about that, Mima Guguzi couldn't help trembling all over with excitement. My dear Guguzi, the evil mage is dead. No one can stop us from being together anymore. Wymingshi holds Mima Guguzi in his arms. Big Mouth leaned close to Doggy's ear. He was feeling wonderfully relaxed. In a bard-like sing-song voice, he expressed how happy and excited he was. Yes, actually, big brother, we can finally be together now. Mima Doggy suppressed his contempt for Wymans and put on a smile full of anticipation and joy. He threw himself into Wymans's arms. Acting like a coy little darling, Wymans gazed at the beautiful, tempting Mima Doggy. How could he hold back any longer? With a sudden howl, he tossed Mima Guguzi onto the bed. While dragging off his armor, he cackled darkly, "My dear Guguzi, I haven't shown my might for a whole day. Now please let me show you once more." 8 minutes later, Mima Guguzi was bursting with vigor, lying dazed in Wyman's arms. His contempt for the mighty warrior had reached its absolute peak. Humph, that was really fast. And faster still. At 185 seconds, Mima Doggo really wanted to kill the mighty warrior. But the mighty warrior still had his uses. He still had an army under his command. But going alone to fight the dragon was clearly just feeding himself to it. And if something unexpected happened, he probably couldn't escape either. Thinking this, Mima Doggo squeezed the mighty warrior's huge chest muscles. She whined coyly, "Night brother ... I heard that old bastard say, you're going to go slay the evil dragon. Yes, little doggy, this is the king's mission. But without the archmage now, our expedition will likely fail." Wymingshi's eyes dimmed and he shook his head. He said regretfully, "If the dragon doesn't fall for the ambush, then only archers and mages are able to hit it. But arrows shot by archers into the sky only get weaker and weaker. It can't even pierce that dragon's scales." Mima the doggy's eyes shimmered and sparkled. Hesitated for a moment. He chants a passage. A gray musical note, followed by a standard salt count, appeared in his hand. He wore a bright smile. He said to Wymingshi mysteriously, "Actually, brother, is there a possibility? I learned a great deal here from Master Misent. For example, higher level magic." Wyming stared, shocked, at Mima Doggo in his arms. This was Flame Burst, the Grand Mage's signature skill. But when had Mima Doggo come to possess such power? Wyming was utterly baffled. But then, Mima Doggo was his woman after all. She had witnessed his might twice, and had long since been shaped into his form. So what if she was a little stronger? With that thought, Wyming could no longer hold back the surprise and joy in his heart. He exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, my dear Doggozi, you are truly wonderful. You are a genius. I just can't help wanting to show you my might again." Mima Doggozi. The night passed by very quickly. At dawn, Wymingshi set off with Mima Doggozi and his army. Now he not only has the chance to slay the dragon, but can also have a perfect woman like Doggozi. Once this is done, he will be renowned nationwide, a name etched in history. I am Sir Vaemons, the Shixing Knight. Prepare to die. The road before the evil dragon blazes with light. Filled with hope, Vaemon sat atop a tall, proud horse, cradling a cute, pretty little horse doggy in his arms. His gaze was resolute. His heart swelled with pride. Meanwhile, the coveted evil dragon was studying the completed flame stomp. This tall structure, like a human watchtower in Warcraft, pleased Sunayan with its looks. At least when he coiled on the tower, spread his wings, and roared at the sky. He felt more like a real evil dragon. Too bad his body was still a bit small. Lately he had been eating non-stop. Even with the ultimate devouring skill, he had only grown to 5 meters long. Sunayan felt it also had to do with what he devoured. If he swallowed Grave Ulf and Bolek, then he might have grown even bigger. Thinking this, Sunayan stole a glance at Grave Ulf and Bolek. Eat them or not. Hey. Standing in the sun doing drill stance, Grave Ulf and Bolek suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Their hair stood on end. In an instant, they stood even straighter. Forget it, not worth the cost. No need for that. Sunayan shook his head. He gave up that tasty idea. He refocused his attention on the Flame Sword Tower's info panel. Building name, Flame Stomp, Level 1. Upgrade conditions not met, armor, 10,000. Fire rate, fully automatic, 1 shot every 10 seconds. Manual, fastest 1 shot per second, depending on soldiers loaded. Skill, Rocket Rain, range 5x5. Requires 100 charge, each attack. ... builds up 1 charge point. On full auto, it can only fire 1 arrow every 10 seconds. Too slow. To be honest, he'd had high hopes for the Flame Sword Tower. Now he was a bit disappointed. But at least he could speed it up by stuffing soldiers inside. He just didn't. For now, let's first see how the Flame Sword Tower performs. Chapter 55, Flame Sword Tower Trial 2. Sunayan could feel that he could freely control the Flame Sword Tower. He designated an attack direction. Just like playing a game. It hit wherever he pointed, but only within range. In a way, it had that tower defense game vibe. Except the monsters had become the players. Maybe this was what they meant by the Wheel of Fortune turning. As he thought this, Sunayan moved the attack target to a rock wall not far away. Then it launched the attack command whoosh. Under Sunayan's shocked gaze, a fire arrow a meter long and as thick as a baby's arm shot out. In a flash, it slammed into the rock wall. A loud boom rang out. After the dust settled, the struck rock wall was scorched black. The once smooth surface was now pitted and pockmarked. Rock shards were blasted all over the place. Damn, this thing is a fire arrow. Are you sure it's not a simplified version of the Dongfeng Express? The flame ship's power really shook the Soviet Union. No wonder its attack speed is so slow. But its critical hits are high. Balikri. A loud dragon roar rang out in the skies above the Dragon Dynasty. Kobold Chief Balikri hurriedly set down his wife. Clutching his pants, he scrambled toward the dragon roar. Before long, Balikri, panting heavily, lay prostrate at Sunayan's feet. Great Master. You sent for me. Sunayan nodded his dragon head. He instructed, go bring 20 of each of those demon beasts here. I want to run an experiment. Hearing this, Bolekeli dared not hesitate. He jumped down from the cliff wall to notify all the demon beast leaders, telling them to gather their forces. Though he didn't know what his master intended, everything his master did was great. There was no doubt about it. A moment later, a host of demon beasts stood beneath the cliff wall, heads held high and chests puffed out. They stand in neat rows, waiting for Boss Black Dragon's orders. Bugs Bunny, take your fire rabbits in, and try. Sunayan manipulates the Flame Sword Tower to open the wooden door. A group of fire rabbits enters the Flame Sword Tower. A new system prompt, ding, also appears in Sunayan's mind. 20 soldiers are loaded inside the Flame Sword Tower. But because these soldiers are unconventional, the Flame Sword Tower will undergo some mutations. Continue. Keep going. Sunayan. Sunayan stayed calm, not scared at all. If it breaks, he can build for more and keep going. The Flame Sword Tower, wrapped in raging fire, looked no different. But when Sunayan gave the order to attack, he found the flame swords it fired had turned into enhanced fireballs, still shaped like radishes. I see. So it changes based on the familiar's own ability. Sunayan scratched his dragon chin, making a crackling sound. Then he took the gnolls, one by one. The kobolds, the blackwater pythons. The serpent beasts saw those magical beasts and tossed them in, testing each of them in turn. The gnolls inside the Flame Sword Tower performed just passably. Nothing much changed. But the kobolds were something else. The tower began alternating, firing flame swords of every element. Poison swords dripping with venom. Cannonballs mixed with muck. And it could even spit poison. Though among them were ordinary swords and normal flame swords too. In short, it wasn't very stable. But it was absolutely vile. The tower loaded with black water pythons was just as twisted. It just consumed black water pythons like crazy. Each attack fired out a black water python to precisely strike the enemy. Then all the beasts had to carry off the spent pythons for rescue. Sunayan finally finished his testing. Apart from the beasts already mentioned, stuffing any other beast into the Flame Sword Tower did nothing. It couldn't even shoot out a single arrow. Clearly, those beasts couldn't operate the arrow tower. Come to think of it, of course, how could a bunch of rock helmet crocs with bodies that low trigger the trample? That would just be absurd. Finally, Tsunayan tried the fully charged skill, Flame Sword. It wasn't the rocket launcher feeling he'd imagined. It was a spell skill similar to Flame Incantation. Its single target damage couldn't compare to the Flame Sword. It just had a larger area of effect. As for upgrading the Flame Sword Tower, it needed 10 third-tier Fire Beast magic cores. At least in the Music Forest, finding that many third-tier beasts was hard. Only deeper in the Music Mountains could they exist. But right now, a level 1 Flame Sword Tower was already enough. It lived up to its purple blueprint standards. So for now, he had no need to brave the dangerous Music Mountains. When human players later attacked his Dragon Dynasty, they'd know what spicy kebabs meant. Tsunayan coiled atop the Flame Sword Tower with a sly smile. His pale gold dragon eyes gazed toward Sakala Island's #1 newbie village. As if he could already foresee that very scene. Great Master, something terrible. Our eggs are gone. Just as Tsunayan was looking to the future, Recton, with 2 sobbing mother crocs, crawled up to Tsunayan, huffing and puffing. What eggs are gone? Tsunayan glanced at Recton's body, but because Recton's frame was too low, he couldn't see a thing. As if sensing the black dragon's gaze, Recton squeezed his too thick hind legs together and said, flustered and frantic, Master, it's the crocodile eggs, not my eggs. Aren't your eggs just crocodile eggs? Renekton was stunned, his brain frozen for a moment. He finally caught on to what Tsunayan meant. He stammered out an explanation. Master, I meant the female crocodile's eggs, not my own. Just that short while we stepped away. Came back and found them gone. The female crocodile had eggs. Polikri looked curiously at the female crocodile he and Gravelf had tormented before. Looks quite eager to try. Big brother, Anna thinks the big crocodile must mean the baby crocodiles were stolen. Anna, on Tsunayan's back, had witnessed everything that just happened. She tilted her little head, biting her pale finger. Frowning, she pondered for a moment. She read the meaning in the beast paintings from an elf's perspective. Looking at the 2 mother crocodiles sobbing in each other's arms, and with Anna's hint, Tsunayan, still lost in his bright future, finally snapped out of it and roared in fury. What? Someone actually dared to steal my eggs? Oh, Bolikeli. Lekadin is absurd. Stealing right under the dragon's nose. That's just asking to die. These magic beasts were all his private property, including the eggs of those crocodiles. Once hatched, the baby crocodiles could grow up to serve as mounts. But anger couldn't solve anything. Tsunayan calmed down instantly. His sharp dragon claws gouged deep grooves into the rock wall. Take me to the scene of the crime. I want to see just who has the nerve to steal a dragon's property. Chapter 56. The bird demons had often observed that crocodiles kept their eggs in bushes near the stream. The more particular ones would even dig a hole and bury them. But when Tsunayan came to the scene of the crime, he found it already in a complete mess. Most of the crocodile eggs were already missing. Only 7 or 8 scattered crocodile eggs were left, rolling around alone. The egg thief seemed afraid of being discovered, so he acted in a great hurry. Some crocodile eggs slipped from his grip and shattered on the ground, leaving egg whites and yolks all over the ground. Torikri, clean up these broken crocodile eggs. Don't bother with the egg white and yolk on the ground. Save all the ones still in the eggs for me. Tsunayan swallowed a mouthful of dragon saliva. He planned to make his precious Anna some otherworldly egg soup later. It definitely wasn't that he wanted to drink it. These were his underlings' children, even though they hadn't hatched yet. But how could he bear it? He was a kind-hearted black dragon. After Bolikri finished cleaning up the broken crocodile eggs, Tsunayan carefully examined the scene. Soon he found a brown feather the size of an adult's palm in a nesting pit. The inheritance in his blood told him this feather came from a harpy. The dragon bloodline's knowledge of monsters only ever recorded those that could breed and those that could be eaten. Harpies were clearly the former. Harpies are chaotic evil humanoid monsters. Their legends can be traced all the way back to the elves, but they're mostly just fairy tales made up by bards. They have sweet singing voices, but it is the most ruthless hunter. It loves hunting and slaughter. Now that the egg thief's identity was known, Tsunayan called over Gravelf, who knew the music forest well. The ones who stole the crocodile eggs were a flock of bird demons. Gravelf, do you know where the bird demon's nest is nearby? Hearing this, Gravelf pondered for a moment. He recalled the distribution of monsters around them. In the end, he shook his head regretfully. Great Master, nearby, there are no bird demon nests. But a while ago, a flock of bird demons came out of the Hidden Peak Mountains. They're probably homeless now. Homeless? Tsunayan scratched his chin and blew out a smoke ring reeking of sulfur. In his mind, he recalled the habits of bird demons. To sum it up, they are sly, fierce yet cowardly, vindictive. They like collecting shiny things and corpse remains. Bird demons don't usually steal eggs. They are rather powerful predators, even more vicious than gnolls. These eggs are nowhere near enough for them. That only means these bird demons are either few in number, or they're injured. In short, they don't dare to clash head-on with his followers. He could roughly guess why these bird demons suddenly came to steal eggs. Yesterday, when he went to look for potatoes, inside the dragon court, Huizhe and Zhao Tailang also led a group of ferocious monsters and brought that sheep back. The bird demons thus lost their food source. Maybe it was also out of revenge. They came near the dragon court, waiting for a chance to ambush. When they fight, they never care about fighting fair. Unless they hold the advantage, they will never attack. If things go wrong in battle, they'll flee immediately. They'd rather go hungry than continue the fight. A classic race of sneaky, underhanded cowards. So when they discovered that a clan of grass and stone magical beasts like Bugs Bunny was right next to his dragon court, it made those bird demons afraid to come near, fearing discovery. So they settled for the next best thing, stealing the eggs of the Yan Kui crocodile. As for finding the bird demons, it isn't hard. The clumsy way is to search the tall cliffs nearby. The smart way is to set up bait and traps. Among his followers, what's better suited as bait than a fire rabbit? A simple, feasible plan slowly took shape in Sunayan's mind. Hana was a cheerful leader of the bird demons. But recently, his mood has been very bad. The bird demon clan he led had been living well in the Music Mountains, with plenty to eat and drink. Sometimes they would even come down the mountain to hunt and kill female adventurers. They would collect the jewelry from their bodies. But no one knew why. A group of recording beasts that had been living peacefully in the music forest suddenly attacked the Music Mountains. Even worse, they took over the harpies' nests. These recording beasts harbor an intense killing intent toward humanoid creatures, so Hana could only flee in panic with the rest of the tribe. After fleeing the cliff territory they once occupied, most of the harpies were killed by the recording beasts. Their hearts were torn out and devoured. Hana was already unable to lead the remaining dozen-plus harpies to seize another territory. After much thought, she was forced down the mountain into the business forest. At first, they could barely get by on the blue sheep flock on a cliff face. But yesterday, passing that cliff to catch blue sheep, Hana discovered something. A large mixed group of monsters had knocked out all those blue sheep and carried them off. Hana couldn't understand why strong gnolls would mix with kobolds and even flame rabbits. But that didn't stop her from feeling angry at what those monsters had done. She could have accepted it if the double recorder beast had stolen some. After all, they were all flying monsters. Since she couldn't beat them, she had to accept the loss. But a group of land-dwelling monsters actually wanted to steal their food. How could they stand for that? Hana, burning with indignation, returned to the nest and gave the order. Under Hana's lead, a flock of bird demons set out in the night to settle scores with those monsters. Hana had already planned the whole script. When the time came, those monsters would all be asleep. They would fly down and gouge out the monsters' eyes, then drag them back to the nest and toy with them. Slaughter them, dismembering and torturing them bit by bit, savoring the screams of their prey. And they believed that food would taste even more delicious that way. Hana swore that even if a dragon was guarding them, he, too, would lead his clan to avenge their humiliation. Then, as a fairly knowledgeable man, he discovered to his dismay that there really was a giant dragon. What's more, it was an even more powerful mutated black dragon. It was absurd he couldn't understand how such a proud creature would stoop to living in a tiny, dim forest. This was as absurd as a king hiding in a human slum. In the night, the dragons might press down on them like a dark abyss, and they barely dared to breathe. Hana chickened out after all. Or rather, all the harpies chickened out. Still, her vengeful, itchy-fingered nature drove Hana to lead her clan to raid the eggs of a bunch of silly rock helmet crocodiles. Afterward, they fled in panic, carrying the crocodile eggs. After who knows how many detours, they finally found a place to settle. It was a dark and gloomy cave. They didn't dare go back at all. Their makeshift nests a race that once soared freely by the cliffs now had to squeeze into a cold, damp cave. One can imagine how miserable they were. In the dim cave, Hana grew angrier the more he thought. Those eggs were nowhere near enough to eat. His stomach growled with hunger. His feathers were sticky and damp, making him truly miserable. Perhaps the giant dragon didn't care at all about losing those few crocodile eggs. After all, he wasn't a crocodile, that lazy, legendary species that does nothing but eat and sleep. So why would he care about his own kin? At this thought, Hana decided to stop hiding like this. He would go out hunting. He wanted meat. Chapter 57. The true hunter often appears in the form of prey. With a clear mind, Hana, the bird demon chief, turned over with difficulty in the damp cave. He turned to his companions lying famished on the ground and ordered, "Get up. We're going out to hunt. Stop being so dejected." "But, chief, there's a dragon in Bright Moon Forest." Besides, we stole the eggs of his kin, a bird demon cowered on the ground. Damp feathers on withered frames, fear filling the rocky hollow. He refused to go out. Nafana slapped the bird demon hard, sending it tumbling twice across the ground. At the same time, his own stomach gurgled, as if a chain reaction had begun. The damp, cold cave echoed with hungry stomachs as the bird demons stared at one another. In each other's eyes, they saw misery and grief. In the end, they decided to brave the outside, just staying far away from that dragon court. Silver Moon Forest was vast. They could catch wild beasts anywhere. A moment later, somewhere in the middle of Silver Moon Forest, a group of bird demons crouched furtively in the grass. They hold drumsticks in their hands, carefully watching a flock of plump rabbits. It's not that they don't want to fly. It's just that flying makes them too big a target. The dragon would spot them at a glance. Then that dragon would definitely kill them. So to be safe, they decide to act like a flock of free-range chickens. That's much more stealthy. The downside is they can't use their full hunting skills. But it's enough. They weren't planning to hunt anything too powerful anyway. Things like mountain wolves and flame rabbits will do. Chief, that flame rabbit's butt is so big and fat. I love it. Yeah. I want to bite it. It must be sizzling with fat. I want to eat its leg. That's one huge rabbit leg. That big gold chain on its neck is so pretty. I really want it. The whole tribe's buzzing. Hannah was also puzzled. When had the music forest ever had such huge flame rabbits? These rabbits ... are usually this well fed? And since when do flame rabbits wear necklaces? Hannah thought and thought, but couldn't figure out why. They were already far from the dragon's nest by now. No matter how strange these flame rabbits are, can they really beat the bird demons? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'll count to 3, and we all rush in to catch them. Whoever catches one gets to keep it. No fighting over them. Did you hear me? Hannah turned and swept her clansmen with a warning look. The bird demons all nodded in agreement. They were already raring to go. Some could hardly wait. 3, 2. Hannah hadn't even finished chanting when her clansmen had already charged out. This flock of bird demons howled like dumb dogs that hadn't seen a bone in 3 days. Their tongues were practically flying out of their mouths. Hey, little bunny, come into my stomach. I can't handle how plump that rabbit's rear is. How can there be flame rabbits this fat? These are the more reserved bird demons. And some bird demons, already like javelins, were diving at the flame rabbits with open mouths. They planned to just take a bite directly. However, when they came before the group of flame rabbits, the flame rabbits lying on the ground all stood up at once. The bird demons stared with round eyes. A shadow covered the space before their eyes. Leading them was that hunter rabbit with a gold chain around its neck. He exerted just a little bit of force, and his muscles bulged out like air-filled balloons. 8 pack ABS lined up in perfect rows, his broad back showing a clear inverted triangle. He raised both rabbit paws out flat, then suddenly flexed them into his biceps. He turned slightly to the side, and a bulge popped out on his thick shoulders. Then he kept moving without pause, showing his back to a crowd in New York. The once hunched back straightened in an instant. The knotted muscles formed the character to. This fire rabbit is the talented and virtuous Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny's stats are no longer what they used to be. Bugs Bunny, Crystal Powered Dragon. Gender, male. Race, Flame Rabbit Chief, Black Dragon Minion. Level 7, Rank 1, Stage 10. Health 1000, Strength 7 plus 4. Attack 120. Constitution 7 plus 3, Armor 100. Spirit, Magic Resistance 10, Skills, Fire Breath and Fireball. Explosive Shoulder Throw, Spin, Reverse Elbow to the head, Duck, Leap, Straight Punch to Throat. Iron Mountain's Bird Demons, Average Level 17. Strength 17 points. When on the ground, Strength is halved to only 8 points. Although Bugs Bunny had only leveled up to level 7, his strength, through day and night training, had already reached 11. At the same time, Bugs Bunny was also the largest of the flame rabbits, and the tallest one. When he stood up, he was already a bit taller than the harpies. After showing off his muscles, Bugs Bunny turned around. Clenching a leaf cigarette that seemed to come out of nowhere between his big white front teeth, he took a contented puff. Then he waved at the group of harpies and flipped them off, signaled them to bring it on. A look of contempt, provocative gestures. Even though the bird demons don't know what the middle finger means, they can probably still sense the disrespect. Chief, it seems a fire rabbit is provoking us. These fire rabbits aren't right. They don't seem afraid of me. Hannah noticed this too. The fire rabbits rose to their feet. They all looked ready, rubbing their fists and palms. Their fierce eyes gave off a red glow. Their rabbit faces wore ferocious smiles. Their heavy jaw muscles were twisted together. They looked like a bunch of flesh lumps. Hannah hesitated. Old Six's instinct told him to retreat now. Otherwise, something he didn't want to see was about to happen. But it was already too late. Zizzy watched as Bugs Bunny pointed at the dozen bird demons and gave the order to attack. Instantly, groups of 3 or 5 rabbits pounced on the bird demons. Some grabbed the wings, some grabbed the feet, some the head. In short, each small group of rabbits subdued one bird demon. No matter how the bird demons struggled, it was no use. But that wasn't all. The ground began to tremble. With a rumble, the bushes parted as more rabbits surged out. Dense fire rabbits with fierce eyes surrounded him. Only 7 more eager bird demons flew up into the sky. Yet thousands of fire rabbits hurled vine-woven trapping nets all at once, blotting out the sky. The bird demons in the air were ultimately dragged down as well. Dazed and battered, she crashed to the ground. Bugs Bunny had a cigarette dangling from his lips. With a swaggering, take-no-prisoners stride, he walked up to the bird demon leader, already pinned down by a pack of fire rabbits. He crouched down. His strong rabbit paw gave Hannah's face to loud smacks to help this bird demon lady relax her face. Then, he took the half-smoked cigarette from his mouth and jabbed it into Hannah's hand. He twisted it gently against her chest until it went out. Then a thick plume of smoke blew right into the bird demon leader's face. Hannah felt a sharp pain in her chest. Instinctively, she took a deep breath, but she nearly choked on the smoke Bugs Bunny blew out. She broke into violent coughing. And so a wad of rabbit phlegm flew straight into the open mouth of Hannah, the bird demon leader. A thick, disgusting glob of flame rabbit phlegm, reeking of tobacco and sulfur, almost made Hannah sick to her stomach. Damn rabbit, gulp, I'll shoot you. Rage surged up from her gut. Suddenly a jolt of strength burst through her body. She actually shook off a pack of flame rabbits and broke free. With a ferocious, menacing air, it lunged at Bugs Bunny. The bird demon leader's sharp claws were right before his eyes. A golden gleam flashed in Bugs Bunny's eyes. He recalled the Black Dragon Master's teaching, a gentleman without gravity commands no respect. So as a gentleman rabbit, his strikes had to land true. Otherwise, he couldn't establish his authority. Take right now, he had struck too lightly. That's why the bird demon leader still dared to fight back. This is simply outrageous. It's time to let these outdated monster races understand what righteousness and benevolence mean. The so-called righteousness is the art of splitting your enemy in two. In a flash of lightning and fire, Bugs Bunny, with his superb fighting skills, had already seen through the bird demon leader's attack pattern. To slow not even half of Wolfie's speed, he reached out his rabbit paw. Though it moved after the attack, it caught the bird demon's sharp claws. Crack, crack, that was the sound of the bird demon leader's claws scraping against his calluses. Bugs Bunny's eyes widened. A fierce glare flashed in his eyes. He arched his back and lifted his hips. He grabbed the waist twist leader's claw, swung with all his might. A textbook over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the waist twist leader to the ground. Hannah felt a tremendous force surge through her body. Then the world spun around her. With a thud, a piercing pain shot through her chin. Her head was buzzing even louder. Golden light flashed before her eyes. It seemed like stars were floating all around. But this wasn't over yet. Bugs Bunny roared and leapt high into the air. He landed a flying elbow on the back of the twist waist leader Hannah. Crack! Something seemed to break. Hannah's vision went black. She passed out. After who knows how long. Hannah teen lay lane nia. Tone than kaunik na bagaya nat. MT chit selan kine Hannah ken kn gg simu mt. Hannah fat high long cam chen ken kon nia. B en long rukardi Hannah chamchit suit mechi chak en chiem. B en long Hannah nang mu hin v. Gig chung kon mt chic. Cam the lane hu la scc sin. Hannah chat ken mchen, kau bun tuyatvan. Ko mt tra ra nchc mt tinak. Unsang zungquan kofin ti team. The dragon's aura was an abyss, a prison. He realized at once, this was a dragon's lair. He was so scared his butt clenched tight. He curled up his body. He tried to hide himself under the wings. His bloodline's inherited memory told him, caught by the dragon, he'd shed skin at the very least. As for why, that goes without saying. Dragons we monsters all know. They can find beauty in almost every female creature, and thus sound the horn of reproduction. Hannah once saw a white dragon and a female snake. Hey, that scene was so twisted, he'd never forget it. From then on, he kept his distance from dragons. But he never thought he'd end up in a dragon's hands. At this moment, his people huddled beside him. Every one of them was bruised and battered. Like quails, they shivered and trembled. Their once shiny feathers had all been plucked out completely. Clearly, he'd been entertained by those rabbits plenty of times. All around came the sound of huffing and puffing. He looked toward the sound. In the dragon court, a pack of gnolls were doing strange exercises. Some were repeatedly kicking a wooden stake with their shins. Some were carrying heavy long-haired hogs and hopping around the corridor. Others were swinging to black-water horses. It was a dizzying blur, so airtight that not a breath could slip through. He looked away. A few kobolds were boiling water and cooking. Inside it looked like the egg white and yolk of some animal. A rumbling sound came from afar. Dense crowds of fire rabbits dashed through the dragon nest. Behind them followed snakes crawling upside down along the top of the dragon nest. At the very center of the dragon nest, on a wide, flat bedrock platform, a fierce and imposing black dragon lay coiled. It wrapped a bee-steered elf girl in its pitch-black wings. Its huge tongue kept licking the girl's face. The scenes before her totally shattered Hannah's understanding. She couldn't understand how these monsters lived together so peacefully. At first, she thought the kobolds and fire rabbits were just enslaved by the Null tribe. But now, clearly, that wasn't the case at all. These monsters were all servants of the Black Dragon. But even so, it was still unbelievable. Because even among servants, there are ranks. Look at what she just saw. A Null actually carried a basket of carrots over to a fire rabbit. And the fire rabbit was cuddling in the Null's arms, acting spoiled. The thing is, that Null looked completely smitten. Even more terrifying, they were all male. The Black Dragon's hoarse, low voice brought Hannah back to his senses. He turned his head to look. The Black Dragon that had been coiled on the rock platform had somehow flown right in front of him. Hannah shrank his neck. He covered his body with a wing that had not a single feather on it. Head bowed, trembling all over. What did this evil dragon want? Could he be planning something? Hannah shuddered. Supposedly, dragons had barbs. Absolutely terrifying. That process would be sheer torture. But this black dragon truly does look ferocious and majestic, for a monster of the chaotic evil alignment like him. The more twisted and terrifying the monster, the more attractive it is. Without a doubt, the black dragon before her was exactly such a being. To procreate with such a charming and powerful creature, enduring some pain no longer seemed unacceptable. Hannah felt a sudden stirring in her heart. This made her blush in spite of herself. So what would the offspring of a bird demon and a black dragon be like? Was it a dragon-bird demon or a bird-demon-dragon? The bird-demon leader, Hannah's mind, began to drift into all sorts of shy fantasies. Sunayan hugged Anna and licked her twice. Then, grinning, he got a gentle thump on the cheek from Anna in his arms. With a confused dragon face, he looked at the bird-demon leader reeking of pheromones. A hint of hostility rose in his heart. Is this one out of her mind? She got thumped, and now she's going into heat early. She can't be dreaming about something impossible, can she? Sunayan shook his head in disgust. He suppressed the urge to blast the bird demon leader dead with one breath of dragon fire. Never mind that the bird demon leader was far too ugly. With a face like a witch. How confident must he have been to think he could tempt a dragon? Besides, the only one who could stir him was Anna. Other monsters, female or male, were nothing but soldiers. Tools for farming. Leeks waiting to be harvested. Chapter 59. From now on, you'll be called Chicken So Beautiful. Sunayan covered Anna's ears and let out a roar. Roared the bird demon chief out of his lustful daze. Hannah came back to his senses. He had thought the black dragon before him was already impatient. Though he still felt a little shy inside. After all, they were all monsters. They didn't have as many rules as humans. No need to prepare love tokens or anything. None of that was required. As long as they took a liking to each other, they could start reproducing at any time. With that thought, the bird demon chief, Hannah, shyly spread his wings, revealing his dry, scrawny body. To make things easier for the black dragon, he even retracted his sharp claws and fangs. But then smack! A heavy slap landed across Hannah's face. It spun him around 5 or 6 times on the spot. When he collapsed back to the ground, his limbs were already twisted together. He endured the roaring in his head, staring at the brutal black dragon with shocked, resentful eyes, as if looking at a heartless lover who would fool around with other bird demons right in front of him. Sunayan rubbed his claws together, making cracking sounds. He felt the bird demon chief's mind hadn't recovered yet, so he raised his dragon claw and adjusted his strength. Another heavy slap came down. A few teeth flew out along with a little blood. His cheek began to swell and twist. The chief was finally slapped back to his senses. He knew the black dragon had no intention of mating with him at all. Damn it, wasn't he beautiful? Didn't his colorful rear feathers have any appeal? Even though they were gone now, they used to be there. Weren't his carefully braided dreadlocks smelly enough? Or were his headlights not flat enough? Was his skin not rough enough? Hannah couldn't understand countless male bird demons had once wanted to mate with him. And he hadn't even been willing then. What kind of taste did this black dragon have? Though Hannah was fuming inside, he still obediently lay flat on the ground, in an extremely submissive manner. He didn't want to anger the black dragon any further. because he had already sensed a faint trace of killing intent. If you don't want your entire tribe to become food in my belly, I suggest you immediately drop those unrealistic thoughts in your head. Sunayan didn't keep punishing the bird demon before him. These bird demons, averaging level 17, made excellent aerial units, and their sneaky nature suited them well as scouts. It would be a shame to just beat them to death. The bird demon's usefulness didn't end there. Their ability to fly meant they could also transport goods and do heavy labor. Every bird demon had a sweet singing voice. They could use it to lure players into traps. Furthermore, to keep their feathers in absolutely healthy condition. These bird demons' feathers grew extremely fast, except for some deliberately kept beautiful feathers to attract the opposite sex. The other utility feathers were shed almost every 3 days. The shed feathers could be used to make clothes and decorations. Of course, Sunayan had already ordered the kobolds to do this, so now these bird demons were all featherless. I'm sorry. Great true dragon. I am willing to atone for my foolishness. The bird demon chief Hannah lowered his head, trembling with fear. Good, although your despicable bloodline is unworthy of becoming my servants. Be grateful, because I need to expand my power now. So even though you are so base, you can still receive my charity. Sunayan raised his dragon head proudly. His body, already 5 meters long, was enormous to the bird demon chief. With wings spread, it was nearly 10 meters, almost blocking out all the light. The bird demon chief Hannah, shrouded in the shadow, felt fear and shock to the extreme. The surrounding bird demons also trembled under the increasingly majestic dragon pressure. They had no dragon bloodline, and weren't related to dragons at all. Naturally, their resistance to dragon might was very poor. This is our honor, great true dragon. On behalf of all bird demons, I thank you for your charity. We are willing to become your servants. The bird demon chief Hannah was utterly servile. He almost buried his face in the dirt. Sunayan's cold dragon face gave a non-committal grunt. He raised his sharp dragon claw, and a drop of heart blood landed on the bird demon chief's forehead. It quickly merged in. With this drop of blood, there was basically no worrying of the bird demon chief betraying him. I, Sunayan Vortress Stupak, declare you and your tribe my servants. Remember my true name. You will feel honored by it. From now on, your name is Jitaime. Sunayan casually gave the bird demon chief a new name. Hannah, or something was too hard to remember. The bird demon chief Hannah's neck had already grown fine black scales. His originally round brown pupils turned into golden vertical pupils like a dragon's. His dry, parched skin also plumped up a bit. He no longer looked so ugly. Hannah, the bird demon leader, was extremely excited. Although she knew that dragon heartblood had extraordinary effects, she never thought she would get the chance to obtain it. She had thought she was just an ordinary follower. But what kind of strange name is Jitaime? Is it praising her beauty? Hannah felt a little shy. Nhangan kai vien thi kai tunter chag kia cam chen eng hei hun. Nanan kai muan thien the mt lane nia. Chaknan vng. That ra ti koton. Titan la Hannah. Si tai mi y. Kai tun si tai mi y ko. Na ungai mungmuan. Chaknan vng. Tine tichin la si tai mi y. Si tai mi y kung kien nchim spp jung. Tran mt jate. The n kai tun ngicam chen ma cm kich riel. Sunayan nodded in approval. Then he instructed, starting tomorrow, you and your clan will train together with those rabbits. Within 3 days, I want to see muscles on you. Each day, you will carry 10 tons of stone outside Dragon Court. This is to build your carrying strength. I want you to show real strength even on the ground. I don't ask for much. Just being able to beat Bugs Bunny is good enough. Oh, that's the blazing rabbit with the gold chain. Jitaime followed the direction the black dragon's claw pointed. There, a muscle-bound flame rabbit with a big gold chain was hanging by both hands from a stone beam, thrusting upward furiously. Its mouth let out low, huffing growls. Its speed was already a blur. What terrified Jitaime even more was the flame rabbit's ankles, bound in black chains, with 2 fat-headed, big, long-haired pigs hanging there, seeming to sense the gaze. The flame rabbit turned its head. Its ears twitched. It flashed a mouthful of snow-white, gleaming front teeth in their direction. He smiled so kindly. Chapter 60, after personally smiling over the shoulder. Bugs Bunny mechanically turned his head. He once again resumed his murderous look, eyes flashing red. Hanging from the stone beam by both claws, he frantically did pull-ups, and at an even faster speed. His heart was soaring. He very much welcomed the bird demon joining. He was already raring to go. The great black dragon master had accepted yet another new follower. This means more punching bags for him to practice on, and the new sparring partners can fly. Perfect for practicing airborne tombstone piledrivers. The more Bugs Bunny thought, the more excited he got. Brutal, beautiful images filled his mind. He couldn't help but let out huffing growls. Stone chips flew off the stone beam. Seeing how kind and friendly Bugs Bunny looked, Chicken Time stepped back half a step, a little afraid. You'll definitely become friends, as they say, no acquaintance without a fight. The feathers on you were all plucked by Bugs Bunny himself. Don't be afraid, G-Time. Tsunayan gently patted G-Time's shoulder. Then the atmosphere shifted. He asked, I hear you bird demons have sweet voices. Is that true? Great master, that is indeed so. Sometimes we lure human adventurers into the hunting grounds with our songs. Then we kill them together, and take their gear and supplies. G-Time nodded. He lay down on the ground respectfully, speaking of what he was best at. He couldn't help but show some pride on his face. Not bad, not bad. Then sing a couple lines for me to hear. Just then, the dog-headed man Polikri brought over the freshly made goose egg soup. He raised it above his head with both hands. He presented it to Tsunayan. Great master, the goose egg soup was made exactly as you instructed. Please taste it. Tsunayan took the goose egg soup from Polikri, lowered his head close to the bowl, and took a sniff. The aroma molecules drifted into his nose, analyzed by the dragon's powerful sensory cells. Each piece of information appears in Tsunayan's mind like computer data. No toxicity. Very tasty, a bit fishier than egg drop soup. After all, it's made from crocodile eggs, so it's acceptable. Besides, eating more fishy flavors now. Later, when Anna eats more exotic things, she won't find them too fishy. Tsunayan gripped the spoon with 2 dragon claws and lifted a mouthful of soup. He blew on it gently. Once it cooled a little, he fed it to Anna. Brother, this is ... Anna looked at the golden egg soup in her bowl. She swallowed hard. Her lovely peach blossom eyes sparkled. As a little foodie, she was already eagerly itching to dig in. Tsunayan always made all kinds of simple yet delicious dishes, all of which she'd never tasted in the Emerald Forest. It was just that the ingredients might have an unusual origin. Anna was a little hesitant. She glanced darkly at the rock-helmed crocodiles in a corner of Dragon's Nest, kobolds riding them in charge drills. Don't worry, these are all cracked eggs. The intact ones were all kept for Kraton and the others. Tsunayan nuzzled Anna's soft, squishy cheek. He kept persuading her, saying, and besides, the Yan-helmet crocodiles lay eggs so quickly. They lay them every day, as their master. What's wrong with 2 eggs? But Anna was still hesitant. In her mind, since these crocodiles had already submitted to Tsunayan, then they were his friends, and since they were friends, how can we eat their babies? This made the kind-hearted Anna feel terrible. But as she smelled the delicious egg soup, her little throat still swallowed instinctively. It seems this dragon still has to feed her himself. Tsunayan stared at the hesitant Anna, cackling wickedly. His left hand held the porcelain bowl, and with his right claws retracted, amid Anna's gasp, he gently pressed it onto the leather cushion. Tsunayan leaned down, doing it just like when he'd fed her the herbal medicine before. By now it had become second nature. He wouldn't even let the egg soup spill from Anna's lips. Then the next moment, Anna's little mouth was filled, completely, with no corner left untouched. And of course, it carried the savory crocodile egg soup along. This was a completely different experience from feeding herbal medicine to treat illness. After all, the herbal medicine was bitter and numbed the mouth. When you ate it, all you could feel was bitterness. The tongue had no sensation at all. At this moment, Anna, apart from the delicious egg soup ... she could also feel something else. So this is kissing? What a strange feeling. It tickles at the tip of her heart. Anna's eyes widened slightly, her long eyelashes fluttered, a little nervous. But mostly, she was confused. As a girl, what reaction should she have when kissed by a dragon she likes? She should be a little more reserved. Should he show some resistance? Or maybe shyness? But he didn't feel any urge to resist, nor any shyness. He even felt a little anticipation. Looking at the black dragon before him, he didn't feel the least bit of fear or unease. On the contrary, he thought his dragon brother was perfect. Even with their different species, he could still appreciate the black dragon's massive body, which seemed enormous to him. Broad dragon wings, mighty muscles across his chest, crown-like dragon horns, mysterious golden vertical pupils. And that aura, though evil, made her feel utterly at ease. He loomed like an emperor, threatening. Yet he reserved his gentlest side for her alone. The surroundings gradually fell silent. Anna could clearly hear her dragon brother's powerful heartbeat. It merged with her own heartbeat, as if they were one. What incredible vitality! Their baby is sure to be amazing too, isn't it? Will it grow dragon wings and fly in the sky? Will it have tiger ears and a tiger tail? At that thought, Anna suddenly realized she was flushing all over with shyness. Oh dear, where are my thoughts going? How could I? Could I actually be a perverted girl? No way, I am definitely not a perverted girl. Just watching her big dragon brother take such good care of her, she wanted to give him something back. And yes, that was it. But how should she do it? She had no experience with that. Anna nervously squeezed the leather cushion beneath her, while Sunayan was feeding her. Her mind couldn't help recalling a story she'd read before, the Tsundere Princess Rearing Plan, Dragon Edition, which seemed to describe a lot about how to respond when kissing. That could be something to learn from. It was quite similar to her current situation. The only difference was that the dragon in the Bard's Tale was much smaller than her dragon brother. She also wanted to give her dragon brother something in return, to make him happy. Her upturned face grew redder and redder. Her heart beat faster and faster. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, and at the moment her heart melted into its softest, she made up her mind. Chapter 61. Loving Downfeather Paintings. Sunayan, meanwhile, was happily feeding her the egg soup, just like the white streak in the waves, stirring up wind and waves. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds, with another, rain. He had no idea what sort of messy nonsense Anna, held down by him, was thinking. But just as he was about to feed Anna the last little bit of egg soup, he suddenly felt a chill. A sweet tingle touched his neck as Anna's soft little hands wrapped around it. Anna Hathaway Affection +1, Current Affection 69, Budding. Anna Hathaway Affection +2, Current Affection 71, Liking. Anna Hathaway Affection +5, Current Affection 76, Liking. Sunayan stared with wide eyes. His mind went blank. A moment later, the egg soup remained unfinished. Sunayan licked his dragon lips. Anna let go of Sunayan's neck with her small hands and lay softly down on the animal skin mat. He was panting slightly. Her pink lips parted slightly, revealing her white teeth inside. Sunayan still hadn't processed it. He didn't know why, but things had suddenly turned out this way. He was just feeding her some soup, and then Anna started acting strange, her affection climbing higher and higher. Her whole body still exuded a rich, seductive fragrance, somewhat akin to hormones. Sunayan looked at Anna, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Anna was quietly studying Sunayan as well. She was blushing all over, her small hands clutching the fur mat. She looked a bit nervous and uneasy, but on her face, it only made her look more radiant and alluring. Her eyes shimmered with a hazy mist. Her whole body felt soft and weak. And inside, she was a little tense. I wonder what Brother Dragon thinks of me. My mind can't help but start wandering. My body feels so hot. Brother Dragon won't think I'm a naughty girl, will he? Eek, so embarrassing. But the feeling just now was really so nice. I want to do it one more time. Twice the more I think, the shyer I get. I can't help covering my pretty face with both fair, soft hands, but I can't help secretly opening two little slits. Her cute peach blossom eyes quietly peeked outward while he was still immersed in the sweet afterglow, feeling shy. And he could feel that his bond with Brother Dragon had grown a little deeper. At least, that was how he felt. Sunayan looked at Anna, sweet and adorable. He couldn't help but feel a primitive dragon urge. But in the end, he suppressed the urge. What is that? It seemed he had seen something terrifying. Anna let out a soft whimper. Her soft little hand covered her red lips. So embarrassed, steam rose from her head. Her eyes seemed to fill with little hearts. A faint rustling sound came. Sunayan, who had been watching Anna closely, suddenly noticed that a small, translucent purple-black dragon scale had grown on her forehead. This made Anna, already lovely and charming, look a little more mysterious. Name: Anna Hathaway, Dragon Transformation Stage 1. The information panel had changed. Anna had never received dragon blood. There was no doubt about that. Yet, she was the first one affected, entering the first stage of dragon transformation. Even Gravelf, who had received 2 drops of heart's blood, hadn't. Sunayan was completely baffled. Could the dragon's fang have a better effect? Or was it because of the mutual fondness between him and Anna? His thoughts were cut off by Anna's soft, coquettish voice. Brother, Anna still wants. Anna reached out her 2 soft little hands, looking like she wanted a hug. Her hazy big eyes shimmered with mist. Her rosy lips pouted slightly. A hint of egg soup lingered at the corner of her mouth. Sunayan, though, really wanted to cuddle with her. But with such a giant dragon head, it was impossible, okay? Like feeding her soup was already the limit. But that wasn't a kiss at all. Their lips didn't even touch. Maybe for Anna, it was already considered gentle. Sunayan was helpless. The little darling, he spoiled himself. Of course he had to keep spoiling. So all he could do was hold Anna in both claws and lick her again. For a while. Until Anna let out a breathless whimper. He finally let go, with lingering reluctance. Reason told him he couldn't keep licking. If he kept licking, it wouldn't be as simple as punching a hole and digging a ditch in the ground. The great master watched the pheromone-reeking wyvern wing spirit gradually calm down. Chicken Time A, left waiting aside for a long time, cautiously asked, Master, do you still need me to sing a couple lines? Sing. Sunayan felt absolutely no shyness about being watched by strangers. Anyway, kobolds and gnolls don't understand. The fire rabbit only has training on his mind. As for these harpies, maybe they understand. But so what? He received the black dragon's approval. The bird demon leader Jitame stepped back 2 steps. She opened her mouth slightly and began to sing loudly. Her sweet voice echoed throughout the dragon lair. It resembled the female dolphin whistle he had heard in his past life. It was especially loud and clear. It also carried a unique, bewitching charm. In short, Sunayan couldn't help but punch another hole in the ground. Even Bugs Bunny, frantically doing pull-ups on the stone beam, stopped in shock. He stared in disbelief at the bird demon leader, Jitame. It was as if he were getting to know him anew. At this moment, he suddenly felt it no longer mattered whether it was a rabbit. As long as it was Jitame, that was enough. Jitame sang for a while, then stopped. His spirit seemed a little worn down. Singing, it seemed, was something that took a great toll on his mind. Sunayan guessed it had much to do with that bewitching spiritual power. But this power had almost no effect on him. He just felt it sounded rather charming and pleasant. Maybe later, when Anna and I are having our baby, we can have Jitame howl a couple of times to liven things up. The effect should be quite good. Sunayan felt his idea was very feasible. Before he knew it, he also placed even greater hopes on Jitame. So he asked again, "Then can you dance?" The bird demon leader Jitame was stunned by the black dragon's words. "I'm sorry, great master. I don't know how to dance." The bird demon leader Jitame shook his head in panic. He lay on the ground with his head buried. He feared that his answer would anger the black dragon and he would be swallowed in one gulp. But under the dragon's blood's influence, he simply couldn't lie. He could only tremble and wait for judgment. You have to know how to dance. And not just dance. You must learn basketball too. Learn rap, or you don't deserve that name. Jitame, hearing this, was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand the black dragon at all. Basketball, is it a blue ball? And what is that puluopu anyway? Could it be some kind of hunting technique? Sure enough, I'm still far too ignorant. The black dragon truly is a legendary race. The knowledge in its bloodline is incredibly vast. Jitame's expression grew more and more respectful. In her heart, she admired the black dragon even more. Sunayan scratched his chin. He explained to Jitame, Jitame is a great thought monster, a dance monster, the singing monster. He excels at singing and dancing, rap, and playing basketball. He is a powerful demon beast warrior. Under his command are tens of millions of monster troops. Wherever he passes, no one can stand against him. I hope you can surpass the master and go even further. Don't let this great name down. Jitame was deeply shaken. She never expected her master to have such great hopes for him. He prostrated himself on the ground, weeping with gratitude, and vowed, "Thank you, great master, for giving me such a noble name. I will definitely strive to get closer to this great demon beast." Chapter 62, Entrapment, HM. Not bad, very spirited. Sunayan patted Jitame, the bird demon leader, on the shoulder with his claw in approval. Then he looked Jitame up and down. He circled around Jitame. Seeing the uneasy look in the other's eyes, he said, "Your back view is pretty good now. Take down your dreadlocks. Your clansmen have all undone theirs too. Wash your hair clean for me. Then come find me outside Dragon Court. I'm giving you just half an hour." Hearing this, the bird demon leader was a little puzzled. And he also felt loath to part with his smelly, dirty dreadlocks he had worked so hard to braid. But he dared not defy the black dragon. So he could only nod in agreement. Half an hour later, outside Dragon Court, all the bird demons, led by Jitame, stood stark naked before the black dragon. They originally just don't wear clothes. When they had feathers, they could still cover the key areas. Now they don't have a single feather left, so they can only be this exposed. However, they feel it's no big deal. Monsters have no sense of shame. Sunayan looked at the bird demon state. To be honest, with their dreadlocks taken down, these bird demons look much nicer. Many, if you don't look at their faces and only look at their figures, are quite beautiful. Plus they have a pair of wings. It gives an even more unusual thrill, especially the bird demon leader, Jitame. After being baptized by dragon blood, his skin has not only plumped up a lot, but also become much fairer. Now his long hair drapes over his shoulders, and his figure is graceful and alluring. His back alone could charm a crowd of human males. And this is exactly what Sunayan needs right now. The players at Sakura Island's #1 novice village keep staying in the safe zone, not coming out. Even if they come out, it'll be somewhere else. They won't go anywhere near the business forest. That really bothered Soviet. The players were so cautious. How was he supposed to work with that? That wouldn't do. He had to lure the players out and take down a wave. Kill as many as he could. to boost his own strength and his subordinates. And after all these days have passed, those players should have opened more boxes and poured more wine by now. Let's just grab a few to open the chests. You guys, come with me. In a while, I'll tell you what to do. And you do exactly that. Got it? Tsunayan faced a host of bird demons. A sly and cunning look filled his face. Yo, Haruta, good morning. Haruta, you've got a good haul today. You're already level 9. He opened a few treasure chests. There was nothing, just one wooden box. Haruta forced a fake smile. He subtly distanced himself from those enthusiastic players. Tisk, what are you putting on airs for? Just because your level's a bit higher, you think you're something. He's as fat as a pig. How did someone like him get chosen to enter the game? Behind him came the faint sound of discussion. Haruta's expression darkened. He clenched his fists, but in the end, he took a deep breath and said nothing. Just getting stronger was enough. Don't care about others' mockery. Now he was already among the highest level players in Sakala Island's one beginner village. The only exception was Yamaguchi Village Chicken, a gang boss who had his men kill monsters and had reached level 11. The remaining players were mostly hovering around level 6 or 7. His reaching level 9 had a lot to do with his own effort and luck. 3 days ago, he found a silver treasure chest in a ghost-faced scorpion's den. The ghost-faced scorpion was also teleported out of the beginner village's safe zone. The treasure chest was a plain white one. From this silver treasure chest, Haruta pulled out a top-tier item called the Nas Silver Vase. The item's effect lets him fully restore his mana 3 times each day. So every day he could kill many more beasts than others. His own level rose faster too. Instant noodles and drinks. Haruta opened 3 wooden boxes, and they were all full of food. That left him a bit dissatisfied. He kept opening chests. Clocks and shoe insoles. Condoms. What the hell are condoms doing in this godforsaken place? Are they actually useful? Haruta shoved a bunch of junk into his game inventory. He almost died of anger. All 8 wooden chests he got today were full of junk. They used to drop at least some magic materials and stuff. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand. Good chests tend to spawn in dangerous spots. In this safe zone, there are basically only wooden chests. Haruta was lost in thought. His gaze grew more determined. He still had to go to the forest. No matter how dangerous it was inside, but as long as he could grow stronger. Find spider craftsmen to go along. As soon as he thought it, he did it. Haruta put on a loose sorcerer's robe. Holding his staff, he went to his neighbor's front door. Knock, knock, knock. Spider craftsman, are you there? After a while, heavy footsteps came from the room. Then the door was opened. The door panel flew out with a bang. Standing at the door was a girl who looked cute and pretty. Of course, that's assuming you ignore his nearly 1.9 meter height and his barrel-chested build. Mi Lang Thi Kai Mei Tranjing. Even Haruta Motono couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the world. Oops, sorry, the door got ripped apart again. I hate that Jinshang Jiji holds the shell token in his huge hand like a palm leaf, full of embarrassment and shyness. But his voice is even deeper than an ordinary man's. Haruta touched his nose, suppressing the nausea, trying to keep his gaze fixed on Inoue Shiki's face. Only then did he feel much more at ease. I'm going to explore the music forest, to get more treasure chests and chances to level up. Shiki, will you come along? Haruta extended the invitation. The Shiki before him was a level 8 warrior. Her combat power was terrifying. He's different from other players. He has family martial arts skills. But the music forest is dangerous. I'm so scared. Unless Motono protects me. Then he wiggled his bottom. He nearly smashed the threshold, and there was no fear on his face at all. The last sentence was the real point. He really took a liking to Haruta Motono. Going to the music forest together this time is a perfect chance to be alone. Maybe he can go a step further and communicate more deeply with Haruta. What? Haruta Motono suppressed the urge to vomit and thought, me, a mage, protecting a warrior. Isn't that inappropriate? But in order to get a powerful fighter like Jinshang Jiji to come along, Haruta still managed to squeeze out a reluctant smile. Nodded and said, don't worry, brother chicken, I'll definitely protect you. Chapter 63, Sting Operation, Part 2. Shortly after Haruta and Inoue left, the yellow-haired delinquent Yamamoto Nanjiru stepped out from the corner. Behind him were over 40 middle school delinquents just like him. This is a team Yamamoto Nanjiro pulled together thanks to the charisma that kept him top dog for so long. Together they formed a guild. The guild was called the Bullhead Guild, and Yamamoto Nanjiro was the Bullhead Guild's master. Guild master, aren't we following them? A blonde guy leaned over to Yamamoto Nanjiro and asked in confusion. No rush, they're heading to the business forest anyway. We'll take another route and wait at the safe zone near the business forest entrance to ambush them. Yamamoto Nanjiro waved his hand. This time, he was determined to figure out why Haruto Motono leveled up so fast, and then keep that secret for himself. Of course, there's also Inoue no Moto. That's the woman Yamamoto Nanjiro has his eye on. He would never allow trash like Haruto Motono to touch her. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the dim forest, near the safe zone of Sakala Island's #1 beginner village. Great Master, can this appearance really attract humans? Ji-Taime, the bird demon leader, was hanging from a tree by vines. She twisted her body uneasily, feeling a little awkward. His eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. Don't worry, the effect is amazing, absolutely perfect. Tsunayan nodded with satisfaction. As long as he didn't picture Ji-Taime's face, the scene before him was still a joy to behold. But, Great Master, I no longer have my colorful tail feathers. Among us bird demons, beautiful tail feathers are what make one more attractive. Don't worry, featherless you are even more attractive to humans. Hey, he encouraged Ji-Taime once again. Tsunayan ordered the kobolds and gnolls to hang the other bird demons from the big trees at various distances around the safe zone. The stage is all set. All the supporting actors are in position. Now we just wait for the lead to come on stage. Don't use your spiritual powers. We'll save those for later. All you need is a loud voice. Attention, all units. All monsters, stay hidden in your places. Harpy, start calling for help. Help. Who will save me? Boo dash who. What was that sound? Spiderite, did you hear that? Haruto Motono looked puzzled. He and Jinshang Gigi still hadn't stepped out of the safe zone, but they heard cries for help coming from the music forest. Maybe an NPC adventurer ran into trouble. Jinshang Gigi listened to those sweet, soft cries for help. A flicker of seriousness and wariness flashed through their eyes. Motono-kun, there might be terrifying magical beasts over there. Can we please not go over there? Jinshang Gigi hugged Kuntiabanya's arm and acted cute. Aren't there plenty of manga plots where the hero saves a damsel in distress and they fall in love? Besides, Kuntiabenya is a chubby otaku. He looks very ordinary. Isn't this exactly the latest popular underdog rises male lead? Jinshang Gigi absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Kind, innocent Benye-kun is his man, he won't let anyone steal him away. You've got a point there. Alright, let's go a different way. Kuntiabenya nodded in wholehearted agreement. Then he and Inoue changed direction. It wasn't that he didn't want to rescue her, but right now his abilities were limited. Besides, the shadowy forest was no safe place. What if the girl calling for help was a ghost? Haruto was terrified of ghosts. He still thought leveling up and fighting monsters was the way to go. At higher levels, what other world beauty couldn't he find? Succubi, elves, beast girls. Thinking that way, his urge to go rescue her faded more and more. However, the bleached blonde thugs tailing Haruto Motono were not that innocent. The moment they heard that bewitching cry for help, their minds went blank. A surge of lust shot straight up through them. After all, most of them had already been with women. Their desire for women was far stronger than a greenhorn like Haruto. Boss, this voice is so sweet. Yes, boss. Based on my years of experience at all sorts of adult venues, immediately from that voice, I could tell she's definitely a top-tier beauty. Boss, how about we go check it out? As the yellow-haired guys were talking it over, the sweet, enticing cries for help came again, and seemed even more desperate, which the gang simply couldn't stand. Yamamoto's expression was hard to read. For his own part, he'd much rather keep following Haruto. But his men seemed more eager to save her. Haruto had been right there all along, and there was no getting away anyway. Now he might as well satisfy his underlings' wishes. This way, he could solidify his position, and if they really did rescue a beautiful woman, he'd get to enjoy her first anyway. With that thought, Yamamoto Nanzaburo nodded, and agreed, that works. We'll head out to rescue people today. Everyone, gear up with your equipment and weapons. The dim forest is very dangerous. You all know about what happened to that lord being fed last time. Once everything is ready, Yamamoto Nanjiro led a gang of thugs, following the sound of a girl's cries for help. They cautiously crept into the music forest. The way was completely clear. They ran into no monsters at all. They pushed aside the bushes, and soon saw the girl trapped in vines on a tree. It looked like she'd stepped on a vine trap and been yanked up. That sweet, alluring cry for help was coming from her. This girl didn't seem human. On her back grew a pair of fleshy wings. Her figure was graceful. Her skin was smooth and fair. The gang of punks was instantly stunned. Huff, huff. Their breathing involuntarily grew heavy. Their eyes turned red and bloodshot. Desire and greed surged rapidly in their hearts. The pleasure house only had aging women past their prime, though occasionally you do run into some well-preserved quality goods. But compared to this otherworldly monster girl, there's simply no comparison. It instantly struck a bunch of yellow-haired punks right in their hearts. Chapter 64, Sting Operation, Part 3. This is a white tiger. A native-born, all-natural white tiger. Not the man-made kind. After all, man-made ones are way too fake. This is clearly the real deal, a true white tiger that only appears in doujinshi. How could a bunch of yellow-haired punks have ever seen a divine beast like this? They could hardly wait to rush over and savor it. But they hadn't forgotten their original purpose. They were here to save someone. Rescue her first, leave a good impression, then anything else would go much smoother. Besides, the girl was hanging way up in a tree. They couldn't do anything about it, anyway. After all, their average height was under 1.6 meters. Just as the yellow-haired gang was about to rush up to save her, cautious Yamamoto Nanjiro suddenly said, "Hold on." The yellow-haired gang exchanged glances. They had no idea why their president wanted them to stop operating. The forest was full of dangers. This might well be a trap. You are all precious members of our Oxhead Society. I cannot let you take such risks. As your president, now I must lead by example. Yamamoto looked very serious. His words were even more impassioned. With an air of braving death itself, a group of yellow-haired punks, hearing this, were deeply moved by their president's noble character. He couldn't help giving Yamamoto an admiring middle finger in his heart. But since the president had said so, then let the president go. Anyway, they'd still get a sip of soup in the end. In Sakala Island companies, it's normal for the president to eat the meat first. Yamamoto coughed twice. He was very satisfied with his subordinate's reaction. He straightened his clothes. He tittied himself up, then politely walked over to stand beneath the suspended girl. From this angle, Yamamoto Nanjiro's eyes gleamed green. Unfortunately, the girl's features were hidden by a thick mop of curly hair, and she kept her chin tilted up slightly, so he couldn't see her face clearly. But that smooth, rounded chin surely meant she was a beauty. This is a jackpot. Beautiful lady, I'm here to save you. Just hold on a little longer. I'll get you down right away. The bird demon chief Jitaime cast a glance at the humans below her. She quickly raised her chin even higher. She was afraid her drool might drip down. Who knows how long it had been since she last hunted human adventurers. Her headlights were swaying. Her mournful tone carried a hint of tears. She spoke in a coy common tongue. Boo-hoo-hoo, mighty warrior. I accidentally got tangled in the ghost vine tree's vines. Now it has fallen dormant. If you want to save me, cut the vines wrapped around the tree. The third vine up there. That way you can save me, and the ghost vine tree won't wake up. Yamamoto Nanjiro heard this, but wasn't blinded by lust. He cast appraisal on the tree beside him. It was indeed a ghost vine tree. Whether the ghost vine tree was alive, he couldn't say. The girl overhead had no reason to lie to him. But then drip, something cool dripped onto his face. This ... could this be? Yamamoto Nanjiro was stunned. The last shred of reason in his mind was snuffed out. He raised his hand and chanted softly. A fireball spell slammed precisely into the third vine the girl had mentioned. But the girl was not rescued. On the contrary, Yamamoto Nanjiro felt the ground beneath his feet vanish. Oh, no? As Yamamoto Nanjiro realized too late, it was a trap. Splat! He tumbled into a huge pit 10 meters deep. That vine was actually the trigger switch for the trap. It was all a trick. With that fall, though he felt no pain, Yamamoto Nanjiro's health was left at only 1/4. Damn it! This really was a trap. Who's ambushing me? I'll kill you. Nanjiro Yamamoto picked himself up off the ground. He raised his head and burst into curses. But suddenly he noticed dense green lights glowing in the darkness all around him. This ... Nanjiro Yamamoto backed away in terror. Yet his back pressed against a massive, hard body. A beast's low growl came from directly above his head. Trembling, Nanjiro Yamamoto looked up. Then, by the faint light in the deep pit, they saw a creature over 2 meters tall, with a wolf's face and a human body. A jackalman covered in bulging muscles raised a huge, fan-like palm. Whack! A massive slap cracked right across Yamamoto Nanjiro's face. Yamamoto spun 5 times clockwise. Whack! The back hand came again. He spun 5 times counterclockwise. Gah! Nanjiro barely had time to let out a scream. Before everything went black, he passed out. At the same time, the other yellow-haired punks outside got surrounded by monsters too. A brawny dogman riding a long-haired boar. 8-pack ABS rippling in and out of view. Snake-muscled beasts, claws thicker than their legs, circled around them in a frenzy, jumping back and forth, only their lower bodies moving. The chicken head stayed frozen in place. Their ferocious eyes stared at them without blinking. Kicking up a cloud of dust, a 2-meter-tall muscular jackalman rides a massive rock crocodile, holding thick black pythons in his hands, some coiled around his neck, some tucked under his arms. bearing claws and fangs, looking vicious and brutal, and a dense crowd of fierce rabbits, led by Fire Rabbit, all wearing big gold chains, with leaves dangling from their mouths, smoke eyes glowing red. The deltoids on his shoulders are almost bigger than his head. His balloon-like chest muscles could crush someone to death. These monsters just silently watch them. The atmosphere grows quiet. Even the air turns scorching from the monster's body heat to terrifying. The yellow-haired bunch feel this is no music forest at all. This is the Yamaguchi-gumi bathhouse. Every single one is a monster boss. We're just passing through. Yeah, just passing through. And that girl, we're not saving her either. She's all yours. We'll head off now? Yeah, off we go now. A bunch of yellow-haired thugs huddle together like quails, trembling on the ground. Their faces wear alluring smiles. Oh my, so you're really not going to save me? You brave adventurers, you! A sweet female voice came over. The yellow-haired gang turned to look. Their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Their faces turned pale. The girl bound by vines had already climbed down from the tree. Her figure was graceful. Her skin was smooth and fair. Her body was full and bare, without a stitch on. If you only looked at that, she was truly a beauty for the ages. Even with wings and eagle claws, they could not hide the beauty of his body. But when they saw that face, the yellow-haired thugs all fell into despair. They were scared out of their minds. How could this be a rare beauty? This was, damn it, practically a sacrificial offering. Chapter 65, Interrogation 1. But even if he was a sacrifice, some thugs still thought that if the face was covered, they could go through with it. With the lights off, whether a person or a pig, isn't it all the same? Lust is a knife overhead. They're players. They were only momentarily cowed by the monster's aura. Once they recovered a bit, it seemed like nothing. Whoever played a game without dying? If you die, just respawn. With that in mind, many of the yellow-haired guys no longer planned to run. Instead, they brazenly stared at the bird demon leader G-Taime's headlights and tailpipe. A malicious smile spread across his face. G-Taime didn't mind at all. He didn't even try to cover it up. He just openly let these humans stare. But he couldn't understand why they suddenly weren't afraid anymore. Usually, when human adventurers saw a monster, they had only two reactions. Either they went crazy screaming for blood, faces full of greed, wishing they could shave every hair off the monster for materials or money, or else they mourned like their parents had died, crying for mom and dad and running away. He had never seen anyone this brave before. And what a big statement at that. You're not afraid of us monsters. The bird demon leader G-Taime was a little curious. Afraid of you? Why would we be afraid of you? A yellow-haired guy let out a sneer. His face was full of contempt. He had long been ready to die heroically. Your dad is nothing but a pack of monsters. We humans will trample this place sooner or later. That's right. You're just equipment materials. But you, this bird demon, can become our pet. Okay. QV Akwen Tung Kyun Kanang. Actually, here the yellow-haired guy is talking about us players. But as soon as I said it, the system automatically replaced it with us humans. Trample what? Trample their potatoes. How can we tolerate this? A horde of monsters, under the Black Dragon boss's tutelage, have also learned some of the continent's common tongue. It's okay if you can't say it, as long as they understand. Now the word they know best is potato. Wherever they don't understand, just replace it with potato. The wind howls fiercely. The sun is clearly blazing bright, yet a strong wind is blowing through the forest. A yellow-haired creature felt a chill down its back. Then they saw every monster, even the black water python in the gnoll's hands had red light burning in its eyes. Catch humans and plant potatoes. A monster let out an angry howl. Catch humans to plant potatoes. The other monsters rioted as well. What's going on? The blonde guys watched the maddened monsters, all baffled. Could the monsters have understood what they just said? But they had no time to wonder. Rumble, mountain shook, earth moved. Thousands of flame rabbits surged forward. Instantly, they engulfed a group of Sakala Island players. Scratching noses, poking eyes, chicken kidney root gouge. There was even the legendary Jiang whose skill, chest-grabbing dragon claw. Of course, what those fierce fire rabbits were best at was the big nose bonk. A burst of crackling sounds rang out. In no time, the fire rabbits scattered. The yellow-haired player from Sakala Island was already out cold on the ground, his face bruised and swollen. Even though he felt no pain, he still fainted anyway. At Gravel's order, the fire rabbits pulled out a bundle of vines from the bamboo baskets on their backs. They did exactly as Boss Black Dragon had taught them. In no time, they tied those Sakala Island players up tight with the standard tortoise shell bind. After all that was done, Gravelf gave another order. Hearing this, the monsters puffed up their chests and swaggered along, strutting like they owned the world. Dragging the Sakala Island players like dead dogs, they happily headed back to Dragon Dynasty. This scene wasn't happening only here. In other jungles where bird demons were used as bait, much the same thing was going on. It's just that more players had been caught on this side. No one knew how much time had passed. Yamamoto's consciousness slowly started to return. He opened his eyes a little. What met his eyes was dim darkness. He could only barely make out the uneven rock walls. The ground was freezing cold. Around him were the sounds of creatures moving, and the air was filled with a foul stench. Yamamoto couldn't help but retch. He really couldn't understand how anything in the world could be so foul. It was just like perfume with its scent distilled. It's just that this is concentrated stench. Hey, you're awake. Several snarling dog-headed creatures formed a circle, appeared in Yamamoto's field of vision. Where is this? This place of yours is the ownerless lair of the Great Dike, Polikri said in broken continental common. Can be captured by the Great Masterless. This is the honor of being prey. Bods Yulio. Cursed monster. Yamamoto Naojiro was just about to move his limbs, only to find that he had already been tied up. His whole body stripped bare. He was bound stark naked to a simple wooden rack, with a piece of wood placed underneath him. Hey, Polikri gave a sinister laugh and said to Zhao Tailang and Gul Tailang, who were preparing materials nearby, "You, don't feed him yet. I'll go report to the master." Zhao Tailang and Gul Tailang, with cloth strips stuffed up their noses, glanced at Yamamoto Naojiro and then nodded. Not long after, Polikri brought their master, the Black Dragon, inside. This time Tsunayan didn't bring Anna along, because inside, the smell was simply overpowering. He was afraid it would stink up Anna too, so he could only leave Anna at the door of the execution chamber. This was, after all, Anna's final task. Normally, she was supposed to stay linked with Tsunayan at all times. "Master, this human just woke up. The other humans haven't woken yet. Those rabbits hit way too hard. Two are already dead. The rest of us don't even dare wake them by force." Polikri lay on the ground, his face ashen. The tail behind him was wagging rapidly. Earlier, he had already been rewarded with the Black Dragon's second lowest star title. At this moment, he was at the peak of excitement. Well done. Tsunayan nodded his dragon head. He walked over to Yamamoto Nanjiro and looked him up and down. In his view appeared Yamamoto Nanjiro's pitiful status panel. Yamamoto Nanjiro, Level 7, Tier 1, a lowly identity, President of the Bullhead Society. Other details omitted. Didn't expect he's a player guild leader too. I hope your mouth is as tough as your title. Hey, Tsunayan let out a laugh. He turned his head as Zhao Tailang ordered him to fetch the spraygrass. Chapter 66, Interrogation 2. Spraygrass is a plant similar to croton, but its effects are far stronger than crotons. Tsunayan once experimented on black water pythons. Once a black water python eats spraygrass, held in the hand, it completely becomes a spray weapon. Since after eating spraygrass, it produces a large amount of intestinal gas, the bellies of these black water pythons will swell slightly. The spray also reaches a very long distance, a full 10 meters. Even black water pythons can briefly fly into the sky using the recoil of that spray. Except what they spray out is all poop. If not for the fear of getting sprayed dead by a bunch of black water pythons. Honestly, biochemical weapons like this are pretty good. So gross. At this moment, Yamamoto was still in shock from encountering the Black Dragon. This is a legendary creature. A real, genuine Black Dragon. And it looked so majestic and imposing. Yamamoto had always loved dragons, tigers, and stuff like that. Earlier, he even had a simple black dragon tattooed on his back. But since he didn't have much money, that dragon actually looked about like an earthworm. He was just about to speak and voice his admiration for the Black Dragon, when the quick-thinking Zhao Taro deftly stuffed a handful of spraygrass into his mouth. The sweet taste made Yamamoto chew a few times without thinking, and he smoothly swallowed the spraygrass. So delicious, what a wonderful mushroom. Clearly, he was mistaken. He thought these mushrooms were kindly offering him sweet food. He just had no idea why they had tied him up. Great Black Dragon Army, we thank you for the food you gave. He is very sweet. It reminds me of the cherry blossoms of home. Hearing this, Tsunayan gave Yamamoto a strange look, thinking this guy must have lost his mind. But he didn't let it show. The spraygrass takes effect very quickly. These Sakala Island players will soon know what it means to be thoroughly drenched. Tsunayan even took 2 steps back. Great Black Dragon Army. Actually, since I was little, I've always admired mighty creatures like you. I even wanted to become a dragon blood warrior. Yamamoto kept babbling on and on, when suddenly he felt a cramp in his gut. An unbearable bloated feeling spread through him. His expression changed. He felt like something was about to burst out. He absolutely could not let it out here. That would be disrespectful to the Black Dragon Army. Theft, but Yamamoto just couldn't hold it in. His pyloric sphincter was like it was paralyzed. Under Grass's stimulation, his guts, like a drum washing machine, danced a graceful waltz. Tsunayan took another 2 steps back. That scene was far more spectacular than a Blackwater horse spraying. This is what a torrent plunging 3,000 feet means. If this Squirtgrass had been in his previous life, it would be a guaranteed miracle cure for constipation. Just with this one plant alone, he could make his fortune and reach the peak of life. Tsunayan shook his head regretfully. Too bad, this is another world. Looking at Yamamoto's waxen face, he had just about finished puking. Tsunayan stepped forward and switched off his sense of smell. With a sinister smile, he threatened, I ask the questions now. You answer, there's another human being tortured next door. If your answer doesn't match his, then I'm sorry, but you'll eat your own shit. Eat shit. Yamamoto's face turned deathly pale instantly. He suddenly remembered that the bodyguard of the Yamaguchi-gumi young master in Sakura Island's newbie village had apparently been fed shit by a bunch of monsters. Even now, he still can't shake the after effect of throwing up whatever he eats. This game can't just have a taste system. First question. How many people do you have? Yamamoto didn't dare hide the fact that he didn't want to eat shit, so he honestly reported, respected Black Dragon Army. We have over 8,000 people in our newbie village. Tsunayan silently shot Polikri the snake a look. Polikri got the hint, scurried to the door, chatted with Anna for a bit, then scurried back, and loudly declared, Great Master. This isn't what the neighbor said. Hey, Joutaro. Master Tsunayan, you gave the order with a smile, didn't you? Black Dragon Army, I'm telling the truth really, MMPH, glug, ooh. Joutaro coldly and mercilessly squeezed Yamamoto Nanjiro's mouth shut. A big spoonful of olige, mixed with the Overlord's stinkbug's dung pellets, had already been forced into his mouth. Let me ask again. How many of you are there? Oh, really, only 8,000. People reporting, Master. This is different from what the neighbors said. Hey, Zhao Tailang, keep feeding. Glug. Oh. What do you guys use to open the treasure chests? A key. Use a key. I beg you. Report, Master. It's different. Hey, feed. Keep feeding. Damn it. 15 minutes later, Tsunayan got the information he wanted. Actually, nobody next door was being tortured. After all, only Yamamoto was awake right now. The reason he kept feeding Yamamoto Aolije was to utterly destroy Yamamoto's mental defenses. Now he has succeeded. Yamamoto tells all he knows, holds nothing back. He almost blurted out how many times his mom had cheated on his dad. It all spilled out. So Aolije is a really good thing after all. Aolije with Overlord stinkbug poop pellets is truly the best of the bunch. And it's all self-produced and self-consumed, so there's absolutely never any waste. Take, for example, Yamamoto Nanjiro right now. He's already eaten himself full, with a look of pure happiness on his face. His mouth is sealed with a jackalman's ragged underpants, wrapped around a full 2 times, guaranteeing he takes in every last bit of the blessing. See, he's already burping. Currently, Sakura Island's one newbie village indeed has over 8,000 players. Apart from a few players exploring toward King Anlius's capital, Sakura Island's one newbie village still has about 6,000 people. Most of them, led by Yamaguchi Muraheim, formed a flower girl, Mishi Guild, and planned to counterattack Sakura Forest after grinding enough levels. Thinking of this, Tsunayan couldn't help but sneer. These Sakura Island players are simply living in a fantasy. Still flower girl Mishi, wait until the safe zone disappears on the 7th day. Tsunayan will Mishi their newbie village first. The second intel is about opening treasure chests. Wooden chests don't need a key. A black iron chest costs 200 invasion points to exchange for a black iron key. Bronze key, 500 invasion points. Silver key, 1,000 invasion points. Golden key, 5,000 invasion points. Diamond key, 10,000 invasion points. The purple gold key costs 50,000 invasion points, but it's temporarily unavailable online. Tsunayan understood these invasion points as something like game currency. It should be similar to his own system points. It was something created by the player side system. Apart from that, keys can also drop from beating the guardian monsters. In other words, he already had a golden key on him. He just couldn't sense it. This made Tsunayan very uncomfortable. The golden key was only 5,000 points. His goal had to be turning his own key into a purple gold key. The treasure chest would also evolve into a purple gold chest. Then opening it would definitely yield top-tier rewards. Chapter 67. Planting Potatoes. In a huge, newly built cave not far from the Dragon's Nest, a group of players from Sakura Island also woke up one after another from their dazed state. I open my eyes to a ring of them, over 2 meters tall. Fierce gnolls, all bearing the strong prefix on their heads. You're awake. Stand against the wall. Put your hands up. Grave Ulf grabbed a player by the neck and shoved him against the rock wall. Ordered him to raise his hands. Damn monsters. We will never yield. That's right, we are the Heavenly Emperor subjects. The samurai spirit. Sakala Island's players aren't scared at all. Each one clamored with righteous fury, like martyrs thrown into an enemy POW camp. Hopefully, in a moment, your mouths can stay just as tough. Grave Ulf coldly stared at the crowd of players. Since they won't cooperate, so be it. He turned to the jackal men on both sides. The dog-headed man ordered, go and restrain them. The Wolf dogs swarmed in and pinned down the weak, powerless human players, pinning their hands and necks so they can't move. But not everything went so smoothly. Nearby came an anxious shout from a jackal man. There's a human here. We can't hold them off. Grave Ulf looked toward the voice. He saw one of his jackal men thrown to the ground by a muscular female human 1.9 meters tall. That female human also carried a fat male human on her back, trying to flee. Yejin, I'll definitely get you out. Jin Shang Jiji said this. Carrying Haruta, she charged out of the cave, knocking over several kobolds along the way. His eyes sparkled with determination and the flames of love. In that way, he too had shared life and death with the Motono army. If they didn't get a marriage certificate and make 100 kids, there was just no excuse. He wanted the whole world to witness their great love. Hey, I'll kill myself. Hurry up, kill me. Bouncing around on Ino's back, Haruta Motono was getting dizzy. He suggested in a trembling voice. They actually weren't captured while going to save people. They just had bad luck and ran into these strange monsters. Motono, I won't let you die. Haruta Motono. Just as they were about to succeed in breaking out of prison, Grave Ulf, nearly 2.5 meters tall, blocked Ino's path. Captain Grave Ulf twisted his wrists in front of his chest, cracking them one by one. Then he twisted his neck. A burst of crackling sounds rang out like popping beans. Then he raised one knee high and stood steadily on one foot on the ground. One Wolf claw held guard in front of him. He aimed his hard, jutting elbow at Inoue and beckoned with his other Wolf claw. The sturdy Wolfie struck a pose like a blind monk doing Muay Thai. Inoue saw his stance. His eyes lit up. With a splat, he threw Haruta to the ground. He clenched both fists and held them up before him. He assumed a karate stance. You have a strong warrior spirit. I accept your duel invitation. Let us fight fair and square. If I win, let us go. Wolfie remained non-committal. On his scarred Wolf face, a pair of Wolf eyes gleamed with murderous intent and discipline. The battle did not erupt right away. Grave Ulf seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a group of dog-headed creatures appeared out of nowhere. Huffing and puffing, they carried a heavy 2-meter-long cleaver up to Grave Ulf. Grave Ulf took the cleaver and hefted it in his hand. A sinister grin curled across his Wolf mouth. Boss Black Dragon had once taught him the gentleman's step, the so-called gentleman Wolf. If he didn't use weapons, what would he use to conquer his enemies? So he needed a big machete. Grave Ulf let out a long, high-pitched howl. He pounced on the bewildered Inoue no Hime. Half a minute later, Grave Ulf dragged the black and blue Inoue no Hime and the dead dog like Haruta Motono back to the rock wall. Like trash, he dumped the two humans together. Hey, he even spat a thick loogie before turning away. Meanwhile, outside the cave, freshly bathed Tsunayan finally arrived late, carrying Anna on his back. Behind him followed Yuritaro and Kyotaro. That torture chamber we used before really stank. Even if you only stayed in there for a short while, you'd come out carrying a stench on you. Outside the cave where humans were imprisoned, two pairs of imposing gnolls stood guard like javelins, eyes straight ahead, the moment they saw Tsunayan arrive. They immediately threw out their chests, stood at attention, and hailed the Great Master. Hail! Work hard, and at noon we'll have potatoes stewed with salted mutton. Yes, Tsunayan patted the lead gnoll on the shoulder. Feeling their muscles growing stronger and firmer, he felt deeply gratified. He then led his gang of underlings into the cave. The moment he entered the cave, all the monsters stopped their work at once, and stood up straight. Those with free hands saluted. Those too busy just fixed their eyes on him. Report, Master. Grave Ulf came to Tsunayan's side. He bowed his head and reported. All humans have secured the cliffside area. A group of Sakala Island players is being held there by monsters. They keep cursing endlessly. Others plan to call for help, but the map is pitch dark. They have no idea where they are. Good, well done. Tsunayan nodded. He walked up to the group of players. He carefully observes every player's status panel. Meanwhile, the Sakala Island players stare in fear at the ferocious black dragon. Some of them had attended Yamaguchi Maraki's meeting. They knew there was a black dragon boss in the music forest. They never expected to run into it so soon. And the little girl on the black dragon's back. Many otaku players, the moment they saw Anna, couldn't tear their eyes away. They're so-called waifu figures. Compared to this girl, they're all garbage. She's cute and charming, yet alluring. Skin is porcelain white and glossy. Fox ears, foxtail. A black scale on the tip of the forehead. Just a perfect loli breaking the dimensional wall. Little girl, if your dad's been kidnapped, blink. Don't worry, we're Justice Emperor players. We'll definitely rescue you from the dragon's lair. Hey, I've been waiting years for this. I can do it. Didn't expect these Sakala Island players to be so full of cheeky comments. Tsunayan's dragon face twitched. They gave a wink to Zhao Tailang beside them. Zhao Tailang caught on immediately. He deftly put on deerskin gloves and a mask. From a special cloth bag, he took out a few thumb-sized black pills. He stepped forward to paces. He forcefully pinched the grinning player's mouth. Ignoring the player's struggles, he stuffed the black pill inside. Then, he quickly fished out a grimy, smelly pair of shorts. Layer after layer, he bound it around the player's face, sealing his mouth tightly shut. The Sakala Island player's pupils narrowed. He struggled hard, retching and vomiting. But his vomit just wouldn't come out. He could only swallow it back down or spray it out through his nose, caught in a constant cycle of swallowing and vomiting. He felt suffocated. His health gradually decreased bit by bit. His nerves slowly lost control. He began throwing up and having diarrhea. A foul stench began to spread through the air. Instantly, the faces of the Sakala Island players changed. The legend of the fearless demon is actually real. Hey, say one more useless word. Every single one of you will end up just like him. Tsunayan let out a cold sneer. The evil dragon's gaze swept across the crowd of players. His voice was hoarse and low. He asked with killing intent, which of you can farm? Growing Potatoes A Chapter 68, Warm and More Charming Farming. Growing potatoes, the players exchanged bewildered looks. Some were baffled. What era is this? Who would still grow potatoes? Even if it's some middle school social practice. It's merely a light dabble, and then they stop. Doesn't anyone know how to grow potatoes? Tsunayan felt somewhat disappointed. His voice grew even deeper. His dragon eyes lowered. A murderous glint flashed and vanished. In that black dragon army, the only one who could speak was a middle-aged man. His ID was Ida Joji, with the classic Mediterranean bald spot. His face was covered in wrinkles. His skin was sallow and dark. His hands were thick with calluses. He really looked like a player from a farming background. At that moment, Ida Joji was groveling on the ground with a fawning smile. Clearly, he didn't want to eat shit. Good. Tsunayan signaled Graveoff to drag Ida Joji out and keep a close watch on him. Then he roared at the rest. You exist only to farm for me. Now I'll give you 1 minute. Throw all your valuables out of your spatial storage. Then transfer all the magic coins you use to exchange for keys to Jingtia. Hearing this, the players from Sakala Island almost thought the Black Dragon boss knew they were players. But then they thought about the Black Dragon's strange wording. Spatial storage. Magic coins. It probably just had a half-baked understanding. Something like hand over your gear. Of course, they were unwilling. And they weren't willing to hand over their invasion points either. The players on Sakala Island looked at each other. And looked back, all silent. But each saw their own little scheme in the other's eyes. Tsunayan took in the players' expressions. And paid them no mind. He had plenty of ways to make these players cough up all their belongings. The Dragon Clan has the power to see through lies. Look at your own kind who've already spilled their guts. I hope you won't lie to me. Hey, Tsunayan said as he crawled to the far left of the player line. Sharp dragon claws scraped across the ground, making a piercing screech. The sound bore down on the players. Tsunayan's dragon face faced a female player. He raised his dragon head high. He was no giant dragon. But at nearly 3 meters tall, he gave this female player, who was under 1.6 meters, a heavy sense of pressure. Then let's start with you. Tsunayan brought his dragon face close to Hatano Kyuko. From his dragon mouth came a breath of sulfur mixed with a little scorching steam. The spray on Hatano Kyuko's face raised a layer of blisters. I'll give it to you now. Give it all to you. Hatano Kyuko is not one of those male players. For a woman who loves cleanliness, being fed is simply torture. She is scared to death of being fed. So she dumped out everything in her backpack. Tsunayan looked at the pile of things on the ground. The insight tree helped him quickly identify the item's information. Ordinary wheat bread, a clay pot of mineral water, bamboo tube lip balm, and bamboo tube pure cotton ancient algae sanitary pads all unused. Ordinary mage robe, ordinary staff truly junk. sanitary pads, and the like. His system store carries everything. As long as Anna needs them, he can exchange for them anytime. He wouldn't even care about such player daily necessities. Sunayan shook his head. Where are your coins? I have no more coins. Bully Kelly lowered his head, trembling. He truly has no coins left. The food in the system store is so tasty. He traded all his remaining system points for all kinds of delicacies. By now, the wooden chests in the safe zone have been almost completely looted. Even the wild beasts are nearly all gone. Resources are getting scarcer and scarcer. If he weren't afraid of starving to death, he wouldn't have rashly left the safe zone to venture into the dark forest. You're lying. From the cave came the black dragon's deafening roar. Every player on Sakala Island flinched in fright. There was absolutely no need for Sunayan to give an order. Zhao Tailang had already pounced forward and pried open Duaijiuzi's mouth, skillfully repeating the same move as before. Half a minute later, another player was on the ground, throwing up from both ends. Could this black dragon really see through lies? The players started to panic, no longer daring to just watch the show. They all began tossing things out of their backpacks. Of course, a tiny handful of players still held on to a sliver of hope, secretly keeping some materials they thought were precious. He didn't transfer all the invasion points to Ida either. Shanga, did you hand over all the coins? Sunayan crawled up to a gaunt, yellow-haired guy, but the golden dragon's eyes coldly stared at the yellow-haired player. The dragon's senses locked onto the yellow-haired man's heartbeat. Right, I'll leave it all to Jingshan Shenger. The yellow-haired player struggled to keep his emotions and expression in check. His eyes were also fixed, not blinking. Black Dragon looked very calm and composed. But his suddenly quickening heartbeat still betrayed him. After all, the heartbeat isn't something you can control at will. Hey, feed me a catty. No. Black Dragon Army. After some operations. Zhao Tailang nonchalantly let go. He let the yellow-haired human roll to the ground and writhe in pain. Seeing the situation grow more and more serious, several more players reluctantly tossed one or two items or materials from their backpacks. Those who hadn't fully transferred invasion points to Jing Tiashenger now transferred them over too. Looking at the tens of thousands of invasion points in his backpack, Jing Tiashenger really wanted to kill himself. But his limbs were all locked by the jackalmen. He couldn't move at all. Biting your tongue is useless. Someone already tried it right after waking up. All it did was add a bleeding debuff lasting half a minute. It seemed death had become a luxury, at least while they were under the monster's control. Dying was very hard for them. By then, the players' belongings had piled into a small mountain. Sunayan's eyes lit up. He hugged the pile to his chest. He climbed to a clean, airy spot away from the players and began counting his haul. Let me see what goodies we have here. An introductory handbook to basic magic. Good stuff. With this, Anna can learn magic. Plus the spirit light potion we got before, not bad. The NAS silver screen restores mana 3 times a day, with a 3-hour gap between each use. Good stuff, nice. A white silk set, and a black silk set, wow. Full variety. Brand new. This thing costs a fortune to get at the system shop. Great stuff, I'll let Anna wear it later, heh. Sunayan's muttering drifted into Anna's ears. He pinched her fair, delicate little nose, curiously peeks out half her little head. In a soft, sweet voice asks, "What do I wear?" "Big brother." Sunayan choked for a second. Then with a serious face, he fibbed, "It's especially warm sock, Of course, it's not just warm. It's also really pretty. It can make Anna even more charming. What's more, even if these socks get torn, although their warmth drops, they automatically add a charm-boosting buff. Chapter 69. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Really. Are these socks really that magical? Girls all love to look beautiful. Naturally, Anna was no exception. Even though she was already cute and pretty, when she heard she could be even more beautiful and charming, she couldn't help feeling tempted by the strange socks. If she wore this magical pair of socks, her brother would surely like her more, right? That's what she thought to herself. Anna was getting a bit impatient. Of course, it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Sunayan puffed out his chest, with an "I'm super honest" expression. Then, "Big brother, should Anna put it on now? And then show Big brother." Anna bit her tender pink lip. Her pretty face flushed with a rosy glow. Saying such words made her a bit shy. Her soft little hands nervously pinched at the hem of her clothes. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights in her. He just did it instinctively. But Sunayan did not see that at all. After all, Anna was on his back. No need to rush. Ho. This place smells awful here. Wait until we get back to the dragon nest, then take your time putting it on. Ho. Okay, Anna will listen to Big brother. Anna narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly, revealing to bewitching dimples. She obediently lay back on Sunayan's back again. Sunayan hung the black and white silk around his neck. He kept rummaging through the pile of junk. But the rest were all just common monster materials. Besides selling them to goblins or human merchants for money, they had no other use. A bunch of paupers. Sunayan cursed under his breath. He crawled back into the makeshift dungeon with Anna. Came before Jingchen Shanger. Now how many magic coins do you have under the Black Dragon's cruel stare? Jing Tia wants to hide her second-tier college. But the stench reaching his nose, along with the painful retching sounds echoing from the cave, made him immediately abandon that little idea. Oh respected, great, and majestic Black Dragon Legion. I already have 11,080 magic coins here. Just over 10,000. Exchange junk for keys, 5 keys to open silver treasure chests. Exchange all the rest for bronze keys. Don't tell me you can't afford a replacement. I already know the price of every key like the back of my hand. Ida Joji, hearing this, did not dare to be careless. He obediently spent 5,000 invasion points on 5 silver keys. He traded the remaining invasion points for 12 bronze keys. Then he took all these keys out of his backpack. Holding them in both hands, he respectfully raised them before the Black Dragon. Seeing that Ida Joji was so obedient, Sunayan contemptuously blew out a smoke ring. He signaled to Gravelf beside him to put all the keys away and pack them into a sturdy leather bag. He doesn't plan to open the gold chest. He's waiting to level up one more time before opening it. Ida Shoji, I'm giving you a mission. Take these humans and go plant potatoes for me. If you grow them well, you'll have food. You can even have some meat. If you grow them badly, then you'll be eating Overlord Stinkboog's poop balls every day. The Black Dragon Army guarantees it will complete your mission. People from our hometown are best at growing potatoes. We have potato-growing genes in our very bones, even if these little brats have never planted a single potato. But I guarantee, under my teaching, they'll get the hang of it right away. Jing Tia and Shang-A knelt down on the ground, gesticulating wildly, bowing and scraping as they dug up heavy clods of earth. The confident light in their eyes somehow seemed about to. I hope so. Sunian paid it no mind. He crawled out of the dragon court and called Gravelf and Belikri to his side. He sternly ordered the demons to take turns watching these humans around the clock. They're definitely going to pull some tricks. They might even tamper with the potatoes we eat. Double the number of demons patrolling near the potato fields. When they heard the sacred potatoes were at risk, Gravelf and Belikri's eyes turned fierce. They assured Sunian they would keep a close watch on those humans, and Belikri and Gravelf were already mentally prepared. If they discover any human being dishonest, then feed him 50 jin of Overlord Stinkbug dungballs. Then tie him up in the Overlord Stinkboog's breeding room for 3 days. And let him bond with those lovely Overlord Stinkbugs. After settling these matters, Sunayan then checked on the construction progress of the Flame Sword Tower. The other 4 Flame Sword Towers had long since begun construction. Now they were almost finished too. The 5 sword towers were arranged in a triangle. It is built on cliffs of varying heights, facing the Morrigan Plains. Defense toward the Hidden Ridge Mountains is a bit weaker, but that's no big deal. Behind Dragon Court are tall cliffs. Nearby are many traps laid by kobolds, plus complex terrain. If anyone is dumb enough to sneak up on his rear, these kobolds will show those enemies what the art of traps really means. What it means to make yourself at home. This is the supreme mantra the Black Dragon boss recently taught the horse-selling dinosaur, and it had already been worshipped by a band of kobolds as the ultimate truth. Its meaning is, since you've come, you'll be buried here. Back in Dragon Court, a freshly bathed and fragrant Sunayan and Anna sat in the Beast Skin Hall. Sunayan absent-mindedly flipped through the beginner's magic manual and the Naster silver screen, but his gaze kept drifting over to Anna. This beginner's magic handbook lets players who haven't class changed get the mage class directly, without it costing them a thing. For players, this thing is honestly a bit useless, but for Anna, it just happened to be extremely useful. At that moment, Anna had already taken off the pants underneath her princess dress. She cautiously glanced at Sunayan. She found Sunayan completely focused on fiddling with a bottle. Only then, with a flushed pretty face, did she gently lift her princess dress. The sores on her thigh had already healed thanks to the dragon's beard and the herbs. A pair of fair, elegant maiden legs were now exposed to the air. Anna took out the white silk stockings and gave them a gentle squeeze. The texture was incredibly silky. They felt a little cool to the touch. She had no idea what kind of material they were made of. He had worn stockings before, too. It's just the first time wearing such long ones, so she slipped the white stockings onto her legs with practiced ease. Why does she feel a little ashamed? So weird. Anna covered her burning, pretty face. Embarrassment instinctively welled up in her heart. She hesitated for a moment. Her moist, peach blossom eyes looked towards Sunayan. In the end, she made up her mind. Lifting her princess dress, she walked shyly up to Sunayan. "Brother, do I look good? Do you like it?" Anna gently bit her soft pink lips. Her eyes lowered slightly from shyness. Her long lashes fluttered. The little hands holding her skirt trembled slightly. The princess dress lifted slightly, paired with white stockings reaching her thighs, formed a perfect absolute territory. Anna, so charming and lovely, with a shy, blushing face, just let Sunayan watch Damping's entire life. On the Ji-Yon platform, once again a hole was punched through. Can the 70th one live longer? Oh, Anna was startled by the sudden loud noise. He was already an adult long ago. It's not like he's some child who knows nothing. The elders of the elf forest also teach them some basic knowledge about men and women at the appropriate age. Plus, while being trafficked, he met many slave beasts just like him. Everyone has their own story. The tone of these stories is cruel. But inevitably, some other topics would come up. And sometimes he would also look at the picture books Sunayan collected. Those books told the love story of a princess and a black dragon. With vivid text and pictures, they often made him blush deeply. Anna shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Sunayan. Her soft little hands twisted together awkwardly. Her fair cheeks were visibly turning red. Her lovely peach blossom eyes began to glisten with tears. The rising blush spread to her fair slender neck and her fox ears. What about Brother Dragon? Maybe Anna should go out first. Anna murmured, lifting her dewy eyes to glance at Sunayan. But soon she lowered them again, in a panic. She stared at her toes, at a loss. But it's no big deal. I just wanted to test whether the nest the kobolds built is sturdy. Now it looks like it's just so-so. It must be those kobolds cutting corners. That's right. Sunayan coiled on the memorial platform. His broad dragon wings drooped downward. Then, propping his dragon chin, he changed the subject with a serious face. Anna, you really look good in this, Very charming. Really, Anna happily lifted her little skirt again. She twirled around lightly. Imitating the maids, she performed a curtsy. She bent slightly, lowered her head, and said softly and respectfully, "Master, would Anna help you wash your scales?" Sunayan's dragon claw dug hard into the bedrock platform. Crack, a piece of hard stone broke right off. He felt the emotions that had just settled down beginning to stir again. He quickly took a deep breath and ran the refreshing spell through his mind. The Ksitigarbha Sutra and the Diamond Sutra cycled through one after another. Finally, he felt a bit better. Anna, what's wrong, Anna? Anna lifted her skirt and raised her head. Her soft pink lips curved slightly, forming two intoxicating dimples. Her big, watery eyes fixed on Sunayan. Her little head tilts gently to one side. She looks puzzled. Damn it, how can she be so cute? Sunayan takes in the sight. The corner of his eye twitches. He lets out a dry, difficult swallow. He carefully gathers Anna into his arms. In a low voice, he says, "Nothing. It's just that it's been 6 hours since we kissed. We should kiss, because more kisses help build our bond." But Anna still wanted to act coy. She shyly bit her lower lip. Her bright peach blossom eyes lowered. She nestled in Sunayan's embrace. Her soft little hands gently wrapped around Sunayan's neck. She had a look of refusing yet welcoming. Anna Hathaway's affection increased by 1. Current affection, 78. Liking, no buts. They kissed and cuddled for a while. Sunayan took out the beginner's guide to magic. He said to Anna, "Anna, try tearing this open. Maybe that way you can become a mage." "Can I just tear it open?" Anna took the beginner magic scroll. She felt a little puzzled. She didn't understand how tearing a scroll could make her one of those noble professionals. But since Brother Dragon said so, she would obediently do as she was told. Brother Dragon would never hurt her. Without hesitation, Anna tore open the beginner magic scroll. A brilliant, colorful light burst forth from the beginner magic scroll. It instantly merged into Anna's body. Right after, Anna's body also lit up with milky white and azure elemental light. Then it gradually hid within her body and vanished. At the same time, in Sunayan's eyes, Anna's status panel changed as well. Name, Anna Hathaway, Dragon Transformation Stage 1, Rating, SSS, Personality, Lively. Gentle and kind, Race, Dragon Transformed Elf, Power, Level 1, Stage 1 Mage Apprentice. HP 150 out of 450. Mana for 140, Spirit Affinity bonus times 40, Strength 1 + 1, Constitution 5 + 1. Armor 60, Spirit 1 + 10, Attack 120. Spirit Affinity bonus times 20. Status, critical, remaining lifespan, 62 days. Talent, top tier water element affinity, top tier light element affinity, breathtaking beauty active. Deep contact body flexibility passive, charming appearance passive. Skill water ball auto-learned, light technique auto-learned. Current favorability, 78. Liking rating, luckless yet lucky girl. Although he was really annoyed that Anna had been turned into data, Sunayan had to admit that these numbers showed Anna's talent even more clearly. Spirit, 10 points per level. And this was only the apprentice stage. A player mage only gets 2 points of spirit per level. Even more terrifying was that spirit's conversion rate into mana was 40 times, and into magic bow stat, 20 times. Meanwhile, mage players' conversion rates were only 20 times and 15 times, respectively. But after all, this isn't a game. Data alone can't explain everything. There are also many things that data simply can't reflect. For example, the water orb in Anna's hand right now is the size of a truck tire. Brother, look, Anna can use magic now. From now on, Anna can protect brother too. Thank you. Anna was overjoyed. Holding the huge water orb, she ran around Sunayan. Then, as if presenting a treasure, she held the water orb up in front of Sunayan. She said with a grin, "Brother, would you like some water? From now on we don't have to worry about going thirsty." Sunayan was gracious enough to suck the big water ball into his mouth. To be honest, the taste was pretty bland. After all, it was a ball condensed from pure water element. It was far less tasty than the spring water in the forest. But seeing Anna's sparkling little eyes, Sunayan still held her and gave her a kiss, then praised her without hesitation. "Anna, you're amazing. In the future, if we need to cross the desert, your water ball spell is what keeps me alive. Oh, brother, you're licking me again." Anna coyly buried her face in Sunayan's neck. She wouldn't let Sunayan lick her face. Her soft little hand gently stroked the pitch-black scales on his neck. Her eyes were full of sweetness and hope. He felt a mix of anticipation and unease. "Brother," he asked softly, "can Anna live a little bit longer now?" Anna doesn't care about being a mage. He was just happy that she could live longer, but he didn't know that even becoming a mage wouldn't increase his lifespan by even 1 bit. That's right. Anna could live longer now. Much, much longer. Sunayan's heart ached. He nuzzled Anna's cheek. His voice was gentle, but his hand, hidden away, quietly clenched. He had originally thought that activating the light attribute mana in his body could affect the demon curse on Anna. At least, it could extend her life a little, but he never expected it to have no effect at all. Was it because Anna's power was too low? If he became a more powerful mage, after learning healing arts or even greater purification, could he remove the curse from his body? If even Anna herself can't remove it, then even if he went to the Lingdong Empire and found priests to cast greater purification, the result would still be the same. Faith power and light attribute magic are exactly the same in how they work as skills. It's just that the former is called divine arts, and the latter is called magic. Chapter 71, Pastoral Scenery. There must be a way to solve Anna's serious problem. Under current conditions, we can only try them one by one. Could the ultimate insight technique, or an even higher one, truly see Anna's problem and offer a solution? This was only Sunayan's guess. If he dumped a large number of system points into it and still couldn't solve the problem, then it would be over, because the insight tree couldn't improve his strength. By then, he might not even have raised his ability to take Anna across the sea. The insight tree was the last desperate resort. But one thing was beyond doubt. That means we must harvest these Sakala Island players as soon as possible. No mercy whatsoever. Just keep the more obedient ones to plant potatoes. Block and kill all the rest, leave none alive. Sunayan held the petite, soft Anna in his arms. His chin rested lightly on Anna's head, thoughts swirling through his mind. Inside the dragon court, all was still, only the faint sound of wind. The wyverns and winged spirits remained silent, though each was lost in their own thoughts. Together they savored the tranquil moment. Outside the dragon court, the sun sank in the west, dusk falling. Twilight gathered up the long, thought-laden thread. The dark red pupils gazed down at the earth. Reflected in the black dragon's pale golden eyes, they shimmered with a murderous red glow. By the Emperor, this is the first time I've seen a potato that big. Truly astonishing. Kageta Joji was holding a potato, the size of a car tire. His face was pure shock and confusion. But true to his roots, he was a Sakala Islander whose ancestors had grown potatoes for 18 generations. The way he stroked that potato, even the admiring look in his eyes spelled one word: professional. These potatoes, you plant them, Wolfie dragged Jing Tia upstairs by his thick collar. It's like carrying a gas cylinder. Of course you can go today. Shanga is very confident. He carefully examined the potato's roots, stems, and leaves. I found that this potato in the game, apart from being a bit big, there's no difference from Lanshin's potatoes. That's good, you teach them to plant. Wolfie put Jingshan Shanger on the ground and waved his paw. Order the gnolls to drive those humans near the wasteland. The Jackal Army's Jingshan Shanger looked at Wolfie with some embarrassment. Even though I know how to plant these potatoes, I still need proper fields to do it. Wolfie turned his head to glance at him, reclaiming wasteland requires tools. But the Black Dragon Master has said we can't provide these humans with tools like hoes. Otherwise these humans will definitely commit suicide. Isn't being alive good? Why would they kill themselves? Wolfie didn't understand, but he would unconditionally obey the Black Dragon Master's orders. So he said coldly to Ida Joji, if there are no fields, reclaim some. But our Volf army has no farming tools, how can we plow? Ida Joji was utterly dumbfounded. You've got hands. Wolfie split open his savage jaws wide and gave Ida Joji an icy reply. Then he viciously warned him not to bargain. Or else I'll eat you. A moment later, in the glow of the setting sun, in the experimental fields near Dragon Court, around 100 Sakala Island players were hard at work. Some of them were digging at the ground with their hands and feet. Others were using water ball magic to moisten the parched soil. When their mana ran low, they carried water from a nearby stream. Man, I want to go home. One yellow-haired guy had mud and sweat all over his face. Tired and hungry. His vacant eyes were full of despair. Gotta find a chance. I'll kill myself. No farming. Just eating lotus root and shit plague. Yamamoto dug at the ground while dry heaving. In truth, he had nothing left to vomit. But his stomach was still cramping instinctively. 4 or 5 other Sakala Island players were in a similar state. Except for those tortured about the Overlord Stinkbug's dung balls. The rest were the ones who had tried to resist and escape. These monsters had no intention of eating them and would not allow them to kill themselves. They guarded them not only while planting potatoes. Even when they went to the toilet or fetched water, gnolls followed. Once they had any suicidal impulse. If they succeeded, so much the better. If you fail, you eat poop balls. Cowed by poop balls tyranny, the Sakala Island players could only bury their heads and dig. It was like going back to the ancient ages. Back then, humans didn't know how to use tools. A ring of gnolls surrounded the test field, eyeing them hungrily. All around, swarms of flame rabbit guards patrolled. It was exactly mealtime. The kobold chef in charge of cooking wore a chef's hat washed in ginger. Solemnly, he pushed a simple wooden cart. Inside was a delicious dish of potato braised lamb. The gnolls all lined up in a row. Each hero was holding a wooden bowl. Every chai wolf could eat a big bowl of potato and mutton stew. As for the fire rabbits, they also had their own food. That was very fresh radish soup and dried greens. A kind of mushroom was clustered together. They ate while watching the hardworking humans and pointing, chattering endlessly. In the warm sunset, the scene was peaceful and humorous. If a bard happened to pass by at this moment, he would surely write this scene into a song and sing it everywhere, praising the thriving pastoral life. Chapter 72, The Dragon-Slaying Army Comes, the night is hazy. All was silent. Just as Sunayan was sleeping soundly with Anna lying on his belly, an armored human army had already neared the music forest. Wymingshi raised his hand and clenched his fist. The troops behind him halted at once. The night was not a good time to attack the music forest. Night raids are effective on humans, but not effective against a black dragon. A black dragon possessing night vision similar to felines, concealed in the darkness, would be an extremely deadly killer. So-called stupidity. That is compared to other dragons. Except the completely brainless white dragon. Every other chromatic dragon has decent intelligence. As long as this black dragon wises up a little, it can come and go in the night without a trace, and toy with his army in the palm of his hand. Wymingshi is cautious by nature. He doesn't dare to gamble. Dear little doggy, tonight, we'll set up camp outside the music forest. Early tomorrow morning, use the tracking formation to find the black dragon. Mima the puppy sat in Wymingshi's arms and nodded obediently. 2 people ride together. It looks like pure sweetness. Actually, it's Doggo who wants to go tonight to find and kill the dragon. But he's not a professional, after all. He also didn't know much about dragons, nor did he want to defy Wymingshi and leave a bad impression. After all, this man in front of him was still useful. If handled well, he could even die for him. This time, to keep the reward all to himself, Mima Guguzi not only begged Wymingshi to bypass Sakala Island's #1 beginner village. He didn't even bring a single player from Sakala Island's #6 beginner village. He said he was going on a solo hidden quest. At first, some players were still following behind the army. But after 2 straight days of intense foot marches, those players gradually ran out of stamina and fell behind. Who knows where they've wandered off to by now? This place is called a game. but it's actually a real other world. Apart from being able to adjust pain and easily learn battle, aura, and magic, players are not much different from ordinary natives. Eating, drinking, and other basic needs are necessary. Their bodies naturally get tired too. It's just that everything has been digitized. For example, when eating, there's a gem bar. Drinking water even has a hydration bar. Even pooping has a progress bar and a residual meter. How can my Maguguzi pinpoint Wymingxi's time down to the exact second? When Wymingxi starts moving, there's already a countdown above his head. Very gamey, but also very hardcore. Wymingxi Jeej, I'll do whatever you say. My Maguguzi playfully acted all spoiled and coquettish. Her seductive look made Wymingxi's heart tingle. He instantly scooped my Maguguzi up and dismounted. He ordered the surrounding soldiers to stay on alert and patrol through the night. Then, hugging Mima the doggy, he scurried into the simple military tent the soldiers had helped set up. A 351-second countdown hung over his head. Wymingxi, at the controls, had no idea. A bird demon had already swept across the high night sky. It took in the whole army at a glance. Master Yan, this is bad. There's a human army outside the obscure forest. The barely feathered bird demon struggled, flapping its wings. But like a plane with engine failure, it plunged into the dragon's nest. Normally, flying used almost no strength. Yet now, one loop outside the obscure forest, he was nearly exhausted to death. He didn't collapse onto the black dragon. Instead, he twisted hard and collapsed into Graveolf's arms. That was his last bit of defiance. Then Graveolf, startled awake, smacked him hard across the face. What the heck? A human army? Sunayan, sleeping, suddenly snapped open his dragon eyes. A scorching blast of steam shot out of his nostrils. It shot up more than 3 meters high. His head tilted to one side. With a loud bang, it slammed onto the rock platform. He glared viciously at the bird demon. Tell me in detail. The bird demon, D. He respectfully reported, Great Master. Just now, as I was conducting a vigorous patrol outside, I found a group of human troops camped outside the Silver Leaf Forest. They number about 2,000. Among them are knights and also archers. I could even sense the presence of an archmage. The archmage has arrived. That must be King Anlius's dragon hunting army. Didn't expect them to come this quickly. Sunayan clicked his tongue inwardly. He thought the dragon hunting army should take over half a month to get here. But it's good that they're here. They've come just to die. We'll take them all out under cover of night. Sunayan picked up the dazed, sleepy Anna in his mouth from his belly and put her back on the dragon's back. Only then did he rise to his feet. In high spirits, he ordered, Jitaime, once again, take your clansmen to observe the human army situation. Check the area for any ambush. I need concrete, exact intelligence. Graveolf, go notify the other monster leaders. Gather your men and prepare for battle. Oh, and bring Polai Kelly here alone. I need him for something. Hearing this, Graveolf acknowledged the order and left. Before long, Polai Kelly came scurrying over to Sunayan. All praise to you, my great master. Polai Kelly awaits your command. So we're going to war with the humans. Before, Belikri would have been worried sick. But now he's latched onto a powerful ally. Plus, with the black dragon's heart blood in him, Belikri's mindset has completely changed. Only excitement and discipline remain. Tell every kobold to bring all your trap-laying tools, and I mean all of them. Once we've pinpointed the human army's position, Graveolf and the others will draw the humans' attention. All you have to do is make the rear of their army a field of traps. Great Master, your wisdom is like the sun and moon in the sky, shining brilliantly. Belikri's flattery was landing with loud smacks. I think so too. Sunayan gripped the rocky platform with both claws, his tone indifferent. The master and servant, one dragon and one dog, exchanged smiles, looking even more sinister. Each saw in the other's pale golden eyes the cunning and viciousness etched into their bones. Chapter 73. In the army formation attacking Wyming City, 2 soldiers stood near the military tent, with stern faces. But their ears were already perked up. Before long, fierce battle sounds erupted inside the tent. The 2 soldiers listened with great interest. Their breathing grew heavier. After more than 5 minutes, the fighting died down. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, saying nothing. They stood a bit farther away. Soldier A, the Knight Commander really is getting faster and faster. Soldier B, I vaguely recall Lord Weymouth was once a very upright man. He ate and lived with us, sharing good times, and bearing hard times together. But now, alas, Soldier A, if the Black Dragon suddenly attacks the camp, given the Knight Commander's state, I'm afraid he can't command the army. Soldier B, don't worry. That black dragon was dragged down by our grappling hooks last time. It took dozens of arrows protecting that Eladrin. and right after it broke free of the hooks, it got hit by several flame bursts. "We still don't know where they're licking their wounds," Soldier said, "right? I'm going to take a piss, you keep watch." Go on. Don't reward yourself too much, kid. You pee so much at night, clearly you've got weak kidneys." "Screw you." Soldier laughed and cursed. He loosened his pants, left the camp, and headed to a big tree near the military town. He took a deep breath. His face showed a satisfied expression. Before he could even cry out, a big furry hand had clamped over his mouth. Soldier was stunned. Before he could make a sound, he was whooshed into the woods. Gyotaro and Gyultaro wrapped the soldier's mouth with their big shorts and tied him to a tree. Black Dragon Master said, "Do things carefully. The intel that G-Taime, leader of the bird demons, saw may not be true. To get real intel, we need to capture a human and pry open his mouth. So this is a very lucky human." Soldier Gyotaro. "Now let's talk about Melon Taro." "You answer, Burnt Taro. If you don't say Melon Taro, you won't just die. You'll also have to eat shit." The soldier, terrified, looked at the two absurdly strong jackal men and nodded. Although these two jackalmen's continental common was still rather clumsy, he still barely managed to understand them. "Very well, Melon Taro, put on the gloves. Open the small leather pouch at your waist. First, show the soldier the torture instruments." Then he demanded fiercely, "Tell me, how many of you are there? Any ambushes? What are you doing in this forest?" Slap. Gyotaro gave the soldier a huge slap across the face, baring his fangs, with savage eyes. "Why aren't you saying anything?" The soldier's face swelled up. His ears were ringing. Tears of grievance could only slide down the side of his ear. Just as Gyotaro was about to keep slapping him, Gyultaro beside him spotted the problem. He waited until Gyotaro finished the second slap, then reminded him that the soldier's mouth was stuffed and he couldn't speak. So that was it. Gyotaro suddenly understood. Looking impressed, he patted Gyultaro's shoulder and praised, "Gyultaro, you're really smart." But Gyultaro, a soldier's mouth can't just be left untied like that. Otherwise, what if he calls for help? Gyotaro pondered for a moment, then said to the soldier, "Now I'll ask. If it's true, nod. If it's wrong, shake your head." The soldier understood and nodded at once, tears in his eyes. "You have more than 2,000 men." The soldier nodded. "You have an ambush." The soldier shook his head. "You're going to attack the music forest." The soldier thought it over. To fight the black dragon, they would have to attack the music forest. So he nodded again. "Do you pull it dry, or do you suck it?" The soldier was dumbfounded. After a round of interrogation, Zhao Tailang and Gyul Tailang mercifully gave the soldier a quick death. Then they returned to the monster army to report to the black dragon. "Boss Zhao Tailang, we caught a soldier." Gyul Tailang got the real intel. "Can you two stop taking turns saying one line each? Just have one of you talk to me." Sunayan looked at the two speechlessly. A goofy knoll. He really suspects these two Wolfmen have been raising king stink bugs all day and got stunk silly. All day long, you're just staring blankly. Gyotaro and Gyultaro sounded somewhat aggrieved. They just want a fair chance to show themselves in front of the boss. After all, the two of them are brothers from the same mother. But since this is the Black Dragon boss's request, the slightly older Zhao Tailang stepped forward and said, reporting, "Boss, Non-Lui, Haiyang and Gi. Wu Meifu usually pulls the lever. It's raining, with the runs." The first two sentences Sunayan heard were fine. This was consistent with the bird demon leader's second recon. But what did Lagan and the runs mean after that? Did this intel even mean anything? He was a little baffled. Still, he didn't say anything. It was normal for his subordinates to have some odd quirks. As the boss, the most important thing was a tolerant heart. He continued waiting for a while longer. Sasha the kobold Polikri poked his dog head out of the bushes. He respectfully reported, "Master, the traps are fully set, covering every possible retreat route the humans might take. So dense that one step back would land on 5 traps." "Very good." Sunayan nodded his dragon head in satisfaction. "You kobolds are rather weak in battle, and now your numbers are quite small. So in the coming fight, just ambush from nearby. Anna, the humans have many archers." "Wait, no, Anna wants to be with her brother." Anna's cute peach blossom eyes looked at Sunayan with determination. She hugged his neck tightly. "I'll just be gone a little while. Just half an hour. No, at most 10 minutes. Sunayan tried to argue a little more. After all, it's too dangerous outside. No, Anna wants to be with her brother. To her, every minute and second with her brother is precious, even if the outside world is full of danger. Anna's tone grew firmer, and her soft little hand held on tighter. Tears even began to well up at the corners of her eyes. She looked ready to cry if Sunayan didn't agree. "Fine, fine." Sunayan sighed helplessly. He could only carry Anna onto his back. He wrapped her securely in animal hide. Only half of her little head was left exposed. In a moment, if he just flew a bit higher, with his current 0 armor strength, human archers aren't really that big a threat. Besides, he still has so many underlings. They are the main force of the attack. He only needs to breathe a few bursts of dragon fire. That alone will give those human armies a headache. At that thought, Tsunayan no longer hesitated. He checked once more that Anna was secure. Then he let out a deafening roar. All monsters, obey the order and attack. At once, it spread its wings and took off. It flew toward the human army. Other dragons transformed into powerful null forms. Chapter 74, Hunting the Stone Carvings. A thunderous dragon roar split the night like lightning. It woke the monsters in the moonlit forest. A flock of dazed bats tumbled to the ground. Then they flapped their wings in terror and flew up, making a fluttering, whirring sound. The drowsy human soldiers were jolted awake as well, along with Waimingshi, still lost in the lingering echo, and Maima Dago, who felt nothing at all. What was that sound? Waimingshi pulled up his pants and dashed out of the tent. The night was as dark as ink. The moonlight was dim and hazy. Suddenly a dark shadow whooshed overhead. It was the black dragon on guard. Waimingshi watched the shadow flash across the full moon, and he let out a mighty roar, alerting the soldiers around him. The whooshing came again. That was the black dragon swooping lower. It begins to dive. A ghastly green dragon's breath blots out the sky. As the black dragon flies on, it starts to ravage the camp. Scatter, scatter, don't bunch together. The soldiers are caught completely off guard by the black dragon. They run around in every direction. Some soldiers are already burning with greenish-blue flames, wailing in agony. They search for water, but in the wild rush, he set his own companions ablaze. Tsunayan circled once in the sky, then he dove again. He was deliberately driving these humans toward the kobold's trap. The dragon's head lifted slightly. Sickly green magma dripped from his jaws. A gurgling noise rumbled in his throat. He picked out a crowded spot. The soldiers were pushing siege engines. Scorching acid dragon fire sprayed again, a green-blue line of flame carved straight into the crowd. Dozens of arrows shot over at the same time. They struck Tsunayan's belly and wings, but they only left a few white marks. Tsunayan didn't even feel much pain. He was no longer the frail black dragon he once was. The human camp was huge. Tsunayan couldn't cover the whole camp with his dragon breath. Each blast only affected a small area. And not all these soldiers were useless. Most of those sent to hunt a dragon were seasoned veterans. What's more, Wyman's carries considerable authority. So after the first wave of panic, the human army had regrouped and reorganized, forming a square formation, and pulled back from the camp full of burning debris. A dozen siege crossbows were wheeled out. Tsunayan immediately flew a little higher. Back when he went to the Anlia's palace to rescue Anna, it was these crossbows that nearly shot the black dragon dead. One hit from such bolts, arm thick, barbed, and roped, would be enough to give Tsunayan a world of trouble. Charging in again now would just be stupid. As Tsunayan observed the human army, Waimingshi was also watching a great dragon circling in the sky. His soldiers had lost over 300 men. Of the rest, many were covered with burns, and only about a dozen of the engineering motherships remained. All the others had been burned. This black dragon wasn't the one from before. Waimingshi's face turned grim. The previous black dragon had a skull-like face. Its whole body was nothing but skin and bones, and all it does is spit acid. But the black dragon before them was different. His muscles were knotted. His build was even more massive. His neck was short and thick. His jaws were broad and heavy. On his head grew demonic curved horns like a crown. This was a mutant black dragon. A mutant usually meant powerful and troublesome. Wymans didn't understand. The kingdom of Alice is nothing but a tiny little place. How can two black dragons suddenly appear one after another? Isn't that just messing with our heads? Doggo, when the black dragon dives again and gets ready to breathe its flame, please help us cast a magic shield to block it. Right now, only the engineering mother vehicle and your infernal blast can threaten him. But if he won't come close, there's nothing we can do to him. The still shaken Maima Doggo nodded. He had just been scared stiff by the black dragon that appeared out of nowhere. A fleeting glimpse in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. That pale gold dragon gaze, full of killing intent and coldness, was burned deep into his mind. If you have never seen a black dragon, you cannot understand that feeling. Knowing only from words how terrifying a black dragon is, when you actually come face to face with this mythical creature, Maima Guguzi felt nothing but a chill down his spine. It was as if he had been locked inside a zoo's lion and tiger enclosure, sharing the same room with a group of lions and tigers. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently, rumbling as if some army were approaching. But Wyming had no time to care about any of that. because the black dragon in the sky had already started diving again. Adjust the mothership's angle. At Wyman's command, the soldiers began to raise the engineering mothership's firing angle, and moved along with the black dragon's movement. They'd aim at a point ahead of the black dragon's flight path. This way, they could not only hit the black dragon, but also hit his chest and belly directly. The black dragon got closer and closer. Mima Guguzi. Wymingshi the shield let out a mighty roar. Mima Guguzi also instinctively chanted a spell, releasing an elemental shield with a 10-meter radius, protecting the engineer's ballista. Meanwhile, he also gathered a rock-burst fireball. A little closer, yes. Keep flying. Wymingshi's eyes turned vicious. He muttered under his breath while calculating the distance. But just as it was about to enter the ballista's lethal range, the black dragon did not keep approaching. It spread its wings and climbed again, as if it were toying with these humans here. Damn it, Wyming slapped his thigh. He secretly cursed the black dragon's wariness and cunning. Meanwhile, Tsunayan in the sky began using resounding dragon speech to order all monsters to attack the ballistas. Their ballistas had no time to adjust their firing angle. Pounce in and smash them. Howls rose one after another. In the surrounding bushes, countless eyes emerged, gleaming with bloodthirsty red glints. The savage killing intent made the soldiers' scalps crawl. A gale swept through the jungle. The leaves were curling and drifting in the night sky. Even the chirping of insects gradually faded away. Monsters, so many monsters. Oh gods, by Savia's land above. What in the world are these things? This is impossible. The soldiers froze the moment they saw the jackalmen charging. It wasn't that they had never seen jackalmen before, but they had never seen jackalmen that strong. These jackalmen were over 2 meters tall. The gray-brown mane on their necks is glossy and smooth. Their bodies are knotted with muscle. Their bare arms alone are as thick as a thigh. Fierce black water serpents coil around their necks. The leading jackalmen ride giant rock-armored crocodiles. The key thing is these rock-armored crocodiles are unbelievably fast, like a blade cutting through the air. In an instant, they were right in front of Luch Town. To make matters worse, behind the jackalmen came rabbit hunters riding long-haired boars. Those long-haired boars have bloodthirsty eyes. Their tusks are razor-sharp, taller than a knight's warhorse. Their back muscles bulge into a hump. The blaze rabbits sitting behind that hump are even stranger. They have fierce eyes, muscles swollen. Not the same breed as the blaze rabbits laid out on dining tables for people to taste. Just as the soldiers froze for a moment, a horde of monsters had already charged into the shield. With a loud crashing din, the car was smashed to bits. Even a flame rabbit with a gold chain and a cigarette was already beating down a soldier. The traffic jam had been smashed away by the monsters. Tsunayan sneered coldly. His wings gave a single flap. He dove straight down. Awaken. Hunting time. Hey. Chapter 75. Flashbang. The black dragon is coming down. Take cover, a soldier yelled, watching the black dragon draw nearer. He was scared out of his wits. He suddenly flung himself down under his fallen comrade's body. This was an old soldier's instinct on the battlefield: seek advantage, avoid danger. But he was only halfway in, when a huge force seized his leg. Brother who had dragged the soldier out. He thrust the spiked mace in his hand forward. He very helpfully cleared out this soldier's intestines, and, in passing, sent him to report to the great conqueror King Shui. The battlefield was in complete chaos. He faced the armored soldiers with weapons drawn. The monsters also drew out their weapons. No one rashly charged into a melee. After all, the boss said gentlemen don't use force. A pack of flame rabbits and jackalmen charged ahead. Behind them, the kobolds had already started cleaning up the battlefield. Strip off all the armor and weapons. Oh, damn. These humans are really loaded. Their inner linings are great quality. Strip those too. Strip the socks. Strip the shorts. Strip them all. Leave nothing on. Palikri commanded a group of kobolds, watching the loot pile higher and higher. He couldn't help happily wagging his tail. The Dragon Dynasty was just established. Just when these supplies were needed, anything humans saw as junk could always be put to better use in a kobold's hands. Waste. Such a waste. This bunch of damned violent maniacs. Palikri watched from a corner of the battlefield nearby as Gravelf swung his machete. One slash cut a soldier in two, armor and all. He couldn't help but feel his heart leap. But it wasn't because he was afraid. It was because such a fine suit of armor was ruined. Watching his own soldiers being slaughtered by these ferocious monsters, Wymans was furious. He drew the longsword from his belt, raised his great shield, and blocked the black dragon's path. Roar out loud like a warrior. Evil, ugly, filthy black dragon. I am your enemy. Come on, fight me. Anna, sitting on Tsunayan's back, heard someone insulting her brother. She immediately frowned. She crawled out a little further. She pouted her little pink lips. With an angry face, she raised her soft little hand. A ball of light flew straight toward Vyman's. Suddenly, a muffled boom rang out. The entire battlefield flashed bright as daylight. Tsunayan's vision flashed white. Even he, a dragon, needed a second to adapt. Only then did he gradually adjust. His eyes still felt a bit sore. Wymingshi, hit directly by the light tree, was even worse off. He was like a man gone blind. He ran around like a headless chicken. Cursing, he frantically swung his weapon at the air. Good grief. Even Sunian was completely shocked. What the heck? This is a light tree. This is obviously a flashbang. And it lasts so long too. Amazing, amazing. Sunian smacked his lips, already foreseeing the spectacular sight of Anna casually waving her hand and bringing down a blizzard. No wonder she was his treasure girl, her talent was insane. Anna was stunned by the glare of her own light tree. Then she shyly stuck out her tongue. What was she supposed to do? Her light tree had dazzled brother to ... He wouldn't be angry, would he? At that thought, Anna looked up and cautiously glanced at Tsunayan, her sworn brother. Sorry about just now. It's okay, Anna, you did great. This light tree is way too intense. Tsunayan shook his head. He paid it no mind. Anna saw that Tsunayan had no intention to blame her. Only then did she relax. Her originally nervous mood relaxed a little too. Asking his brother to bring him to the battlefield was already a very willful request. He didn't want to cause his brother any more trouble, so he no longer used the light tree. Instead, he obediently lay back down on the dragon's back, as if he still felt a bit guilty. He pursed his rosy lips and secretly kissed a scale on the black dragon's back. Since the light tree can't be used, then use the water ball tree. Anna bared her little fangs and waved her little hand. Tire-sized water spheres struck Wyman's one after another, as if venting their fury. While throwing them, a soft, sweet voice said, "You dared to scold Anna's brother. I'll smash you to death, you ugly freak." Humph, the sudden light spell left Wyman's head buzzing. His vision went bright white. He could only close his eyes to ease the dizziness in his head. Before he could react. Bang bang bang, a stream of water spheres slammed into him. These water spheres weren't very powerful, but one after another, they came without end. Wyman's had no idea what he had stepped on. His foot slipped. He fell to the ground awkwardly. Curse you, if you've got guts, fight me fair and square. What kind of skill is playing these cheap tricks? He still thought it was all the black dragon's magic. He couldn't help shouting curses aloud. But suddenly his vision darkened. A shadow seemed to appear before him. It also blocked the brilliant light of the light tree. His sight returned. What came into view was a ferocious black dragon. A mighty dragon body, horns like a crown, evil and majestic, like a demon lord from the ancient abyss. Wymingshi felt as if he'd plunged into an ice pit. His throat seemed blocked, his chest, as if pressed down by a heavy boulder. His eyes went wide. He stood there in fear. He couldn't say a single word. Tsunayan raised his dragon claw to finish Wyming when a scorching blast hit his spine from behind. He instantly lifted his wings to shield Anna on his back. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rockburst fireballs. Did they succeed? Poppy Mima was all excited. Just now, while the black dragon was focused on Wyming, he quickly fired 3 rockbursts and flung them over. He had been a bit nervous, but the explosive power of the rockbursts sent his confidence soaring. Yet why was there no system kill notification? Poppy Mima felt anxious and uncertain. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He began to slowly back away. The dust gradually cleared. A massive figure slowly emerged. Its glowing dragon eyes were clearly visible through the smoke. A terrifying pressure radiated outward from Tsunayan. All the monsters paused for a moment. They could clearly feel their leader's emotions. So when facing the human soldiers, they struck even harder. At this moment, Tsunayan's body was still wrapped in the scorching ash and smoke of the salt bow tree. A faint smell of gunpowder smoke clung to him. It made him look like a lava creature from the abyss. The next moment, Tsunayan lunged and pinned Mima Gaguzi to the ground. He shook the dust off his body. One dragon claw pressed against Mima Gaguzi's chest. He lowered his resonant dragon head. His scorching breath raised blisters on Mima Gaguzi's face. His expression grew more and more terrified. He was going to die. Was the power he had barely gotten by selling his body about to vanish? Don't kill me. I single quotes LL ... I'll do whatever you want. Even if it hurt, the green light on the black dragon's neck flashed with an explosive blaze. A thick stream of dragon breath swirled into a spiral. It blasted out. Mima Daga's head was vaporized in an instant. The ghastly green flames spread in every direction. The ground began to crystallize. Mima Daga's headless body gradually turned to drifting ash. Chapter 76, more Coolidogos watched the girl they loved get blasted to nothing by the dragon's breath. Wymans let out a roar of despair. Such a good girl, killed by the evil dragon just like that. Unforgivable. You cursed dragon. You will pay for your cruelty. Wymingshi pushed himself up from the ground with his long sword. His eyes burned with hatred, tears streaming down his face. Just you, Sunayan turned his head. A cruel glint shone in his pale gold dragon eyes. You are truly powerful. Wymingshi gripped his sword and staggered toward the black dragon. We humans don't have long lifespans. We have no outstanding talents, but we can't be killed. We can't be wiped out. Emperor Shui built racial equality, so what? Over 1,000 years have passed. Humanity thrives forever. Humanity is the true master. One day, your heart and your skin and bones will be put on display in our human auction house. The workers make their picks. Wyming's voice is low. He uttered the most vicious curse, and gripping his long sword, he charged at the black dragon. Suddenly, this world has been invaded by players, reduced to chess pieces and gambling stakes. Yet he still stands here, full of heroic bravado. Perhaps that's the fearlessness of ignorance. Sunayan the dragon raised his claw and swiped at Wymans. Compared to Mima Gugu, who has no battle experience at all, Wymans is undoubtedly brave and skilled in battle. Not only did he deflect Sunayan's dragon claw with his long sword, using the force of that strike, he rolled close to Sunayan's dragon head. The evil dragon had just used its breath. Now it was completely spent. If he could thrust his longsword into the dragon's eye, he'd pull off the counter kill today. Even if he couldn't, it'd still be a huge win. A blind dragon won't live long. That was Wymingshi's thinking, and he was very confident. Then he saw the black dragon's throat suddenly glow and swell. One dragon breath from Sang turned vermouth to ash. Sunayan leisurely blew out a smoke ring. Even if he didn't hear Vermouth's thoughts, the ending would still be the same. Some people are always overconfident, thinking they can do it again. Anna, how are you? Sunayan turned his head and glanced at Anna on his back. Suddenly, her neck had been modified and become shorter. He could just barely make out Anna's fair, lovely little feet. Although those 3 rock blast spells just now were aimed at him, they still caught Anna on his back in the blast. Brother, Anna is fine. It's just your wings. Anna looked with deep heartache at Sunayan's dragon wings, blackened by the rock blast spells. Her heart was filled with nothing but self-blame. If only she could help her brother. If only she weren't so useless. Anna lowered her head suddenly, hugging her knees. Sourness and self-loathing welled up in her heart, turning into pearls off a broken string. Big droplets streaming down her smooth, rosy cheeks, rolling onto the black dragon's back. She was just a burden, yet she had stubbornly wanted to stay with her brother forever. If she hadn't followed him today, her brother wouldn't have had to spread his wings to protect her and wouldn't have been hurt. What right does he have? Because I like you. Anna's eyes widened in shock. She stared in disbelief at the black dragon before her, but she couldn't see the black dragon's expression. From where she stood, she could only see its neck. Yet that sentence had indeed come from the black dragon. Brother ... what did you just say? Her lips trembled. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Her eyes were hazy with a watery mist. Her heart felt like a feather brushing back and forth, sweeping away her sense of inferiority and self-blame, yet also bringing a tingling anticipation and shy irritation. Just because I like you. Sunayan raised his dragon head and flew toward the one he cherished, repeating what he had just said. Big brother, why did you suddenly say that? Anna covered her pretty face, voice trembling, stammering, hesitating, leaving only a crack between her fingers, bashfully peeking out through it. Sunayan's words were like a wild deer crashing into his heart, and went bouncing around on the tip of his heart, making him blush beyond control. Even his breathing turned strained. If you want to say it, just say it. Sunayan's tone was casual. It wasn't deliberate. Anna was stunned. She stared blankly with big, watery eyes. Her temperature was so high her brain was about to shut down. How did brother know what she was thinking? Could it be a coincidence? Anna felt a little confused, but she no longer dared to ask. She couldn't bear the electric feeling in her heart anymore. She was afraid to hear more words that would make her even less able to contain herself. She really wants a warm hug right now. She wants to be kissed, too. This overwhelming anticipation is almost too much to bear. It torments her. But clearly, that can't happen right now. So Anna can only curl up in her own special spot and lie obediently. She spreads her soft little hands and presses her whole body against that broad back. She takes a deep breath. Even her burning cheek is pressed tightly against the pitch black, slightly chilly scales. She really wishes this could last forever. Curled up against the dragon she loved, a feeling of being wrapped in safety and warmth washed over her. and it made Anna feel much better, but she still occasionally felt the brush of feathers. Sunayan didn't know what Anna was thinking about at that moment. The listen to new life function was exactly as the system had described. Maybe 1 second he could still hear it, and the next second, nothing at all. But he could still feel the little girl's burning body on his back. He figured she must be feeling shy and pleasantly surprised. They clearly liked each other, yet never once spoke up about their feelings. So Sunayan could probably guess what Anna was feeling. He figured she had always been unsure, and lost as well. Maybe he saw himself as just a pet of the black dragon. In such matters, the man had to make the first move. And now it clearly worked well. When Anna was feeling guilty and sad, no amount of comfort would help. Rather, such a striking statement can quickly unsettle his thoughts. Then he'll instantly cast aside his previous sadness, caught up in the emotional shock, unable to pull himself out. Moreover, the simple words "I like you" are actually more useful than any comfort, because it's a form of affirmation. With the mushrooms deliberately hurting them, all the human soldiers fled toward the trap. Now the Archmage is dead, and so is their Knight Commander. Plus, the mushrooms still outnumber them by so much. These soldiers had already lost all will to keep fighting. They have elders and children to feed. Some even have secret lovers. They couldn't die in vain in the demon house's clutches. That was exactly what Soldiera thought. But as soon as he and his comrades rushed out of the bushes, believing they were about to escape to safety, this group of a few hundred soldiers suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath their feet. Rumble, the entire ground collapsed all at once. The whole group barely had time to cry out before plunging into the enormous pit. Moments later, a host of monsters gathered in a ring around the pit, looking at the human soldiers wailing in the pit. A cruel sneer spread across his face. "Gigi, this trap is garbage." The chieftain specially dug it out for the main force of soldiers. The purpose is to capture soldiers. As for those little traps set individually, each step a soldier takes, one dies. I don't know whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate for these captured soldiers. But there's no doubt about one thing. The counselors have more laborers to help them dig pits and plant potatoes. Chapter 77. Hehe, hehe. Outside the dragon's lair in Silver Moon Forest, the first moonsword was born under a sky dotted with stars. He wore plain white gauze robes. He gently gazed at the vast land. He also watched every scene outside the dragon's lair. Salute! Gravelf let out a mighty roar. All the jackalmen stood on both sides of the road, heads high, chests out, Volvclaws raised to their foreheads. They paid the highest respect to the black dragon boss. Carrying Anna on his back, Sunayan held his dragon head high, flew over the orderly monster army, and landed on the platform outside his dragon lair. He turned around to face his followers. He found a comfy spot and curled up. He also lifted Anna off his back and held her to his chest. She sniffled and whimpered. Big brother's so mean. The serious mood was completely gone. But the monsters were already used to it. The black dragon boss's every move stirred no ripple in their hearts. Meanwhile, Gravelf let out a loud roar. Then he trotted over to the black dragon boss and stood up straight. Volv's face turned grim. He reported respectfully, "Boss. Losses in this operation, 3 kobolds. Flame rabbits, 137. Serpent beasts, 54. Blackwater mangs, 5. Long-haired boars, 1. In total, we captured 507 humans. Awaiting your orders." Sunayan raised his pale gold dragon eyes. His expression was serious. Speaking of battle losses is undoubtedly a sorrowful thing. But to the monsters, it really meant nothing. Especially the fire rabbits, snake muscle beasts, and such monsters with tiny brains. To them, death was as ordinary as eating and drinking. Though the monsters thought nothing of it, Sunayan, as leader of all monsters, had to respond. These fallen were all warriors. Bury them in my dupe. Near the dragon court, the black dragon's words caused an uproar among the humanoid monsters. They all understood the weight and meaning of his words. Great master. This was their honor. Their departed souls will continue to fight for you. Polikri was moved at these words. Prostrate on the ground, he wept tears of gratitude. He had never thought the Black Dragon Master would value the deaths of monsters. In fact, for them to even become the Black Dragon's followers was already a very fortunate thing. Polikri the kobold's affection increased by 1. Current favorability is 100. Never betray. Noel Gravelf's favorability +2. Noel Redvolf's favorability +3. Watching a bunch of followers' favorability shooting up, Sunayan was very satisfied. But he didn't show it. Instead, he waved his dragon claw and said sternly, "All right, no more nonsense. Bring the prisoners up." At Sunayan's command, a group of soldiers, beaten black and blue, with hands tied behind their backs, was brought out by the rabbit. Bugs Bunny couldn't speak yet. He stood before Sunayan, bowing in salute, then stepped aside and stood still. He was far from his usual carefree, unruly self. "You are soldiers of the kingdom of Anlius. What are you doing in the music forest?" The black dragon's voice was low and imposing. A deafening roar made the soldiers unable to suppress their growing dread, trembling in fear. But they were soldiers of the Empire. They had their own pride and principles, and would never betray their comrades, so they bit their lips and said nothing in answer to my questions. A rock shattered by a dragon's claw landed with a bang before a human soldier. The soldier let out a startled scream. A rank stench wafted over. He even wet himself from fear. "Drag him off and kill him." Sunayan smelled the urine stench of human males in the air, his face filled with disgust. The soldier who wet his pants was dragged into the bushes by Zhao Tailang. Moments later, a scream rang out, along with the sound of vomiting. Then it stopped abruptly. Zhao Tailang returned. He stank of dung. He wore a sinister grin on his face. Something seemed off. Sunayan looked at Zhao Tailang in confusion. He felt his subordinate might not have understood his meaning, but that was not a big problem, as long as it served as a warning to the others. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. Finally, one soldier gathered his courage. He knelt down and shuffled forward on his knees to steps. Lowering his head, lips trembling, he replied, "Oh great and mighty dragon lord, we are soldiers of the Anlius kingdom. We came here here to fight the black dragon," he had just said. Instantly, he felt a chill down his spine, as if countless pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent were watching him. In the grip of fear, he immediately kowtowed, sobbing that it was all the king's command. "We are just ordinary soldiers. We were merely following orders. And besides, the one they're hunting, isn't you? It's another black dragon." Sunayan awkwardly scratched the ground with his claw, thinking the four kings of Anliu really were after him. Only now he had changed form, so they couldn't recognize him. "What is your position in the army?" "Great Black Dragon Lord, I am the personal guard of the Grand Knight of Wyming City. Before I was chosen into the dragon hunting army, I served the nobles. I know many secrets. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you anything." "Very well, if you honestly answer my questions. As a merciful dragon, I'll give you a chance to live." Sunayan gestured for Zhao Taro to drag the soldier before him. First he showed the soldier the torture instruments, then began a long, smelly interrogation. Shortly after, Sunayan carried Anna back into the dragon court. He was still somewhat shaken. The world is vast, and full of wonders. He really never expected the Queen of Arlius to have cuckolded King Arlius with over 4,000 men. The thing is, the entire Arlius palace guard only numbered over 4,000. Think about it, that's terrifying. King Arlius had no idea at all. Clearly, this queen is a truly ruthless one. If he ever got the chance to run into her, Sunayan swore he'd blast her to death with one breath of dragon fire. A woman like that is way too scheming. Once she sets her eyes on you, who knows how much trouble she cause. Another important piece of intel was that Archmage Mason was dead, and his power transferred in one go to that fierce female player. After all, anyone who can take those barbs is pretty hardcore. He suddenly regretted killing Mima Guguzi with a single dragon breath. Of course, it wasn't because of the barbs or anything. It was mainly to study how he had inherited the native mage's power. If killing alone was enough to inherit it, then the whole world would be in chaos. For those potato farming players in Sakala Island, one starter village, even after eating so much shit, they still couldn't answer a thing. Like a bunch of idiots. The more Sunayan thought, the more annoyed he got. He couldn't help furrowing his brow. "Big brother, is something troubling you?" Anna was sitting right in Sunayan's lap. She had watched it all unfold before her. She turned around. She gently cupped Sunayan's dragon face. She reached out a soft hand to stroke his furrowed brow, as if to smooth away the worries in his heart. "Big brother, don't be unhappy. Your face is so rough. It feels kind of bumpy," Anna said as she pressed her soft, rosy, pretty face against Sunayan's face and nuzzled it. Then she pouted her red lips and gave a soft little kiss. "Brother, can you tell Anna that sentence again? Anna wants to hear it again." Seeing Anna so sweet and charming, most of Sunayan's worries faded away. So he said as gently as he could, "I like you." Anna blushed shyly, hugging Sunayan's big head. The delicate little body trembled slightly with joy. The foxtail behind also swayed happily. "Can you say that again?" His eyes sparkled as he pleaded. "I like you, Anna. It's me, Anna. Anna also likes brother." Anna murmured, her pretty cheeks flushed red. Lowering her eyes, she suppressed her restless, fluttering heart. But in the end, he could no longer endure it. She hugs the black dragon's head. Anna wants a hug. The 78th Advanced Devouring Technique. Little baby wants a hug. What should we do now? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Mainly because it's just too tempting. Sunayan lay on the mute platform, punching a few holes in it. Then how is he supposed to sleep? Watching Anna raise her soft little hand and stand on tiptoe, her pretty face flushed red, her eyes softly closed. This mouthwatering sight of beauty. Sunayan had long since tossed aside his diamond sutra and purity mantra. At this moment, there was no all is empty, and no both eyes are vacant. It was blushing, it was heart racing, it was being lost and confused, it was not daring to look, it was love that thought struck home. Sunayan extended his dragon claws. Carefully, he held Anna against his chest. But to Anna, his size was really a bit too big. Though it was called a hug, he was actually pressing her against his chest. This scene looked both heartwarming and comical, as if Sunayan was sticking a sticker onto his chest. But Anna didn't mind it at all. She did her best to spread her little hands, wanting to properly hug her dragon brother until Sunayan's breastplate and claws wrapped all the way around her. She let out a contented sigh. A sweet smile also bloomed on her pretty face. I still want big brother to cuddle you. Anna tilted up her soft, fair little face and squinted at Sunayan. With fluttering lashes, she pouted her red lips. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Anna opened her eyes, startled, and froze for a moment. Then she saw the black dragon's face, full of embarrassment and helplessness. Sunayan was just about to explain, but Anna had already taken the words out of his mouth. Brother Zixi, Anna knows this is you testing the dog-headed people's building skills. Testing whether the rock platform they built is sturdy enough, right? Yes, right? Exactly that. Ooh, this platform really isn't sturdy at all. Helplessly, Anna watched Sunayan talk nonsense with a straight face. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. The corners of her glossy pink lips lifted into two faint dimples. Her pretty face, soft with baby fat, was tinged with a rosy blush. She looked sweetly naive, with just a little shy, budding charm. Her bright peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a smile blooming at her brows and lingering long after. Sunayan was stunned. Dragon drool dripped to the ground. Brother, is Anna pretty? Pretty. Then do you like me? I like you. Then why not kiss Anna, HMPH? Anna wrapped her arms tightly around Sunayan's neck as she spoke. She stood up on the broad dragon claw and lightly rose onto her tiptoes. Anna Hathaway's affection increased by 3. At 81 affection, I want to possess you. Congratulations, host, you have reached stage 3 of affection, gained the advanced devour special skill. It can be upgraded directly, and upgrading will consolidate and refresh the host, earning 5,000 system points. Advanced devouring. Devouring prey can promote physical growth and is not limited by age. At the same time, on this basis, devouring different substances grants different enhancements. For example, devouring iron or strengthens you. Host, the iron content in the phosphorus and potassium system prompts flash through my mind one after another. But Sunayan had no time to care, because he's busy right now. P2 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 P2. Half an hour later. Kui Kung Anna Kung Rie Mt Zong. Her body is weak. She's quite drowsy. Now she's already fast asleep on Sunayan's belly. Her upturned face is serene. Her willow brows are relaxed. A sweet smile still hangs at the corners of her mouth. It was already midnight. The surroundings were dim and faint. Occasionally a cool breeze swept into the dragon nest, lifting the long hair at the girl's temples. Sunayan, meanwhile, lay spread-eagled. He was on his back on the rock platform. His broad dragon wings rested gently over Anna. In the music forest, after midnight, it was cold, so he also covered Anna with an extra bare skin. Honestly, except for those dumb white dragons, almost no dragon would sleep in such a posture. After all, a dragon's belly is one of its most vulnerable spots. And dragons are least guarded while sleeping. Most dragons, when they go to sleep, will curl up their bodies. This position only exposes their back armor to the outside. Their belly stays pressed close against the ground. It's a very secure and reassuring way to sleep. But Sunayan doesn't really care about that anymore. As long as his little treasure likes it, that's enough. After all, he still has half a human soul inside him. So lying flat on his back doesn't feel unfamiliar. It's actually even a bit more comfortable than curling up. But right now, Sunayan isn't in the mood to sleep at all. He was tallying up the spoils of this haul, setting aside the 500+ captured cheap laborers and the vast human knowledge and equipment they had gathered. In the previous battle, he and his subordinates had killed more than 1,000 soldiers. Most of those soldiers were below First Order. Each one only gave him 25 system points. Adding the few soldiers above First Order, Grand Knight Vimans, and Archmage Mima Guguzi, by relying on this killing spree, Sunayan gained over 7,000 system points in total, plus the system points from Anna's affection just rising. Sunayan now had over 10,000 system points remaining. These 10,000 plus points could let him immediately finish Stage 2 Advanced Scale Density and Stage 3 Advanced Scale Strength transformations. Besides that, his devouring skill had also upgraded to Advanced. Could he strengthen himself by devouring matter? Seemed pretty powerful. Sunayan lightly scratched his chin. Then he reached his dragon claw to the edge of the rocky step. With a little force, with a crack, he broke off a piece of hard stone. Since devouring iron ore worked, eating stone should work too, right? With that thought, Sunayan casually tossed the stone into his mouth and crunched away. Dragons eating dirt isn't all that strange. Many metallic dragons eat not just dirt, but also metal. Their purpose is to increase their scale strength. Chromatic dragons can also eat dirt and metal, but the effect is very poor. Eating too much easily causes constipation. And for them, dirt and metal taste bad too. After all, chromatic dragons mainly live on organic matter. They won't eat dirt unless they have no choice. Tastes awful, no flavor. Sunayan spat out the rock. He sprinkled some MSG on it, then tossed it back into his mouth. This time it was much more acceptable. As Sunayan chewed, he didn't feel any sense of fullness. It was as if a black hole in his stomach had absorbed the rock. Ding! Devoured 537 grams of chicken salt. Scale strength plus 0.001%, body stiffness plus 0.0002%, speed minus 0.005%. Ah, this can't be casually eaten. Sunayan was briefly stunned. He quickly spat out the part of the rock still in his mouth that he hadn't swallowed. Chapter 79. Transformation complete. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. Eating stones really does make you hard. But this hardness is all-around hardness. Hard to the point you can't move. That wasn't what Sunayan wanted, so, to figure out the rules of the advanced devouring skill. Early the next morning, there was an extra dragon in the music forest that bit into everything it saw. Ding! Devoured 36 grams of gold. Scale strength plus 0.0008%, fire resistance plus 0.0012%. Ding! Devoured a mountain wolf. When hungry, all attributes plus 0.0002%. Ding! Devoured a flame rabbit. Fire affinity plus 0.001%. Ding! Devoured a black dragon. Meat, 500 grams. The purity of the dragon bloodline related to Kanai now ride Vatra Stupak increased. What the heck is Kanai? Is that some dragon big shot? Sunayan held his bleeding tail and fell into deep thought. He searched his inherited memories. He found that no ancient dragon living on the prime material plane was actually named Kanai Triplex. This usually means one of two things. First, this dragon big shot simply isn't governed by Dragon Island. He neither believes in Tiamat, the mother of chromatic dragons, nor Bahamut, the god of metallic dragons, so he wasn't recorded in the inherited memories. Second, this dragon big shot hid his existence, and by now, he's no longer on the prime material plane. Anyway, whatever the reason, this big shot has a blood relation to him. If it's a male dragon, then he might be his great-grandfather. If it's a female dragon, then she's his great-grandmother. And the reason he was born with his front claws stuck together might be related to this. Sunayan shook his head. Bloodline is just a certificate. It means nothing to him now. Becoming stronger is what matters most. He couldn't very well devour himself just to purify his bloodline. After some testing, currently only devouring gold, ore, and silver ore produces no side effects. Both can increase scale strength. Gold ore boosts fire resistance. Silver ore boosts poison resistance. He suddenly understood why gold dragons could pin down red dragons and beat them in lava. After all, they simply aren't afraid of it. Fortunately, there's a silver mine worked by kobolds near Dragon Court. Although the daily output is limited, the accumulated amount over so many days was already considerable. So he spent some time devouring all the mine silver ore. In the end, his scale strength increased by 5%. Poison resistance also went up by 12%. Reflected on his dragon body, a hint of dark silver appeared in his scales. Sunayan boldly speculated that once he devoured enough silver ore, he would become a brand. But the gold wasn't much at all. Even after the earlier battle, it hadn't dwindled too many coins. It couldn't even cover a quarter of the platform he slept on. He couldn't bear to swallow all those gold coins. Just that little bit. Swallowing it won't improve much. Better to wait for a chance to visit the Human Kingdom's treasure vault later. If I can beat them, swallow it right in front of them. If not, just swallow it and run. Isn't that great? Sunayan blissfully daydreamed for a while. Then he summoned the system. Start the second and third stage modifications for me. First, system points sufficient. Stage 2 high-grade scale armor density and Stage 3 high-grade scale armor strength modifications activated. This modification will cause slight pain. Please get ready, host. It said to let Sunayan prepare. But in fact, the moment the system finished speaking, the transformation had already begun. Under the system's control, high-temperature liquid metal materialized out of thin air. It began to spread over Sunayan's body, little by little. Sunayan had never felt the pain of a branding iron before. Now he felt it. A piercing pain came with the sizzling sound. It was as if his skin and flesh were being torn off. And on top of that, there was the smell of roasting meat. This caused Sunayan's attention to wander a little. He swallowed a mouthful of dragon blood. Maybe he should have roasted his tail before gnawing on it. With the help of the insight tree, Sunayan found out the liquid metal was called adamanti. This was the adamanti ore. It was also the main material for Deathwing's first suit of armor. No wonder it didn't cost many system points. If the raw adamantium ore had been used instead, the system points consumed would likely keep multiplying tenfold. But for him now, the sharp steel ore was already enough. Later, if needed, he could keep upgrading. After all, he wasn't truly the will of death. He had to maintain the armor regularly, or there was a risk of the dragon zone being torn. With the system's help, as long as the modification succeeded, the armor would become part of his own body. Future upgrades could build directly on the existing base. Time passed, second by second. A dragon's powerful adaptability let him slowly adjust to the pain. And Anna was right there beside him. He admired Anna's sleeping face while the changes went on. The pain seemed to be completely blocked out. Stage 2, Advanced Phosphorus Potassium Density Modification, complete. Stage 3, Advanced Phosphorus Potassium Strength Modification, complete. 10,000 system points deducted. Please explain, host. The system's prompt sound faded away. Instantly, a light screen appeared before Sunayan, visible only to him. The screen showed his current 3D image. He could rotate, flip, and zoom at will. He could see every inch of his dragon body. Even the fuzz on the barbs was shown in perfect detail. He looked at himself in the light screen. Sunayan felt his heart surge with excitement. His whole body was covered in dark, sharp steel scales, and at some joints were sharp ramming horns. Even the wing contours were covered with a layer of sharp steel. A row of V-shaped pointed steel plates runs along his thick neck, neatly arranged, gradually spreading down and growing larger across the chest, reaching their biggest size right at the chest, fully covering the whole torso and continuing downward, all the way to the tail, except for not having an iron chin. The blazing lava core and the extra pair of curved demon horns in front. His overall look is now almost like Deathwing Neltharion. My name is Sunayan Watras Petunik, the fated destroyer of worlds, the ender of all things. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can defy me. I am the cataclysm. Sunayan raised his dragon head with satisfaction. He spoke Deathwing's lines in a deep, sinister, raspy voice. Then, using his mighty dragon body, he tried to crawl to steps. His weight at that moment had clearly multiplied many times over. Crawling on the ground leaves clear footprints on the surface. Yet surprisingly, it didn't affect the soul within the body. Nor was there any feeling of extra weight. But the system was very thoughtful. It quickly answered the doubt in Sunayan's mind. Advanced phosphorus potassium density. Density increased by 100%. Body weight increased by 100%. Speed decreased by 20%. Advanced phosphorus potassium strength. Metallization strength increased by 200%. Body weight increased by 300%. Speed reduced by 20%. Warning: the host's reduced speed greatly affects body agility, so the effects of this modification are temporarily unlocked at 50%. Once the host's muscle strength improves, it will be fully unlocked. Chapter 80, The Unknown Monster. He read the system's automatic adjustments and explanation. Sunayan couldn't help being deeply moved inside. He couldn't help sincerely praising, "System, you're truly good and really useful. I still have 1,000 system points. Just set me up with a muscle strength enhancement package." Sunayan waved his dragon claw. He definitely wasn't short on money. Ding, elementary muscle strengthening requires 3,000 system points. Ding, intermediate muscle strengthening requires 8,000 system points. Ding, advanced muscle strengthening requires 15,000 system points. Biological muscle cell level 1 purification needs 50,000 system points. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, enough staring. I know, no need to keep making fun of me for being broke. The system notification was like a huge slap in the face for Sunayan, instantly making him depressed. Might as well save up for the lava core instead. There simply aren't enough system points. Sunayan helplessly sighed. The steam he puffed out turned into a gray smoke ring and drifted bleakly out of Dragon Court. Master, Master, something's wrong. Outside Dragon Court, the kobold chieftain Polikri's voice drew closer and closer, accompanied by hurried footsteps. A dog head was first to poke out from the Dragon Court gate. Master, Polikri stepped up to Sunayan. The words in his mouth stopped short. The one before him seemed a full size larger. The black dragon, clad in heavy armor, was stunned. Tsunayan's build itself had not changed at all. But the armor on him was so thick that to Policry he seemed to have swelled a full size. He looked even more majestic and awe-inspiring. Filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure, the kobold's noise disturbed Anna. This made Anna, in her sleep, smack her little lips, pout her pink lips, and turn over. Her two soft little hands gently wrapped around Tsunayan's dragon tail. Two delicate pink jade feet, white as ivory, gently pressed together. Their whole body wrapped around Tsunayan's dragon tail like an octopus. Brother, heh. Though I don't know what Anna dreamed about, but Tsunayan still brought the dragon's claw to his mouth. Made a promotion cave for the kobolds. Then he skillfully pressed a pillow into Anna's hands to substitute for his own tail. This time he went with an extra large one and set off to the side. Tsunayan made a few hand gestures at Policry. The dragon and the dog came together to a corner of the dragon court. Hey, great master, you've evolved again. Policry lowered his voice. He just glanced at the black dragon, then prostrated himself on the ground. Although the master's nature was not cruel, he still thought looking directly at the master's majestic countenance was disrespectful. An act. His master's identity was definitely not simple. This is definitely no ordinary dark path. Are you kidding me? He became the master's retainer less than a week ago, and the master has already evolved twice. Anyone with eyes can see this evolution isn't some blind, random freak evolution. Rather, it's gradually approaching perfection and growing stronger. Which dragon could do that? Even a true dragon has absolutely no such monstrous evolution speed. Policry may be shallow in knowledge, but he at least has bloodline memories. Kobolds have served all kinds of chromatic dragons for generations and know their temperaments, and their likes and dislikes like the back of their hand. That's right, I've evolved again. From now on, you should take this in stride. Don't make a fuss. Tsunayan's dragon face stayed perfectly calm. His tone was completely casual. Hearing this, Policry pressed himself even lower. Just look at what his own master had said. Is that what a dragon would say? Even Dragon Mother Tiamat probably wouldn't dare be so sure. By the way, what are you so flustered about this early in the morning? What's wrong? Hearing the black dragon's question, Policry suddenly remembered he had urgent news to report. He hastily lifted his head. Flustered, he said. Master, near our dragon court, we've been attacked by an unknown monster. Worse still, it comes and goes without a trace. Our patrol never spotted it. They only found the tracks it left behind. This is indeed a serious matter. Tsunayan's dragon face turned solemn. A demon had approached the dragon lair, yet he hadn't noticed it at all. That could only mean the demon had a higher cultivation level than him, or was extremely skilled at hiding. Either way, it was not good. Such a demon would surely threaten Anna's safety. It had to be taken seriously. Tell me in detail what you discovered. It was like this, Master. This morning while we were on patrol, we found a great many trees. The cliff walls, even the dragon's nest and the flame sword tower, all have gaps. Worse still, all of our stored silver ore has been stolen. After examining them closely, these gaps appear to have been made by a monster knowing. Based on the size of the gaps, this monster is probably about the same size as you, or even a little bigger. Yet such a huge monster slipped into our ridge unnoticed. It even gnawed on the dragon's nest. This is a provocation. It also made Tsunayan's face darker and darker as he listened. He couldn't help it with a crack. He broke off a stone, cutting Policry's words short. No need to deal with this anymore. Drop it. Policry looked up, utterly confused. But, Master on no buts, I said drop it, so drop it. This demon won't pose a threat to the dragon dynasty. It probably won't even appear again in the future. Great Master, I humbly obey your will. The kobold Policry saw his master so certain and confident. He suddenly understood something. It must be that the master had already cowed that monster and driven it away. Perhaps he had even given that monster a sound beating. As expected of the master. Policry looked at the black dragon with eyes full of reverence. The things a bunch of small kobolds worried about were nothing in the master's eyes. Tsunayan looked at Policry, puzzled. He felt this kobold chieftain under his command was gradually transforming. However, this is a good thing. Tomorrow is the 7th day. We will attack the human villages. Tonight, notify all monster leaders to come to Dragon Court. We need to hold a brief meeting. Don't underestimate those humans. They have very special abilities. We need to use our brains a bit more. We will use some special tactics. Minimize battle deaths. Do you understand what I mean? Great Master, your wisdom is as vast as the boundless ocean, and as deep as the bottomless abyss. How could Policry not understand the Black Dragon's meaning? Sneaky tricks were exactly what the kobolds were best at. You're right. I think so too. Kakeki inside the dragon court echoed the dark schemes of the Cobalt and the Black Dragon. Chapter 81. The Player's Plots. The dragon schemes against people, and people scheme against the dragon. Just as the Black Dragon was holding a tea party with his gang of underlings, Sakala Island's 1st and 6th starter villages each had their own different sites. As the guild master of the Flower Girl Mishi Mishi Guild, Yamaguchi Muraheim already knew that over 100 players had been captured and held in the Dragon Dynasty. He received all kinds of distress messages. The letters were full of bitter words, and between every line was the word death. This made the naturally cautious Yamaguchi Muraheim sink deep into thought. Then he flew into a rage. Their Sakala people were descendants of the Sun Goddess. They upheld the Bushido spirit of fearless defiance of death. The enemy could kill them, but they could not accept such humiliation. That's right, those monsters are humiliating them. Why not let them kill themselves? This is absolutely outrageous. The barbarian army summons all players. We need to make tomorrow's attack plan. Hey, Moriyama Yabin, not British style, right? Tonight we'll have braised rabbit head and roasted wolf meat, then work for a bit. All players in Sakala Island's Novice Village number 1 are in position. H-King Sheik Banbueng Hca Mchen J Turchak MT. Kneeling on the ground, facing the Yamaguchi Village chicken on the high platform. On every table sat a lavish dish of braised rabbit head and roast wolf meat. Tomorrow they would carry out the Black Dragon decapitation mission. Tonight everyone was willing to spend invasion points on a better meal. Yamaguchi Muraki watched the players before him, his heart surging with emotion. On Water Orchid Star, the Yamaguchi family's business was still mostly controlled by his father and a few uncles. He, Yamaguchi Muraki, had plenty of extraordinary talent but nowhere to use it. Shut out simply because of his youth, he grew frustrated and unfulfilled. Now, unexpectedly, in this gamified otherworld, he actually had so many subordinates under his command. Look at these players. Average 1 billion, 2nd level. Everyone is wearing neat and tidy equipment. Their eyes gleamed with golden light, full of vigor. We've got such player soldiers and a flower girl to worry to eat. At this thought, brave Yamaguchi Village made fleas. Lift the pot and pour a full cup of wine. Raise both hands in front of your chest. He announced loudly, "Everyone, drink with me." The players from Sakala Island, no, one beginner village, were all swept up by that bold spirit. One after another, they raised their cups and drank a toast with Yamaguchi Village chicken. Haha, very good. Let's talk while we eat. We'll talk as we eat. Yamaguchi Village chicken burst out laughing. He knelt down before the table. While tearing into big mouthfuls of meat, he laid out his plan to the assembled players. Everyone, your father should already know that many of our warriors have been captured by those evil demon beasts. What do you all think about this? Then one player stepped forward. His face was full of indignation. We are all subjects of the Son of Heaven, descendants of the Sun God. Being captured by monsters is a disgrace. Those captured players should kill themselves in shame. You're absolutely right. Yamaguchi Muraheim nodded. But as far as I know, the players who got caught had no chance to kill themselves at all. So it's not their fault. It's all those monsters' fault. These monsters are extremely cruel, but we, as humans, and even more, as descendants of the Sun God, what are we best at? Jiping from Yamaguchi Village slammed the table and sprang to his feet. He waved his hand with a big gesture. A roar is all the brain they've got. They're low on wits, made for labor. Those monsters are just beasts with a bit more strength. They have no brains at all. Against enemies like this, we must use traps cleverly. Using strategy, the chicken from Yamaguchi Village sat back down. He looked at the excited players, and a strange smile crept across his face. He wanted to defeat these monsters. First, we need to lure these monsters out of their home turf. Juo Jun, I have a plan. The Yamaguchi Village chicken's eyes flashed with golden light. He spoke slowly, one word at a time. Burn them to death. Meanwhile, at Sakala Island's No. 6 Novice Village, Mima Guguzi sat in his room, feeling gloomy. He could not calm down for a long time. He had revived long ago, but even now, he had not recovered from the shadow cast by the Black Dragon. Though the mysterious being who brought them into this world made it very clear that this world has been gamified, just treated like a game. But no matter what, this game is just too real. A man's stamina is all too real. The faces of the roaring dragons are all too real. Let alone the battlefield, with flesh and blood flying, severed limbs and broken arms. Even for the most ruthless soul, just a week ago, she was only the madam of a brothel. The experience sucks, though. But such a grand and gory scene. Such a terrifying giant beast. That truly was a first. Should we continue the hunt for the Black Dragon? Or, within the time limit, make the most of the temporarily boosted level to recruit even more players? Mima Guguzi frowned. gave a little wave, and muttered an incantation. A rockburst fireball appeared at his fingertip. Watching the rockburst fireball shine, with mysterious molten rock patterns, and thinking of the spell's terrifying power, he couldn't help biting his lip. He just couldn't accept it. After having tasted such great power, to make him give up everything he now had was worse than killing him. You know, Masonti didn't just know rockburst fireball. Of those dozen-plus spells, more than half were impossible for players to learn on their own. To get these special spell skills, there are only two ways. Either go to the shop and spend a lot of invasion points on skill books, or open treasure chests and rely on luck. Anyway, even if he went to recruit more players now, what would be the point? Once he gets beaten back to his original form, would those players still follow him? Playing mind games is just a minor path. The fist is what matters. And being bigger is the real rule. The moment he thought of this, Mima Guguzi, for the first time, properly put on a loose and flowing mage robe. Holding the staff that Master Missent had generously given him, he walked to the plaza of Starter Village number 6. He pulled up the system panel. Using his identity as village chief, he sent a gathering notice to all players in Novice Village number 6. Before long, all the players near the Novice Village gathered around him. Honey, I received a hidden quest with the reward of becoming Empress. Now, as the village chief of Novice Village number 6 on Sakala Island, I think we should share this quest with you all too. Good things should be shared with everyone. Progressing together is true progress. Mima Guguzi looked at the group of players around level 15 with a warm, sincere smile. After just those 2 sentences, he could already see the excitement and gratitude in the players' eyes. That was exactly the effect he wanted. This quest is called Slay the Black Dragon. Now I'll share the quest details with you. As Mima Guguzi said this, he used his authority as village chief to issue the quest to the players. The truth was, he had absolutely no way to share the quest. After all, story quests are exclusive, so now he could only pull a clever switcheroo. Later, once the quest was completed, he would pay out of his own pocket to give the players a little reward as a send-off. That's Chapter 82, The Enemy Grows Weak. Hidden Quest, Slay the Black Dragon. Quest description: beautiful, kind Mema Dago discovered a vicious black dragon while on a mission with the Anlius army. Gentle and merciful Mema Dago couldn't bear the world's people living under the black dragon's shadow. After the army coldly refused her, Mema Dago decided to gather warriors herself and slay the evil black dragon. Brave warriors. Warriors of the sun goddess, follow Mema Dago to the music forest. Let's slay the black dragon together. Quest rewards, experience points, and dragon treasure. A chance to discuss magic with Mema Dago, alone or together. The players in Novice Village No. 6 on Sakala Island stared at the quest panel that appeared before them. Their breathing grew heavier and heavier. Especially the male players. They looked the curvaceous Mima Gogo up and down, their eyes already bloodshot and filled with lust. They suddenly jumped to their feet. Discuss the mysteries of magic with the beautiful Miss Gogo. What an incredibly generous reward. I'm willing to fight for Miss Gogo. A bald, middle-aged pervert was the first to shout. We are too. All the male players responded in turn. Oh ho 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 ho. Is that really okay? Would discussing magic and such be too rude? Miss Guguzi is just so cute. Mima Guguzi showed the players a sweet smile. Instantly, these male players roared even louder. Over 2,000 players. Their classes were evenly distributed. Some mages, some warriors. And there are healers. It's only a black dragon, a head above those soldiers in level. Nothing impressive. Even if those monsters are a bit stronger, it doesn't matter. He, Mima Guguzi, will eventually slay the evil dragon and finish the quest. Standing on the high platform, Mima Guguzi was in high spirits. In his spirited glance was a hint of his old fire from when he first went to sea. Chu army, we set out tomorrow morning. Sharpen your blades and feed your horses, attack the misty forest, and slay the black dragon. Inside the dragon's nest deep in the misty forest, a muscular monster sat cross-legged on the ground, bare-chested. His gaze was stern. War is a way of deception. Attack where the enemy is unprepared. Appear where you are least expected. These are among the essentials of victory in war. Say too much and you still wouldn't understand. But one thing is beyond doubt. That is, we must first know our strengths and weaknesses, and analyze the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Sunayan walked back and forth on the bedrock platform, holding Anna. Walking along, he spouted flirty nonsense that left the band of monsters utterly confused. Balikri. You're the most cunning among the monsters. Tell us what you think. Great Master. Balikri then crawled to the foot of the rock steps before Sunayan, head bowed and face respectful, to offer his humble opinion as a subordinate. Our advantage as monsters is our numbers and our familiarity with the terrain of the shadowy forest. With these, we can hold the humans in the palm of our hands. Our weakness is that we lack weapons. There is no armor. That batch of armor from yesterday still needs time to be readjusted. Only a small amount can be used by the gnolls. And Master, our magic power is still very weak right now. The kobold Polikri tilted his dog head and thought for a moment. He really couldn't think of anything else. He could only stare at the black dragon. Not bad. You're already a qualified kobold. You've almost said the most important strengths and weaknesses. Siren was very satisfied. He's deliberately cultivating a monster leader under his command to develop the ability to think independently. As you said, our advantage is the music forest. So if I were the human leader, I'd use any brains I had to lure the monsters out and fight. Because on the vast plains, your kobold's traps would be very limited. The dragon Sunayan's eyes flashed with fierce light, and lowering his dragon head, he continued in a low voice to the monsters. Humans have but two ways to make us monsters leave the misty forest on our own. Either tempt us with something, like delicacies of flesh and blood, rare herbs and treasures, or force us out, like setting fire to the forest. When they heard the words set fire to the forest, every monster's breath turned ragged. They tensed their muscles and clenched their fists. From within the dragon's lair came a creaking, groaning sound. Burning the forest will end up affecting our potatoes too. The creaking grew louder, along with the popping sounds of twisting necks. The temperature across the entire Long Dynasty began to slowly drop. It's more likely they'll drive us monsters out and burn the forest. Of course, we can't rule out those possibilities either. The humans don't intend to attack. But just in case, today, all monsters will cut down the trees around the Long Dynasty's perimeter and along the roads, creating a fire break. If humans attack first and set fire to the forest, no matter what, we're not going out. Take a guess what these humans will do. Sunayan let his gaze fall on Wolfie. He signaled for Wolfie to answer the question. They might attack the forest directly, Wolfie said, looking all confused. Exactly, not maybe. Instead, they will definitely attack Lingy Forest, because they'll think the fire left us in complete disarray. Sunayan nodded. The dragon's mouth curled into a vicious grin, blowing smoke rings. This is showing weakness to the enemy, to lure the enemy into attacking. Although the monsters had no idea what the Black Dragon Master meant, it still didn't stop them from thinking those 8 words were utterly impressive, and they burst into cheers and roars. Sunayan was very pleased with the monster's reaction. He solemnly ordered Polikri, the kobold leader crouched at his feet. Take your people and cover the road to the Dragon Dynasty with traps. If humans attack tomorrow, I'll send monsters to lure them deeper in. Also lay traps along the routes they might flee. Form a pocket and slowly close it around them. I want every step they take to land on a trap. Can you do it? Great Master. Polikri guarantees each human will trigger at least 2 3 or more traps. Let them come and never return. The kobold chieftain Polikri wagged his tail. His spirits were high. He never dreamed that kobolds, once used as cannon fodder by dragons, would gain such recognition, and that they'd get to use their racial gifts again and again. As expected of the Great Master, he was nothing like other dragons, even greater and full of wisdom. Good, I look forward to your performance. The traps are to drive the humans into the dragon's lair. Then our flame stomp will be able to do its job. When that happens, a horde of monsters will charge forward all at once. Hey, once we get a clear read on these humans' combat strength, if we can, the next moment, we attack the human village. These monsters have only 1 life. Unlike players, they can't come back to life. We must keep battle casualties to a minimum. Sunayan raised his dragon head and stared towards Sakala Island's #1 starter village. But his golden dragon eyes, his eyes were full of cunning and caution. Chapter 83, The Great First Step. A night passed in a flash. At dawn, the first light had just touched the horizon. Sunayan began inspecting the area around his dragon court. He was checking the work done by a magical beast last night. The most important isolation zone had been laid out as Sunayan intended, centered on the dragon court. The forest within 500 meters had been cut off from Hidden Joy Forest, and within that 500 meters, there was a 200-meter isolation zone, a circle surrounding the dragon lair, forming a circular structure. This is Sunayan's extra insurance, to prevent those Sakala Island players from doing something desperate. Setting up a buffer zone isn't very complicated. Just dig wide enough ditches within the designated area. That'll keep the forest separated. The buffer zone didn't cover the entire forest. This was Sunayan's thinking. After all, that would be too much work. With only 1 night, the monsters could hardly finish it, and There's no need to do that. Because these human players must have already communicated. Even if they don't know the exact location of the Dragon Dynasty, they certainly have a general idea. So their attack will be very targeted. If these Sakala Island players are too dumb to locate the Dragon Dynasty, Sunayan also had a backup plan. He would specially arrange some monsters to put on a show, to lure those players to gather toward the Dragon Dynasty. Then gradually tighten the net, catch them all in one net. After finishing the patrol, Sunayan brought Anna and landed near the Flame Sword Tower. From the Woof Woof house came intermittent cries. There, on the high rock wall, a group of dog-headed people were draping the Flame Sword Tower with the vine and grass leaf nets they had woven last night. Brother, what is this? Why are they putting clothes on these Flame Sword Towers? Anna lay on Sunayan's back. Watching the dog-headed people's actions, she found it all rather strange. This is called a ghillie suit. GG ghillie suit. Anna was stunned. Why did she know every single word brother said? But when she put them all together, she had no idea what it meant. Was Anna just too dumb? Anna blankly chewed on her pale, slender finger. Her cute peach blossom eyes were full of confusion. She could only wrap her arms around Sunayan's neck. She quietly waited for Sunayan to explain. Well, it's normal that you don't understand. That's a word only used in my hometown. But all you need to know is that when humans attack the Dragon Dynasty, they'll have a hard time spotting these Flame Sword Towers. As Sunayan explained to Anna, he walked around the Flame Sword Tower once. He was 100% satisfied. This was all thanks to the Bird Demon clan, who were good at grooming feathers. The ghillie suits they wove hid everything perfectly, from a distance. The 5 Flame Sword Towers look just like 5 giant bamboo shoots. When players first approach the Dragon Dynasty, they'll definitely be stunned for a moment, but they'd never guess these 5 bamboo shoots are 5 high-risk defense towers. And by the time they react and use appraisal, it's too late. Anna is naturally very smart. But after Sunayan explained it to her, she quickly understood the point of the ghillie suit. Her mind couldn't help picturing how humans would face these Flame Sword Towers. As she kept thinking, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. On her bright upturned face, 2 shallow dimples appeared. Utterly charming. Brother, you're so wicked. This way, those humans are definitely done for. Hey, that's how wars between races are. It's kill or be killed. I can't hope to trade my kindness for human kindness. That would be a foolish thing to do. Those not of my kind are sure to have different hearts, unless I was their ruler. Sunayan stood on the highest rock wall. His gaze burned with intensity. A dangerous cold glint hid beneath his pale golden dragon eyes. From here, he could see the experimental fields not far away. A huge crowd of human soldiers and players were toiling away. If it were possible, he would have been willing to be friends with humans. Of course, that didn't include the invading players. But his identity was the Black Dragon. This identity is destined to set him against all of humanity in this world. Unless a miracle happens or he uses sheer power to suppress everything, set his own rules. Otherwise, even if he is battered and loses everything, he will still be brutally killed by the native humans. Taking a dragon's heart and skinning it, as the Great Knight said, placed in a human auction house for people to bid up and choose. At that thought, Sunayan couldn't help recalling how, 7 days ago, he killed the female mage outside the dragon court. That was beautifully done. Peaceful coexistence and all that, simply ridiculous. Utter stupidity. Only those whose brains were kicked by a donkey would think that a black dragon in its youth, whose strength is so weak, could coexist peacefully with humans. Anna didn't know what Sunayan was thinking. But somehow she could feel Sunayan's emotions. So she gently rose to her feet. Standing on Sunayan's back, she softly wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft cheek pressed against his steel-like scales. Gently stroking her brother, Anna will always be your Anna. Anna belongs to no one, no faction, no race. Anna belongs only to you. Anna said these words. Her eyes held true, intense emotion. It was fondness and attachment. Even though the evolved black dragon scales were cold, yet he could still feel within that cold a warmth that belonged only to him. The black dragon is kind. He is kind if the black dragon is evil. Then he would be evil alongside the black dragon. The dawn scenery had shed the gloom of night. The sun rose in the east. The surroundings gradually grew bright and clear. The Hor Jinling girl and the black dragon nestled together on the cliff, bathed in warm dawn light. Behind them, a group of kobolds busily scurried up and down the Flame Sword Tower. They said many things to each other, but all of it was crumpled into the slightly cool, dust-laden air. No one knew. Yet gradually, their hearts came to understand each other. Inseparable. Outside the music forest, Morrigan Plains. Sakala Island No. 1 Beginner Village. The green light screen, visible only to players, gradually turned into flower-like spakes and vanished. Newbie protection time is over. The safe zone has fulfilled its mission. It disperses without hesitation. Today the sky is low with a fine drizzle. Yamaguchi Muraheim stands at the entrance of Sakala Island #1 beginner village. He gazed at the rising sun and couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Was that red sun not the gaze of the sun goddess herself? This was an omen of victory. He turned around to face a crowd of fully armed players. The ambition in his eyes nearly turned into blazing fire. This was Sakala Island #1, the newbie village, the place where he had first entered the game, and the place where he would soar. The Yamaguchi family will surely make its name in this world, and today he will take the first step, and the greatest step of all. Yamaguchi Muraheim raised her wine cup high. The crystal-clear wine splashed through the open air. The pungent aroma of wine drifted on the wine, making every player's spirit soar. Everyone, follow me and attack. For the Dragon Dynasty, charge. The 84th Fierce Facebug, have you seen it? A bugle call for the charge. Some 2,000 excited hearts. A host of Sakala Island players, all in high spirits, carrying hopes for a bright future, carrying sympathy and pity for the girls. They had already gathered near the business forest before noon. Yamaguchi Muraki planted one foot on a large boulder. Both hands circled in front of his eyes like a telescope. This blocked the harsh sunlight and let him see more clearly. The silver moon forest in the distance was lush and verdant. The flowers, grass, and trees sway in the wind. It looks so peaceful and serene. Shenku Kanji bends down. He plucks a blade of grass and holds it up before his eyes. In the breeze, the blade gently sways. A golden flash glints in his eyes. The wind direction is northwest. About force 3. Everyone, bring out our refined oil. It's time to let those wretched demons know the might of our heavenly prince. Front row players, hear my command. Take a can of animal oil out of your backpack right now. Over 100 players, each holding a can in their arms. All of you will carry out the most dangerous mission. Bright Moon Forest may have monsters lying in ambush. Yamaguchi Muraheim stood before the oil bomb players. Her voice was low. Her face was solemn. Are you all afraid of death? One player, Yamaguchi So, couldn't hold back their excitement and burst out laughing. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid that my death isn't heroic enough. Yamaguchi village princess heard this and looked at the player with relief. She walked up to him. She carefully tittied his clothes. This was a young man still full of boyish spirit. His hair was a mess like an old bird's nest. Nose hair stuck out a centimeter long. The corners of his eyes were dotted with sleep crust. Truly the age of hot-blooded youth. As expected of my Showa youth. Don't worry, your dads are all heroes. Now I name you the Peak Death Squad. I want you to attack. Like hounds, wild and insane. All the players roar as one. Their blood boils with excitement. From today on, they're the Peak Death Squad. What an impressive name. This name will surely spread across the entire other world. They firmly believed it. Take off your equipment. My little brother will keep it safe for you. Yamaguchi Muraheim nodded. His gaze swept across the face of every Suicide Squad member, as if these players would never revive again. The tragic and heroic atmosphere reached its peak. Many emotional Sakala Island players even secretly wiped away tears. The players holding fuel canisters felt inexpressible gratitude and admiration for Yamaguchi Muraheim. Their lips trembled. With reddened eyes, they took off their equipment. Suddenly, a pale, naked, bow-legged human wearing only big shorts appeared on this little hill. Became a beautiful sight. Go, let him set the dim forest ablaze with the Emperor's wrath. Galang Yamaguchi Rei-eng El. He waved his hand and gave the order to attack. Kill, for the apex daredevils, roar once, holding the oil tank in your hands. With undaunted courage, charging toward the business forest with a fearless spirit. Meanwhile, in the Firefly Night Forest, 100-odd monster corpses have been tied to the trees. This is the monster that died in battle earlier. Now, on Sunayan's orders, the dog-headed men dug it out again. No choice when putting on a show, do it all the way. Since they wanted those Sakala Island players to fall for it, they had to forge charred corpses. These monsters, even in death, were still contributing to the Dragon Dynasty. After this battle, gather their ashes and bury them beneath my Dragon Dynasty. These were Sunayan's exact words. It also made all the monsters weep with gratitude. Their favorability shot up and up. What a great boss. Even using the corpses of monsters killed under their command would hit the mark so precisely. Many female monsters were instantly smitten, casting flirtatious glances. The bright jungle was not as peaceful and lovely as it appeared. In truth, that was merely the shadowy forest's disguise. Now deadly intent was concealed under the Ettercap's control. Dense clusters of spiders, large and small, were already lurking in the trees. They were just waiting for a group of players who had come to burn the forest, then leave them a deep impression. A burst of jabbering came from the monk. The players from Sakala Island have arrived. Two eater monsters stood ready. The organs they used to control spiders had been reattached. After the mission, they would be pulled out again. Usually, they are locked in cages. Now, after so long, they've finally been released. You can imagine the murderous bloodlust in their hearts. Their bean-sized blood-red pupils glinted as they looked sideways. They were coldly staring at that group of pale, stark-naked human players. Player A. What a surprise. Our dad actually wasn't ambushed by monsters. Player A indeed thought so. It seems those pathetic monsters have been caught in our low-risk ambush, until they could no longer hold their ground. Now they've hidden in the forest like turtles pulling in their heads. Player A laughs. What a wild idea. Today we'll burn them out. With that thought in mind, Player A began pouring animal oil onto the surrounding trees and bushes. Once the 2 cans of animal oil were emptied, a faint oily stench began to spread through the air. Kato-jun, give me the matches. I called Kato-jun for a long time, but got no response. A whimpering sound came to my ears. It seemed Kato-chan's mouth was stuffed with something, so he couldn't speak. The player's heart tightened. He looked up and saw Kato-jun standing not far away, struggling desperately. And on his face was a spider as big as a wash basin. The spider was hissing, savagely tearing at the skin of Kato-chan's face. The spider's but was still heaving as it poured sickly green venom into Kato's mouth. This spider's damage wasn't high. It was barely level 3. But its venom seemed to have a paralyzing effect. By now, Kato had collapsed onto the ground. His health was dropping very slowly. Seeing this utterly sanity-draining scene, the player Jia's felt goosebumps all over his body. He desperately wanted to scream and run away. But he carried a great mission on his shoulders. He's a member of the Apex Suicide Squad, after all. It's a battle to protect himself. Hold on, Kato's troops. Wait, I'll go find a stick. Just pull that spider off with your hands. That's way too scary. You really need a tool for that. Otherwise he can't bring himself to do it. The player gritted his teeth. Earlier, to keep the gear in his backpack from dropping, he had already handed everything over to Yamaguchi village for safekeeping. But now he had no suitable weapon in hand at all. He looked left and right. Trees were everywhere around him. Finding a stick was easy. He spotted an unfamiliar tree that looked good to climb. Jia-san scrambled up it in just a few moves. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A dense wave of chirping sounds came over. Just as he was about to snap off a branch for a stick, Jia-san felt a chill down his back. Trembling, he lifted his eyes to look. In the dim tree fork, over a dozen pairs of glowing red spider eyes lit up. Faintly, he could still see dense clusters of tiny spiders crawling through the treetops. They made a rustling sound. It was over. That was player A's final thought. Then a spider as big as a car tire pounced and grabbed him. Bitter venom sprayed into his mouth. A paralysis debuff appeared above his head. His vision was filled with the spider's grim, disgusting mouthparts and swaying gray fuzz. Chapter 85. Lure. There must be plenty of players as weak as Player A and Player B. After all, they were pinned down and crushed by level 3 spiders. But the Peak Death Squad also has some truly ruthless players. For example, the Wild Man of the Deep Mountains. Right, he also joined the Peak Suicide Squad, carrying his hatred for Moe and his will to destroy everything. When they set the mountain on fire, he was also sneak attacked by spiders. But after all, he had been through Shishi's special training. So a mere blast Spider King was nothing to him. Didn't that spider spray venom right at his mouth? He just chomped down and popped the spider's belly. After that, he killed every single spider that came. He didn't even know how many spiders he'd bitten to death. Anyway, the trees on his side have already started burning, and it also spread rapidly with the wind. Ha ha ha, come on. Aren't there so many spiders? Keep going, keep going. The 2 fierce mountain savages are covered in the spider's blue-green blood. Broken spider bodies lie scattered around him. There's still a bit of colorful spider guts hanging from the corner of his mouth. Slurp. He gave a sinister smile. He stuck out his big tongue and licked his lips as if to prove it. They sucked the spider's guts into their mouth. Now he crashed into the wine demon. Seems the War God savages report your condition. In the team channel, a message from Yamaguchi Meraki popped up. Young master, I've successfully set the forest on fire. Once the flames blaze, it's time for our revenge. Yosh, you are very, very good, Yosh. Take the other players and fall back. Their lives are precious. Hyson Shenyarin closed the channel window. His cold, piercing gaze swept the area. Finally, he gave a cold snort and went off to find other players. Elsewhere, players from Sakala Island had also set the forest ablaze. Several fires spread on their own until they joined together. Eventually, they merged into a roaring blaze. In the distance, black smoke billowed from Silver Moon Forest. Flames writhed like serpents, like a demon bearing its claws and fangs. Yamaguchi Muraheim watched this delightful scene with a pleased smile. She seemed to already hear the creatures in Music Forest wailing. 2 hours later, the forest fire had actually died out little by little, and no monsters came out of the forest. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Yamaguchi village is fierce. Young master, what should we do? Moriyama the Savage was also puzzled at that moment. By all rights, this fire should have burned for a long time longer. Although the part of the forest right in front of them had almost burned down. In the distance, there was still such a huge stretch of forest, yet it was perfectly fine, not a damn thing happened. There were stream embankments in the forest. Perhaps the stream had stopped the fire from spreading. Yamaguchi Muraheim pondered for a moment. A golden light flashed in her eyes. She used her vast knowledge to explain. So that's how it is. As expected of the young master. How wise he is. The wild man of the deep mountains felt his little heart melting. Looking at his young master, his eyes were full of hazy mist. Strong emotion was about to spill over like water. But even so, these monsters were sure to be caught up in the forest fire. By now, their strength must have been greatly reduced. This is our moment to attack. Actually, Yamaguchi Muraki wasn't so sure. But he had already come this far. The arrow was knocked and it had to fly. How could he possibly shrink back? Otherwise, how could he build prestige in the player's eyes? Gentlemen, the Yamaguchi village chicken wore a confident smile, with a wave of his hand, giving orders. Follow me and attack the business forest. Today we get the girl out. He will definitely thank every one of us properly. Great, the players of Sakala Island roared with excitement. Led by Yamaguchi Muraheim, they explored the business forest. Their figures had only just left. The ground trembles slightly. Then the ground split open, revealing a hole the size of a wash basin. A dog-headed man furtively poked half his head out of the hole. He glanced around cautiously, but after confirming there was no danger, he pulled back again. Before long, a group of dog-headed people crawled out of the burrow. Holding various tools, they began laying traps on the ground in an orderly manner. The Black Dragon boss had said this was the last step of the pocket formation, called the Wine Bomb. The dog-headed people split up and worked together, moving very quickly. Before long, they had covered the player's escape route with all kinds of traps. By now, all the players had entered the monster's encirclement. After doing all that, the kobolds went back into their burrow and returned to the dragon's lair through the underground passage. Of course, on the way back, they didn't forget to destroy that secret tunnel. The Black Dragon boss said that's what you call attention to detail. On the other side, Yamaguchi Muraki and the other players, already deep in the forest, had another heart-stopping new discovery. They found large numbers of spider corpses. Among them were plenty of powerful monsters. But they were all scorched black. They could only be faintly made out. What does that mean? It means the Music Forest monsters were indeed affected by the forest fire. Their fire attack had worked. Yamaguchi-san, look over there, a player shouted excitedly. It caught Yamaguchi Muraki's attention. He followed the player's pointing finger and looked. There he saw a pack of sturdy blaze rabbits running around like headless chickens. In the still smoldering bushes, they frantically flee. These sturdy flame rabbits are covered in soot, staining their naturally pale pink fur. They look utterly bedraggled. Now, as if they've spotted the player, the flame rabbits are even more panicked. The demon scorpion Jiaoshi, the Yamaguchi village rooster, is thrilled at heart, even more confident in his judgment, seeing these big rabbits about to escape. He hurriedly called out to the players, "Hurry, follow the densest cluster of flame rabbits. They must be fleeing toward the Dragon Dynasty." In fact, Yamaguchi village chicken's inference wasn't wrong. The flame rabbits were indeed fleeing toward the Dragon Dynasty. No matter how many waves they split into, or how they doubled back, in the end, they would lure these humans to the vicinity of the Dragon Dynasty. That is, no matter which wave of flame rabbits Yamaguchi village chicken ordered the players to follow, the outcome was the same. All the players just focused on tracking the flame rabbits. They didn't notice that the scorched trees around them were getting fewer and fewer. When they suddenly came to their senses, they were already in a lush forest. It was a canyon-like terrain. Rocky walls surrounded them, forming a U-shaped structure. And at the very bottom of the U, surrounded by trees, stood a nest-shaped building the size of 2 basketball courts. On the rock walls around the building were 5 thick bamboo shoots from another world. Plants from another world are always strange. They had even seen sunflowers as big as car doors. Giant bamboo shoots were nothing special. The players had long grown used to such sights. All their attention was drawn to the nest-shaped building ahead. One by one, they cast identify spells. Gold and red lettering immediately appeared in their vision. The Black Dragon's Lair, Chapter 86, The Sakala Player's Pursuit. The structure before them was the evil Black Dragon's Lair. It was also the destination of this battle. The players no longer cared why the surrounding forest hadn't burned. The boss was right before them. It was time to fight to the death. This was the territory of Siren Watras Patunik, the Great Black Dragon. The land I rule is right where the players are preparing to attack. The deafening dragon roar rolled in like thunder exploding across the sky. The system automatically began translating the obscure dragon tongue. Welcome to my domain. Vile insects. The sound of flapping wings came. Its body was 8 meters long. With a wingspan of about 13 meters, the black dragon flew out of the lair. With a crash, it landed on the lair. He held his head high and stuck out his chest. His pale gold dragon eyes were filled with majesty and killing intent. As deep as an abyss, as grim as a prison. A heavy pressure weighed on the players' chests, nearly suffocating. Damn, is this the evil dragon's aura? Yamaguchi's face darkened, but then he flashed a wild, brilliant smile. Only by killing such a powerful enemy can the Yamaguchi bloodline be elevated. Challenging the strong has always been the pursuit of us Sakala warriors. Tsunayan couldn't hear what the leading Sakala Island player was jabbering about, but it didn't matter. The players were now like turtles in a jar. He turned and ordered the gnolls and kobolds in the Flame Sword Tower to open fire at will. Flame Sword Tower, Sakala Island players. Their faces changed. This thing was clearly a city defense building from the game. Usually, buildings like this are extremely powerful. They had to take it out first. But as the players looked around, they found no Flame Sword Tower at all. The only suspicious things were those 5 big bamboo shoots. They cast appraisal on them to check. Ordinary vines. Ordinary leaves. Something's off. Throw a few more and see. Flame Sword Tower kobold operations, just as expected. The Sakala Island players suddenly caught on. Those weird-looking giant bamboo shoots turned out to be the so-called Flame Sword Towers. Kukgi Chiti Ken, SS non Trician Chen. What the heck? The Flame Sword Tower is just those big bamboo shoots. Demon Scorpion, I already know. Yamaguchi Muraheim nodded. With a nonchalant look, we have close to 2,000 powerful warriors. Those are just 5 Flame Sword Towers, right? As the name suggests, the so-called Flame Sword Tower shoots fire arrows. The Stone Tower's priest and mage put up shields. Nothing to fear. As soon as Yamaguchi Muraki said that, with a whoosh, an arrow thick as a baby's arm whizzed past his ear. With a loud bang, it lodged in a nearby tree. Yamaguchi Muraki opened his mouth and swallowed hard. MT bin SCC, Chujun said with a silly smile. Exactly as I expected. Even this one is more unbearable. It has no good points except being thick and long. The players exchanged glances. The flame sword stuck in the tree trunk really was quite ordinary. So what if it's a bit bigger? With so many of them here, what's there to be afraid of? But then a crisp cracking sound came. A small opening popped open on the swordsman's butt. This time, the ghastly green gas was like a fire extinguisher with its switch pressed. It instantly sprayed out in a fan shape. It's poison gas. Get away. Cover your mouth and nose. Yamaguchi Muraki was experienced. The gas hadn't fully spread yet. He was already shouting and dragging a nearby player away to safety. But the kobold-operated flame sword towers didn't stop attacking. All kinds of swordsmen began launching from the 5 flame sword towers. They shot straight at the Sakala Island players. Suddenly, a series of rumbling explosions burst out. Poison gas spread everywhere. Feces and urine sprayed around. From time to time, rain of fire fell from the sky. The Sakala Island players were all stunned. Is this just an ordinary flame sword tower? Are you sure it's not a rocket tower? In explosions, Yamaguchi Muraheim, with superb agility, twirled and jumped, dodging back and forth, dancing gracefully amid flames and smoke, like dancing the Little Swan's ballet, until he dove behind a big tree. He finally got a chance to catch his breath. Yamaguchi Village Chicken wiped the stinking crap off his face, fought back the nausea, and glared angrily, then roared an angry baka at the chaotic Sakala Island players. What are you running for? Have you all forgotten your mages and priests? Can't you cast shields? Yeah, that's right, we're mages now, not ordinary people. Quick, shield up. At Yamaguchi Muraki's reminder, the Sakala Island players immediately cast protective shields on themselves. Sure enough, the splash damage from the flame sword tower was greatly reduced. As long as they weren't hit head-on, they could basically hold their ground. The priest players hid in relatively safe spots and began healing the mages and warriors, just as the players regained their confidence, thinking they could now launch a counterattack. In the direction of the Dragon Dynasty, that black dragon spread its wings and rose. With overwhelming force and terrifying pressure, they swooped down toward them. All units, low alert. It's the Black Dragon. Focus fire. The dragon breath Tsunayan had long been brewing erupted as he dove at breakneck speed. From the very front of the Sakala Island players' team, it sprayed to their team's grave. Then Tsunayan began to pull up a few fireballs. He nimbly dodged the icicle tree. Even what couldn't be dodged was completely blocked by his thick scale armor. Kangji lay dicha mtv eti tring. Looking down from the sky, in the small grove before the dragon's lair, a sickly green line of magma fire sprawled across the ground. Like a scar on the earth, the players had no chance to react. A second dive and dragon breath followed right after. Anna cast a light spell on the humans below. Then all dive again and blast dragon breath. This time, they were ready. Let's work together on this one. Tsunayan gave instructions to the little girl on his back as he flew. Anna will listen to whatever Big Brother says. Anna answered in a soft, sweet voice. A gentle smile lingered on his lips. Her pink lips parted and chanted softly. She waved her small hand. Several light orbs from the light tree began swirling around him. Okay, whoosh, 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 they're called light tree. But these orbs work better than flash grenades, smashing into Sakala Island's players one after another like they cost nothing. Everything before their eyes turned pure white. Players lost sight of the black dragon. But the sound of wings flapping grew closer and closer. A dragon's roar rang in their ears, its breath swept over. With no enemy in sight, how could they fight? Players on Sakala Island shrieked in terror. Some wildly hurled magic fireballs. Archers shot wildly in every direction. The shots hit their own allies instead, while others ran around in panic. Some crashed into trees. Some stepped into traps, but this wasn't over yet. In the bushes, a group of fire rabbits held crude swords, spears, and clubs. Bugs Bunny shuffled out. But they hadn't been blinded by the light tree. Watching the humans before him howling and scattering like headless chickens, Bugs Bunny's muscle-bound rabbit face twisted into a savage grin. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. He turned to face a crowd of fierce, noble rabbits. He raised his fluffy rabbit paw and made a throat-cutting gesture. Chapter 87. Total Wipeout. This throat-cutting gesture, thanks to the Black Dragon boss's explanation. The fierce noble rabbits had long understood its meaning. It meant, since you're here, just settle down. Sometimes, during battle, you need to keep quiet. At this moment, a proper gesture can convey enough meaning and orders. The boss's intent was already received. Move out. A group of blaze rabbits rushed up and circled behind the Sakala Island players. Whirling their clubs, they smashed toward the backs of their heads. 2 swift hits in a row sent the players straight into a stun state. Still not recovered from the flashbang's blinding effect, the players were immediately locked down. But these Sakala Island players were no ordinary soldiers after all. Their levels were higher than the blaze rabbits. And they were advanced class users themselves, especially those warriors with high health and high defense. 1 or 2 club strikes just couldn't kill them. But the blazing fire sect never lacked numbers. They kept swinging blow after blow. When clubs broke, they used kicks and elbows, knees to the kidneys. No mercy whatsoever. Every strike was full force. You could tell from the bent club weapons. These iron clubs were junk the kobolds had scavenged. Supposedly, it's a boudoir item for human noble women. The monsters don't know what it's for. Anyway, it works as a weapon, that's all that matters. On average, 4 or 5 fire rabbits would group around one player and take turns slapping them silly. The whole dim Camp Moon Forest echoed with a series of slapping sounds. This wave of players was to be completely wiped out, no survivors. He mainly considered 2 reasons. First, Tsunayan hoped this wipe would dampen the Sakala Island players' morale, to prepare for the later attack on Sakala Island's #1 starter village. Second, the levels of those under his command were still too low. Muscle strength training has hit a plateau. Only by leveling up can training continue to produce results. So Tsunayan ordered the monsters under his command to go all out this time. Go all out to crush the players. Bun mavi eti keng hayu ggcheo ben trong. H chamuan bovi se koitathan cah. Just as flames suddenly beat down on the human player's hand. The monster cavalry of the music forest has already lined up outside the dragon court. At the very front is Greyvolf, the Volf chief, riding on the crocodile leader Renekton. And beside him are elite jackal wolves like Brother Hui and Jiao Taro. They rode ordinary Yankui crocodiles and woolly boars. Behind these jackal men came a group of dog-headed men riding woolly boars. On their heads they wore helmets taken from the human patriots' armor captured earlier. Brandishing the rusty blades in their hands, they were ready to set off. A woo! A loud howl rang out. Greyvolf gave the order to attack. The Yankui crocodile chieftain Renekton beneath him shot out like an arrow from a bow. Renekton was no longer the lazy crocodile who used to sleep in the swamp every day. Now he ranked among the top of all the monsters, whether in sprinting or endurance running. The effect of the light spell gradually faded. The surviving players of Sakala Island began to recover from their dazed state. What came into view were fierce, muscular rabbits and charging monster vanguards. Monsters were everywhere, as if someone had poked a hornet's nest. Yamaguchi village chicken desperately clawed at the ground with both hands. He was being dragged into the bushes by two fire rabbits, holding his feet, inch by inch. He struggled. His black and blue, swollen face was covered with dirt and an unknown brown jelly-like substance. His eyes were filled with despair and humiliation. Watching the players sent flying by crocodiles and hairy boars, he gave the final order: they cannot be fought head-on. Everyone, run! He ran, with a whoosh. The two fire rabbits dragged him straight into the bushes. But then, the two fire rabbits had a disagreement. They both wanted to offer this human leader to the Black Dragon boss, and so a tug-of-war began, each grabbing hold of Yamaguchi's thigh. But the key thing was, even as the two big rabbits squabbled, their feet didn't stop either. They just kept on walking forward, until Yamaguchi's crotch got stuck on a tree trunk. The fire rabbits didn't understand that. They only knew they suddenly couldn't move anymore. So one rabbit grabbed a leg and started pulling hard. Under the blazing rabbit's monstrous strength, the big tree's trunk began to bend slightly. Wounded Tunji's health was slowly draining away. He silently turned 20% pain down to 0. His pale face recovered quite a bit. Then he spread out both his hands, with a bittersweet smile on his face, gazing up at the sky. Interwoven branches cut the azure sky into tiny fragments. A few white clouds crowd together, filling up those fragments. A bird or two darts past his ear. The clamor of battle fades into silence. Only the wind and the rustling of leaves grow louder. For an instant, he seemed to see a girl's beautiful face. In his ear seemed to echo the whisper of his childhood sweetheart, Maimaguguzi. The cherry blossoms in Yamaguchi's hometown have bloomed. Why don't we go see them together? The rooster crowed in Yamaguchi village. With the cracking sound of the eggshell breaking, he felt as if he had lost something. Doggy, if you're also in this game, someone as smart as you would surely find a way to deal with these vile magic beasts. The chickens in Yamaguchi village were dead. In the music forest, players on Sakala Island began to flee in panic, scattering in every direction. But they were horrified to discover that the way back was already covered with all sorts of traps. At first glance, nothing seems wrong. But step on it, and you'll fall into a pit studded with spikes and shattered blades. A hasty stumble on a rope triggers rolling stones and poison arrows. One wrong step snaps up venomous fur traps. And hidden all through the grass are oversized animal traps. But these are only the appetizers. Pushing through the thick underbrush, a massive black water python lunges out of the shadows and crushes them to death. Even if they edge along the tree line, huge claws suddenly reach down from the branches and grab their heads. Drag them up the tree. They were greeted by a glowing red slab of muscle. The powerful snake muscle beasts, even if a few players managed to run back to the plains. A black dragon in the sky blotted out the sun, gazing down at the forest. Around him were a flock of bird demons with faces like evil ghosts. The players have lost all hope. Dejectedly, he sank to his knees on the ground. Hey, he watched the dozens of Sakala Island players who had narrowly escaped the encirclement. The black dragon in the sky let out an evil cry. No player can escape the monster's punishment. Not one of them could escape. Dragon Nest attack on Sakala Island's one starter village ended in total defeat. Tsunai encircled the sky twice. At last, he took in every corner of the battlefield. After confirming there was not a single survivor, he carried Anna on his back and returned to the Dragon Court. He felt a profound weariness, drowsy, wanting nothing but sleep. It was not true fatigue. Rather, his body seemed to have entered a certain state. He seemed to understand. He opened the system panel. Sure enough, his level had reached level 32. He had become a fourth-order being. Driven by the system and various special abilities, he broke free of age restrictions, entering the adolescent dragon stage early. This weariness now was his dragon bloodline urging him to sleep, to receive the dragon inheritance, and to transform into an adolescent dragon. Chapter 88, Slumber Evolution. Sleeping is something all dragons both love and hate. They love it because an evolution slumber means becoming even stronger, awakening more abilities, a more imposing build. They hate it because the slumber comes without warning. And once asleep, they're almost impossible to wake, which means unpredictable danger. Many dragons die from sneak attacks while they sleep. So theoretically speaking, the reason dragons like to recruit monsters and build territories is actually a form of self-protection. And now, Tsunayan is about to enter his slumber state. Although advancing from juvenile dragon to adolescent dragon won't require sleeping for too long, he still couldn't bear to part with Anna. And he was also full of worrying about the Dragon Dynasty being surrounded on all sides. Coiled on the chicken rock platform, Tsunayan fought off drowsiness and summoned all the monster leaders. Polikri, take your kobolds and lay traps all around the human village. Gravelf, your task is to cover the kobolds' work, and at the same time, you and Bugs Bunny must lead the other monsters to surround the player's newbie village. Use the kobolds' traps to fight a war of attrition against them. By the way, G-Time, your main job is reconnaissance. During the time I am asleep, be sure to keep all the humans in the village. These humans are rather special. They have very strong growth potential. Looking all drowsy, a black dragon speaking feebly. Polikri, who knew dragon habits well, already guessed his black dragon master was about to advance. His mind was racing. He began thinking over everything in the dragon lair. Then he remembered so many captives still needed handling. So he hurriedly asked his master, "Our captives are low level. How should we handle the humans who grow potatoes for us? The players and the soldiers?" Tsunayan's pale gold dragon eyes flashed with cold light. A murderous gleam rose within them. The players are high level. They're full of schemes and must be completely crushed. The soldiers are about the same level as flame rabbits, and they're easier to manage. Just give them a meal. With that thought, Tsunayan coldly ordered, "Cut off the limbs of those oddly dressed humans. Truss them up tightly. And lock them all away. Cover their eyes. And plug their ears. Give them only a little water and food each day. Just enough to keep them alive. Even if any die, don't bother. As for those soldiers, send a group of flame rabbits to keep watch. Work well, and you live. Dare to scheme, and you die. Mingdi's decree is the way for us in Tulity." Polikri prostrated himself on the ground and knelt at Tsunayan's feet, accepting Tsunayan's task on behalf of all monster leaders. Protect the Dragon Dynasty, and protect Anna especially. Tinian Kia Mt Non V Fia Soizam. Gig Soizam Ji Lan Cien Pim Ji Chin, Tronqua Trengit Gi Chi. La KMDN Tronkuk Loi Mavieti. Dinchuk Non In Tam. Thai, Cucking We See Sai Lambiak Cam Chen Sai. Tinian KGGTHU. Gugi Siam T Kem Mavieti. Mi Mt Hin GBTHU Diple Re. HU Rainiang V Enlug GCC Jung Ben Mepti. Trong Silong Sao Gig Chukon Hinva Anna VVI and MT Lo Lung. Brother, what's wrong? Still unaware of what was happening, Anna's petite body trembled slightly. He knelt on the ground. Her soft little hands cupped Tsunayan's big head. Her voice was choked with tears. "It's okay, Anna. Lick, 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 lick." Tsunayan licked away the tears on Anna's pretty face in his own unique way. He said weakly, trying to comfort her, "This is a stage all dragons must go through. We will gain knowledge in our slumber ... and become stronger. Don't worry. Wait for my return." As he spoke, Tsunayan's dragon eyes slowly closed. His dragon body began to gradually enter an extremely mysterious state. It seemed like slumber. Yet his body vibrated eerily, like a high-frequency engine. Brother, brother, Anna's eyes brimmed with tears. She pressed close to Tsunayan's ear and called a few more times, but Tsunayan gave no response at all. He had already fallen into a deep sleep. Recalling what Tsunayan had just said, Anna kept reassuring herself not to think too much, but she was still uneasy. First, she moved close to Tsunayan's nostrils to feel his breath. Then she carefully climbed up to Tsunayan's chest. She pressed herself tightly against the enormous dragon body. Her little head gently rested against the black dragon's chest. Thump 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 thump. She heard the black dragon's powerful heartbeat in her ear. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. The unease and tension in his heart eased a lot. Yet in the vast dragon nest, the black dragon's voice was gone. This still left a hollow, empty feeling in his heart. This sensation made it a little hard for him to breathe, as if a giant hand had clenched around his heart. A rift had opened in his heart. Cold wind kept howling as it poured inside. "Brother, Anna will always wait for you to wake up. Anna will protect you." Echoes of his rather laughable words lingered in the cold dragon nest. She lifted the black dragon's wing and curled up, tucking her small body into the crook of the arm closest to the black dragon's heart. She listened to the black dragon's heartbeat, dazedly counting the scales on its body. Anna was just a little mage apprentice. How could she possibly protect a dragon about to enter adolescence? But the determination and resolve in her eyes left no room for doubt. Even though she was incredibly frail and weak, if anyone tried to harm the black dragon, she would spread her small arms wide and shield it with her tiny body. "Even if we die before the black dragon." At the experimental field, a group of Sakura Island players were chatting in the party channel about Yamaguchi Maraki's failed attack on the Dragon Dynasty. They already knew this was surely a disappointing thing, but no big deal. Players can revive once. If we can't take it down, we'll go a second time. They'll be saved sooner or later. They just didn't know what was happening. The usually peaceful dragon dynasty suddenly burst into chaos. Jackalmen and fire rabbits walked past in pairs outside the dragon nest. The atmosphere grew heavier and more tense. What happened? Why did the dragon nest suddenly go into lockdown? Didn't we already beat these monsters? The players of Sakala Island's one beginner village were baffled. Still, they had one good habit. Whenever they met something strange or unfamiliar, they would go ask around. So one rather bold player plucked up courage and, with a charming smile, sidled up to a fire rabbit. He bowed deeply. He respectfully asked, "Hello, esteemed rabbit commander. May I ask what happened in the dragon dynasty? Is there anything you need our help with? We Sakala people are always very eager to help." This player, as he spoke, also glanced back at the players behind him. A group of players each flashed flirtatious smiles. Lehue shot a glance at this Sakala Island player. Without a word, he gave him a huge slap with a crack. That slap was truly incredibly heavy. Suddenly, that player spun 6.5 times on the spot. Only then, dazed, did he topple to the ground. But before he could react, everything instantly went black before his eyes. It was the Blaze Rabbit's huge foot. Chapter 89. The army presses in. The Blaze Rabbit had no idea what the humans were saying. His simple squeaks couldn't be detected as language by the player's system, because the prerequisite was having the concept of language. However, the Blaze Rabbit had one good trait. It was obedience. The boss gave strict orders. Anytime we see a human smiling and coming over saying things we can't understand, just beat them up without hesitation. This player had long ago turned off his pain sense. But with all those slaps and kicks from those big feet, the damage wasn't much, but the humiliation was intense. Plus, he couldn't resist the dizzy feeling, and couldn't block the sour smell on the fire rabbit's feet, so before long he was foaming at the mouth and passed out. It's summer now. Fire rabbits are covered in fur. Morning and evening runs leave them drenched in sweat. Plus, they have no habit of bathing, so you can imagine how bad their feet smell. That's why Sunayan usually orders these monsters to guard outside the dragon dynasty. That stench, the fire rabbit's savage move silenced all the Sakala Island players. They didn't dare ask any more. And they never got the chance. Because Bugs Bunny was already thundering over with a huge group of fire rabbits, and surrounded the entire test subject. Bugs Bunny looked grim, clearly not in a good mood. He walked slowly, paws behind his back, up to the Sakala Island players. First he sized them up. Then, with a theft, he turned and spat. The spit flew straight onto the face of the unconscious player on the ground. With a sizzle, the player let out a howl. Behind him, a pack of vicious rabbits swarmed forward. They were like a gang of burly men charging into a village full of little girls. With a wanton smile, devilishly cool. The wild wind rises. A storm is brewing. Dark clouds covered the sun. He seemed unwilling to see the tragic scene that followed. This is because they've been locked in Long Kaomi all along. Players who, no matter how they level up, are not much different from Fire Rabbit. Before long, they were bound by the fierce rabbit with sturdy vines. Your dad, what does he want to do? Lord Rabbit, I didn't plant the potatoes properly. Why are you taking us away? A group of Sakala Island players lay pinned to the ground by a blazing pattern, like dead dogs. Their faces were pressed into the soil of the field. That field had only just been fertilized that morning. The stench of ammonia mixed with the earthy smell made them want to retch. A sense of dread had already welled up inside them. Bugs Bunny couldn't answer these humans with words, but he would answer with actions. Then they heard the command from Bugs Bunny's mouth. A group of flame rabbits' eyes flashed a fierce glint. They grabbed the Sakala Island player's limbs and suddenly pulled hard. Crack, crack, the sounds rang out across the experimental field. The players noticed their health bars had dropped a bit. Beneath their health bars, a debuff for dislocated limbs appeared as well. What are they trying to do by taking their limbs off? Are they going to feed them shit? The players grew more and more frightened. Just as they were all puzzled and confused, a pack of dog-headed men suddenly appeared. They're pulling a simple little handcart, and on the cart is a huge stack of boxer shorts. Could these monsters be? Just think, who would have guessed? Humans, as the higher primates ruling planet Water Blue. We Sakala people are descendants of the sun goddess. Yet now we're washing underwear for a bunch of monsters. What a disgrace this is. I'd rather commit seppuku right now. I don't think they're actually making us wash the shorts. After all, they took off all our limbs, so we can't exactly wash with our mouths. The players were buzzing in the party channel. Everyone had their own take. They just couldn't figure out what had gotten into these monsters. Polikri led a group of kobolds up to the mirror. The fire rabbits, including Bugs Bunny, all stood at attention and saluted. Polikri solemnly returned the salute. Then he cast a sinister gaze at the players from Sakala Island. The black dragon boss had fallen into a deep slumber, though the young dragon had entered the street. The young dragon won't sleep for more than a week. But we still need to be on guard. These oddly dressed humans are all a hidden danger. Balikri really wants to kill them on the spot. But keeping them alive if possible is the Black Dragon's order. Even with doubts, Balikri will carry it out strictly. Blindfold their eyes. Plug their mouths and ears too. Balikri turned and barked at the dog-headed men behind him. This time, the players understood. The system automatically translated what the kobold said. This made their faces fill with horror. They struggled desperately. Unfortunately, only their heads could move. Seeing these monsters were dead set on doing them harm. The timid players began sobbing and begging for mercy. The hot-tempered ones started loudly cursing the kobold masters. Did we do something wrong? Why are you treating us like this? This is mistreatment of prisoners. They'll be court-martialed for this. You cruel, inhuman beasts, just wait. Sooner or later, our brave Sakala warriors will kill you. Balikri stared at these humans expressionlessly. Their eyes were blindfolded with big boxer shorts, their ears and mouths blocked by a waterfall. They were like those little girls whose eyes were covered, whose little mouths were stuffed with lollipops. The curses and pleas for mercy turned into helpless, muffled grunts. The world was finally quiet. Take them away and lock them in the dungeon. Just as a group of captured players fell into a dark and hopeless situation. At the entrance to the beginner village on Sakala Island 1, Yamaguchi Muraheim stood there alone. She looked at the sky, dark with clouds. She smelled the earthy scent that comes before a storm. A touch of lingering sorrow was hidden in her eyes, though there was no pain. But it truly had been shattered once before. It was a feeling hard to describe in words. It would take a lifetime to savor. Young master, what do we do now? Should we keep attacking the Dragon Dynasty? Moriyama Wildman stood behind Yamaguchi Village Chicken and asked in a low voice. Attack! Yamaguchi Village Chicken smiled bitterly. Our low-tier gear is all gone. It all dropped away, and our morale is gone too. Once it's fought away, what do we have left to attack those cunning monsters with? Not only could they foresee that we burn the forest, they even built a firebreak in advance. The more Yamaguchi Village Chicken spoke, the more desolate he felt inside. He thought of the cherry blossoms in his hometown, thinking of his childhood sweetheart. He couldn't help feeling sorrow rise up. This powerful deity had sent them into a game, to invade this other world. But why single out their Sakala number 1 beginner village? Yet the monsters around every other beginner village were completely normal. Moriyama looked at his young master's downcast state, and couldn't help feeling a pang of heartache. He walked over to Yamaguchi Village Chicken, and gently grasped his shoulders, lips trembling. Weakly, she consoled, Young master, please don't give up. You still have me. In Yamaguchi Village, a chicken's eyelid twitched. I was just about to say you're useless, but suddenly noticed the horizon of the distant plains. At the horizon where the dim sky met the dark clouds, a long black ribbon stretched out. That's chapter 90 of the Monster Army. Failing to endure small things ruins the grand plan, you idiot. These monsters actually counterattacked the newbie village, and the folks in Yamaguchi Village were totally stunned. The roar's pitch was eerily similar to a female voice, like a little girl choking under an iron grip on her throat. Although this is said to be a real world, their god just dumped them here and called it a day. It's one thing to have a big boss nearby, but now the big boss is leading monsters to raid their newbie village. Isn't that a bit much? Warning, monster siege in progress. Newbie village protection has been activated. Scanning current village as level 1. Protection level increased. Monsters entering the newbie village. All attributes reduced by 50%. The system's red alert flashed before her eyes. Along with it came a flood of system pop-ups. Yamaguchi Muraheim took one look and beamed with joy. Now this is what you call timely help. That deity really is a kind-hearted one. Looks like this game is fair after all. It won't leave us players so backed into a corner. After all, we're the invaders. If we had no trump cards at all, what kind of invaders would we be? Now that we've got nothing to worrying about behind us, we can just let those monsters charge in. Let's slaughter to our heart's content. Yamaguchi Village girl beams with delight, spit flying everywhere. He can't wait to see these monsters storm into your village entrance and gather. Show those vile beasts the courage of our Emperor's warriors. Actually, there's no need for Yamaguchi Muraki to give orders. At Sakala Island's number 1 starter village, the players had already put on their novice linen robes and gathered at the village entrance. They grinned and chuckled as they watched the demon army close in. I'm not afraid at all. Above their heads, a faint red light barrier appeared. It enveloped the entire starter village. This buff-like thing was the very source of their confidence. The army of monsters drew closer and closer. The dark clouds above seemed to move along with them. The wind howled fiercely. The sky gradually grew dim. The monsters' crimson eyes became even more striking. Their towering figures, the loud, rasping sound of their breathing, heavy footsteps seemed to pound on the players' hearts and wipe the smiles off their faces. Breathing became difficult, even with a 50% weakening. Could they really defeat these monsters? That question inevitably rose in the Sakala Island players' hearts. And at that moment, the monster army suddenly stopped. Less than 200 meters from the beginner village. Players, whose bodies had been strengthened by magic and battle aura, could even clearly see the saliva-drenched fangs in the gnolls' mouths and their iron claws flashing coldly. The crystallized, ferocious gnoll chieftain, eroded by the dragon vein. The crystalline, cunning kobold leader, dragon vein erosion. The majestic, power-gathering flame rabbit leader, dragon vein erosion. The monster leaders stand at the very front of the monster army. With Grave Ulf at the head, they form a triangular formation. The other monster leaders did not follow. Their mission, under the command of the Harpy leader G-Time, is to protect the Dragon Dynasty. They begin setting traps. Grave Ulf turned his head. He quietly issued orders to Bully Kelly. At the same time, he gave a meaningful look to the elite gnolls around him. Then, in the sight of the players on Sakala Island, these monsters quickly moved into action. Hu Izhe and Zhao Taileng, along with the other elite gnolls, took the lead. Leading the ordinary gnolls and flame rabbits, they completely surrounded the entire novice village, forming a 3-layer wall of monsters. And between the layers of the monster wall, where the players couldn't see, the kobolds, led by Bully Kelly, quickly began digging tunnels and setting traps. What are these monsters trying to do? They've surrounded us, but won't attack. They're trying to starve us out. The girl from Yamaguchi village murmured to herself, while watching the monsters' strange behavior. She fell deep in thought. Could these monsters know about the novice village's protection mechanism? That shouldn't be. This protection mechanism was just triggered. How could the monsters know about it? That pale red light barrier is visible only to players. No matter what, luring these monsters into the starter village is the best way to deal with them. Now these monsters no longer have the terrain advantage of Music Forest. And they don't have the Flame Sword Tower's power anymore. That terrifying black dragon didn't come along with them either, because of the dragon's arrogant nature. So it only sent the monsters under its command. This is an opportunity. In Yamaguchi village, the chicken's eye gleamed gold. With a flash of light, he couldn't help sneering inwardly. Stupid low-level black dragon. You will eventually pay a heavy price for your arrogance. At that thought, Yamaguchi village rooster turned his head and glanced at Moriyama. He decided to give his loyal subordinate, Savage, a chance to earn merit. Do you have any way to provoke these monsters? Make them attack the novice village no matter what. Upon hearing this, Moriyama was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. In his mind, he recalled the various behaviors of these monsters. His eyes lit up. He bowed 90 degrees and replied, "Young master, these monsters can understand the continent's common tongue, especially the gnolls and the kobolds, so we can goad them into attacking the newbie village by insulting them, and using the intel delivered by those guys captured by the monsters. These monsters are especially fond of potatoes, but those ... guys, for some reason, have already lost contact." The wild man from the deep mountains finished, then respectfully lowered his head, awaiting Yamaguchi Sanki's command. Then he said, "Your suggestion is very promising." Yamaguchi Sanki was extremely gratified. He grinned and patted Moriyama on the shoulder. "Just as you said, half insults. Using our profound Sakala language, they like potatoes. Then trade for some potatoes and stomp them flat right in front of them." A moment later, Grave Ulf and the other monsters outside the novice village noticed 3 humans suddenly walking out of the human village. But they didn't get too close. They stopped about 100 meters from the monster army. "Can you monsters in the distance hear me? You damn monsters, are you scared now? Do you dare to come and fight us?" The Sakala player's distinctive tongue-rolled accent sounded piercingly harsh on the silent plain. The mushrooms all twitched their ears and furrowed their brows. They couldn't understand, but they were getting annoyed. How dare they? They're just a bunch of trash mushrooms. These mushrooms will end up being skinned and torn apart by us, their parts sold off as materials, their flesh becoming our food, and finally getting shat out by us. The Sakala Island players kept spouting meaningless trash talk, but all the monsters stayed silent as statues, just staring at him like he was a stinking bug. Damn it, these monsters don't care what we say to them. Looks like we'll have to use that trick. The 3 Sakala Island players exchanged glances. They each pulled a handful of potatoes from their backpacks. With a splat, they tossed them onto the ground. Then they lifted their feet and stomped on them. "Aren't potatoes your #1 favorite?" "Potatoes, we've got plenty. We're just playing by stepping on you, mad?" A fierce gust of wind swept by. Warm raindrops fell on one player's face. No, those weren't raindrops. That was splattered blood. He turned his head, dazed. He saw his companion beside him with a dinner knife stuck in his forehead and another in his neck. His health bar emptied in an instant, visible to the naked eye. With a thud, he fell straight to the ground. Grave Alf wore a grim expression as he wiped his claws on his underpants. He made a pressing down gesture toward the equally restless monsters. His master had said, "One who can't bear small things ruins great plans. For small matters, there is no need to endure. For big matters, a wild brawl is the best strategy." But his master's order was to wait for the humans to come out. So Jiao Taro instantly understood the meaning. He quickly took down the big sack he had been carrying on his back. With a thud, he dropped it on the ground. He opened the sack. A foul stench shot straight into the sky. Inside was a whole bag full of stink bug dung balls. Cleanse the soul. Soothe your nausea. Chapter 91. Flying Cannon. The weather was scorching. And it was about to rain. The air felt even heavier. In this weather, food went bad extremely fast. The pellets fermented like a loli in torn stockings. Both a critical hit and a speed boost. The stench instantly made the surrounding monsters frown. You know, monsters have a strong tolerance for bad smells. It could make a crowd of monsters all frown and buckle over. You can imagine, the bags were packed with something truly foul. Jiao Taro skillfully stuffed the cloth strips into his nose. Then, very considerately, he stuffed into Grave Alf's nose too. Our Grave Alf gave Jiao Taro a firm nod. He pulled a cloth strip out of his big shorts. On it, in crooked dragon script, was written, "Battle of Siege. Storming the walls is the worst strategy. Force the foe to battle, best move. Use bait to lure the enemy out." Grave Alf read this to Jiao Tailang and the monsters. The monsters suddenly understood. They admired the Black Dragon boss even more. Even just what they'd learned before could prove useful at this moment. It seemed the boss had predicted all this. Jiao Tailang, do you have more live rounds? Grave Alf glanced at the ammo belt on the ground. There are maybe a few hundred rounds in there. These clearly aren't quite enough. Report, more live ammunition is being transported for the sprayers. Not bad. Grave Alf nodded his Volf head. He turned his gaze toward the novice village. His fierce Volf mouth split open, revealing a cruel, vicious smile. He gave the order, put on his gloves, and began to howl the attack signal. The jackalmen around him let out a howl. They immediately put on the gloves and nose plugs prepared in advance. They reached into the bag. When they pulled out, their hands already held several shiny, golden, fragrant dung balls. They didn't hesitate. Without even glancing at the dung balls in their hands, they swung their arms around and hurled them toward the newbie village. In no time, dozens of baseball-sized dung balls were thrown into the sky. They spun, danced, and with a whistling swoop, came down upon Sakala Island. No, one newbie village. Yamaguchi, what is that? A player pointed at the spheres growing larger in the sky, eyes full of confusion. Are these monsters really planning to smash our starter village with those little dirt balls? How ridiculous! As expected of base, lowly monsters. They have no profound knowledge. They can only make fools of themselves. The players all started talking at once. They didn't notice Moriyama's twitching nose and his suddenly changing expression. A familiar smell. What a painful realization. These are the monster's secret recipe dung balls. Young master, take cover. Something ominous is coming. Moriyama the wild man let out a great roar. Seeing the dung ball drawing closer, and Yamaguchi still frozen in place, he grew desperate. At this critical moment, he forgot all about master-servant etiquette. He lunged forward, grabbed Yamaguchi, and dodged to the side. Young master, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Moriyama Yabito said this, and looked up with a smile, the light in his eyes shining like stars. But Yamaguchi Muraheim turned pale, as she kept pounding on Moriyama Yabito's burly body, trying to push him away. Young master, get off me now, because Moriyama Yabito was holding her down. Yamaguchi Muraheim couldn't move, and a spherical object was flying toward them at a tricky angle, and it was getting closer. He already knew what it was. The stench came like the wind, and arrived without a sound. In the end he just couldn't dodge it. A baseball-sized lump of shit slammed right into his mouth. The Yamaguchi village chicken's pupils contracted. Far away, in the dim sky, he seemed to see his most revered emperor, holding his beloved childhood sweetheart, pouring out their hearts. It's as disgusting as it gets. Yamaguchi village chicken sprayed Moriyama Wildman right in the face and set off a chain reaction. Then Moriyama Wildman started puking all over Yamaguchi village chicken. But this was only the start of the misery, and Yamaguchi village chicken wasn't the only victim. More dung balls were already being hauled to the battlefield by stampeding long-haired boars. And then the jackleman hurled them all over the newbie village, a dense swarm of dung balls flying through the sky. A booming thunderclap rang out. A harsh lightning bolt tore across the sky, and a violent rainstorm hit. Raindrops the size of pinky fingers came pouring down. They washed the stench off the players on Sakala Island. But it just wouldn't wash off at all, and the dung balls on their faces were smeared all over their bodies. At the Knoll leader Greyvolf's command, the Monster Legion moved under the banana leaves. A group of monsters brought over giant banana leaves. They used them to cover the bags filled with dung balls, and went on throwing. Whiz, 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 the players faced the monster's projectile barrage. On top of that, a torrential rain was pouring down, so the players had no intention of charging out to fight. One after another, they hid inside, humiliated and furious, enduring the stench and waiting for the monsters to finish hurling their biochemical weapons. They waited for the rain to stop before going out to settle the score. Meanwhile, outside the chieftain's den in No. 1 beginner village on Sakala Island, it seemed to be raining. A kobold sniffed. He caught the distinctive smell of rain. Still, he didn't stop digging. He just casually mentioned to the kobold chieftain, Balikri, that he knew it was raining. Keep digging. Speed it up. It's just a passing shower. It won't last long. I'll go check the cave entrance. Having said that, Balikri immediately turned and headed toward the tunnel entrance. Some water had already seeped into the tunnel, but Balikri wasn't alarmed. Digging tunnels and caves in all kinds of dangerous conditions was a required course for their kobolds. Some procedures that are extremely dangerous for humans meant nothing to them at all. They only find it alarming because it's unfamiliar. The kobolds, sensing the rain, had already built a simple waterproof wall at the tunnel entrance. The opening in the wall was covered with banana leaves. The softer spots inside the tunnel had also been reinforced with a special material. This tunnel was only meant for temporary use, so Balikri's requirements weren't that demanding. Anyway, it'll be destroyed soon. At this moment, all the players are hiding in their houses in the starter village. Greyvolf was not surprised at all. He seemed to have known long ago that this could happen. The Great Master truly foresaw everything. Greyvolf was filled with admiration. Before falling into slumber, the Black Dragon had given him 2 attack plans. Since Plan A didn't work, then it was time to launch Plan B. Just then the Kobold Chief Balikri also came up to him. How goes it now? Greyvolf turned his gaze to the Kobold Chief, Balikri, with a hint of expectation. The tunnel has already been dug right under the human village. Now we're starting to expand the area. The soil here is fairly loose, with us kobolds' racial talent. It'll take about another hour to make full preparations. Greyvolf looked up at the sky when he heard this. The shower was gradually letting up, but the dark clouds still blocked out the sky. The drizzling would continue for a while longer. A heaven-sent opportunity. The plan is feasible. Chapter 92, The Inlushan Rebellion. Time ticked by second. The horde of monsters waited patiently. Players on Sakala Island were also suffering in the stench. The rain gradually stopped over the course of an hour, but the players still didn't want to go out, because under their health bars, shit yellow debuffs had appeared. Willpower lowered. Stench effect lasts 15 minutes, weakness. Stench effect and vomiting effect last 15 minutes. The stench made the players dizzy and dazed. The vomiting drained them until they were exhausted. This wasn't a problem they could solve by turning off pain, unless they went to the shop to exchange for a purification potion to clear their debuffs. But they couldn't bear to spend 1,000 invasion points per bottle. No one was that extravagant. Priest players hadn't learned purification either. That was a level 20 skill. Anyway, it would only last 15 minutes. They could just wait. That was another benefit of a digitized body. If their bodies weren't digitized, these 2 debuffs would last at least a day or 2. The work is done. At the front of the monster army, Balikri came up beside Greyvolf, beaming with excitement, and reported in a low voice. Greyvolf looked at the silent starter village. His eyes gradually darkened. His pupils glinted with a cruel, cold light. Execute the plan. The order started with Balikri. From one kobold to the next, the word was passed down the tunnel, until it reached the ears of the last kobold. Before him stood a support pillar. This wasn't the only support pillar in the entire cavern, but this one before him was the most important of all. It held the balance of the entire cave. Once it was destroyed, the whole cavern would collapse. All the kobold had to do now was smash the rusty shovel in his hands hard against the weakest spot of the pillar, a small notch. He struck the support pillar, and it snapped with a crack. The kobold turned and ran for his life. The reinforced narrow tunnel was the only safe place. Rumble, like dominoes, the support pillars collapsed one after another. The entire ground began to tremble. What's going on? Did an earthquake happen? The players on Sakala Island looked at each other in bewilderment. The instinct engraved in their genes made them immediately take cover in a triangular corner. But then they realized. Now they were powerful warriors and mages. Even though they had those debuffs, an earthquake was nothing to be afraid of. Yet the ground shook more and more violently. So violently that they couldn't even stand steady. Branch-like cracks began to appear one after another. The ground began to split and sink. At first But after reaching a certain critical point, it suddenly collapsed. With a massive boom. Dust rose everywhere and covered the sky. The entire Sakala Island, no, one beginner village sank completely into a rectangular pit. Damn it, how could a sinkhole happen here? Isn't this supposed to be a beginner village? Ooh, there's poop everywhere. Mom, wah, I want to go home. So stinky, wah, hiding in a house won't help now. Under the shifting of the Earth's crust, all the houses were torn apart by brute force. Even Newton himself would have to lie peacefully in his coffin. All the players were cursing angrily. Covered in dust, they crawled out from the broken ruins. Wet mud, rainwater, and poop piled several more layers of filth onto their bodies. A fresh round of vomiting began. Yamaguchi Meraki was dry heaving as well, but his mental toughness was a bit better than an ordinary person's. After all, he was the proper young master of the Yamaguchi family. He had received a good education and special training since childhood. He knew what it meant to endure humiliation and bear the burden. Now, the most important thing was to observe the movements of those monsters. Yamaguchi Meraki covered his mouth and nose. Squinting, he wiped the muck from his forehead and cheeks, stumbled out of the ruined house, and looked around through the dust. The sheer earthen walls, over 3 meters tall, were rough and pitted. Clearly, they were not naturally formed. These were trap pits deliberately dug by those monsters. Damn it, Yamaguchi Meraki was about to curse loudly. But suddenly he felt a chill down his back, and his scalp tingled. He looked up. At the edge of the pit, a group of monsters were surrounding the entire beginner village. Their eyes were glowing red. Their faces wore vicious smiles. He rubbed his hands together, looking down maliciously at all the Sakala players. There was nowhere left to run. Despair surged in the heart of the Yamaguchi village princess. It was like a little girl being dragged into a dark room by a dozen bald, burly thugs with vicious faces. Being dragged inside was bad enough. But then she saw the walls covered with all kinds of torture instruments. The crap balls are out. Switch to the long-haired poison arrows. Wolfie let out a sinister laugh. He turned to the pack of gnolls behind him and scared the life out of them. In truth, the monsters were already deeply disgusted and afraid of the poop balls. After all, they really did stink. Even just throwing those poop balls out still had quite an impact on them. Probably nothing would taste good to them for a while. Among these monsters, though, Kotaro was the exception. When he heard that his poop balls were useless, Kotaro showed a look of regret. He could only sullenly tie up the leather bag and tighten it shut. These leftover dung balls are still useful. Can't waste them. As a hard-working keeper, it's really tough for Joutaro. He not only has to painstakingly raise those tyrant stink bugs, he also has to feed the captured humans in the Dragon Dynasty. A sky-covering mass of long fur, like a plague of locusts, crashed into the newbie village. Previously, the players had houses for cover, and the terrain was on the same level as the monster army. But now the houses have collapsed. The terrain lowered. The entire starting village was exposed to the monster's attack range. Players on Sakala Island could only flee in panic. Don't panic, mages and priests, put shields on yourselves and the warriors. Let's charge up. Amid the chaos, there were also some clear-headed players. The monster's average level wasn't high, even if they couldn't win. Charging up to kill a few monsters was still better than passively taking hits in the pit. Anyway, they could respawn. Until this moment, the players on Sakala Island still hadn't realized the severity of the problem. Revival was such a normal thing for players, even if the respawn time kept getting longer. At worst, they just waited World Square to respawn. Across the entire other world, most players were still lost in the joy of playing freely. Only a few smart ones, after dying once or twice, started paying extra attention to their lives, making sure they were safe. If there were many invasion points, so players can simply eat, drink, and enjoy themselves in the World Plaza while waiting to respawn. They can also watch other players' live streams. But if they die without an invasion, and the waiting time exceeds 7 days, that means they will starve or die of thirst right there in the World Plaza. And that is a true death. Chapter 93, Dying and Coming Back to Life, facing the monster's overwhelming hail of spears and poison arrows. A crowd of Sakala Island players could no longer tolerate the humiliation. They no longer wanted to be treated as living targets. They immediately pulled themselves together. The monsters on the trench line launched a counterattack. Warrior players started climbing up along the trench. Mage players cast shields on themselves and summoned all kinds of low-level spells. Braving the splattering fur, they aimed at the densest clusters of monsters. Got to say, the players' counterattack was effective. The monsters had been training, boosting their strength and their ability to take hits, but their magic resistance was still very low. Also, most players outleveled them, so these spells still stung when they landed. Facing an onslaught of low-level spells, the monsters kept hopping back and forth, deliberately dodging. This kept them from fully focusing on guarding the sacrifice pit. Finally, a player climbed up onto the sacrificial pit, and there before him stood the gnoll leader, Greywolf. I trained hard in kendo in my middle school club. Now is the time to truly test my strength. This player sneered. His scarlet tongue licked the common sword. But the next moment, his expression changed, because the sword had shit on it. Oh, he gave a hard gulp. Yet he held it back. He didn't throw up again. His iron will kept him going. Can't let the enemy look down on him. Then he retreated 10,000 steps. He held the long sword tilted before his eyes. He assumed a katana rider's stance. Yaoshi, like a man. Come and fight me. Oh, Hua Ba. This player was already stepping forward, charging at Greywolf. He had no fear, because behind him, more warrior players were climbing out of the pit. They were not afraid to die. They were invincible. The longsword in his hand slashes downward, with overwhelming momentum. This strike carries his faith and all his power, and was sure to break the enemy. I have to say, the warrior player was very fast. A white light flashed, with a loud, explosive boom, landing right on the huge head of the crocodile boss, Reincarnated. And a calm mist floated up. He swaggered and shook himself, as if mocking the player's overconfidence. The player's ferocious expression gradually froze. The crocodile leader Reincarnated simply stared at him with cold scarlet eyes. A cold wind blew past. A ripple spread across the long sword. He snapped the long sword in the player's hand into two pieces. The next moment, Reincarnated gave the player no time to react. He lunged forward. His bloody maw opened wide. In one gulp, he swallowed this player, who lunged in a lowly straight into his stomach. Thinking about how the Black Dragon boss smacked his head every day. His head had long since become extraordinarily hard. Even with their levels slightly suppressed, these humans actually thought they could break through his defense. Ridiculous at that thought. Reincarnated's admiration for the Black Dragon boss surged like an endless river. The boss must have foreseen this day long ago. Which is why he'd whack his head whenever he had nothing else to do. The boss is truly amazing. Reincarnated would give every female crocodile to the boss without regret. He'd even offer himself to the boss without hesitation. Reincarnated shyly covered his head with his claws. The monsters feared the mage's extraordinary spells, but they were not so afraid of the approaching warrior players. And these warrior players gave Greywolf a whole new idea. Then the gnoll leader, Greywolf, let out a strange howl. With one huge leap, he appeared before the Sakala warrior players. His muscles bulged all over his body. A giant wolf claw grabbed the heads of two warrior players. Right after, his arm spun 2.5 times. He whipped out the nunchucks. Twisting his waist and thrusting his hips, he aimed at a mage player down in the pit. Then he hurled the warrior player in his hand like a bomb. The two warrior players spiraled through the air. Their mouths were warped into bizarre shapes by the howling wind. They became a blur and slammed with a bang into the mage player in the pit. The mage player's eyes bulged as he was crushed to death on the spot. The two warrior players also fell into a heavily injured state, with a dizziness debuff still hanging over their heads. The other monsters nearby saw how effective this was and copied it. They even learned to hold warrior players' bodies up as shields. Thus the battle at Sakala Island, one novice village grew increasingly heated. As the monsters killed more and more players, even with battle losses, most monsters steadily rose in level. Gradually, the players of Sakala Island, one novice village, already at a slight disadvantage, were on the verge of being slaughtered by the monster army. The monsters guarded the respawn pit at the novice village day and night. When hungry, they fed nearby. When nature called, they went to the respawn pit and dumped on the players. This blockage has lasted 3 days. Fewer and fewer players remain. They have entered the death penalty phase. The player with the most deaths now has a death wait time of a full day. Yamaguchi Muraki sat in the viewing hall of World Square. Yamaguchi Muraki's face was gloomy. It was a structure similar to a private cinema. Each player has their own booth. Outside the booths, there are public restrooms. Daily food and water must be exchanged through the system store. World Square is now very quiet. Basically, there's hardly anyone around. Yamaguchi Muraki just went for a walk outside. All he found were players from Newbie Village one on Sakala Island. In other words, of the entire Otherworld invasion game, only their Newbie Village one on Sakala Island was unlucky enough to be slaughtered into this state. Looking at his resurrection time of over 3 hours, Yamaguchi Meraki took a deep breath. He calmed the frustration and gloom in his heart. He casually opened the livestream of the current top-level player on the China server. Dear Zhang Yifeng. Equipment info. All skill info is hidden, but his level has already reached 23. On screen, Zhang Yifeng is leading a group of Chinese players hunting monsters. He alone, sword and shield in hand, fights fiercely through the beast horde. 7 charges in, 7 charges out. Even worse, 3 priestess girls follow him, healing and shielding him, laughing and chatting, relaxed and carefree. How dashing and triumphant. This is what a true gamer should look like. But he himself, Yamaguchi Village Chicken, couldn't help recalling those freaky, muscle-bound monsters. He thought of the dung balls, and of his own shattered eggs. The more he thought, the angrier he got. The more he thought, the more frustrated he felt. Finally it turned into one grief-stricken, furious Bakayaru. He slammed his fist hard down on the seat. Chapter 94. Forgive him. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? Yamaguchi Village Chicken was unwilling to accept it. Looking at his few remaining invasion points, a trace of fear welled up in his heart. The respawn time after death grew longer and longer. If he stayed in World Square waiting to respawn, with no invasion points left to buy food, the final outcome would be starving to death. No, he had to search nearby for another beginner village, and ask them for help. With that thought, Yamaguchi Meraki began carefully searching the livestream channels of Sakala Island players. Very quickly they found the nearest starting village, Sakala Island number 6. They checked the player with the highest level. That player was the one they contacted. Yamaguchi Village Chicken thought to himself. He switched the player list to sort by level, highest to lowest. A familiar name suddenly appeared at the very top. Yamaguchi Village Chicken's eyes went wide. A big slap smacked right across his face. And in the square there was no pain blocking, so this one really hurt. But he had no time to care, his heart racing with excitement. With trembling hands, she clicked on the avatar she'd long dreamed of. Doggy, is that you? But the screen before her was pitch black. Only a line of big red text. This livestream is private content. It has been locked by the player who owns the livestream. Not open to the public for free. When the private content is over, the livestream returns to normal. If you want to watch the private content, please submit an entry fee of 500 invasion points to the livestream's owner. Yamaguchi Village Princess. Sigma. This ... Could it be her? She pursed her lips. His face twitched slightly. He hesitated for a moment. But in the end, as if making up his mind, he took out 500 invasion points and submitted them. The pitch-black screen disappeared. Colors gradually appeared. Inside were bizarre, dazzling scenes. But in that instant, the world seemed to turn black and white. Doggy, my doggy ... No ... Double quotes Yamaguchi Meraki murmured in pain. Laughter and joy reached his ears. But Yamaguchi Meraki only found it noisy. His body gradually stiffened and grew cold. He sent a pathetic whimpering message. After a moment of silence, he redeemed a box of tissues from the system store. Yamaguchi Meraki never imagined that she'd finally get in touch with his doggy. He had originally wanted to leave quietly, but the sharp-eyed doggy spotted his name among the player ID scrolling in the stream. Then doggy quickly shooed away the players nearby and opened a private chat with him. Yamaguchi-kun, is that you? Looking at the message Guguzi had sent, Yamaguchi Meraki was to choke to speak. He had so much he wanted to say, but he didn't know what was blocking his heart. It finally became one sentence. Can you tell me why you did this? It's just a game. Guguzi's messages were flying in fast. And I also did it to get strong quickly. Otherwise, how could a poor weak girl like me survive in this game? I'm with them only for mutual benefit. Yamaguchi-kun, my heart still belongs to you. Like that year under the cherry blossoms, I gave myself to you. Do you still remember that kiss? Yamaguchi Meraki remembered that year, that month, the blossoms and him. The azure sky, clouds curling and drifting. Birds flew, insects chirped. That cherry blossom scent still lingers around my nose. How beautiful it all was. And all that beauty was the doggy standing in for him. The Yamaguchi Village Chicken's cold, stiff heart grew warm and soft. As long as Mima the doggy still loves him, then that's enough. What else can we do? Such a wonderful girl would of course choose to forgive him. But even if we forgive Mima the doggy, nor does it mean Yamaguchi Meraki can tolerate his own woman being casually touched by others. So he warned Mima Guguzi, you must understand my lowly position. But now I've already entered the game. We can support each other. You don't need to demean yourself like this. And this is something that truly breaks my heart. Oh, my dear Yamaguchi, thank you for understanding. I promise I will never let you see this kind of situation again. My heart truly belongs to you. Mima Guguzi's sincere words made Yamaguchi Muraki feel much better. The two of them flirted a little through the screen. They chatted about their own experiences. Finally, they brought the topic around to the newbie village and the monsters. Mima Guguzi, I need your help. Yamaguchi Sonji actually finds this a bit hard to say. After all, as a man, going to beg a woman for help or something. This makes the overexcited Yamaguchi Sonji feel utterly ashamed. But he has no other choice. Mima Guguzi's beginner village number 6 is closest to them. It's the only force they can rely on right now. Yamaguchi-kun, whatever you need, just say the word. All my people are yours, no need to be shy. Since Guguzi had already said so, Yamaguchi Village Chicken no longer hesitated. He immediately relayed what happened at Sakala Island's number 1 novice village, including the situation with those mushrooms roughly filling Mima Guguzi in. On the other side of the screen, Mima Guguzi was earning extra cash while browsing through the messages Yamaguchi Village Chicken had sent. He had long since turned off his live stream. Yamaguchi Village Chicken had no idea what Mima was up to. Despicable Jura. Had a mocking smile tugged at the corner of Mima Guguzi's mouth. He stomped hard on one of the players. The main work was already done. Now it's all just after dinner dessert. He could finally calm down and think about the intel Yamaguchi Muraki had brought. Now he was still about a day's travel from the business forest. The journey was so boring. Every night, he had to summon a few players to discuss magic with him. Of course, he charged a lesson fee. 500 invasion points for one magic lesson with him. Just from discussing magic, he already earned nearly 20,000 invasion points. This also filled him with confidence. To slay the dragon and lead the player ranks, the monsters have poured out of their lair, with Yamaguchi Village drawing their attention. Now the forest's defenses are truly empty. And this is the best chance. A golden gleam flashed in Guguzi's eyes. The tension and pressure in his heart faded in an instant. This let him breathe a sigh of relief. Guguzi said, "That's about it. We need your support." Yamaguchi Muraki's latest message popped up. Yamaguchi's army is waiting for me. A little over 2 days. I'll bring players over to help you. You know that too. Novice Village number 6 is still quite far from Novice Village number 1. Click to send the message. A cold smile curled onto Mima Guguzi's lips. Help you. You wish. Chapter 95, Special Inheritance. Yamaguchi Murahime was overjoyed to receive Mima Guguzi's reply. His affection for Mima Doggy was reborn and grew even stronger. What a good girl she was. The moment she heard he was in trouble, she set out at once from the number 6 starter village on Sakala Island. She didn't want to waste one moment. Sure enough, Mima Doggy still loved him deeply. What happened in the live stream room? Those 7 or 8 players and all that were just an accident, right? He did it to survive better, so he could meet himself. Yaoji can get back into the game in 2 hours. This time, my little brother has to find a good hiding spot. We can't get killed by those damned monsters again. Mima Doggo is still waiting for him. Now Yamaguchi Murahime was full of fight. Forest Dragon is open. A day and a night had passed in nest time. The vibration on Sunayan's body gradually subsided, but he still shows no signs of waking up. Anna has counted the scales on Sunayan's body twice. There are 14,785 black dragon scales in total, and some pale red scales that had grown in with the barbs weren't counted either, mainly because they were hard to count. She could only get a rough idea. She counted while she wiped. She not only wiped every scale on the black dragon spotlessly clean, she even made a tiny pink flower wreath and put it on the black dragon's big head. Hee hee, cute big brother, when are you finally going to wake up? Anna really misses you. Anna has nothing left to do. She rested her chin on her hand and lay beside the black dragon, her adorable peach blossom eyes fixed on the sleeping black dragon. Her gaze was full of fascination and longing. The black dragon's body had swollen rapidly in just 2 days, like an inflating balloon. The dragon head that Anna could barely clasp with her arms spread wide before. Now even holding half of it was a struggle. Outside the cave, after the night rain, a damp cold wind was blowing. The chilly wind rushed in, howling as it swept past. Anna couldn't help shivering. She nestled into Sunayan's arms. "Brother, will you catch a cold?" So cold, she sniffled. She stroked the black dragon scales. They felt cold. So she crawled out of Sunayan's arms. She dragged the bearskin mat over. Brother was so big. The mat was so small. Anna tilted her head and thought for a moment. In the end, she draped the bearskin mat over the black dragon's big head. Mom said sleeping with your head in the wind at night makes you catch a cold. His belly might catch cold if it's exposed to the wind. Anna curled up beside her brother's belly to protect it. This way, only his head needed to be covered. Hee hee, The girl's innocent murmurs echoed through the empty cave, then gradually faded into silence. Anna had already curled up beside the black dragon and fallen asleep. With his head half covered by the brown bearskin mat, the black dragon looked a bit silly. He had none of his usual fierce and imposing demeanor. Instead, he looked like a bride about to enter the bridal chamber. But no one saw that embarrassing moment. Only the stars, parting the clouds in the sky, were smiling, silently recording this moment. Sunayan, asleep, knew nothing of what was happening outside. His dragon heritage was nearing its end. It had reached the final part, the legacy of dragons and magic. But during this process, a slight accident occurred. Not only did he awaken some magical powers, he was also pulled into an unknown space by a mysterious force. This was a world constructed from purple crystals. Before Sunayan lay a massive pink dragon, coiled up. He had a pair of bright blue eyes, bright and deep, like a calm lake or a clear midsummer sky. Sunayan's heart took courage. The beautiful dragon before him was his ancestor, Kane now Rydvorda Stupak. Before Kane, he, at only 10 meters long, seemed utterly tiny. One of Kana's wings alone could likely cover half a city. You carry the blood of me and him. It is very pure. No sound came through. The dragon before him had gentle eyes. It just lay there, coiled and quiet. But deep inside Sunayan's mind, the dragon's will was unmistakably clear. I will grant you a unique inheritance. Live on, and let them feel the story of me and him. A purple crystal condensed before the dragon and floated up in front of Sunayan. Then everything in front of him shattered like glass struck by a baseball. And Sunayan was sent flying by a colossal force. As if he'd been kicked hard, Sunayan froze for a beat. This ancestor of his really was a maverick. Just casually pulled myself into this. Then, after explaining everything, he left without another word. Didn't even say what was inside that purple crystal. They must be referring to the players. Honestly, even without being told, I'd have driven them off. Sunayan scratched his own claws. He carefully approached the purple crystal. Before him, the purple crystal was glowing with a soft violet light. It looked mysterious. What in the world is this thing? Sunayan instinctively felt he should swallow this crystal. Logically, at a time like this, one should play it safe. Throwing this crystal away is the proper thing to do. But his ancestor would never harm him. Sunayan could feel the pink dragon's warmth and goodwill toward him. So Sunayan, without another word, raised his claw and crushed the purple crystal. HMPH, to be a powerful mutant dragon with a system. All unsafe factors must be nipped in the bud. What if his ancestor wanted to take over his body? But it seemed Sunayan was overthinking things. For certain powerful beings, if they want to give something away, even if the recipient doesn't want it, it must still be accepted. Such was the case for Sunayan right now. The instant the purple crystal was crushed, it turned into a beam of purple light. With a whoosh, it shot straight into Sunayan's body. You have acquired the special skill, Decrease Sacrifice Ritual. Your existence will enter the summoning sequence at the highest rank. You will hear special summoning rituals across the world answering the call. They must exchange their soul to become your vassal. Your vassal dies. You will inherit all their power. If you die, your vassal will die as well. The summoning has a time limit. You can return at any time within the limit. After one lifetime, your vassal will form a bond with you. From now on, you can locate your follower at any place and listen to all his thoughts. Chapter 96, the Longin Inheritance System's intro is very detailed. This is an ability similar to showing off in public. It lets you show off more happily. Not only can you show off, you can also recruit underlings and unlock the map. But Sunayan says showing off and such can just get lost. He's not some young dragon. Besides, he has a wife to support. It's not worth taking risks just to show off. The right choice is to lie low until you're invincible, then show off. Unless absolutely necessary, the system's voice had just asked, summon detected, respond. Sunayan vaguely sensed a wonderful feeling of being called and needed. In his mind, a vast and mysterious sea of stars suddenly appeared. Previously, all those stars seemed dim, but now, one of them had already lit up. A faint white thread connected to his dragon body. Sunayan had a premonition. He could teleport to the summoner's location through this mysterious connection. And once you accept this summon, the summoner becomes his underling. That's way too efficient. How could there be such a good thing? Of course, he refused outright. Sunayan curled his lips, ignoring that shimmering star. Before long, the star dimmed, and then disappeared completely. That person died. He probably ran into some danger. He wanted to make one last desperate attempt, even if it meant sacrificing his own soul. But Sunayan didn't pay him any mind. I'll mourn for you for 1 second. Sunayan continued digesting dragon and magic. He paid no further mind to the old stone trap matter. He had to face the same dangers the summoner faced. This ability is extremely powerful, but it's also a double-edged sword. The dragon's dragon magic is not the same as traditional magic that uses spells. The activation of this dragon magic is more like a force close to rules. They differ according to their category. Some of them also drive spells, but most of those spells come from the surrounding environment, rather than originating from within the dragon's body. The magic inside a dragon's body is more like a switch and a fuse. Which magic dragons pass down through their bloodline is random. Of course, it also depends greatly on their own talent. The stronger a dragon's magical talent, each inheritance can grant more dragons and magic. Clearly, Tsunayan's talent was not all that impressive. In this first advanced inheritance, he only gained 3 dragon language spells. Lisaneer, Breath Whisper. Through a low, alien tongue, it reveals all life and terrain around. Any camouflage will find nowhere to hide. Zyrkozen, Rouse Spirits. Through a rousing roar, it lifts the morale of its subordinates. Under the influence of the Dragon Rock, familiars will receive an overall ability boost. And for a while they're fearless of death, no side effects. Sunhail AK disarms enemy weapons. Through Dragon Rock, steel gear falls apart. If the enemy is off guard, it can strip their weapon and armor. On the whole, it's still fairly practical. And I don't know if it fits his dog cage trait. Each of these Dragon Rocks is more underhanded than the last. No need to mention the first Dragon Rock. A true camper has to find every other camper and wipe them all out. Make himself a one-of-a-kind sneak. That makes perfect sense. The second is a perfect fit for a behind-the-scenes boss who sends armies into battle. And it's also very cautious. The third is like Harry Potter's disarming charm, but its dragon roar covers a much wider area. Anyone who hears this dragon roar will be caught in it. And now Tsunayan just needs to keep training these dragon roars non-stop in the inheritance dream with no cooldown, until their activation becomes muscle memory. Only then will the inheritance dream kick him out, and he slowly wakes, unaware of time. But outside the dream, 3 days had already passed since he fell into slumber. A player team of over 2,000 approached the music forest at dusk on the 3rd day. The one leading them was none other than Maima Guguzi. He had not gone to Sakala Island #1 starting village. In fact, to keep the monsters besieging the starting village from spotting him, he deliberately took a long detour. Compared with his first time in the music forest, Maima Guguzi could clearly sense that the music forest had become much quieter. That creepy feeling of being watched was gone. This meant that what Yamaguchi Muraki had told him was true. At least, there should not be many monsters left near the dragon's nest. They say those kobolds set all sorts of vicious, cunning traps. And near the dragon's lair, there are rocket towers with devastating power. My life is pretty precious. I can't afford to die in these traps, Maima Doggo muttered to himself. He looked toward the dragon's lair in the shadowy forest and fired a fireball. He only had 1 day left. After 1 day, his story quest would fail outright. All his power would disappear completely, and he would be reduced to his original form. This is the final chance. Only success is allowed. No failure is permitted. With that thought, Maima Guguzi ordered the group of newly taken male concubines behind her. You scout ahead. Be careful yourselves. The Yingi forest is full of traps. Even if you die, better to die storming the dragon's lair. Don't die like a waste. Ah, Miss Guguzi is actually worried about me. This is really, really exciting. Worthless. I'm worthless. Miss Guguzi, could you please scold me a few more times? The male players following behind Maima Guguzi all wore enraptured expressions on their faces, a rosy flush blooming across their cheeks. They had all recently been learning magic from Maima Guguzi, completely won over by her profound knowledge. There were about 70 or 80 of them. Now every single one of them is Maima Guguzi's dog. As long as Maima Guguzi is willing to teach them magic, they're willing to do anything for Maima Doggy. We'll see how you perform. Those who do well get extra magic lessons tonight. Enough talk. Let's move. Maima Doggy licked his lips. With a seductive look, he urged them on. Then he brought out the tracking formation. It guided the Dominers to the Dragon Dynasty's exact location. Neither Maima Doggy nor the players noticed. In the distant woods, hidden within the dim shadows, a pair of bright eyes had already been watching all of this. He landed silently on the ground and flew swiftly close to the ground toward Dragon Court. Chapter 97. Entering Dragon Court to slay the evil dragon. Above Dragon Court, a dark shadow streak passed rapidly. The bird demon leader, Ji-Taimei, landed hurriedly inside Dragon Court. He was the one who had just witnessed the human army. Meanwhile, in the dragon's lair, Anna was carefully stuffing fruit into the black dragon's mouth. Her gentle, caring look was like nursing a patient, though only a little juice could get down. But it was better than nothing. She didn't know what else she could do for Tsunayan besides wiping his scales and hugging him for warmth. Then she suddenly thought that her brother had been asleep for so long. What if he got hungry in his sleep? Anna had felt the pangs of hunger many times while being trafficked by humans. At the worst, she had gone 3 or 4 days without food. Her stomach cramped as if a blazing fire were burning inside. She didn't want her brother to feel that same pain. "Grandma, something terrible has happened. A human army is attacking." G-Time's scream startled Anna, who had been staring at the black dragon with a silly grin. It also made the elf girl leap to her feet with a start. Her fair little face was full of tension. Instantly, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out at her temples. She didn't correct what G-Time called her. She just blushed, her pretty face reddening. And she bit her soft pink lips, as if she had quietly accepted it. He was always Big Brothers, so calling him that isn't wrong. What happened? Where are those humans now? By now they should be at the edge of the dim forest, heading for Dragon Court. G-Time looked reverent. They showed no arrogance just because Anna was Leiru's mage apprentice. After all, the girl before them was the Black Dragon boss's favorite. Anna's brows furrowed slightly at that. She gritted her silver teeth. These humans chose this very moment to attack the Dragon Dynasty. Their timing couldn't be worse. The Chailing leader and most of the monsters aren't in the dynasty now. Only G-Time and Brother G are here. Even half of the Blaze Rabbits are gone. What should I do now? Anna had never faced a situation like this, but after her initial panic, because she had someone she wanted to protect, that conviction made her calm herself down quickly. G-Time immediately sent to Bird Demons to find Gravelf, leader of the Chailing tribe, and tell him the Dragon Dynasty was attacked. They urgently need reinforcements. Also notify Brother G to lead the Flame Rabbits into the Flame Sword Tower at once and prepare the defenses. And have all the Serpent Beasts spread out into the forests along the road. Hide in the trees and wait for the right moment. Don't confront the humans head-on. Focus mainly on harassment. Strike and fall back. After just a brief silence, Anna issued one clear, well-ordered command after another, though he still looks a little tense and immature. But having stayed with the Black Dragon all this time, he has learned by example. He has gained a hint of the Black Dragon's decisiveness and composure. This made G-Time the one who can stay by the master's side. Even if it's just a right beast, it's still the extraordinary outskirts of the business forest. Actually, out of caution, Mima Guguzi and the player's army is even slower to advance. A group of male players walks at the very front, spread across an area roughly 100 square meters. They were sticking their butts up in the air. With every step, they were being extremely careful. They looked like they were measuring the land. They had no choice but to be careful. On the way, 4 or 5 unlucky guys had already stepped on traps and died back at the starter village. And so they lost their chance to discuss magic with Mima the dog that evening. All around them were nothing but charred woods. Even though the rain had washed over it, it still gave off a foul stench of burnt rubber. However, as the players steadily pushed forward, such woods were becoming fewer and fewer. The view gradually turned lush and green. This was a sign of nearing the Dragon Dynasty. All around was complete silence. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. The trees grew denser and denser, and the light around them began to dim. Something was wrong. Mima Guguzi immediately became alert. Ever since he had become a Grand Mage, he was already feeling a strong sense of danger. So when the foul wind came rushing in, Mima Guguzi's inner alarm bells rang loudly. He instantly rolled on the spot to dodge. Out of the corner of his eye, beside his body, a sharp claw as large as a wash basin flashed past. Even though he dodged it, the player beside him didn't dodge. In an instant, the snake muscle beast hiding in the tree crushed his skull with one claw. He dropped dead on the spot. 2 enemies dead. Damn, they ambushed us from the trees. The Sakala Slayer players all roared and charged to surround the snake muscle beast. This snake beast has been exposed. He originally wanted to catch and kill the female humans, then use the thrust to get back up onto the tree. But unexpectedly, this human dodged, so he had to settle for second best. But in the end, he couldn't get back into the tree right away. The hidden serpent beast saw trouble and bolted, but humans were everywhere nearby. In the end, it was surrounded by a band of warriors, with several flashes of magical light. Smoke rose from the serpent beast's body. Its body scorched black, it collapsed to the ground. The serpent beast's death seemed to flip a switch. Just as the players gathered together, more serpent beasts sprang down from the shade of the trees. They launched an attack with no fear of death. Swish, 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 a few cold gleams flashed past, and the players' heads burst open like watermelons, one by one. Mages, shield up quick. These monsters like to attack the head. Protect your heads. Idiot, they're even going for our butts. The clamor of Sakala players and the shrieks of snakeskin beasts mingled together. Mima Guguzi looked at the chaos around him. A cruel, venomous glint flickered in his eyes. In his hand, he conjured a pyroblast fireball. He hurled it at the forest. Soon that stretch of forest was ablaze, and the snake muscle beast in the trees had nowhere to hide. They fled in panic. They set fire to the trees that might hide snake muscle beasts, to speed up the march. Seeing it was working, Mima Guguzi abruptly turned and told the mage players that this method could truly solve their urgent problem. But if they moved too slowly, they might also be trapped in the sea of fire. Forget about the traps. Hurrying along under Mima Guguzi's command, the players quickened their march. Along the way, many players still died in traps, and some were even killed by the serpent maidens on the road. But they also slew quite a few monsters, and successfully reached the dragon nest. The gray, nest-shaped building stood right before them, surrounded by the familiar cliffs. Compared to that day, when it was packed with a monster army, the dragon nest now felt rather quiet. Sure enough, the most troublesome monsters weren't in Dragon Court. This was the perfect time to slay the dragon. Mima Guguzi's gaze locked onto the 5 flame sword towers near Dragon Court. A plan began to form in their mind. Faced with defensive structures that had heavy firepower and were built in extremely tricky spots, they simply ignored them. The best choice was to rally a wave of forces and charge into Dragon Court. After all, those flame sword towers couldn't fire into Dragon Court. Their firing angle just wasn't wide enough. Even though this would lose many players, it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as he wasn't the one taking the loss. At that thought, Mima Guguzi unbuttoned the 2 buttons on her chest, revealing her fair neck and half of a magnificent breast. Swaying her hips, she faced the crowd of players. Most of these players were male. Their gazes instantly, just like a lolicon in a crowd locking onto a loli, converged on that stretch of milky white breasts. Their breathing suddenly grew heavy. Friends, the Dragon Court is right before us. The evil dragon that stops at nothing is right inside the Dragon Court. Right now, the Dragon Court's defenses are weak. This is the perfect time for us to rise and attack. Slaying the dragon won't just earn us the quest reward. To whoever cuts off the dragon's head, I promise a one-on-one magic discussion. All kinds of magic, of course. Mima Guguzi winked playfully as she said this. She leaned forward gently and blew a kiss. Her cleavage looked even deeper than before, as if to suck away the souls of all the male players. For that doggy, little Giazon. A middle-aged uncle wiped the drool from his mouth. He raised his longsword and let out a roar. Players around him all responded. They roared and charged into Dragon Dynasty. Slay the Dragon, Chapter 98. Get out of Dragon Dynasty. It must be said, compared to that timid Yamaguchi village chicken, the ruthless Mima doggy is better fit to lead, though he'd gotten quite a bit of intel beforehand. That boldness and decisiveness were plain to see. Encouraged, the male players swarmed toward the dragon. This one wave had over 700 of them. More than 500 more were readying a second charge. Most of them were warriors. A few fanatical mages were even mixed in. As for the female players, who were mostly mages, though they didn't care about Mima dog turning into a dog, they would still cast shields on the male players charging ahead, facing the humans howling and swarming like locusts. The monsters controlling the flame sword towers froze for a moment. It was as if hundreds of Lolis had charged into the defense tower, instantly stunning it completely. Where were they supposed to shoot? There were people everywhere. At that moment, the U-shaped dragon lair layout kicked in. The players were packed together, unable to spread out, so the monsters had no need to choose targets. They just fired flame blades straight at the dragon lair entrance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flaming blades slammed into the crowd of players. Explosions erupted instantly. Anyone without a shield was killed on the spot. Those with shields could barely keep charging. This was Sakala Island's No. 6 starter village facing the Dragon Lair's defenses for the first time. The exploding flame blades were hard for them to accept. Their hearts were filled with confusion. Baka, why do these monsters have firearms? This is an unfair war. We're still in the age of cold weapons. Don't stop. Keep charging. The players' charge was checked. The Dragon Lair's easy to defend, hard to attack terrain drove them crazy. Not to mention the dense mass of ferocious flame rabbits and serpent beasts blocking the entrance. Guguzi took command behind the players, watching it all unfold. She couldn't help feeling anxious. Dead players were teleported straight back to the World Plaza. If they revived, they'd be in No. 6 starter village. That was a million miles from the Dragon Lair. They couldn't get back in time. Now every death meant one fewer player. If these flame sword towers kept firing, and all the players were wiped out, there'd be no damn dragon to chase. With that thought, Guguzi ordered the 2 highest level warrior players behind her, We move forward. Try to take out the 5 arrow towers. You to protect me. Don't worry, Gaguzi will definitely protect you. Hey, one of the warrior players said, while groping Gaguzi's butt. His eyes were filled with naked wildness and lust. But Gaguzi didn't mind. Instead, she enjoyed it and even threw them a flirtatious glance. The 2 warrior players immediately got even more excited. They stood in front of Gaguzi, covered with archmage, grade shields, carefully moving toward the dragon lair. They were now in range. The flame sword towers hadn't noticed them yet. Gaguzi was extremely cautious. She hid behind the warrior players and began chanting a pyroblast fireball. With her current archmage level power, she could condense at most 4 pyroblast fireballs at once. Otherwise it would exceed her control, and her accuracy would drop sharply. A bit closer. She had to maximize the effect of her pyroblast. Only when she could clearly see the firing ports on the flame sword tower did Gaguzi finally stop. She locked her gaze on the nearest flame sword tower. The pyroblast fireball shot out. The second followed right behind. Third, fourth, boom, boom, boom. A string of explosions rang out. Dust and smoke rose, and gradually faded away. Mima Gaguzi disappointedly found the flame sword tower had barely taken any damage. Aside from some scorch marks, it was completely unharmed. What about trying Frostbite Tree, which has a longer chant time? Gaguzi shouted, "Hooray! I love you, Miss Gaguzi." Suddenly, cheers rose from every direction. It turned out that, although Mima Gaguzi hadn't destroyed the flame stomp, the shockwave from the Salt Storm Tree's explosion still reached into the tower. That left a group of monsters below level 10 stunned. They couldn't keep operating the flame stomp. And the flame sword tower's attacks also stopped for a while. A single flame sword tower could no longer stop the Sakala player's charge. Many warrior players had already broken through the tower's defense line, and were fighting the monsters at Dragon Court's gates. Their levels were much higher than the players from Novice Village No. 1. After all, the monsters they'd killed while leveling were all normal ones, so from the very start, the monsters faced enormous pressure. They weren't Dragon Court's main force, after all. Casualties quickly appeared. Only the bird demons circling above, dropping boulders, stayed safe from harm. Strange, we've already fought this deep. Why hasn't that black dragon come out yet? It couldn't have already run away, could it? Mima Gaguzi's heart clenched. She quickly pulled out the tracking array and checked. It was pointing at Dragon Court. That's right, though she was deeply puzzled. Since they'd come all this way, time was short. Even at the cost of their lives, they had to swarm the giant dragon to death. She no longer planned to waste time on these monsters. She immediately ordered the warrior players to suppress the monsters. Taking the lead, she pushed into Dragon Court with the remaining players. Inside the enormous Dragon Court, the light was dim. But everyone's gaze was drawn to the massive creature at its center. How is it already this huge? Mima murmured softly, his eyes filled with shock and panic. When they first encountered this black dragon, it had been crouching low, no bigger than a small bus. But now, just coiled up there, it was nearly the size of a military heavy truck. Looking at it now, the black dragon was at least 10 meters long, and its wingspan had likely reached 15 meters. For players like them, it was already a monstrous behemoth. It's in an advanced slumber, no wonder. No wonder. Ha ha ha. Demon Scorpion, no matter how hard the task, there's always a sliver of hope, so this is the key to breaking the deadlock. Using appraisal, they noticed the black dragon's condition. Mima Doggy was already beside himself with joy. His body and mind felt utterly wonderful. A flush of excitement spread across his face. This was far more thrilling than discussing magic with those players. Why would he seek out so many players to discuss magic? Well, because those players were just too quick. So he could only follow the principle that quantity leads to quality. Get out of the dragon lair! A soft, sweet shout rang out. The voice seemed to tremble slightly from fear, but one could easily hear the anger and hatred in her voice. They followed the sound and looked over. Only then did the Sakala players notice a dainty elf girl standing before the black dragon. Compared to the black dragon, her petite, delicate figure seemed utterly out of place. At first, the players had paid no attention to her. Anna now stood blocking the black dragon's path, her face cold and stern. The two monster leaders, Jij and Jataime, flanked her protectively. Behind the little girl floated over a dozen elemental orbs of water ball and light magic, all intermingled, and they were still gathering. The dragon scheme was about to surface chapter 99, but the crisis Anna faced was not only that. Suddenly, from behind the dragon lair, there also came a noisy uproar. Within it, he could faintly hear the clash of weapons and the roars of demon beasts. The bird demon chief understood the mainland tongue, and his hearing was extremely sharp. He knew at once what was happening. The human soldiers in the experimental fields had mutinied. They were rebelling against the dragon lair, whose forces were growing ever weaker. By now, the dragon lair was besieged on all sides. Little girl, you really are cute. Do you really think you can fight me with just those water ball and light spells? Mima Goguzi gracefully held her magic staff. She looked down at the girl with a condescending gaze. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of her mouth. And a hint of envy lurked deep in her eyes. How is this little girl so precise? That fair, dewy skin barely seemed real. She used an appraisal spell to check Anna's level, and found she was nothing but a mere magic apprentice, though she had no idea how an apprentice could control so many spells at once. Perhaps it was because the natives of this other world had special constitutions. It's not like we can't accept this sort of thing. Mima Doggy was inwardly guessing. After all, players level up so fast. If the otherworld natives have no edge, then this game is pointless. The threat is right before them. The enemy is so arrogant. Anna gritted her teeth and said nothing. She knew full well she was weak, but being weak was no reason for her to turn and flee. Even so weak, he still had the resolve to protect those dear to him. The water orb and light orb behind him spun around his body under his will, and shot precisely toward the human army at the entrance of Dragon Court. That little girl Yuxi attacked us, huh? Oh my, I'm so scared. The players on Sakala Island were all amused. That water ball spell is a huge one, and it does look intimidating. But no matter what, it's still just water. Can water really kill someone? As for the baby fist-sized orb of light, they simply ignored it. They sneered at the magic flying toward them. Their eyes on Anna gradually filled with greed and lust. At first they hadn't noticed, but now looking closely, they saw this elf girl was delicate and lovely. Clutching her staff, she stood there timidly, like a porcelain doll, as if she had stepped right out of a painting. If this were modern times, with her skin like smooth jade, she'd leave those rarely seen beauties of Japan hundreds of streets behind. Her face was like a painting. Snow-white hair like a waterfall. On her head and behind her, beast ears and a tiger tail. All these traits made the Sakala players shift focus from dragon slaying to seizing the elf girl. Seize her and lock her up. Toy with her at will. This is another world. And it's also a game. No laws hold anyone back. Might makes right. As long as they are strong enough, they can freely unleash their wild beast nature. Just like Mima Guguzi, he can stop at nothing to achieve his goals. No one will ever punish him. And with Guguzi's help, these Sakala players awaken their most primal destructive desires even earlier. They are gradually becoming closer to qualified invaders. Puff puff puff, the water ball spell burst open with a ringing boom. Just as the players expected, these intimidating water ball spells, aside from soaking their clothes, had no effect whatsoever. But those little balls of light were different. With a series of muffled bangs, the player's vision suddenly went pure white. They were actually blinded by the fierce white light. Only Mima Doggo, a dog inside the shield, fared a bit better. He could still barely make out what was happening inside Dragon Court. Urgent footsteps came from all around. Mima Doggo looked toward the sound. Then the snake sinew beast leader and the bird demon leader were closing in fast on these laughable monsters. They planned to seize the chance and launch a sneak attack. But this was nothing more than a desperate last stand. He, Mima Guguzi, was now a great archmage. Although that elf girl's magic strength was somewhat odd, it was not without a way to counter. Everyone, turn around and get down. Quick, Mima Guguzi had a plan. He gave the order at once. Hearing Mima Guguzi's shout, the players subconsciously followed along. Although everything ahead was still a vast white blur, a hint of red glow was already rising in the center of their vision. That was a sign their eyesight was gradually recovering. Ala ora oscora, Mima Guguzi chanted out the syllables one by one. This was a mage-grade field spell. It was called the Darkest Hour. It was the opposite of a light spell. It worked by absorbing light elements to create a dark environment. This kind of magic made no distinction between friend and foe. But since light is everywhere, it cannot create absolute darkness. Unless in a completely dark room. Creating this spell was like taking off your pants to fart, utterly pointless. But at this moment, it worked wonders. Mima Guguzi had to admire Archmage Masonti's vast knowledge. He knew few profound spells, but he'd learned a whole bunch of useless ones. The shadow swallowed the light spell, the two cancelled out, and light across the entire Dragon Court returned to normal. Just a little dim. The player's vision gradually recovered. At the same time, being humiliated by a tiny light tree infuriated them. They felt they had been made fools of. Idiot, stop wasting time. Xian Tuo, watch out for this light tree. Today we're going to snatch you back. Lock you up in a little dark room. Let's see the big goldfish at work. The rest of you, come with me to clear out the monsters nearby. Everyone, take down this elf cub first, it can't escape. When the time comes, we can just play however we want. The last Sakala player's words won everyone's approval. They all drew their weapons one after another. With ferocious smiles, they stepped closer and closer to the dragon and the elf girl, facing the fierce and menacing Sakala players with malicious intent. The terror in Anna's heart had reached its absolute peak, but she already had no way out at all. She had once thought of commanding the monsters to carry Tsunayan away and escape the dragon court, but the black dragon's body was simply too heavy. There was simply no way to lift him up. Sorry, brother. Anna failed to protect you, but Anna will stay right by your side, no matter life or death. Anna bit her lip and turned around. Her soft little hands clenched tightly, her petite body trembling. Her usually bright, smiling peach blossom eyes were already filled with glistening tears. He felt like he was nothing but a waste, unable to do anything at all. Whether in the Elven Forest or the Dragon Court, he could only watch his family die horribly. His mom and dad, his sister, and now even his brother. He gently closed his eyes. He hugged the black dragon's huge head tightly. Sorrow and pain tormented his heart. Crystal tears slid down the corners of his eyes. They fell with pitter-patter onto the black dragon's nose. Face wet with tears, he turned his thin back to the enemy, chest against the sharp dragon horns. If those humans tried to take him away, he would immediately let the sharp dragon horns pierce his own chest. If death is unavoidable, then I will die together with my brother. The Sakala players grew more and more arrogant. G-Time and Brother G threw caution to the wind, trying to turn back, but they were already surrounded by the players. Blades, spears, clubs, and low-grade magic rained down on them without mercy. Before long, they were covered in wounds, barely breathing. The mocking laughter of the Sakala players mingled with the mournful cries of the monsters outside Dragon Court. A symphony of despair began to play, but for the players, it was the sound of triumph. Despair was growing. The air grew heavy, yet at that very moment, the chaotic notes hit pause. A deep, mighty dragon roar shook the spirit. Like sudden thunder, it drowned out every sound. Heaven and earth fell silent. How dare base reptiles invade my domain? The low voice was like a volcano about to erupt. Fury rolled across the countenance. A ferocious killing intent was suppressed, brewing into flames that would consume everything. Inside the dim dragon lair, a pair of pale golden dragon eyes opened. D100, every dragon has a reverse scale. Tsunayan's advanced inheritance was not over, but in the dream, he felt an indescribable pain. As if he was about to lose something precious. The pain was like a razor slowly carving wounds in his heart. Countless insects crawling into the wounds, gnawing freely. Then someone seized his throat from outside. He had a premonition that something was wrong at the lair. But without completing the inheritance, he could not wake unless a blade was at his neck. That was only true for ordinary dragons. Tsunayan was different. Half of his soul was not dragon. And layered together, his soul was even stronger. So he broke through the bindings and woke early. Though it meant his inherited magic was less refined and greatly weakened in effect, he would need time training to regain his proficiency. But that didn't matter. After all, his strongest power was never dragon inheritance. The first thing he saw was Anna's tearful face. The starlight in her eyes was already like a candle flickering in the wind, leaving only scattered ashes, turning into bitter, sorrowful tears, falling drop by drop. Her crying made Tsunayan's heart ache. He heard the voice that haunted his dreams. Though it was not pleasant, it was still an infinitely familiar voice. Anna raised her head in a daze. The starlight in her eyes seemed to add fresh fuel to still warm ashes, and it began to burn again. Brother. She still could not quite believe it. Anna reached out her soft little hand, carefully touching the hard, cold scales on the black dragon's face. And as the black dragon woke, those scales all tensed up, becoming even firmer. This was all real. She was not dreaming. Her brother truly had woken up. At that moment, Tsunayan's gaze fell on the players behind Anna, but his golden dragon eyes reflected their shocked, terrified faces. In his mind, the system notification sounds kept ringing without stop, but he had no time to care about them. Right now, he only wanted to vent. Dragon breath had fully gathered. The furious black dragon leapt down from the rocky platform. His sharp dragon claws slammed into the ground. In an instant, over a dozen players who failed to dodge were crushed into pulp. The whole lair trembled slightly. Brother. Anna's soft, gentle voice sounded from behind, making Tsunayan stop. The bird demon leader and the serpent beast leader are still over there. Hearing this, Tsunayan looked around. He spotted G-Time and G-J lying in a corner, barely breathing. The players there had already scattered. The two mushrooms' feathers had been plucked completely clean. G-Time's body was covered with quite a few bite marks. Tsunayan frowned deeply at the sight. His disgust for the Sakala Island players grew even stronger. He would never allow anyone to be more twisted than him. So these players all had to die. Blazing pale green dragon flame spewed out. As Sunayan entered the adolescent dragon stage, his breath became much more ferocious. Both the volume and the range of his breath were enhanced. Thanks to Anna's earlier kind reminder, he still did his best to restrain the power of his spray. It didn't spread to Jitaime and Jije, those two loyal monsters. Hey mage, cast a shield. Where's the shield, Bugs? Can't you see I already cast it? Did that crappy shield last even half a second? Your dad is blind. Priest, heal us. Give a heal, and keep going. I'll heal your mom. A large part of the dragon nest became a steamer. The players became like ants on a hot pan. They tried to rush out of the dragon nest. But with so many people, they ended up crammed together. Don't run, no matter what, he's just one. If we stick together, we can beat him. Memaguguzi is already panicking. He kept persuading the players around him. Some players settled down again and stayed by Guguzi's side. But anyone with a bit of gaming sense ignored him completely. What a joke. Ha, their total HP is not even 10,000. That black dragon's burn ticks for 3 or 4,000 each. Get stuck and you're dead. But Sunayan wouldn't let them run off like that. He didn't want this dragon dynasty either. Then his dragon court was freaking built right on the players' starter village. Thinking of this, his long tail lashed behind him, and with a sharp crack, it tore a huge chunk of rock from the hard walls around. Then it flicked its tail and flung it. The rock went flying out. After a loud boom, it not only smashed a group of players, but also blocked the dragon court's front gate. The whole dragon court has only 2 entrances. One is the one now blocked. That's where monsters and Anna usually pass through. The other is right above Sunayan's head. A right-angled passage. It keeps off rain and lets his huge body fly in and out. But now the passage is no longer big enough. After all, his body has swollen to more than 3 times its size. Not far from Chicade the Haladas, a woman's chanting drifted over. A frost shock crashed into the black dragon, but it only left a layer of frost on the dragon's wings. A bright red mist slowly floated above the black dragon's head. Guguzi gritted his teeth. He unfortunately woke up. He used another salt storm and a dragon creek tree. But above the black dragon's head was still a string of misses. How can we not even break through its defense? Just 3 days ago, we could still deal damage. After this black dragon advanced once, its resistance increased that much. You're the culprit. Sunayan sneered and, amid the players scattering everywhere, fired another dragon breath. Then he calmly walked over to Memaguguzi, who was frantically chanting spells with a crazed look. And there were not a few desperate players who wanted to go to the police during this time. But Sunayan's tail seemed to have eyes. Any player who approached the platform, they were all blasted into pulp by this hard dragon tail. For mage players, they were wiped out right after the first dragon blast. Power of the blazing flame, as Barda the fire dragon flying blade, you idiot. Why are all spells a mess? Why is Mima the doggy about to break down, yet he refuses to give up? Clearly, he gave so much. Clearly, he's already tried so hard. Why are you holding on to that last stubbornness? Mima Doggo chants Ice Kudo Arcano Gop and casts an arcane shield on itself. Sunayan looked contemptuously at the players before him. He performed acrobatics as if doing magic tricks. Then he raised his dragon claw and gently pressed it on the arcane shield. He squeezed slightly. Crack! The shield that had just been conjured shattered in an instant. I will make you wish you were dead. Because you touched my reverse aging number 3, Lai Dragon Rock, weapon system, disengage. The deep dragon roar, like muffled thunder, came with the gray dragon rock. The suicide dagger in Memaguguzi's hand dropped to the ground uncontrollably. A crisp clang rang out. He knelt on the ground, looking utterly devastated, staring at the massive, ferocious dragon before him. In Memaguguzi's eyes, only fear and regret remained. Honestly, I wish someone could help me when I'm in despair. But back then, I got through it on my own. Yet I still wish, so I can only pour it into my writing. I know it's cheesy, and I hope you never face despair, but if you do, face it positively. Or there could be someone to keep you company. Chapter 101, Repaying Kindness. There's no cure for regret in this world. Mima CNN con batinian rang mt tingangluan, con din them debuff giike. Apart from that, Sunayan really had no way to make him lose the ability to resist without killing him. After all, his overall strength has now been fully enhanced. Just look at his stats. Name, Sunayan Vatras, sex, male, race, black dragon variant. Level 32, 4th rank, 3,140. Health 96,000, Constitution times 100. Strength 480, Attack 9,600, Strength times 20. Constitution 960, Armor 9600, Constitution times 10. Spirit 320, Magic Resistance 3200, Spirit times 10. Skill, Mutant Dragon. Primal Hunt. Dragon Might Inheritance, Dragon Rock, Advanced Devour, Beginner Insight, Experience Share, Conquest, Deterrence, Decree, Sacrifice Ritual. Though the level didn't rise much, but after entering the 4th tier, the base attributes for each level got boosted. They nearly doubled, climbing steeply. But these numbers are just an objective reflection, only for reference. After all, if the dragon's head gets chopped off, it's dead anyway. No matter how long the health bar is, it's useless. Tsunayan looked around. He found that every player in the Dragon Dynasty was already dead. Most of the Dragon Dynasty was burning with blue-green corrosive flames. All sorts of burnt reek mixed together made him can't help frowning. The Dragon Dynasty was now completely uninhabitable. At that thought, Tsunayan grabbed Mima, Guguzi, and the dying Jij and Jitaimi. At the same time, he took Anna in his mouth and set her on his back. He told the little girl to hold on tight on his ever-broadening back. Then he raised his head. His throat swelled up, glowing with green light. A spiraling stream of dragon breath shot up overhead. In an instant, the top of the dragon lair was blasted open by the force of the breath. With the thunderous roar of shattering rock, Tsunayan spread his wings and rose into the air. His broad dragon wings swept aside several flying chunks of stone. He soared up above the dragon lair. Looking out, corpses lay strewn beyond the lair. Everywhere were the bodies of snake maiden beasts and blazing rabbits. And quite a few players were still putting up a desperate resistance. These are the players who didn't enter Dragon Dynasty. When they learned that everyone in Dragon Dynasty had been wiped out, he didn't plan to retreat. You came, and now you think you can run. Hey, Tsunayan sneered coldly. Fierce light blazed in his dragon eyes. These fallen ones were the demons under his command. They can't be revived. Each death means one less. A low rumble sounded from his chest. The gray dragon and magic rippled outward with the echoing dragon's roar. After Sao Kazoi boosted morale, disarmed the target, and unleashed a dragon rock blasts. Even though Tsunayan was still unskilled, it was enough to cover this small battlefield before the dragon. And the whole battle situation shifted in an instant. First, all the monsters had been at a disadvantage. But after being strengthened by Dragon Rock and the morale boost, their bodies instantly swelled up a size. Both their strength and speed were greatly increased. And the players at Sakala Island's 6th newbie village were completely stunned. Because the weapons in their hands, and the armor on their bodies, every piece of iron, dropped uncontrollably to the ground. Baka, why did my equipment fall off? The black dragon is coming. Miss Guguzi failed. We need to retreat. Yoshino-kun, I didn't expect you to be so tiny. You can't give me happiness. We should break up. The players in number 6 newbie village screamed without end, but they still couldn't change the fact that they had become naked, snow-white Sakala pigs. Only the mage players could still preserve their decency. But they still had to face monsters that had become even more savage and brutal. The players never imagined that one day they'd be squeezed to death by a 1.8-meter chest rabbit with its pecs, nor that a snake muscle beast with claws thicker than their thighs would finish them in one swipe. A massacre full of philosophical flavor began. Things like the king's chokehold, the king's brutal slam, and the king's bald face smash. The scene was too bloody and vicious for words. Of course, some sneaky players did make it to the forest edge. But what greeted them was a monster coalition returning from newbie village number 1. Master, we are late. Damn it, Wolfie and Palikri kneel at Tsunayan's feet. Once, they only needed to look up to see the giant dragon in full. Now when they look up, they can only see that broad chest. This is not your fault. Tsunayan shook his head. He did not blame the monster leaders under his command for this. After all, no one expected the players from Novice Village 6 on Sakala Island to launch a surprise attack. And they made not a single preparatory move. They didn't even notify the players of Novice Village 1 they meant to keep it all. But instead, they ended up as easy prey. The root of this crisis is the dragon's trait of evolving through deep sleep. If we don't completely root out this terrible habit, then all sorts of accidents will happen again in the future. You all keep a close eye on this human. Make sure he stays alive and well. Wait till I return. Tsunayan tossed the Mima doggy he was clutching in his claws in front of Gravelf, like discarding trash. The Mima doggy, already down to half HP, lost a little more health. And that was even with him handling it gently. Right, he suddenly remembered something else. Over in Dragon Dynasty, some human soldiers have mutinied. Find them and kill them. As for those who stayed obedient and didn't mutiny, leave them alone. You may raise the quality of their food a bit. Your will be done, great master. Seemingly annoyed by Gravelf's slow drawl, the kobold chieftain Palikri cut in. But master, aren't you returning to Dragon Dynasty? Not going back for now. Hey, Tsunayan's face turned savage. His sharp dragon claws clenched tight. He looked towards Sakala Island's number 6 novice village. Murderous intent was chilling. No mercy today. He would personally be the incinerator. He, Tsunayan Vordas Petunik, never got tired of repaying kindness. At Sakala Island's number 1 novice village, before long, the surroundings suddenly went silent. Only from cracks in the ruins came occasional faint scraping sounds. This is the survival trick players figured out in Sakala Island's first starter village. They used 7 or 8 respawn chances to dig a pit. Then they buried themselves inside it. That's how they avoided the monster's long fur and poison arrows. After the monsters retreated, in a dark corner of the ruins, Yamaguchi Muraheim poked half his head out. He looked around nervously, ready to duck back into the pit he had dug. It had been a long time since he heard the monster's roars. Instead, more and more nervous questions from the players rose up. He raised his head and looked around. The monsters that had surrounded the pit were all gone. They seemed to have retreated. Yamaguchi Muraheim was overjoyed. She climbed out of the pit she had dug. It must be my little doggy. The monsters must have spotted it, and then it went to intercept them. Now those monsters must be busy with their own troubles. This is the perfect moment for us to attack from both sides. Chapter D102, Methods to Reduce Sleep Time. At this moment, Yamaguchi Muraheim's mind was already filled with perfect plans. What's all this pincer attack from both sides business? What sees every opening? Sudden strike. What, gentlemen? The monsters have already faded. That's because our reinforcements have arrived. With reinforcements, we now have the strength to defeat the monsters. So Yamaguchi Muraki found a high vantage point and held forth to the crowd of players. His face was full of pride and smugness. After all, the reinforcements were brought by his woman. Then his doggy cut off the trembling voices of the Yamaguchi army players. Spit flying everywhere, Yamaguchi Muraki stammered, "Why you're saying the reinforcements are that black dragon?" What? He didn't even have time to gasp in shock. A massive black shadow swept across the sky. Yamaguchi Muraki looked up to see, but he couldn't see any black dragon. Only pale green fire clouds filled his view. Closer and closer, the spreading dragon breath raged like churning mist, until it covered all of Sakala Island. No, one beginner village buried the just-revived player Sulian, flapping its wings, and swaggered away. He deliberately passed by here, mainly to do some cleanup for the monsters under his command. First, kill these players so they go into respawn state, so they won't spend all day overthinking and running around. His real target was Noah's 6 starter village on Sakala Island. The flight was rather quiet. Anna huddled on Tsunayan's back. By now, the dragon's back was as wide as a bed. The seat that had once been somewhat flashy now seemed quite inconspicuous. Sheltered by the majestic horns all around, Anna seemed even more like a canary in a cage. But Anna didn't see it that way. This place was the warmest safe haven. It was where her heart belonged. Brother, Anna gently bit her finger. He had so many things to say. But after Tsunayan woke up again, he felt no need to speak anymore. What's wrong? A low voice came from ahead. Even in the wind, it was clearly audible. It's just that Anna likes you. Tsunayan naturally knew. After all, Anna's affection level has already risen to 90, and the emotional state in the notes has changed from wanting to possess her to a love etched into her bones. Hard to imagine what it's like when her affection reaches 100. After all, in Tsunayan's view, being etched into the bones is already the deepest emotion between lovers. He didn't know what Anna did when facing the players. But the snake muscle beast and fire rabbit fighting to the death outside the dragon's nest and the returning Gravelf all prove that Anna is not a naive little girl. She has a mature side too. It's just that in front of him, she seems rather childish. After all, a girl can only drop all her guard in front of the one she likes, because all her thoughts are on the one she likes. She simply has no time to think about anything else. I like you too, Anna. Tsunayan replied while flying, answering Anna. She didn't dislike that feeling. Brother, then how much do you like Anna? Just a little more than you like me. Impossible, then Anna likes brother twice as much. She seems 100 times more persistent about this. She must love him more than Tsunayan loves her, a little more, much more. Her lifespan will surely never match Tsunayan's. Anna herself knew this clearly. She could only give more affection. Only then could it equal Tsunayan's affection. So that later, if she died, she could leave that affection behind. Through the long years, it would keep Tsunayan company. The cool breeze doesn't know the maiden's heart, but Tsunayan does. He didn't want to let this girl, who loved him so deeply, face any more danger. And this time, the biggest danger was the inheritance advancement system that forced him into a deep sleep. Is there any way to shorten or completely remove my sleep advancement trait? Ding. Slightly reduce sleep time. Improve inheritance efficiency. Costs 5,000 system points. Moderately reduce sleep time. Improve inheritance efficiency. Costs 10,000 system points. Massively reduce sleep time. Improve inheritance efficiency. Costs 20,000 system points. Completely remove sleep time and skip inheritance. Costs 10,000 system points. So no matter what, he still had to sleep. Either that, or simply refuse the inheritance. Sunayan felt a little restless inside. At first he thought the inheritance really didn't matter. After all, he had the system. He could easily walk a completely different path from other dragons. But Kong Nai's appearance made him hesitate. If he completely gave up the inheritance, he might never meet that big shot again. That would undoubtedly be a huge loss. After all, every move this big shot makes is a miracle. Looks like I can only choose the massive modification to shorten the slumber time. Sunayan glanced at his system points. They were more than enough. After all, while he was asleep, Wolfie had brought the monsters and camped at Sakala Island's #1 beginner village, slaughtering the respawning players. They were simply the perfect tools for farming system points. Massive modification. Shorten slumber time. Increase inheritance acquisition efficiency. This is a modification aimed at the soul. It will be accompanied by severe discomfort. Detected that the host is currently flying. Should the transformation begin now? No, it's not urgent. Anyway, he's still far from his next slumber. It's not too late to go back and transform after we buried Novice Village No. 6. Brother. Sunayan was brought back to reality by Anna's calls. He had just been focused on communicating with the system. He hadn't noticed what Anna was saying. What's the matter, Anna? You caught me spacing out. Heh, it's nothing ... It's just ... Anna was a little flustered. Her voice trembled slightly. Even though Sunayan couldn't see her, he could imagine Anna's pretty face blushing red. Her soft little hands twisting together. Looking embarrassed. I just wanted to ask ... When can brother turn into human form? Turn into human form. Sunayan was a bit helpless. He would like to, but right now he was only an adolescent dragon. He still needed to pass to stages and reach adulthood before he could transform, though there was a way to let him take human form early. But even so, since he was just an adolescent dragon, after transforming, he'd still be a little boy. Couldn't do anything? The key point was that this transformation was very expensive. It didn't improve combat power at all. Not worth the value. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want me to turn into human form? Sunayan pretended to ask curiously. Hitting a sore spot. Anna fell silent. She blushed and lowered her head, her teeth lightly biting her red lips, hugging her knees, not daring to answer. But Sunayan still heard the answer in her heart. How is one supposed to answer a question like that? Hateful. Brother is such a big dummy. You don't even have to think to know that I want to have a baby with brother. That way, once we have a baby, the baby can always be with brother. After hearing Anna's inner thoughts, Sunayan's wings tilted. He almost tumbled out of the sky. Chapter 103, Sunayan's surprise attack on Novice Village. Oh, brother, what's wrong? That sudden lurch startled Anna, but her first thought was whether something had happened to Sunayan. I'm fine, Anna, but becoming human will still take some time. So, brother, I know. Anna picked up where Sunayan left off. She curled up in the seat made of dragon scales. Her face was covered with a rosy glow. Burning hot, she gently pressed it against the dragon scales. I'll wait for the day brother can take human form. Then we can hold our wedding. That last sentence seemed to boost her courage. Anna, enduring her shame, almost shouted it out. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. How could she say something so shameless? At this point, brother must think she was a loose girl. But would brother hate a loose girl? No, that won't happen. Anna won't be disliked. Anna kept hypnotizing herself in her heart. She didn't know that Sunayan could hear everything she was thinking. Sunayan was hit with a silence effect. He glanced at Anna's status panel. Half-elf, no problem. Fox ears and foxtail, not some girl with demon horns and bat wings. Then he looked at her status. Dragonization, still okay. No big problem. Wait, no, it's a big problem. Dragonization plus intense feelings ... Sunayan seemed to catch on. If this keeps going, something's going to happen. You have to know that a creature that's been dragonized naturally develops strong feelings for the source. In males, this feeling manifests as loyalty. In females, it's more complicated. It's an instinctive pursuit of the noble bloodline of dragons. No wonder that bird demon leader, Ji-Taime, had been looking at him strangely lately. Just like a train molester who spots a little girl pressed against the doors. Anna had already liked him. Add the dragonization boost on top of that. And it was only natural she'd have these thoughts. So the question is, how can he keep his future female followers from thinking about him all day? Sunayan decided that once they were done, he'd go back and preach Buddhist scriptures to the bird demon leader, Ji-Tai-Mei, preach about all the suffering in the world, and explain that all is emptiness to bring her peace. As his thoughts raced, the atmosphere between the half-elf and the dragon grew somewhat quiet, but in the silence there was a faint pink sweetness, carrying a gentle trace of sweetness. Okay, Anna, I understand. I'm not like other dragons. Whacking doesn't need to wait for age. It'll be very soon. Anna obediently nodded. Her fair, soft face was buried between her knees. Her heart felt all tingly. Sure enough, Big Brother didn't dislike her for it. But even so, she didn't dare say anything more. Saying all this today was already embarrassing enough. It takes a long time to recover. And while the two of them were talking, Sakala Island 6's starter village was right before their eyes. By then, the players in Sakala Island 6's starter village had already respawned. One by one, they searched all over the village, looking a little anxious. Guguzi-chan, Miss Guguzi, are you there? Darn it, Miss Guguzi hasn't respawned. She was captured by evil monsters. What do we do? Should we go save her? The player who suggested the rescue is exactly the one who protected Mima Guguzi near the Flame Sword Tower today. Then he also gave Mima the puppy a pat. What can save the headlight? Save my ass, but if we don't go save the dog, will it be tortured beyond recognition by those monsters? Woof woof, little doggy. One of the players, thinking of the goddess of his heart about to be tormented by those savage monsters. You can't help it, sorrow wells up, tears stream down, what are you crying for? That's all the danger. Everyone, let's talk first. I'm going back to my room, I have something to do. Swish, 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 that's the sound of pulling out toilet paper. Look, a scream suddenly rings out. A group of Sakala players look toward the sound. They see a dark shadow in the sky growing closer and closer. Looking closely, it's the black Luo they had attacked before. He's come to settle the score with them. How did this black dragon find their newbie village? The Sakala players were all cursing. Warning, a powerful creature has been detected approaching. Attention, Monster Project Newbie Village Protection activated. Scanning complete. Current newbie village is level 1. Protection level raised. All attributes of monsters entering the newbie village are reduced by 50%. 50%. Useless. The Sakala players didn't get complacent because of this small weakening. They had long witnessed the power of that black dragon. Even weakened by 50%, it was beyond their ability to fight. But they had courage. They had the spirit of Bushido. Gentlemen, we are invaders. We're players, we can't bring shame to the Sakala people. Yes, challenging the powerful has always been the greatest spirit of our Sakala nation.